Chapter 1 I'm not someone to mess with. Ah. Inades, who fingo pine these sand looped around Atheneless sea. It took him a moment to remember what had happened. Itho to twas a dream. Hu Feng flipped over, lying against a partition wall. He covered his eyes with a sand peered through his fingers Satheski. It was saclier blue, without a cloud in sight. Yesterday, Amarita me disaster had occurred. The cruise ship was filled with cries and screams. Although fliff boats scood save some people, mana still sank with. Following the principle of prioritizing women, children, and elderly, Hu Feng didn't think it was wrong. He's off the chief Matin the ship's management board climbing onto a lift boat. How cold Hu Feng tolerated that? Hepu shed through Tekrodan jumped onto the lift boat, Butacid Twazel ready in motion, he miscalculated disposition and fell into the sea. Fortunately, he managed to grab hold of some thing and didn't sink. However, the Pipiant he lift boat were in a thapid. Thil redicroded life feboat near la capsized Shavhufal. A big, pot-bellied middle-league Edmund stepped forward and stomped Hu Feng shand. Hu Feng winced in pain and let go. Seeing Hu Feng release his grip, the man waveditioned, and Thelif boat sped away. If Hu Feng hadn't grown up Ivor, that slip could have sent them straight to Thib soft Hesia. Watching Thelifi boat leave, Hu Feng fell full-pliss. He looked at the cruise ship the Twaslo Leeson King and made up his mind. Heckled just waited he. Hecklem bed back in Toth the deck and anxious sly skinned Heria. A crow doffman and woman was lined up, anxiously craning their next dozy ahead, crying out in distress. Hu Feng realized that waiting like thighs was futile. Whether there were na lift boats was in curtain, and Drather than waiting for thirst to save him, had decided to save himself. He looked around for anything, thought could service a flotation device. Suddenly, Hespateta fire cabinet. Of course there was nothing inside, thought could help him float, but the fiery she inside sparked an idea. Thinking quickly, Hu Feng grushed to the fire cabinet. He looked around Dan saw nothing to brain eye the glass, so hero led up his lieva sans limitizelblentoid. Crash, the glass hattered. Fortunately, the glass was designed yet to break silly emergencies, so it wasn't very tough. Hu Feng grabbed the fiery she and dashed toward the accommodation area. Her remembered that the compartments were made of partition boards, which were essentially metal on the outside and foam in the middle perfect for supporting himself. Arriving at the accommodation area, Hu Feng wasted no time and swung the partition. With loud crashing sounds, he felt the ship sinking further. He couldn't afford to rest. Finally, just as the water was about to cover the deck, he managed to cope off fades and sized piece off partition. As the water flooded the deck, Hu Feng carried the partition into the corridor, placed it in the water, and jumped on toit, holding the machine on a hand and gripping the partition theater, floating in top. However, the whirlpool created by the sinking ship was powerful, and the partition could withstand it. These Wazel saw him and a rescue team stared on the torch from a distance during airtime rescues. Hu Feng held tight light at the partition, not daring to slacken his grip past the water tossed him around. He didn't know how long a thad been maybe heaven was looking out, for him heffen a lie, float above the water. After swimming gone coping for so long, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he eventually passed out. Don't let Merinto Thadagi, or Ilko Fim to death, Hu Feng muttered, gripping the giant in the air. Suddenly, through his fingers, he saw several seabirds flying overhead. Hu Feng quickly moved his hand away, watching the direction the birds were heading. He didn't care whether they were hunting or going home. Lay down at the partition, tossed the axe onto his belt, and began paddling toward the birds. Sweat dripped down Hu Feng's forehead, Butha didn't care. As long as there was soap, he would give up. He didn't know how long swum, feeling as if he was completely hydrated, his arms mechanically paddling through the water. Just as he was about to take a break, a shadow suddenly appeared in his vision. Anisland! Anisland! Hu Feng, fled with joy at the soon expected glimmer of hope, Hu shed himself forward with renewed strength, ignoring his stirred limbs. Before long, Harry chet the shore, riding through off Santozindi beach. Standing in solid ground, the feeling off his feet in the sand made Hu Feng breathe ease. Looking around, he didn't see any or any buildings. Buta Kakana tree caught his eye. He approached the tree, noticing there were no full Kakanates in the ground. Thirsty and desperate, Hu Feng grazed the xu, thou the citation and swung at the tree. Not climbing up through like he full. Thefrax wasn't very sharp, so it kept her to chop, but Hu Feng didn't care. He just wanted to drink of water. Thud! A coconut fell, nearly hitting him. Looking up at the tree, Wick still had a lot of coconuts left. Hu Feng put down the axe, picked up the falinkinet, and scoffed, at least irresensible. Then He found das Sadis Batand Krakatapin Thiko Kanut with Theish, enjoying their freshing water inside. He didn't even spare a Thiko Kanut meat, digging in with Thishans. A Thismament, He couldn't careless about being dirt, Vivalways the priority. He wondered when the rescue to would arrive. The cruise ship disaster had Medina nationalness. After finishing Ganiko Kanu Tansami meet, Hufeng Felton Lihafyelan Planed Tujatanather. Suddenly, He spotted figures appearing gone the beach not far away, and was taken aback. Those people Zemid Tobe survivors from the shipwreck. Sodhosu Hagatant he lift boat shade arrived here too. Thinking off this, Hufengful tangerizing. He picked up the Ashian Dwa kid toward the group. The Thershidal Redazine Hufengand, recognizing Hai Mazanother survivor, list interest in greeting him. Bu seeing Haim approach with Anaxame Deatham Fila Batunizi. Ario you from Thelif boat? Hufeng gasped, playing with the Ashian Hishand, staring at them. Feeling intimidated by Hufeng's gaze, Thegro hesitated. After all, he was holding an axe, which was not a friendly toll. Ahu, dear Plidenfant whispers. Where did I come ashore? Hufeng continued tosk. Ianman pointed in a direction and said quietly, over there, Onana Third Beach. Hearing this, Hufeng wasted no time and headed the way with the Ashian hand. Hinu thatlai febots not on lie saved people butyl socarid supplies, including freshwater and food. When Hiriak had the beach the boy had pointedo, Hufeng discovered 6 or 7 lift boats or at Thier. About 40 or so people were sitting, lying, orchiding on the sand. Suddenly, Hespot Simeon spies the person who had caused him frustration. Hinata set the pili of supplies in front of that person, clearly indicating that they were planning to consolidate resources and distribute them. Controlling the supplies meant controlling the people. Moreover, among this group were mostly women, children, and elderly, giving the few young men an inherent advantage. Seeing Theman Leon and Gagain Statri, scanning the crowd, Hufeng approached them with the Ashian hand, glaring fiercely. The peepee on the beach noticed Hufeng Singer Dominaran the Ashian Hishand, instinctive la falling silent, watching Tosawathwood do. The chief mate, Hohud beaning Thuman, sensed Simeona staring at them, Headernet around saw Hufeng glaring at them with a fierce expression. For a moment, that chief Mata thought Hufeng looked familiar but couldn't recall where had seen him before. However, up a noticing Theoxene Hufeng Shand, has sudden lie remembered holy ways and quickly got to turn away. Hufeng on lion tended to scare him. After all, in front of so many people, he couldn't trialickle the man otherwise, went the rescueedy amarived, had been serious trouble. Hufeng grazed the Ashian dialed at the chief mate. You bastard, don't let me see you again. Or'll copi out to death. Am not so me in it to mess with. With that, Hufeng walk head toward the group the thad na supplies. The people with the chief mate stepped back in airy. In this world, the weak feared the strong, and the strong feared the reckless Hosu who didn't care about her lives. For them, Hufeng was that kind of reckless person. Hufeng reached the supplies, grabbed a big of instant fadanda bodily fresh water, and began to eat thardily. Had Don la bin hofjul before, and Thiswoldo thetric. After finishing, he took Twamer back so finstant fadanda nother bot leaf water, then turned and left without looking back. Us for high-headed and take more, Hufeng wassel for. These supplies belonged to Ivrion, and taking to Makuj lie provoke public utterage. Two big soft instant fadanda bodily of water were just adrop in Theba ket compared to es supplies available. Seeing Hufeng taking in Lialadol, the chief Matu a stake in Abak. Waste this guy a full? Chapter 2. Deserted Island? Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Hufeng made his way to the beach where he had previously landed, lifting the partition to arrive at the gathering place of others. This partition was indeed a valuable item, as it had other potential uses. The reasons for his visit were twofold. First, the safety of being among others, and second, Hufeng was naturally curious about the intentions of the crew members. If they were to hoard supplies and coerce others, his axe was not merely for show. Reaching into his shirt pocket, Hufeng habitually fumbled for a pack of cigarettes, only to discover that they had become thoroughly soaked. For someone with a nicotine addiction, he had no choice but to extract the cigarettes one by one, laying them out on the partition to dry. He also retrieved the lighter from the pack, shook off the water, and tested it to see if it would ignite. To his relief, it sparked to life. Leaning against the partition, Hufeng took a moment to rest. After a morning spent chasing seabirds and floundering in the sea, he had exhausted considerable energy. Cradling his axe, he closed his eyes to rejuvenate. When he awoke, the sun was already nearing the horizon, and the cigarettes had dried, now scattered in the sand at his feet, blown by the wind. Picking one up cautiously, he wondered whether a cigarette soaked in seawater was still smokable. Lighting it, Hufeng began to inhale and exhale, the taste faint but better than nothing. At that moment, he noticed that the others had gathered stones from somewhere and arranged them into a sizable SOS on the beach. The sight almost made him chuckle. To a searching aircraft high above, this makeshift distress signal would appear as insignificant as an ant to a human. Daylight smoke, nighttime fire, he thought. Isn't that common knowledge? To stave off the chill of the night, Hufeng resolved to venture into the nearby woods in search of firewood. Fortunately, some among the group were already astute enough to undertake this task early on. With axe in hand, Hufeng entered the forest cautiously, for the unknowns within the woods could be perilous. With each few steps, he struck at the underbrush with a branch he had collected, mindful of any lurking snakes. A bite in this isolated place could spell doom. After a thorough search, he gathered a sufficient amount of firewood, enough to last the night, and decided it was time to return. Suddenly, a thick grove of bamboo came into view. Hufeng's heart leaped. Bamboo was not known for its drought resistance, indicating a nearby water source. He carefully approached the edge of the grove, and to his surprise, he stumbled upon a pile of something unusual. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Hufeng noted that this pile was clearly not of human origin. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a canine. Wolves? He pondered, alarmed by the thought of such creatures inhabiting the island. This line of reasoning perplexed him. According to the biological food chain, for species to thrive, they must adapt to their environment. If the island could not sustain them, they would have evolved, much like the dwarf elephants of Sicily. Moreover, the creature before him appeared as a typical canine, implying that the island had ample resources to sustain such animals. If that were the case, how large could this island possibly be? Have we somehow drifted to Australia? Hufeng mused, realizing that for such animals to survive, the land must be substantial. Normal-sized canines could hardly exist on a mere islet. Abandoning the search for water, Hufeng hastily cut several bamboo stalks and returned to the camp. By the time he arrived, dusk had nearly fallen, and several campfires had been lit along the shoreline. Given that this was a vessel returning to the homeland, it was only natural for a few of his compatriots to be smokers. Hufeng wasted no time in kindling his own fire, primarily to ward off the cold, but also to deter mosquitoes and larger wildlife. He retrieved his empty water bottle and ran to the shore to fill it with seawater, then found a few relatively hard stones to use as tools. Scrape, scrape, he went, sharpening his axe. He had noticed its dullness during the bamboo cutting earlier and recognized the necessity of a good honing. However, the noise of his sharpening echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, causing those nearby to cast wary glances in his direction. A group that had been seated close to Hufeng shifted their fire to a spot they deemed safer. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Hufeng ventured to the shore to splash his face with seawater, a necessary wake-up call in the absence of fresh water. He returned to consume some of the instant food left from the previous day and took a few sips of water. Hufeng had no intention of depending on the expressions of the crew members for supplies. He understood well that self-sufficiency was key. Furthermore, the supplies they had were only sufficient for a few days. Should rescue not arrive, he had no desire to starve alongside them. Moreover, he had already devised a plan for the bamboo he had brought. Growing up in a rural environment, crafting a fish trap from bamboo was second nature to him. He sliced the bamboo into small sections, split them open from the side, and removed the inner yellow portions. After calculating the appropriate lengths, he laid the strips on the ground, lifting and pressing them into place. Before long, he had fashioned a rudimentary fish trap. He then retrieved additional bamboo strips to create an entrance, securing it to the mouth of the trap, ensuring it allowed entry but not exit. Next, he gathered some earthworms, rolling them into small balls of dirt, and placed them inside the trap, tying a bamboo stick atop it to prevent the trap from being swept away by the waves. Arriving at the beach, Hufeng sought out a rocky area with plenty of crevices and set his trap down, anchoring the bamboo to a large stone. Whether he would catch fish depended entirely on the local aquatic life. Observing the sun break through the clouds with a fierce grin, Hufeng retreated to the shade of the trees. As he gazed at the clear blue sky, he hesitated for a moment, eyeing the remaining bamboo. An idea struck him. He cut the bamboo into smaller pieces and fashioned them into bamboo strips. With the leftover strips in hand, it did not take long for him to create 2 pairs of bamboo leg guards. Strapping the guards to his legs, Hufeng took a few steps. Although they felt somewhat uncomfortable, he reasoned that such discomfort was trivial compared to the risk of snake bites. After a brief walk, he grew accustomed to the guards and, gripping his axe, ventured deeper into the woods once more. In no time, Hu Feng returned with a bundle of bamboo and ventured back into the thicket. Under the blazing sun, throughout the morning, he amassed a considerable collection of bamboo and timber. Chapter 3. Constructing a shelter. As Hu Feng gazed upon the bamboo and tree trunks, he felt confident that he could construct a shelter. After all, one could never predict when the rain might descend. While the others possessed rain tarps from their lifeboats, he was left entirely unprepared. It was midday, and the air was thick with waves of heat. Chapter 4. The onslaught of the deluge. With the roof erected, it was only through the baptism of a torrential downpour that its integrity could be ascertained. Thus, Hu Feng meticulously arranged the remaining palm fronds for unforeseen circumstances. The shelter, nestled against the mountainside and facing the beach, was fortified as Hu Feng split the prepared bamboo into appropriately sized strips, crafting rudimentary walls on either side to prevent rainwater from intruding. He then secured the remaining bamboo tightly onto the base frame, creating a bamboo bed elevated over 20 centimeters from the ground. Anticipating the need for cooking, the roof extended generously, providing ample space for a cooking area. By the time Hu Feng completed the bamboo walls, the others had risen, venturing to the shore for a refreshing wash before heading to the first officer's quarters to await the distribution of supplies. The provisions, which had initially seemed abundant for the 3 to 4 dozen individuals, were now dwindling to mere remnants. After their meal, a group of individuals gazed listlessly at the ocean, their eyes still flickering with a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, another faction sought out damp wood to place upon the fire, generating a thick plume of smoke in hopes of catching the attention of rescuers. Some among the onlookers noticed Hu Feng's shelter. Most regarded him with a mix of derision and pity, although a select few cast envious glances in his direction. Hu Feng, however, remained indifferent to their opinions. Should the rescue team arrive, all would be well. If not, he had prepared himself for a prolonged struggle once the emergency supplies were exhausted. After indulging in grilled grouper, Hu Feng turned his attention to the partition board that had saved his life. "Good brother, I owe you my gratitude. Your mission is complete." With that, he swung his axe with determination, cleaving off a relatively round piece of metal, fashioning a lid simultaneously. He then carved a circular pit, placing the metal sheet atop it, and gradually pounded it down with the axe until it formed a lopsided pot. After refining the shape, he had fashioned a makeshift iron pot capable of cooking. Equipped with a pot, Hu Feng gathered 2 stones to support it, adjusting for stability before returning with some earth, mixing it with seawater to create a clay-like substance, which he applied along the edges of the pot. He then ignited the fire. Once the clay dried, he could remove the iron pot, thus completing his rudimentary cooking station. After a busy morning, Hu Feng felt parched and took a sip from his dwindling supply of fresh water, sighing at the sight of the nearly empty bottle. Should he venture in search of a water source? Hu Feng hesitated. Armed only with an axe, he felt ill-equipped to confront the potential dangers that lurked beyond. Without any means for remote confrontation, he resolved against navigating through the bamboo grove in pursuit of water. However, around midday, the first officer of the cruise ship rallied a group of men armed with a satellite phone, preparing to ascend the mountain in hopes of finding a signal. As for why Hu Feng was not summoned, it was deemed unnecessary given the sufficient manpower at hand. Despite the majority comprising women, children, and the elderly, there remained a few able-bodied men. Furthermore, the first officer sought to avoid any complications, having previously unceremoniously thrown Hu Feng into the sea. He was grateful that Hu Feng had not sought retribution and thus opted to keep his distance. Observing that no one sought him out, Hu Feng shrugged off the matter. He had no intention of pleading for supplies from them, allowing them to tend to their affairs while he managed his own. As he surveyed the beach and the scattered remnants of discarded water bottles, Hu Feng collected a substantial number. Suddenly, amidst a pile of debris by the shore, a small conveyor belt caught his eye. It was not the conveyor itself that intrigued him, but the nylon line within, known for its remarkable strength. Recalling his childhood exploits, he remembered that this line could effortlessly bear a weight of 70 to 80 pounds when properly secured. Bringing the conveyor belt and plastic bottles back to the shelter, Hu Feng severed the belt, carefully peeling away its outer layer to extract 5 strands of nylon line, which he gingerly stowed away in his pocket. An invaluable resource for crafting a bow, and with a bow and arrow, the prospect of finding water would be attainable. As his freshwater supply dwindled, Hu Feng ventured back to the beach he had previously visited when the afternoon returned. He did not inquire whether the search party had discovered a signal. However, the disappointment etched on their faces upon their return spoke volumes. Arriving at the beach, he beheld the coconut tree he had partially felled earlier and wasted no time in resuming his assault. Thanks to its prior sharpening, the axe proved efficient, and within moments, the tree yielded to the ground. Hu Feng approached, retrieving the coconuts and securing them with palm fronds before preparing to return. Suddenly, he spotted a flock of seabirds soaring back from the ocean, vanishing into the island's foliage. Noticing the ominous clouds gathering on the horizon, Hu Feng sighed. The anticipated storm was upon them. Upon his return to the shelter, the atmosphere grew tense. Others in the vicinity also became aware of the brewing tempest and hurriedly dragged the lifeboats ashore, securing them to trees while hastily erecting rain covers. Hu Feng seized the moment to check his fish trap, retrieving several small fish before bringing the trap back to his shelter. He then scoured the mountain for suitable hardwood to craft a bow before returning, anxiously awaiting the impending storm. The moment of truth had arrived. Would the shelter withstand the deluge? As predicted, the skies soon unleashed a torrential rain, accompanied by howling winds. Observing the shelter standing resolutely against the relentless gusts, with no leaks to be found, Hu Feng finally exhaled a profound sigh of relief. He swiftly retrieved the collection of plastic bottles he had gathered, placing them out to catch rainwater, alongside the iron pot, an invaluable source of fresh water until a more permanent solution could be found. As the downpour intensified, the bottles and pot quickly filled, and fortunately, he had prepared dry firewood, which, though slightly dampened, remained usable. Setting the iron pot over the flames, Hu Feng commenced boiling the rainwater. Uncertainty lingered regarding its purity, and boiling it was the wisest course of action. As he tended to the boiling water, he noticed the group huddled within the lifeboat, seeking refuge from the storm. Yet, with over 10 individuals crammed together, the memories of their unsheltered days mingled with a cacophony of odors, undoubtedly producing a uniquely pungent atmosphere. Chapter 5. Su Bingyun. As Su Bingyun poured warm water into a plastic bottle, Hu Feng placed several small fish he had caught earlier into a pot, preparing to make fish soup. As for bowls and chopsticks, Hu Feng faced no difficulty. He had some leftover bamboo strips and casually fashioned a few bamboo bowls and chopsticks. While tending to the fire and sipping the fish soup, he found its flavor. Chapter 6. Seeking water sources early the next morning, Hu Feng awoke with the dawn, glancing at the bamboo bed that was already devoid of any presence. Without giving it much thought, he rose and made his way to the seaside for a refreshing wash. The torrential rain had long ceased, and he took up a fish trap, heading up the mountain to dig for a few worms. Although slightly damp, they were still usable. He placed them into the trap and returned to his previous fishing spot, as it had already been baited. After warming up the leftover fish soup from the previous night and adding some fish meat, he relished a hearty meal, finishing it with gusto. He then slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, along with the traps he had prepared earlier, secured his bamboo leg guards, and grasped his axe as he set off towards the back mountain. Throughout the morning, Hu Feng did not encounter the two beautiful women, but he thought little of it. After all, had they not mentioned that they would only be staying overnight? Why concern himself with such matters during the day? The Group's supplies were expected to dwindle by today. If the rescue team did not arrive, the situation for these individuals would become quite dire. Although it was ill-advised to venture into the mountains after rain, in the face of survival, such considerations were trivial. Having just experienced a downpour, Hu Feng was quick to notice any signs along the path, which was precisely why he opted to embark on his journey right after the rain. Upon entering the bamboo forest, he observed the lively birds that chirped incessantly at dawn, and he began to search his surroundings. Sure enough, it was not long before he spotted a fresh trail of small animal footprints. He promptly set his traps along the animals' likely paths, securing them with branches to prevent any from being dragged away. After discovering several more tracks, Hu Feng placed the traps accordingly, confident that he would know by morning whether he had made a successful catch. With the traps secured, he lifted his bow and notched a bamboo arrow, ready to search for a water source. As he descended through the bamboo grove, Hu Feng noticed numerous snake skins shed along the way, heightening his caution. After walking for some time, he observed that due to the previous day's heavy rain, water continued to flow down the mountainside. Following the natural course of the water, he ventured further downward. Navigating through a tangle of rocks, he suddenly felt a jolt against his leg. Puzzled, He glanced down and was immediately impressed by the protective capability of his bamboo leg guards. Not far from where he stood, a green serpent, flicking its tongue, eyed him warily. He surmised that it was this very creature that had collided with him. Fortunately, his leg guards had shielded him. Otherwise, a bite from such a viper could have spelled doom in this wilderness. Since it had attacked first, Hu Feng felt no remorse. He seized a bamboo pole, swiftly pinning the serpent's head down, and with his right hand, drew forth his axe, delivering a decisive blow to sever its head. He dug a small pit to bury the serpent's head, as even a dead snake could still pose a threat. With the serpent's body collected, Hu Feng continued on his way. Not long after, he distinctly sensed the air growing increasingly humid, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Emerging from the bamboo thicket, a small stream came into view. Upon seeing the stream, Hu Feng remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. After all, areas with water sources often harbored hidden dangers. Cautiously, he approached the stream, taking care to stay alert. As he neared, approximately 10 meters away, he suddenly noticed a series of disordered and fresh canine footprints on the ground. Something was amiss. Hu Feng remained on high alert, scrutinizing the area for any signs of danger. Had he inadvertently walked into an ambush? Gripping his bow tightly, he carefully approached the nearest tree, swiftly assessing the situation above. He then hoisted himself up, using both hands and feet, climbing to a relatively secure branch. From his perch, he surveyed the surroundings once more. Although silence prevailed, an unsettling intuition told him he was being watched. Now, it was a test of patience. Who would falter first? Sitting atop the branch, he remained vigilant, with an arrow readied on the string, silently awaiting the appearance of whatever threat lurked nearby. Time passed without his notice, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bamboo thicket to his right. Hu Feng quickly aimed his bamboo arrow in that direction. Moments later, an emaciated old wolf emerged from behind the bamboo. A wolf? Hu Feng blinked in surprise. Wolves are social creatures. If one was present, where were the others? The old wolf, seemingly undeterred by Hu Feng's presence, sauntered beneath him and lay down, as if waiting for Hu Feng to descend. One wolf posed little threat, especially with Hu Feng armed with a bamboo arrow. However, a pack would spell disaster. Unless this was an outcast wolf, if surrounded by a group, his fate would be sealed. After waiting a considerable time without sighting a second wolf, doubt crept in. Had he misjudged the situation? Was this truly just a lone wolf? Whatever the case, Hu Feng decided it was time to eliminate the immediate threat. He readied his arrow and aimed carefully. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew downwards, striking the old wolf in one of its legs. Arg! It howled in pain, dragging its injured limb as it whimpered and fled into the bamboo. Damn it, Hu Feng cursed, annoyed that he had missed his intended target. As he prepared to shoot again, the wolf, limping, vanished into the thicket. Not wanting to descend prematurely, uncertain if there might be another wolf lurking nearby, he remained in place for a while longer. When he finally determined that no further wolves were present, he cautiously climbed down, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, ready to retreat to the safety of the tree at the slightest hint of danger. Once on solid ground, Hu Feng confirmed that the danger had passed and slowly approached the stream, observing the murky water that had turned yellow from the recent rain. He understood that this was quite normal after a downpour. At least he had found a water source. Marking the location, he retraced his steps back. As he passed the area where he had set his traps, he decided to check on them and was delighted to find a foolish wild chicken caught. Elated, he rushed over, swiftly grasped the bird, and broke its neck. After resetting the trap, he happily carried the chicken back with him. Without a phone to check the time, Hu Feng was unaware of how long he had been gone. Upon returning to the encampment, he was startled by the sound of commotion. Curiosity piqued, he placed the wild chicken and snake in the shelter and headed towards the source of the noise. Upon arriving, he discovered an elderly man lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless, while a middle-aged woman was blocking a young, beautiful woman, engaged in a heated discussion. Chapter 7. The incident. The stunning woman was someone Hu Feng recognized, though their acquaintance was merely superficial, as she did not know him in return. Previously, she had served as a doctor on the cruise ship, and during his journey, Hu Feng had experienced a touch of seasickness, prompting him to visit the infirmary. He had found it hard to tear his gaze away from the figure clad in a white coat. As he drew closer to the gathering crowd, distinct voices reached his ears. Did you not assert that my mother was merely suffering from a cold and fever? How is it that she has suddenly deteriorated? You must provide an explanation. The female doctor, thwarted, appeared utterly helpless. Although advanced diagnostic equipment was lacking, all signs indicated that the elderly woman was indeed afflicted with a viral cold. Moreover, there were emergency medications available on the lifeboat, which should have prevented such a sudden demise. With this thought in mind, the doctor endeavored to approach the body to ascertain the cause of death. "What do you think you are doing?" a middle-aged woman interjected, blocking the doctor from nearing her mother. "I merely wish to determine the cause of her death," the doctor responded with restraint. "I do not care. It is your fault. You have killed her." The woman was resolute, convinced that the doctor's incompetence had led to her mother's demise, and she could not allow her to approach, wishing to eradicate any potential evidence. Despite being stranded on a deserted island, the arrival of the rescue team was anticipated, and the woman was determined to keep the doctor at bay. The presence of death instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers, compelling most to distance themselves from the area. Faced with the deceased's family member barring her way, the doctor found herself at an impasse. Chu Feng, wielding an axe, maneuvered through the throng, casting a glance at the lifeless body on the ground before turning his attention to the anxious doctor. The scorching sun blazed overhead. Although the crowd sought refuge in the shade, it was of little relief. The first mate, observing Hu Feng's entrance, instinctively took a step back, caught between the incessant complaints of the middle-aged woman and the worried countenance of the doctor. As Hu Feng approached, the crowd took notice, apprehensive of the man who seemed ready to resort to violence. The middle-aged woman dramatically collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "Help! Come and witness this tragedy. A doctor has caused my dear mother's death. She did not perish at home but met her end on this desolate island. Oh, my poor mother." Tears streamed down her face as she theatrically wiped her eyes. "What are you obstructing for?" Under this blazing sun, it is imperative to determine the cause of death and proceed with the burial. If an epidemic breaks out, we could be facing dozens of casualties. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, the crowd recoiled in alarm, as they had not considered the implications of the situation. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately thought of her mother and suppressed her disgust, continuing to block the doctor. "No. If we bury her, there will be no evidence left. This is all due to her incompetence," she continued her tirade. Chu Feng, however, was in no mood for her antics. The prospect of an unburied corpse leading to an outbreak was a grave concern, even if the islanders had been vaccinated against various diseases since childhood. Recalling the solitary wolf he had encountered previously and the uncertainty of possible wolf packs in the vicinity, Hu Feng lost his temper. What if her skills were lacking? We have no sophisticated equipment here. Misdiagnoses are simply part of the reality. What do you intend to do? Invite everyone here to share her fate." Hu Feng shouted fiercely, determined to assert his authority. For the longer the body remained unaddressed, the greater the risk of unforeseen consequences. But, the middle-aged woman was cowed by Hu Feng's forceful demeanor, glancing at the axe in his hand, rendered speechless. After all, everyone had witnessed his previous actions. "Stop whining like a child. Here's the deal. I will have the doctor write a note stating that her misdiagnosis led to this tragedy, and when you return home, you will receive compensation." How does that sound? Hu Feng continued to berate her, recognizing that her motivations were merely for a modicum of recompense. He also noted that the doctor was not impoverished, as evidenced by the expensive watch adorning her wrist. The doctor felt a sense of grievance at the prospect of being blamed for the misdiagnosis, which could jeopardize her career. Yet, faced with Hu Feng's unyielding resolve, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. The middle-aged woman, hearing Hu Feng's proposal, considered it a viable solution. Observing the retreating crowd, she realized that any further obstinacy could incite public outrage and ultimately acquiesced, though in her heart, she scoffed, "You are just a woman after all." With the matter resolved, Hu Feng turned to the first mate and barked, "What are you waiting for? Come and carry this body away for burial." "Me?" The first mate pointed to himself, astonished. "Who else would it be? You are the least occupied. If an epidemic arises, we will all be doomed." With that, Hu Feng spun on his heel, for he had yet to eat and had no time to deal with such matters. The first mate, contemplating kicking Hu Feng, thought better of it in light of recent events and summoned a few crew members to assist in carrying the body to the hillside. Upon returning to the shelter, Hu Feng spotted the two beautiful women from the previous night. One shot a glare at the other, but the younger beauty smiled warmly at Hu Feng. We did not have the chance to introduce ourselves last night. Hello, I am Wang Xiaomei. It is a pleasure to meet you. As Hu Feng listened to her words, his gaze roamed over her figure. Admittedly, he had not paid much attention the night before due to the rain and darkness, but now he found her exceptionally charming. Feeling Hu Feng's gaze upon her, Wang Xiaomei grew bashful, suddenly recalling the skirt she had inadvertently damaged earlier, her cheeks flushing crimson. She tugged at the hem of her skirt to cover her exposed thigh, muttering "pervert" under her breath before turning to leave. Initially, Hu Feng had not noticed, but her actions inadvertently revealed a tantalizing glimpse. Paying little heed to the two women, he retrieved the wild chicken and snake he had previously set aside and began to prepare a fire for cooking. The wild chicken was simple to handle. He boiled water, plucked the feathers, and set it to roast. In the absence of spices, roasting was undoubtedly the best option. As for the snake, the two girls were momentarily taken aback when he first presented it. Finding a flat stone, Hu Feng attempted to skin the snake with his axe, but after much effort, he realized it was futile. Reluctantly, he returned to the chicken. After plucking, he skewered the chicken on a stick and set it over the fire, continuously turning it to ensure even cooking. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the roasting chicken. The two women, unable to resist the savory scent, found their mouths watering. After days of subsisting on emergency rations, primarily instant meals or crackers, they had not tasted meat in ages. Watching the chicken rotate over the flames, Wang Xiaomei succumbed to temptation and approached Hu Feng. Could we possibly buy a piece of that chicken? She stammered hesitantly. Noticing the covetous look in her eyes, Hu Feng chuckled. Sure. How about 10,000 for a drumstick? Have you lost your mind? Wang Xiaomei exclaimed incredulously. Is that chicken leg made of gold? Hu Feng merely smiled, his tone laced with meaning. Can gold sate your hunger? Wang Xiaomei hesitated, weighing her options, before quietly asking, could you perhaps lower the price? I am just a working girl. Seeing her indecision, Hu Feng burst into laughter, well aware of her profession. He glanced at the stunning beauty lounging on the bamboo bed, oblivious to the world. If you truly desire it, I can gift it to you. Chapter 8. The future chef, really? Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Wang Xiaomei was clearly intrigued, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, who else but the oppressed people under the capitalist regime? Lying on the bamboo bed, Su Bingyun felt an overwhelming urge to rise and strangle him. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken made her swallow involuntarily. Their supplies had dwindled to almost nothing, and thus it was decided they would only receive one meal a day, with the rest left to their own resourcefulness. Having rarely faced the harsh realities of society, Su Bingyun found herself at a loss in this unfamiliar environment, though thankfully, Wang Xiaomei had managed to find some wild fruits to stave off hunger. As Hu Feng tore off a leg from the nearly cooked wild chicken and handed it to Wang Xiaomei, she felt tears welling in her eyes at the sight of the leg in his hand. Had she truly thought he was joking? In this desolate island, where every face was unfamiliar, no one had the obligation to share their food. The warmth of human kindness had been starkly revealed. What did power and influence mean here? Without food, one was destined to starve. Receiving the chicken leg, Wang Xiaomei took a hearty bite, relishing the rich, greasy flavor that filled her senses with immense satisfaction. Hu Feng continued to tear off another leg and, with a glance, indicated to Su Bingyun, still reclining on the bamboo bed. Realizing her oversight, Wang Xiaomei rushed towards Su Bingyun, exclaiming, President Su, we have something delicious. Su Bingyun had heard their earlier conversation and had thought Hu Feng was merely teasing Wang Xiaomei, who in this inhospitable place would willingly share their food. Suddenly, the savory scent of barbecue wafted through the air, and she opened her eyes to see a chicken leg presented before her. Wang Xiaomei, with one leg in hand, was munching happily, oil glistening at the corners of her mouth as she beamed at Su Bingyun. In disbelief, Su Bingyun sat up, gazing at Hu Feng, who had a faint smile on his face. Taking the chicken leg, she felt a flicker of gratitude and choked out a thank you. Hu Feng merely smiled, his demeanor serene. He was not offering food out of sheer benevolence. With their supplies nearly exhausted and no sign of rescue, mutual cooperation was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The wild chicken, rich in flavor, was shared among the three, and soon they were all sated. As Hu Feng observed the two women greedily licking the remnants of grease from their lips, he couldn't help but stare in awe. Indeed, beauty was beauty. Every smile and frown exuded charm. At that moment, the crew members who had gone to bury the bodies returned, though they dared not approach Hu Feng, uncertain of his unpredictable temperament. Even the first mate tread carefully around him. After finishing the roasted chicken, Hu Feng glanced at the snake lying at his feet. The task of skinning it with an axe seemed daunting until he spotted some iron scraps left behind from when the pot had been smashed. An idea struck him. He approached the bamboo bed, selected a suitable piece of iron, and began to grind it with a stone he had previously used for sharpening the axe. The iron was not particularly thick, and after a short while, he had fashioned a rudimentary knife. He then crafted a handle from the axe and tested its sharpness. It was satisfactory. The knife sliced through the snake's skin with ease, and without hesitation, Hu Feng proceeded to skin the snake entirely. He then chopped the snake into small sections and filled a pot with water, preparing to cook dinner. Just as Hu Feng was about to place the snake meat in the pot, a voice interrupted. "You'll end up boiling the snake meat to mush?" Upon hearing the voice, Hu Feng turned to see it was Wang Xiaomei. "Do you know how to cook?" he asked, intrigued. Wang Xiaomei playfully kicked him, signaling him to watch her. Hu Feng stepped aside, and Wang Xiaomei took the snake meat from Hu Feng's hands, pouring the water from the pot into a nearby bottle. She placed the empty pot over the fire, waiting for it to heat up, and once it was sufficiently warm, she added the snake meat, deftly stirring with her chopsticks. Given that snake meat naturally contains some fat, it didn't take long for both sides to turn a golden brown. Afterward, she poured water from the bottle back into the pot, covering the snake meat completely, and placed the lid on. Observing her fluid motions, Hu Feng thought to himself that with some seasoning, this girl could undoubtedly create a delectable dish. While he tended to the fire, he kept an eye on the pot. After some time, Wang Xiaomei lifted the lid and tasted a bit of the broth with her chopsticks. "It lacks flavor," she remarked. Hu Feng chuckled, knowing that would be the case, but then a thought crossed his mind. He dashed back to the area where the fish trap had been set. When he reached the fish trap, instead of collecting fish, he carefully descended along the rocky wall, grabbing hold of the protruding stones with one hand while reaching into the sea with the other. Moments later, he emerged triumphantly, holding a long, green object. Returning to the shelter, he waved it in front of Wang Xiaomei. "Seaweed." Wang Xiaomei's eyes lit up with excitement. "Let us add this and see what happens." "Yes," she nodded eagerly, rinsing the seaweed before cutting it into small pieces and adding it to the pot. Before long, she tasted the broth again, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. Observing her expression, Hu Feng felt confident it was ready and followed her example, sampling the broth himself. "It tastes of salt." "Ha ha!" He laughed heartily, resembling a giddy child. "I've decided from now on, you'll be in charge of preparing our meals." With a smile, Hu Feng placed the lid back on the pot, and Wang Xiaomei nodded in agreement, feeling she had found her niche. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Hu Feng checked the fish trap once more, only to find it empty, which left him somewhat disheartened. He placed the earthworm bait he had prepared earlier back into the trap and tossed it once more into the sea. With resources dwindling, everyone began foraging for food along the shore. Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun joined in on the search, realizing they could not rely solely on Hu Feng to sustain them. As circumstances progressed, survival became their primary concern. At least with Hu Feng around, they had a pot, fire, and fresh water, sparing them from hunger for the time being. The two women scoured the beach, collecting numerous shells and small crabs. Without any containers, they ran back to the shelter when their arms were full, depositing their finds before setting out again. Watching their industrious efforts, Hu Feng recognized the shift in their mindset and felt a sense of pride. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Hu Feng gathered the leftover bamboo pieces from when they had crafted the fish trap and skillfully wove a basket for the two of them. As darkness fell, they returned, their hands scarcely filled with shellfish. "Everyone is foraging for food. It's going to get tough from here on," Wang Xiaomei commented to herself. Chapter 9. Lin Shi's arrival. As the supplies were exhausted, these individuals could only scavenge for edible items along the beach. Venturing into the nearby mountains was indeed a daunting challenge for these women. Hu Feng carefully placed the shells he and another had collected into a small bamboo basket he had woven, filling it to just over half. It was only then that Wang Xiaomei noticed the basket in Hu Feng's hands. She approached him directly, took the basket, and upon inspecting its contents, burst into a fit of giggles. With this bamboo basket, we can search for shells on the beach tomorrow. Hee hee, let us see how they can outcompete me, she exclaimed, setting the basket aside and smiling at Hu Feng. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Impressive. You'd be surprised by much more, Hu Feng replied with a roll of his eyes. Ignoring him, Hu Feng used a handmade bamboo spoon to serve himself a bowl of the snake meat and kelp soup that had been heated earlier and began to eat. Wang Xiaomei, as was her habit, took the spoon from Hu Feng's hand to fill another bowl, but handed it to Su Bingyun instead. Su Bingyun hesitantly accepted the bowl, uncertain whether it was the snake meat that intimidated her. After some time, she still hadn't dared to eat. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei, unconcerned, took her bowl and began to chew on the snake meat. Surprisingly, the combination with kelp was quite flavorful. At that moment, a timid figure approached. Excuse me, may I stay here for a night? Hu Feng lifted his gaze to see the woman before him was the doctor from earlier that day. Upon hearing her request, Wang Xiaomei perked up, glancing at Hu Feng to see how he would respond, remembering that they had paid a hefty sum to stay. Of course, Hu Feng replied, welcoming her warmly. Humph. You lecher. Why is it that you readily agree to her request without a second thought, yet demand money from us? Wang Xiaomei retorted angrily upon hearing Hu Feng's words. Ah, do you need to pay? The doctor hesitated, then continued, I don't have much here. How about I offer this watch instead? She started to remove the watch from her wrist. Hu Feng quickly stopped her, giving Wang Xiaomei a stern look before chuckling. That troublesome girl is just joking. There's no need for money. We are all in this together, and until the rescue team arrives, we should support one another. At Hu Feng's words, Wang Xiaomei felt even more incensed. Why should it be so? Just because the woman had two prominent features. Lecher. Wang Xiaomei mumbled under her breath, disregarding Hu Feng and devouring the snake meat as if it were someone else. Observing the furious Wang Xiaomei, then glancing at the smiling Hu Feng, the doctor paused her actions and said softly to Hu Feng, thank you. For her, if Hu Feng had not accepted her, she would have no choice but to spend the night in the wilderness. Hu Feng surmised why the doctor had come in the afternoon. He had overheard the chatter among the others, compounded by the sharp tongue of a middle-aged woman. What reputation was left to uphold? Have you eaten? Hu Feng asked the doctor, who stood timidly outside the shelter, echoing the common greeting among his compatriots. The doctor glanced at the pot of meat, lowered her head, and shook it helplessly in response. Hu Feng retrieved a bamboo bowl and served her a portion, quietly stating, please eat. Your presence here elevates our humble abode. You are a doctor, and if we fall ill, we will rely on you. Indeed, the type who treats you to the fullest, Wang Xiaomei added with a sharp remark. Hu Feng shot her a glare before turning back to the doctor, saying, that girl is still a child in many ways. Don't take her comments to heart. You. Wang Xiaomei fumed at the insinuation, feeling insulted. I am 22, not a child. She glanced down at her chest, incensed, as if Hu Feng had stripped her of her dignity. Just as she was about to explode, Su Bingyun tugged at her sleeve, leading her to relent and sit down. The doctor looked at the furious Wang Xiaomei and then at Su Bingyun, forcing a smile as she introduced herself. Hello, Miss Su. I am Lin Shi, the doctor from the cruise ship. Upon hearing Lin Shi's gentle voice, Hu Feng was about to introduce himself as well when Su Bingyun coldly interjected, Do you know me? Lin Shi smiled faintly. The helm of Yuhui Group, a top 100 company in China. Miss Su Bingyun, the captain spoke highly of you aboard the ship. The helm of Yuhui Group? Hu Feng exclaimed, turning to look at Su Bingyun in astonishment. She was indeed a super-rich woman. Rumors had it that the owner of Yuhui Group was both unattractive and overweight, yet she could have a new groom every night, surrounded by handsome men. However, gazing into Su Bingyun's clear, bright eyes, with elegantly arched brows and long eyelashes that fluttered delicately, her fair skin blushing softly, and her thin lips resembling rose petals, how could she be the ugly, corpulent rich woman? What a despicable slanderer, spreading falsehoods. One should tread carefully, knowing the other party is the owner of Yuhui Group. Surely one must seize the opportunity. Hu Feng reprimanded himself inwardly. What are you staring at, you lecher? Now you regret it, don't you? Wang Xiaomei glared at Hu Feng, feeling vindicated. Snapping back to reality, Hu Feng shot a disapproving look at the oblivious girl. Those were two stunning beauties, while she was merely budding. Seeing Su Bingyan resume her meal quietly, Hu Feng stepped forward, smiling. All right, let us extend a warm welcome to our new friend, Miss Lin Shi. With that, Hu Feng raised his bamboo bowl in a symbolic gesture, taking a hearty bite. Pfft. Lin Shi laughed, her eyes sparkling like the moon. You glutton. Su Bingyan shot Hu Feng a disapproving look. As night fell, Lin Shi glanced at Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei lying beside her, then at Hu Feng on the other side. After much hesitation, she ultimately chose to compromise. The bamboo bed could accommodate four, and prior to Lin Shi's arrival, Hu Feng had slept on one side while Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei occupied the other, undisturbed. However, with Lin Shi's presence, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Feeling someone lie down behind him, Hu Feng's thoughts began to wander. This was a mature beauty, resting against him. Just the thought excited him. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a dream. In his dream, he sat upon a throne, with the gentle Lin Shi at his left, tenderly massaging his leg, while the alluring Su Bingyun caressed his right. Hu Feng gazed at the two, utterly content, when suddenly he felt something constricting his throat, realizing it was Wang Xiaomei from behind, gripping him fiercely. Chapter 10. The Thief. Hu Feng awoke with a start from his slumber. Taking in the familiar surroundings, his gaze fell upon Wang Xiaomei, who sat before him, momentarily rendering him speechless. Did you have a nightmare? Wang Xiaomei inquired, her expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. Hu Feng, glancing at her, nodded and replied, I dreamt that you were trying to strangle me. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaomei's expression shifted to one of surprise. She looked up at the sky and involuntarily exclaimed, How could that be? Why would I strangle you? Hu Feng pondered this, realizing that they bore no animosity towards one another. Why would she wish him harm? Noticing the absence of Lin Shi and Su Bingyun, he glanced at the sky, which was just beginning to brighten. Where are they? He asked. Wang Xiaomei rose from the bamboo bed, rekindling the fire from last night, and murmured, They've gone out. Before lapsing into silence, Hu Feng surmised that it was likely a matter pertaining to women, and felt no embarrassment about it. After rising, he made his way to the seaside for a wash. Suddenly, he spotted a figure lurking near the spot where he had previously placed his fishing nets. In an effort to avoid alarming the intruder, Hu Feng decided to approach stealthily. As he drew nearer, he saw an individual glancing about nervously, occasionally tugging at his fishing net. Damn it, someone is stealing my fish. No wonder I caught nothing yesterday. This scoundrel has been pilfering my catch. Hu Feng burst forth from his hiding place, seizing the person's arm. Let me see who dares to thieve from me. The individual had just hoisted the net when Hu Feng emerged, startling them into releasing the net and shielding their face with their hands. Upon closer inspection, Hu Feng realized it was the middle-aged woman who had lost her mother the previous day, and he felt a surge of anger. Speak, who sent you? Hu Feng glared at her coldly. The woman, recognizing Hu Feng and feeling cornered, began to cry, Oh, good sir, have mercy. I haven't eaten in a day. I'm old and cannot find food, I'm starving. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Hu Feng with a pitiful expression. Hu Feng was not swayed by her lamentations. You haven't eaten for a night? Spare me your tales. Wasn't it you who stole the fish last night? He retorted dismissively. Seeing Hu Feng's disbelief, the woman glanced around, noticing a gathering crowd, and suddenly wrenched her arm free from his grasp, fleeing while shouting, Help! He is attacking me. Help! Help! The commotion drew the attention of onlookers, who regarded Hu Feng with a mixture of curiosity and contemplation. Although he did not pursue the escaping woman, Hu Feng's indignation flared at her audacity to play the victim. Ignoring the curious gazes surrounding him, he retrieved the fishing net, discovering several fish of modest size within. Noticing it still contained a good number of earthworms, he extracted the fish and tossed them back into the net. Upon returning to the shelter, Hu Feng found the three women regarding him with puzzled expressions, leaving him uncertain as to how he had offended them. Wang Xiaomei, assuming an air of authority, declared, I heard you struck someone? Realizing the implications of her words, Hu Feng understood that the woman must have spread her own version of events. That person was stealing our fish, he explained. By framing it as a collective grievance rather than a personal one, Hu Feng sought to evoke their sympathy. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei's demeanor shifted. You didn't harm her, did you? Who dares to tread upon our territory? However, Lin Shi interjected softly, even if she was stealing fish, it's not right to resort to violence. Su Bingyun nodded in agreement with Lin Shi's sentiment. Hu Feng was taken aback by their maternal tone. I merely caught her. I didn't lay a hand on her. She ran away while crying that I had attacked her. After hearing his explanation, the three women seemed to accept his words. Although Hu Feng had not made the best first impression, their time spent together had led them to believe he was not truly a violent person. The group shared a simple breakfast, after which Hu Feng assigned tasks for the day. Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei were to gather shells with a bamboo basket, while Lin Shi would collect firewood, as Hu Feng's previous supply had been exhausted with the increased number of people. Hu Feng intended to check his traps from the previous day and return with some fresh water in plastic bottles. As they prepared to depart, Lin Shi timidly approached Hu Feng, asking if she could collect some herbs. Hu Feng hesitated. While he was unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, he could not allow her to accompany him, especially considering the previous day's harrowing events. If they encountered a pack of wolves, it would be disastrous. Seeing that Hu Feng did not acquiesce, Lin Shi did not press the matter further. Instead, she requested that he bring back any herbs he recognized. Hu Feng agreed, as his knowledge of herbs was limited but manageable. After securing his bamboo leg guards, shouldering his bow and arrows, wielding an axe, and carrying a sharpened bamboo pole along with several plastic bottles, he ventured into the woods without a backward glance. Once within the forest, Hu Feng first sought to check the traps he had set the day before. Upon reaching the trap site, he noticed signs of disturbance. Drawing closer, he was delighted to find a plump wild chicken ensnared. With a satisfied smile, he swiftly snapped its neck and secured it at his waist before inspecting the other traps. The T1 trap. He was met with the sight of a disarrayed mechanism and scattered footprints nearby, which left him both amused and exasperated. The tracks suggested that a small wild boar had been the culprit, trampling his trap into disrepair. Though Hu Feng was not particularly fearful of wild boars, he acknowledged their strength. Yet, he believed he could handle one weighing less than 100 pounds. This particular boar likely weighed around 50 pounds, a mere piglet. After resetting the trap, he checked the remaining ones, but aside from the wild chicken, he had no further luck. Resigned, Hu Feng relocated the traps and followed his previous markings toward the water source. Approaching the small hill near the water source with caution, Hu Feng decided against descending immediately, recalling that there had only been one wolf the day before. Who knew if it had returned with its kin to seek vengeance? Crouching behind a tree on the hill, Hu Feng waited patiently, as the saying goes, when the enemy does not move, I do not move. After a lengthy wait, he noticed the sun had risen high in the sky, and the heat was oppressive. Typically, larger carnivores would be resting at this time, making it the safest moment for him to proceed. Chapter 11. Bathing. Once Hu Feng had ascertained that no threats lurked nearby, he descended the tree with caution, glancing back at intervals. The stream before him, which had flowed muddied and murky. Chapter 12. Su Tong 1. I have made my decision, Hu Feng suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, the three women turned pale. It was over. He was truly preparing to set sail. I have decided to wait. Chapter 13. Su Tong 2. If you want to save her, then do it, the man continued with a sarcastic tone. While Hu Feng had no intention of saving anyone, that did not imply that others would not. The moment Lin Shi arrived, he rushed forward to assess the woman's condition. Observing that Hu Feng was about to strike the man who had just spoken, he quickly urged, hurry, take her back with us. She is still alive, there's hope. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng's impulsive emotions were suddenly tempered. Approaching the woman, he picked her up and headed toward the shelter. Meanwhile, the man continued to taunt, Ha! You believe the words of a doctor who kills. You deserve your misfortune. As Hu Feng turned to confront the man, Lin Shi grabbed the corner of his shirt and shook his head. Recognizing this, Hu Feng took a deep breath and retorted, You'd better pray you don't end up in my hands. Having delivered his threat, Hu Feng swiftly carried the woman toward the shelter without looking back, while the man's cold snicker echoed behind him. Upon bringing the woman and her two children back to the shelter, Hu Feng glanced at the partition that had been stripped of its metal sheeting against the wall. He called out to Wang Xiaomei, Quick, bring that over here. With a knowing look, Wang Xiaomei immediately understood Hu Feng's intent and retrieved the partition, placing it beside the fire. Hu Feng hurriedly laid the woman on it, visibly anxious as he looked at Lin Shi. The woman's children gazed at Lin Shi with hopeful yet tear-filled eyes. Lin Shi stepped forward to examine the woman once more, then instructed Hu Feng, Warm water. Hu Feng promptly handed over the remaining warm water. After a series of urgent actions from Lin Shi, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. After a while, Lin Shi paused and announced, "She has a pulse, but her body is too weak. I need metformin." "What?" Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what kind of medication it was. He did not linger on the question and simply asked, "Where can I find it?" Lin Shi glanced toward the deputy's quarters, and Hu Feng instantly understood. "You all wait here. I'll be back shortly." With that, he grabbed an axe and headed toward the deputy's location. Lin Shi watched Hu Feng disappear into the distance, wanting to accompany him, but Wang Xiaomei's words gave him pause. "Don't worry, they're probably too scared of him to do anything." Reluctantly, Lin Shi accepted the situation, his thoughts drifting to the unconscious woman, wondering if he would have ended up like her had he not met Hu Feng. Meanwhile, Hu Feng approached the deputy's quarters, axe in hand, and noticed the deputy puffing away on a cigarette. Seemingly oblivious to Hu Feng's entrance as the others parted to let him through, Hu Feng stealthily approached the deputy from behind, snatching the cigarette from his lips and taking a puff for himself. The deputy, realizing his cigarette was gone, spun around, furious. That bastard has grown bold. However, upon meeting Hu Feng's fierce gaze, he instinctively, taking back the now half-consumed cigarette, he shouted at a nearby crew member, "Are you all idiots? Can't you see the big brother needs the medical kit? Go get it now." One of the crew members hurried to the corner of the camp and retrieved a box marked with a sign, handing it to Hu Feng. Hu Feng, having not quite caught what Lin Shi had requested, took the entire medical kit without a second thought. "Thanks." He waved the kit in gratitude to the deputy before making his way back to the shelter, leaving the deputy awkwardly clutching his dwindling cigarette. Upon returning to the shelter, Hu Feng handed the medical kit to Lin Shi. "I didn't know what you needed, so I brought everything." Lin Shi was momentarily stunned when she opened the kit. If it had been a medical kit from the lifeboat, it might not have contained what she needed, but this was the one she had left behind. Finding the necessary medications, she proceeded to administer them to the woman with the help of the 15-year-old girl. After some idle chatter, the group watched the still unconscious woman, and Hu Feng broke the silence. "Why hasn't Tishi woken up yet? Did you give her the wrong medicine?" Lin Shi shot him a glare, clearly uninterested in his remarks. "Haha," Hu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Seeing you all so tense, I thought I'd lighten the mood," he explained while retreating, fully aware of the piercing gazes from the women. Once outside the shelter, Hu Feng instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. It was then he remembered he had run out of cigarettes. Sigh. He sighed and sat down on the beach, propping his head on his hand, idly gazing at the slowly moving moon in the night sky. At that moment, a small hand reached over, presenting a red box. Hu Feng focused his gaze and was surprised to see a pack of cigarettes. Looking at the owner of the small hand, he found Xiao Bao sitting beside him, beaming with a sweet smile. "Big brother, thank you." Hu Feng glanced at the pack in the little girl's hand, but did not take it. Instead, he gently ruffled her hair, offering her comfort. "Your name is Xiao Bao, right? Don't worry, your mother will be fine." Xiao Bao nodded, then placed the pack of cigarettes in Hu Feng's hand, her eyes full of expectation as she said, "I believe what Big Brother says." With that, she turned and ran back. Staring at the unopened pack of cigarettes in his hand, Hu Feng was puzzled as to how Xiao Bao had come by it. Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. At least, until the cigarettes were gone, his youth would be revived, wouldn't he it? When Hu Feng returned to the shelter, he found Xiao Bao already sleeping against Wang Xiaomei. Beside her was Lin Shi, who had thoughtfully left a space for Hu Feng. He glanced at the girl vigilantly guarding her mother by the fire and slowly sat down opposite her. "You should rest. I'll keep watch here. If anything happens, I'll call you." The girl looked up at Hu Feng and shook her head. "Big brother, you should sleep. I want to watch over my mother." Sigh. Hu Feng let out a resigned breath and finally lay down, not because he lacked compassion, but with 3 more people now, he planned to venture deeper into the island tomorrow, hoping to procure more food. Chapter 14. The Stunning Arrow, 4,000 words. The following morning, Hu Feng awoke early, only to discover that the young woman who had been unconscious the night before had regained consciousness. Lin Shi was attending to her, conducting an examination. Nearby, a girl of about 15 or 16, her eyes ringed with dark circles, was tending to a fire with her small, sooty hands, while Xiao Bao watched the pot with a nervous expression. It appeared that something was simmering within As for Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei. Their whereabouts were unknown to Hu Feng, who paid them little mind as he made his way to the seaside to wash up before sauntering back. Upon arriving at the campsite, he found that Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun had returned, each carrying a few small fish. It turned out the two had gone to check the fish traps, a task Hu Feng had entrusted to Wang Xiaomei the previous night. It was hardly a technical endeavor, after all. When Wang Xiaomei saw Hu Feng return, she began distributing the fish soup from the pot. Since the fish were caught the previous afternoon and given the presence of a patient, Wang Xiaomei made sure to serve a generous portion to the woman. Hu Feng, noticing this, chose to say nothing. After breakfast, Hu Feng observed Wang Xiaomei cleaning the bamboo basket and remarked, "From now on, we will be a party of 7, and our food requirements will increase significantly. Let me make some arrangements." Upon hearing his words, everyone paused their tasks and looked up at Hu Feng, evidently viewing him as their sole pillar of support. Stinky Girl and Su Zong, continue searching for shells or crabs, and keep an eye on the fish traps. Who are you calling a stinky girl? Wang Xiaomei protested vehemently at Hu Feng's designation, but he remained indifferent. Indeed. Su Bingyun nodded in agreement from the side. Dr. Lin, I must ask you to temporarily endure a little hardship by caring for the patient. Before Lin she could object, Hu Feng turned his attention to the two children, one large and one small. As for you two, go gather some firewood from the back, but do keep an eye on your surroundings. They were certainly willing to heed Hu Feng's words, for he had saved their mother the previous night. In their eyes, Hu Feng was akin to a father figure, great and deserving of respect. All right. That's all I have to say. Now let us all get to work. With that, Hu Feng made his way to the side of the shelter, fastening on his bamboo leg guards and preparing to retrieve his bow and arrows when, unexpectedly, a delicate hand extended the bow towards him. I wish to accompany you, Lin, she said, her tone tinged with tentative curiosity. Hu Feng accepted the bow with a smile. The conditions inside are not entirely safe. In the event of danger, I might struggle to protect myself, let alone you if you venture in. If it is dangerous, then it is all the more reason for us to look out for one another, Lin Shi persisted, her resolve unwavering. Seeing the determination in Lin Shi's eyes, Hu Feng glanced at the young woman lying on the ground and gestured towards her. She still requires your assistance, does she not? She is essentially fine now. After replenishing her strength this morning, she should be able to rise by afternoon, Lin Shi continued, seemingly resolved to enter the jungle with Hu Feng. At this moment, Wang Xiaomei interjected, let Lin Shi accompany you. After all, it would be wise to have someone to look out for each other, wouldn't it? Su Bingyun nodded in agreement as well. Hu Feng was puzzled as to why Lin Shi was so insistent on joining him, especially with the backing of Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun. Indeed, having a companion to watch one's back was beneficial. Reflecting on the fact that he hadn't encountered the lone wolf from the previous day, Hu Feng decided it might not be a significant problem and nodded in acceptance. Upon seeing Hu Feng acquiesce, Lin Shi turned her back to him and discreetly made an okay gesture to Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun. Since he had resolved to take Lin Shi into the jungle, Hu Feng felt it necessary to prepare some equipment for her. He took the leftover bamboo pieces and secured them with nylon rope to create a pair of leg guards similar to his own. He then sharpened a bamboo pole and tossed it to her. After the two checked their equipment and filled a plastic bottle with fresh water, they proceeded into the jungle, one following the other. Fortunately, Lin Shi was not dressed in a skirt like Wang Xiaomei. Otherwise, navigating through the underbrush would have rendered her clothing in tatters. They made their way to the spot where they had set the traps. To ease the tension, Hu Feng sought to engage Lin Shi in conversation. Doctor. Lin, have you always been the doctor on this cruise ship? Lin Shi shook her head and replied, this is my first time serving as a doctor on a cruise. Previously, I worked in a hospital. Then why? Hu Feng hesitated, as he pondered why a stable hospital position would lead someone to work on a cruise ship. It's nothing much. Sensing his curiosity, Lin Shi felt no need to hold back, revealing her circumstances. It turned out that she had taken the job on the cruise to escape her family's matchmaking arrangements, as such a trip would typically last 1 or 2 months, leaving little time for dating. And you? Lin Shi suddenly inquired. Hu Feng was taken aback by the question but quickly replied with a smile. What else? Just trying to earn some money and planning to return home. Earning money? Lin Shi regarded him thoughtfully. After all, this cruise ship traveled between Bangkok and Shanghai. What could possibly necessitate a trip to Thailand? Noticing the curiosity in her gaze, Hu Feng offered an awkward smile. I was helping a friend with some work in Thailand, and once that was done, I planned to head back home. Lin Shi sensed that Hu Feng was not being entirely forthright, but chose not to press further. As they conversed, Lin Shi noticed a plant and paused to examine it closely. Hu Feng approached her side, glancing at the plant that resembled a small onion, and inquired, "What kind of herb is this?" Lin Shi shook her head, then plucked a few stalks, rubbing them in her hands and inhaling the aroma. "This should be wild onion. It can be used as seasoning." Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was edible and even a condiment. However, having something was certainly better than nothing. He marked the location for future reference and stated, "Let us return here to gather it later. For now, let us check the traps for any catches." Lin Shi nodded in agreement, and they departed together. Upon reaching the trap site, Hu Feng discovered that 2 traps had been trampled by a wild boar, similar to the previous day, and the remaining traps yielded no results. Sighing, Hu Feng realized he would have to rely on his bow and arrow to hunt for some game, though he felt a bit embarrassed about his archery skills. As he prepared to repair the damaged traps, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the bushes to his left. Hearing the commotion, Hu Feng quickly pulled Lin Shi back. Retreating to a safe distance, Hu Feng grasped his bamboo spear, cautiously watching the thicket ahead. After a brief rustling, a wild boar, weighing approximately 50 kilograms, appeared before them. Wild boar. Lin Shi gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the creature, its long, curved tusks glinting in the sunlight. The boar burst from the underbrush, momentarily startled to encounter Hu Feng and Lin Xit, sized them up, seemingly unimpressed, and, noticing they posed no threat, began to turn away. Seeing the boar about to leave, Hu Feng assessed his odds against it would be futile. Armed with a bow and a bamboo spear, he should have a slight advantage. With that thought, as the boar turned to depart, Hu Feng swiftly nocked an arrow and shot without hesitation. Thwack! The bamboo arrow embedded itself firmly in the ground, half a meter from the wild boar. The sudden attack startled the creature, which seemed to comprehend that the assault had originated from behind. Turning to face Hu Feng, it glared at him, enraged, as if to say, "I did not provoke you. Why are you attacking me?" The boar stomped its hooves into the ground and charged at Hu Feng. "Get out of the way!" Hu Feng shouted to Lin Shi as he discarded his bow and seized the bamboo spear, opting for a direct confrontation with the boar. He thrust the spear toward the boar, but due to its agility, the spear merely grazed its fur. With the boar drawing closer, Hu Feng had no choice but to evade. The two exchanged positions, Hu Feng gripping the spear, glaring fiercely at the boar. "Damn it, you're just an underage little brat. Surely, I can handle you." With determination, Hu Feng lunged forward, aiming for the boar's belly. Just as the boar charged at him, it seemed to hesitate for a moment, allowing Hu Feng's spear to pierce its abdomen. The boar yelped in pain and rolled on the ground. The spear splintered under the pressure, but thankfully, due to the bamboo's resilience, it did not break entirely. At that moment, Hu Feng noticed something protruding from the boar's hindquarters. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bamboo arrow. He quickly turned to Lin Shi, who was calmly retrieving her bow, flashing Hu Feng a faint smile. "Do you know how to shoot?" Hu Feng asked, perplexed. Lin Shi nodded and replied, "I used to be on the provincial team." "Seriously?" Hu Feng exclaimed internally, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If she could shoot, why hadn't she mentioned it earlier? He recalled his own clumsy attempt and felt utterly humiliated. As Lin Shi prepared to return the bow to Hu Feng, he hastily interjected, "That bow would be far more useful in your hands than in mine." Hu Feng displayed self-awareness. A fine steed deserves a skilled rider, and a fine weapon should be wielded by a capable hero. Seeing Hu Feng's demeanor, Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle in an effort to salvage his dignity. She remarked, "You've crafted a fine bow." Hu Feng turned away, heading towards the now breathless boar, choosing to ignore her compliment. Approaching the boar, he raised his axe and struck down, putting an end to its suffering. As he gazed at the lifeless boar, Hu Feng suddenly encountered a dilemma. They were supposed to fetch fresh water, but should they carry this creature back with them? It would be a considerable distance. After a moment's thought, he resolved to take the boar along to the creek for cleaning. Without delay, Hu Feng gathered some vines and bound the boar, then set off towards the stream. 50 kilograms posed no challenge for him, and following the markers he had left earlier, he led Lin Shi to the creek. Upon sighting the water, Lin Shi's eyes lit up, and without a thought for potential dangers, she dashed to the stream's edge, removing her shoes and bamboo leg guards. Her delicate feet waded into the water, and she scooped up handfuls of water to wash her face, reveling in the refreshing sensation. Hu Feng surveyed the area for any threats, and, satisfied there was none, he carried the boar downstream, beginning the process of skinning and gutting it. As he worked, Lin Shi took note of the surroundings and then stood up to explore upstream. Hu Feng, engrossed in his task, lost track of time. He eventually looked up and wondered, where had Dr. Lin gone? Scanning the area, he found no sign of her and felt a pang of concern. Lin Shi, he called out. Receiving no response, anxiety began to rise within him. What if something had happened to her? He placed the cleaned boar on a clean stone slab and returned to the spot where Lin Shi had washed her feet. After checking the area for any evidence of her presence, he called again, Lin Shi? Still, there was no answer. Suddenly, he noticed a trail leading away from the creek, and he hurriedly followed it. Following the traces, he arrived at a bend in the stream and froze, his gaze fixated ahead. There, on a stone slab by the creek, sat a woman with skin as smooth as jade, holding a piece of clothing. She dipped it into the water, letting the silky liquid cascade down her neck, glistening like milk as it slid along her skin. In that moment, Hu Feng understood why the cowherd had sought to steal the weaving maid's clothing. How could one not wish to keep such a celestial being close? As Hu Feng stood entranced, his foot inadvertently crunched a twig beneath him. Crack! Who's there? Lin Shi, alerted by the sound, instinctively covered her chest with her clothing and turned to face Hu Feng. Hu Feng, quick-witted, immediately turned his back to her. Dr. Lin, I saw nothing. I was just down below dealing with the boar. When I noticed you were gone and called out to you without a reply, I thought something might have happened, so I came to find you. I swear, I didn't see anything. I'm leaving now. With that, Hu Feng hurriedly departed without looking back. Lin Shi watched his retreating figure, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled where he had just been standing. Indeed, just as Xiaomei said, what a lecher. Returning to his previous spot, Hu Feng resumed cleaning the boar, unaware of when Lin Shi would return. Afterward, Hu Feng filled the fresh water container in silence, and the two walked back together, the atmosphere between them quiet. Along the way, Lin Shi discovered several herbs and even found wild ginger. With the previously collected wild onions, they had secured 2 types of seasoning. By the time Hu Feng and Lin Shi returned to the shelter with the boar, it was already afternoon. The others stared in disbelief at the bounty of meat. They were set for several days without worry about food. Chapter 15. Harvesting wild boar. As the skilled chef Wang Xiaomei, she eagerly accepted the wild boar meat from Hu Feng's hands, her gaze then falling upon the wild ginger in Lin Shi's possession, her eyes widening with delight. It is well known that the most effective way to suppress the gamey odor is through spiciness, and ginger naturally possesses the ability to mask such scents, let alone the fact that ginger water can dispel cold. The young woman, who had managed to rise, saw Hu Feng return and hurriedly made her way to him with the assistance of the young girl. Thank you so much, Big Brother, for yesterday. Upon hearing the young woman refer to him as Big Brother, Hu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. The woman was the mother of this 15-year-old child, and she was likely in her 30s, though she appeared to be in her 20s. Yet, she was indeed a mother. He, at merely 25, found it somewhat awkward to be addressed as Big Brother. My name is Hu Feng, and I am only 25, he replied. This was the first time Lin Shi, Wang Xiaomei, and Su Bingyan heard Hu Feng's name. Previously, their greetings had been either abrupt or lacking any introduction, and it was better left unsaid how Wang Xiaomei had addressed him. The young woman, taken aback by Hu Feng's words, managed a sheepish smile. I suppose I was thoughtless. She continued, my name is Su Tong. These 2 are my daughters. The elder is Zhou Xiaowei, and the younger is Zhou Xiaobao. Little Xiaobao looked at Hu Feng with a beaming smile and exclaimed, Hello, Big Brother. Su Tong shot a disapproving glare at her youngest daughter. What do you mean by Big Brother? You should call him Uncle. Xiaobao glanced at her mother and cheekily replied, I don't care. I want to call him Big Brother. Su Tong could only smile awkwardly and apologize to Hu Feng. I'm sorry. My child is quite mischievous. Hu Feng dismissed it, thinking it was preferable to be called Big Brother rather than being labeled as Old Uncle. No need to worry. Let us each call one another as we wish, he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao's face lit up with joy.at that moment. Lin Shi introduced herself. Hello, I am Lin Shi. Su Tong, having awakened, seemed to recognize Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun already, and she understood who had truly rescued her. Dr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, I might have met a dire fate, she said, bowing deeply to Lin Shi. Lin Shi hurriedly helped her up, explaining, it was not solely my doing. Hu Feng and everyone else contributed as well. Su Tong glanced at the group and expressed her gratitude. Thank you all. She attempted to bow once more. Hu Feng quickly intervened, smiling at Su Tong. Sister Su, we will all be living together from now on, so there is no need for such formalities. Let us welcome Sister Su, along with Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao, into our fold. With that, Hu Feng began to applaud, and Lin Shi joined in, while Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun hesitated before clapping along. For them, Su Tong's arrival not only increased their burdens, but also brought along 2 additional dependents, which was partly why the others were not fond of her. Hu Feng, however, did not think too deeply about it. Since they had saved her, they might as well live together, as the rescue team might arrive the following day. After the pleasantries, Wang Xiaomei began preparing food, while Xiao Wei tended to the fire, with Lin Shi assisting. As for Su Bingyun, she stood by, observing, just like Hu Feng. For her, the agricultural work accomplished over a few days surpassed what she had done in the past 20 years. As they worked and chatted, Hu Feng learned that earlier that morning, 4 individuals had departed on a lifeboat. Upon hearing this news, he could only pray that they would encounter the rescue team, ensuring not just their own salvation but that of his group as well. After the meal, Xiao Bao insisted on going to the restroom. It was then that Hu Feng realized that he had not considered the need to build a restroom when he was alone. Now that the group had expanded, constructing one had become imperative. Additionally, the shelter needed to be expanded. It was previously cramped for 4, but now with 7 people, it was simply insufficient. Seizing the opportunity and with time on his hands, Hu Feng set to work. With the bamboo supply exhausted, he reluctantly took an axe and ventured into the mountains. As the sun began to set, he returned slowly, bearing a large bundle of bamboo on his shoulder. After placing the bamboo down and taking a sip of water, he promptly began dismantling the bamboo walls adjacent to the shelter. Observing his intentions to expand the shelter, Lin Shi and the idly standing Su Bingyun came to assist, while Wang Xiaomei had taken Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao off to gather shells with their bamboo baskets. With their help, the expansion of the shelter progressed at a noticeably quicker pace. They added 4 new pillars beside the shelter, binding them just as they had done before. The roof was constructed in a similar fashion, and the trio worked efficiently. By nightfall, the new framework was complete, and with a few palm leaves to cover it the next day, it would be finished. That night, Hu Feng displayed his chivalry by allowing Su Tong and her children to share the shelter with the others while he placed a partition board near the fire, listening to the crackling sounds as he drifted off to sleep. The primary reason for his generous act was that he genuinely did not know how to face Lin Shi, having seen her in a vulnerable state. Though this era was not akin to ancient times, it still felt somewhat awkward. Reflecting on the beautiful scenery of the day, Hu Feng soon fell into slumber. In the morning, Hu Feng was roused by the urgent need to relieve himself. Noticing the dawn's early light, he hurried to find a suitable spot. Positioning himself downwind of the shelter, he surveyed his surroundings and began his business. Just as he was midway through, he sensed someone approaching. In the soft morning light, Lin Shi was scanning the area, seemingly unaware of Hu Feng's presence nearby. As he watched her crouch down, he had just finished and found himself in an awkward position, uncertain whether to stay or leave. Suddenly, Lin Shi seemed to sense something watching her and turned to look in Hu Feng's direction. From his vantage point, Hu Feng could see her clearly, and when she turned to him, he quickly averted his gaze and whistled nonchalantly, indicating that he was preoccupied with his own matters. Lin Shi, observing Hu Feng, felt an indescribable embarrassment. Initially startled, she had nearly held it back, but the audacious whistling from Hu Feng made it impossible for her to contain herself, resulting in a sudden release. Feigning innocence, Hu Feng continued his act, waiting for her to leave before he finally exhaled in relief, recognizing that he had just undergone the longest moment of relief he could recall. As Hu Feng emerged from his secluded spot, he was abruptly confronted by a figure blocking his path. Was it pleasing to the eye? Lin Shi asked, her smile devoid of warmth as she scrutinized Hu Feng. Hu Feng adopted a look of feigned innocence, bewildered as he replied, "What? Pleasing?" With that, he turned his back on Lin Shi and walked away. Lin Shi, pondering his reaction, did not believe for a moment that Hu Feng had not noticed her. so she approached the spot where he had just been and looked back at her previous position. Infuriated, her face flushed crimson. Bastard, scoundrel, perverted rogue. Chapter 16. Expanding the shelter with the assistance of Lin Shi and Su Bingyun yesterday. The framework for the expansion has been established. Today, the task involves merely extending the bamboo bed, erecting the bamboo walls, and finally constructing the roof. For breakfast, we had wild boar meat. Wang Xiaomei truly lives up to the culinary standards set by Hu Feng, for her skills are indeed commendable. Rich yet not overly greasy. However, during the meal, Lin Shi's fierce glare made Hu Feng feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to hastily consume a few bites before embarking on the day's tasks. Today's primary objective is to complete the shelter's expansion and construct a toilet, as the increasing number of people necessitates a proper facility. Currently, most individuals are resolving their needs on the hillside, and a moment's inattention could lead to unfortunate accidents. Moreover, the presence of several ladies has made them quite averse to such outdoor arrangements, strongly urging Hu Feng to construct a toilet. Hu Feng, too, concurs with this notion. Otherwise, scenarios akin to this morning's might frequently recur. While he can manage to care for a few individuals, the thought of catering to the needs of 40 to 50 people, including women, children, and the elderly, is daunting. Nature dictates survival of the fittest. Upon arriving at the area where palm fronds were previously harvested, Hu Feng was taken aback by the sight of the bare tree trunks. It soon dawned on him that among the group, there were indeed clever individuals, clearly responsible for this outcome. Finding a few more palm trees yielded similar results, only stark trunks, swaying shyly in the wind like a modest maiden stripped bare. Unable to find suitable materials, Hu Feng ventured deeper into the jungle. As he traversed the towering underbrush, a grove of banana trees suddenly appeared before him. Instantly enlightened, Hu Feng thought, where there are banana trees, surely there must be bananas? Scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger, he quickly made his way to the banana trees. However, disappointment awaited him. The trees bore no fruit, nor did he spot any blossoms. It became clear why the area was devoid of small creatures. Everyone understood that it was not the season for such delights. Nevertheless, while bananas were absent, the leaves of the banana trees would prove beneficial for roofing. Although they may not be durable, using a multitude would suffice. Determined to ensure future access to bananas, Hu Feng refrained from indiscriminately chopping down the trees, recognizing that overexploitation is not a sustainable approach. After gathering an ample supply of banana leaves, he estimated they would be sufficient and began his journey back, marking his path along the way for future reference. Returning safely to the shelter, Hu Feng took a refreshing sip of water before diving into his work. After all, completing the shelter promptly meant he could avoid sleeping on makeshift partitions, and the prospect of sharing a space with numerous lovely ladies, even if only in dreams, was enticing, though, of course, Xiao Bao and Xiao Wei were exceptions due to their tender ages. Wang Xiaomei could be considered half in this regard. Despite being young, her cherubic visage added a touch of charm to her presence. As the day unfolded, the routine mirrored that of the previous day. Wang Xiaomei took Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao to forage for seafood, while Lin Shi and Su Bingyun assisted Hu Feng in the shelter's construction. As for Su Tong, though she could now move about, she remained somewhat weak. Hu Feng, understanding the need for her to recuperate, assigned her no tasks, allowing her to rest. By midday, the expansion of the shelter was finally complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hu Feng admired the newly enlarged structure, which could comfortably accommodate 7 people. Lin Shi and Su Bingyun were equally drenched in perspiration, and at that moment, Lin Shi longed for the cool, clear creek water from the previous day. Upon returning, Wang Xiaomei, with Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao in tow, presented 2 bamboo baskets containing only a meager amount of seafood. Frustrated, she placed the baskets at the cooking area and pouted, venting her irritation. Those people are unbelievable. The beach looks as if it has been plowed. Nothing remains. Lin Shi, overhearing this, chuckled. What do you expect? They need to eat too. Once here, who cares about the leftovers? As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Wang Xiaomei certainly bore no ill will towards them. Her complaints stemmed merely from the day's lack of finds. As the others dismissed her words lightly, they continued with their tasks. After the meal, Hu Feng prepared to construct a toilet. Unlike the shelter, this facility could be simpler. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei took the previously harvested fatty wild boar meat and began slicing it into small pieces for oil extraction, while the remainder was set to be smoked by the fire. Given the sweltering heat, preserving the meat was impossible, and lacking salt, Smoking was the only viable option. They had relied on the kelp Hu Feng had previously gathered for their salt supply. As for finding more, the idea seemed folly. There were dozens of mouths to feed, and it was unlikely there would be enough to share. Not far from the shelter, Hu Feng identified a suitable location for the toilet, ensuring it was downwind, as constructing it upwind would render sleep impossible due to the stench. He excavated a pit approximately 1 meter deep, ensuring the width and depth were relatively consistent, then laid wooden beams across the top, leaving a gap of around 10 centimeters in the middle. After leveling the soil he had dug out, he placed 2 stones on either side for added stability. Testing it by standing and jumping upon it, he felt reassured by its sturdiness, alleviating concerns of potential mishaps. With the pit completed, the next step was to construct a small shelter to shield against the elements. This too was a straightforward task, requiring 4 posts and a roof, followed by the addition of banana leaves for coverage. For the door, Hu Feng opted to tie banana leaves to bamboo strips, securing them to the posts, thus completing the rudimentary toilet. After testing the door, though it was somewhat awkward, it would suffice. Who knew? Perhaps the rescue team would arrive by tomorrow? By the end of the afternoon, Hu Feng had managed to finish the toilet. Although teamwork typically lightens labor, Lin Shi and Su Bingyuan had their own responsibilities to attend to, leaving him to tackle the task alone. Chapter 17. Informing about the water source as the sun dipped below the horizon, Hu Feng and his companions indulged in grilled meat, engaged in light-hearted banter, with Hu Feng occasionally unleashing a risque joke that left the women blushing and giggling. Only Xiao Bao gazed at them with a look of innocence, utterly perplexed. As for Xiao Wei, one should not underestimate this generation born after the millennium. Amidst the explosion of the information age, she might possess knowledge surpassing that of her elders. While laughter filled the air, a portly middle-aged man, accompanied by 4 younger individuals, approached Hu Feng and the others. Lin Shi was the first to notice this development and exchanged a meaningful glance with Hu Feng. Upon turning to look, Hu Feng was surprised to find it was the chief mate from the cruise ship, along with several crew members. He silently gripped the nearby axe, his demeanor vigilant as he observed the approaching group. The chief mate, along with his 4 companions, upon seeing the feasting of Hu Feng and the others, could not help but express his discontent. While they feasted on meat, he lamented over their meager fare of vegetables and shellfish. We all stranded on this deserted island together. Why is there such a disparity? What brings you here? Hu Feng inquired, axe in hand, eyeing the group before him. The chief mate instinctively took a half-step back at the sight of the axe, clearly intimidated by its presence. However, the 4 accompanying him also retreated a step, leaving the chief mate feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had summoned them for support, only to find they too were cowed. Big brother, I'm Lu Yu. I've come to ask you something. Once I've got my answer, I'll be on my way, Lu Yu stated, producing a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Hu Feng. Understanding that Lu Yu's visit was not without purpose, Hu Feng declined the offered cigarette coolly. Speak. What is it? He said. Taken aback by the rejection, Lu Yu nonetheless pressed on. Well, we've run out of water over our side. I noticed you brought back quite a bit yesterday. I just wanted to ask if you found a fresh water source. Upon hearing the inquiry, Hu Feng felt a wave of relief. He had no qualms about sharing the location of the water source, as it was not a matter of grave importance. Though not a saint, he also was not a demon. After all, they were all castaways on the same island, and he had intended to inform them at some point. However, he thought it more dignified to wait for them to ask. That can certainly be arranged, Hu Feng replied, continuing, you need to head past the back mountain, keep left along the bamboo grove, pass a pile of boulders, climb over the hill, and you'll find another bamboo grove. Continue left at the next valley, and the water source lies just beyond. Lu Yu diligently committed Hu Feng's directions to memory, firmly believing that Hu Feng would not deceive him. Grateful beyond measure, Lu Yu and his companions prepared to take their leave, but Hu Feng reminded them, I've left markers along the way, 3 stones. Also, be cautious. There may be dangers near the water source. Acknowledging Hu Feng's warning with a nod, Lu Yu expressed his gratitude once more before departing. Watching them leave, Hu Feng suddenly pondered aloud, how many days have we been here? The question left the group momentarily stunned. How many days had it been? 7? 8? No one had a definitive answer, though it felt as if an eternity had passed. Gazing up at the night sky, Hu Feng was seized by an unsettling premonition. It felt as though something ominous loomed on the horizon. After finishing their meal, The group prepared to rest. As Hu Feng eyed the spacious bamboo bed beneath their shelter, his thoughts wandered. After all, he would be sharing it with the lovely women. Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei were the first to claim their usual spots, while Lin Shi shot Hu Feng a disapproving glare before lying down next to Wang Xiaomei. Naturally, Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao followed suit, settling beside Lin Shi, leaving Hu Feng and Su Tong awkwardly standing together. You all go ahead and sleep, Hu Feng said, glancing at the bamboo bed before pulling out a cigarette and stepping aside. After much hesitation, Su Tong finally lay down next to her daughter, Xiao Bao. Feeling a sense of reassurance, on the moonlit beach, someone sat alone on a rock, gazing at the distant sea, lost in thought. Others gathered around the campfire, propping their heads on their hands, absorbed in their own contemplations. Amidst the vast ocean, a solitary lifeboat floated adrift. Inside the lifeboat, a man curled up in a corner, weakly staring at the starry sky. Do you think we'll make it out of here? One man, leaning against the lifeboat, asked vacantly, his eyes devoid of hope. Who knows? Another man, similarly slumped against the side of the boat, replied listlessly. It has been 2 days. We haven't seen a single person, not even a bird, lamented a third man, seated at the bow, glancing at the 3 others lying below deck. Suddenly, the lifeboat jolted as it collided with something. Splash! The man at the bow nearly tumbled overboard. Regaining his balance, the group hurriedly checked the lifeboat, fearing disaster could spell doom for them all. After a thorough inspection, they found no damage, but the source of the impact remained a mystery. Could it have been a rogue orca? At that moment, the man at the bow noticed something glimmering in the moonlight ahead of the lifeboat. Cautiously extending his hand, he felt something smooth and glass-like, sending a tingling sensation through him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. You all should come see this, he called out as the other 3, thinking he had discovered something significant, stumbled to the bow. What is it? One of them asked, scanning the area but seeing nothing unusual. Try reaching out and feeling it, the man suggested, extending his hand once more. This time, he encountered the same glass-like texture. The others followed suit, and they too felt the strange sensation, withdrawing their hands in surprise. What on earth is that? One exclaimed, It's static electricity. Just reach out again. You'll be fine. Upon hearing this, the 3 hesitantly decided to attempt it again. Sure enough, they each touched the smooth, glass-like surface. Exchanging glances, one of them declared, Let us follow this and see where it leads. The 4 of them maneuvered the boat closer to the strange object, reaching out to the glassy surface as they pressed forward. Meanwhile, Hu Feng finished his cigarette, surveyed the night sky once more, and ultimately made his way to the bamboo bed. Turning his back to Su Tong, he silently recited a calming mantra, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 18. Beneath the firmament, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Hu Feng, in a state of drowsiness, became aware of a pair of hands encircling his waist. Upon opening his eyes and feeling the softness against his back, he instantly grasped the situation. He attempted to extricate the other person's hands from his waist, for even in the dead of night, such a discovery would lead to an embarrassing predicament. However, just as he managed to grasp the person's hand, he felt a rush of warmth by his ear. Thank you, little brother. To his surprise, the other person was awake. Hu Feng found himself in a quandary, caught between holding on and letting go of the hand he had seized. Yet, before he could decide, Su Tong, with dexterous grace, slipped her delicate hand from his grasp, gliding downwards like a silken ribbon. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, for individuals had been navigating along the glass for what felt like an eternity, still unable to find an escape. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the lifeboat. What the hell is going on? One of them exclaimed, angrily pounding the bottom of the boat. One individual, gazing up at the starry sky, suddenly uttered, Beneath the firmament. What? The others were perplexed by the statement. A young man nearby clarified, It's a science fiction TV show about a massive glass dome that falls from the sky, trapping the inhabitants of a small town inside. The one staring at the night sky seemed to have an epiphany, muttering to himself, so that's why the sudden waves appeared. It must have been caused by that thing falling. Another scoffed, a TV show. Why not mention a movie, like The Truman Show? Upon hearing this, the 3 others fell silent for a moment, only to suddenly unleash a chorus of roars towards the empty sea. The language they employed was rather coarse, so I shall refrain from detailing it. For the meaning is clear to Alt-At that moment. A colossal wave surged forth, catching the four off guard and overturning the lifeboat, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, a thunderous clap echoed through the night sky. Boom! The sudden thunder startled Hu Feng, causing him to shudder. Behind him, Su Tong merely chuckled softly, turning away from him as if nothing had happened, and resumed her slumber. Nevertheless, Hu Feng felt a sense of discomfort and decided to rise and approach the shore. The following morning, Hu Feng, for once, awoke later than usual. Today, he needed to fetch fresh water and search for food. Without hesitation, he quickly got up and washed himself by the sea. Upon returning, Wang Xiaomei had already prepared breakfast. After they finished their meal, Hu Feng donned his gear, gathered his belongings, and prepared to set off, this time accompanied by Wang Xiaomei instead of the previous companions. Observing the cheerful expression on Wang Xiaomei's face, Hu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that these individuals were concealing something from him. When he caught Su Tong gazing at him with a knowing smile, Hu Feng felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered his head. Following the previous markers, Hu Feng and Wang Xiaomei swiftly located their position. This time, Hu Feng resolved to prioritize fetching fresh water before checking the traps for any catches, especially since he had neglected to do so the previous day. Who knew what might await him? Noticing the numerous erratic footprints along the way, Hu Feng deduced that Lu Yu and his companions must also be in search of water. After a considerable trek, the duo finally arrived at a hillside beside a stream, where Hu Feng spotted Lu Yu and the others. They seemed utterly unconcerned about their surroundings, ecstatic to discover the water source, confirming that Hu Feng had not deceived them. One by one, they shed their garments and joyfully rolled about in the stream, relishing the moment. From his vantage point on the hillside, Hu Feng observed the bare figures in the water and was suddenly reminded of Wang Xiaomei behind him. Turning around, he found that she had already turned her back to the group and squatted down. Clutching a branch she had procured from somewhere, she angrily tore at its leaves, muttering curses under her breath. Scoundrel, scum, rogue. Seeing this, Hu Feng couldn't help but smile and said to Wang Xiaomei, "Come on, let us head upstream." With that, he led her directly from the top of the hill towards the upper reaches of the stream. Once he felt they were a sufficient distance from Lu Yu and the others, Hu Feng began to gather fresh water. However, Wang Xiaomei appeared fidgety, as if she had something else on her mind. After filling his container with water, Hu Feng noticed Wang Xiaomei still hesitating and asked, "What is the matter? Do you want to bathe too?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaomei realized she had been seen through and, with a defeated expression, nodded in agreement. "Then go ahead. I'll find somewhere else," Hu Feng casually remarked as he prepared to leave. But Wang Xiaomei glanced around and, with a determined expression, suddenly declared, "You can't leave." "Not leave?" Hu Feng was taken aback. "What, am I supposed to stay here and watch you bathe?" Wang Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and continued, "Lu Yu and the others are downstream. What if they come up here? And what if there is danger lurking?" This caught Hu Feng off guard, but he thought, "If you're bathing, I can't just stand here, can I?" "So what do we do?" he asked helplessly. After a lengthy pause, Wang Xiaomei seemed to reach a resolution and instructed Hu Feng, "Just stand here, turn your back, and close your eyes, and no peeking." Upon hearing her instructions, Hu Feng understood that she wanted him to act as her immovable guardian. After a moment's consideration, he agreed, thinking it would serve as an opportunity for him to wash up as well. "All right, I'll turn around, and I can wash up too, right?" Wang Xiaomei hesitated, but ultimately nodded. "You can wash, but you mustn't turn back." "Okay." Hu Feng nodded in agreement, promptly removing his clothes, leaving only his boxers, and began to wash in the stream. After all, he had used seawater the previous night, and in the dim light, he couldn't be sure if he had cleaned himself properly. As Wang Xiaomei observed Hu Feng's bronze skin and muscular physique, she hesitated. What if he succumbed to primal instincts later? Should she call for help or plead for him to stop? Throughout these days, he had merely cast flirtatious glances, but he had never acted inappropriately. After contemplating for a moment and gazing at the clear waters, Wang Xiaomei succumbed to the temptation to bathe. She shed her clothes, leaving only her undergarments, and stepped into the stream to wash. Hearing the splashes behind him, Hu Feng couldn't help but smile. He was tempted to glance back, but remembering how easily she became flustered, he decided against it. After washing, Hu Feng settled on a sunlit rock, allowing the sun to dry his damp trousers more quickly, as he still needed to forage for food, and time was of the essence. Reflecting on the enchanting scene from the previous night, Hu Feng felt a surge of warmth at the sounds emanating from behind him. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. Ah! Hu Feng quickly turned to assess the situation, only to find a naked figure leaping into his embrace. Looking down at Wang Xiaomei, who had buried her face in his chest, he was at a loss as to where to place his hands. "There's a snake, a snake?" Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, trembling in fear. It was then that Hu Feng noticed a small snake, no thicker than a chopstick, slithering in the very spot where she had just bathed. As he prepared to rise and chase it away, he saw the snake dart into a crevice and vanish from sight. "It's gone, it's gone." "The snake has left," Hu Feng gently reassured her, patting her smooth back in a comforting gesture. Taking advantage of the moment, he thought to himself. Upon hearing that the snake had departed, Wang Xiaomei cautiously lifted her head from his embrace, only to realize something amiss. Noticing Hu Feng's gaze fixated on her chest, she quickly ducked her head again. "Close your eyes. Don't look," Wang Xiaomei urged, her voice tinged with urgency, almost tearful. Hu Feng was at a loss for how to console her, given that he was only clad in his shorts, and Wang Xiaomei nestled against him felt almost too intimate. Sitting on Hu Feng's lap, Wang Xiaomei wished desperately for a hole to hide in. What a predicament this was! Suddenly, she felt something stir within her and blushed furiously. "Close your eyes," Wang Xiaomei insisted, looking at Hu Feng. Hearing her command, Hu Feng obediently shut his eyes, realizing that if he continued holding her like this, he might lose control. Seeing Hu Feng comply and close his eyes, Wang Xiaomei swiftly detached herself from his embrace and dashed back to where she had left her clothes, hastily putting on her still damp outerwear. All done. Sensing the departure of the beautiful figure from his arms, Hu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon hearing her words, he opened his eyes, but only caught a fleeting glimpse before promptly turning away. It turned out that Wang Xiaomei had merely donned her wet jacket, leaving no other clothing beneath it, and the tantalizing view nearly caused Hu Feng to lose his composure. Realizing the situation was inappropriate, Wang Xiaomei, now without any options, called out to Hu Feng, who had turned his back. "Until I say it's okay, you cannot turn around." With that, Wang Xiaomei hurriedly sought a sunny spot to air her clothes. Hu Feng, still facing away, extended an "okay" gesture with his hand. Chapter 19. Tasting beneath the scorching sun, the clothes of the two individuals became damp in no time. Wang Xiaomei naturally sought a secluded spot to change into her freshly washed attire. As for Hu Feng, he felt no embarrassment. After all, he had just feasted his eyes, and with his slender frame, there was little to conceal. Once dressed, Wang Xiaomei awkwardly emerged, still grappling with the events that had just transpired. It was her first experience of exposing her body to a man, and the mere thought made her feel bashful. Averting her gaze from Hu Feng, she mimicked him by tying some plastic bottles around herself and trudged along silently. As they passed Lu Yu's previous location, Hu Feng took note that the group had already departed, likely in search of food. For them, these days had been a cycle of feasting and fasting, and the seafood was insufficient, relying mainly on water for sustenance. Hu Feng scoured the vicinity of the water source but found no small creatures to hunt. However, Wang Xiaomei managed to catch several crabs from the stream, barely enough for one person, and certainly insufficient for their 7-member group. Upon returning to the trap site, Hu Feng discovered that the traps had been tampered with, evident by the footprints surrounding them. Without a doubt, he knew who was responsible. After inspecting, he found that out of 4 traps, only 3 remained. Thus, he had no choice but to relocate the remaining traps. Wang Xiaomei, noticing the footprints, angrily exclaimed, "It must have been those bastards Lu Yu." Hu Feng had assumed the girl would be too timid to speak up. He, of course, was aware it was them, but what could be done? Was it worth retrieving them? He dismissed the thought, considering it a mere gift of wild delicacies to them. The trap site was not far from the beach shelter, so Hu Feng handed the water bottle to Wang Xiaomei and resolved to seek out additional food. Wang Xiaomei accepted the bottle without much thought. For her, following Hu Feng was primarily about bathing. Although she felt a significant loss, joining him on a hunt would likely render her a burden. Why not return and focus on what she could manage? Watching Wang Xiaomei depart, Hu Feng ventured along an uncharted mountain path, hoping to find something to eat. Under the blazing midday sun, Hu Feng wandered without spotting any small animals. Even the birds seemed to have retreated from the heat. While resting against a tree, he suddenly noticed something on the ground not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a type of yellow fruit he did not recognize. Glancing up at the fruit tree, he could not name it, but he could ascertain whether the fruit was edible. First, he needed to check for signs of large animals having nibbled the fallen fruit, and then inspect for any traces of birds having pecked at it. If both were present, it would indicate the fruit was indeed consumable. After examining the ground, Hu Feng felt reasonably confident that the fruit was safe to eat. After all, he had not encountered any dead animals nearby that had consumed this fruit, and generally, plants produce non-toxic fruits to aid in seed dissemination, though there are exceptions. Having confirmed its edibility, Hu Feng set to work collecting the intact fruits from the ground, then climbed the tree, shedding his shirt to fashion makeshift pockets from the sleeves for gathering more. Before long, his clothing was filled with an ample supply of fruit. Satisfied, he descended from the tree and made his way back, enduring scratches from thorns along the way, leaving his bare skin marred with wounds. However, such minor injuries were inconsequential compared to the bounty he had procured. Upon returning to the camp, the others were elated to see Hu Feng carrying a bag full of fruit, yet their joy quickly turned to concern upon noticing the cuts adorning his torso. "Hey, you, come check if these fruits are edible," Hu Feng called out to the stunned Wang Xiaomei, producing the fruit from his shirt. Wang Xiaomei, momentarily taken aback by Hu Feng's injuries, snapped back to reality at his call and examined the fruits he presented. Lin Shi, spotting Hu Feng's wounds, hurried to retrieve a first aid kit, preparing to tend to his injuries. Hu Feng swiftly intervened, knowing the supplies were limited and that he could assess his condition himself. As Lin Shi reached for the alcohol, Hu Feng firmly grasped her hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Just use warm water to cleanse it. We need to conserve this for emergencies." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shi complied, fetching a bottle of previously boiled and cooled water and discreetly adding a bit of alcohol for precaution, knowing that infection was not to be trifled with. Carefully, Lin Shi began to clean Hu Feng's wounds with the concoction, causing a sharp sting to course through him. He turned in surprise, expecting her to refrain from using alcohol. Yet, Lin Shi playfully waved the bottle of diluted water and patted his back, urging him to remain still. Realizing she had likely added some alcohol to the water, Hu Feng decided not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei emptied the gathered fruits into a bamboo basket she had previously set aside, discarding her shirt as she focused on the fruits, which she too could not identify. However, her instincts as a food lover assured her that these were edibles. Yutong quietly picked up Wang Xiaomei's discarded shirt and took it to the beach for washing. Lin Shi carefully cleaned the scratches on Hu Feng's back, noting they were merely shallow marks from the thorns. Had they not been treated promptly, they might have healed without issue. Suddenly, Lin Shi's attention was drawn to an old scar on the lower right side of Hu Feng's back. As a doctor, she quickly recognized its nature, leading her to question Hu Feng's true identity. After much deliberation, no one could discern the nature of the fruit, although Hu Feng's reasoning held some merit. Yet, none dared to be the first to sample it. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and his companions were enjoying good fortune, having caught a wild chicken, and the aroma of their grilling wafted towards them. Sensing Hu Feng's gaze drifting in that direction, Wang Xiaomei immediately grasped his intention. "You can't be serious. What if this fruit is toxic?" Though she voiced her concern, Hu Feng could see in her expression that she had likely considered that possibility herself. Chapter 20. The fruits in this matter. Neither Hu Feng nor Wang Xiaomei could afford to take center stage. Instead, the innocent and adorable little Bao emerged as the most fitting candidate. After all, who could possibly resist the allure of a pair of bright, sparkling eyes and the endearing presence of a little girl presenting fruit? "For survival," exclaimed Hu Feng, but before he could further lament, he suddenly shouted. It turned out that Lin Shi had brandished a hemostatic clamp and extracted a thorn from Hu Feng's back. Just as he was about to turn and exchange a few words with her, he noticed Lin Shi waving the half-centimeter-long thorn in front of him, clearly indicating that it was unintentional. With Hu Feng's thoughts in mind, and under Wang Xiaomei's direction, the adorable little Bao picked up a handful of fruits and skipped joyfully towards Lu Yu and the others at their encampment. Lu Yu, who was busy roasting wild chickens, spotted little Bao approaching with over a dozen fruits in tow and momentarily thought that the child was craving meat. Although the wild chicken was succulent, they were 5 men, and there was hardly enough for themselves, let alone little Bao. However, little Bao wasn't there to beg for food. Instead, She took the fruits from her bamboo basket and placed them beside the group, proclaiming, "Our big brother collected quite a lot of fruit and can't finish it, so he sent me to bring some over." Without waiting for their reactions, she turned and left. Just outside their camp, Little Bao squatted beneath a tree, picked up a stick, and began to dig, clearly a mischievous child probing an anthill. The others exchanged glances at the fruit and then at the still roasting ducks and wild chickens. Unable to resist their hunger any longer, they reached for the fruits and began to munch. Not far away, seeing everyone enjoying the fruits, Little Bao felt a sense of satisfaction as she rose, tossed the stick aside, and skipped back with her bamboo basket. Lu Yu, on the other hand, refrained from touching the fruit despite his own hunger. He understood that if he filled up on fruits now, he would miss out on the wild chicken later. Upon Little Bao's return, Wang Xiaomei promptly pulled her over. "How did it go?" Little Bao nodded. "They all ate. I saw it." Hearing the child's innocent voice and affirmative tone, Wang Xiaomei finally felt reassured as she awaited the passage of time. As dusk fell, the sun hung low over the sea, casting a fiery glow, while seabirds eagerly searched for their last meal before the sun disappeared. Throughout the afternoon, Hu Feng and Wang Xiaomei had been resting while keeping an eye on Lu Yu and the others, vigilant against any unforeseen events. Failure to do so would leave them with a heavy burden of blame. After a long afternoon, Lu Yu and his companions were moving about as if nothing had happened. Even the earlier issue of diarrhea seemed to have miraculously resolved. Watching Lu Yu and the others approach from a distance, Hu Feng suddenly found them to be rather endearing at this moment. For dinner, Wang Xiaomei had prepared a feast. A few fish caught in the nets, some leftover wild boar meat, crabs, and, for good measure, some boiled fruits. This seemingly sumptuous meal was laid before everyone. Without hesitation, Hu Feng picked up a fruit and peeled it, confident that if those men could eat it raw without consequence, then surely he, having boiled it, would be safe. The flavor of the fruit, reminiscent of a subtle sweet potato, was quite delightful, prompting Hu Feng to eat heartily. Seeing Hu Feng's enthusiasm, the others followed suit, eagerly peeling and devouring the fruit, their eyes lighting up with newfound curiosity. Indeed, the fruit was delicious. After the meal, Hu Feng stepped outside the shelter and lit a cigarette, the sensation of fullness bringing him immense comfort. As for the events of the day with Wang Xiaomei, both chose to act as if nothing had transpired. After all, if a rescue team were to arrive, he and she would be from two entirely different worlds. Lin Shi approached quietly from behind Hu Feng, her suspicions regarding his identity growing, primarily due to the wounds she had witnessed earlier. The incident where Hu Feng had spied on her while bathing had long since faded from her memory. Once in front of Hu Feng, Lin Shi found a rock to sit on, observing him as he exhaled smoke, and couldn't he help but express her concern. "You should smoke less. It's not good for your health." Hu Feng had already noticed her presence and, glancing at the burnt-out cigarette in his hand, extinguished it in the sand, acknowledging that the words of a beautiful doctor were worth heeding. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to rest?" Hu Feng asked, puzzled by Lin Shi's presence beside him, as she had always been the first to sleep at this hour. Lin Shi remained silent, gazing at the distant sea under the moonlight, enveloped in an indescribable tranquility. After a moment, she slowly inquired, "Hu Feng, do you think the rescue team will come?" Upon hearing this, Hu Feng was at a loss for how to respond, as it was a question everyone had been avoiding. In typical maritime disasters, a search window of 72 hours, or 3 days, is standard. Yet, they had been stranded on this desolate island for 8 days, and not only had they not seen a rescue team, but even aircraft had not flown by. Hu Feng found himself uncertain about the possibility of the rescue team ever arriving. "Let us hold on to hope. If we strive to survive, there is still hope. After all, didn't Team Malaysia Airlines search for months? If we keep living, we won't be disappointed." Hu Feng's words seemed to be a comfort to Lin Shi, though in truth, they were a self-soothing mantra for him. Surviving had become his paramount goal. Understanding Hu Feng's sentiments, Lin Shi realized that, like everyone else, he had little faith in the arrival of the rescue team. His words were merely a means of self-comfort. The group on the beach was well aware that after 8 days without sight of a rescue team, their hopes had dwindled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have started constructing shelters like Hu Feng. The tools they used were primarily scavenged from the previous lifeboats. The group had shifted from initial optimism to a dispirited state, each day struggling for scraps of food, and some had even resorted to fighting over meager rations. Humanity was gradually eroding in this forsaken place. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before chaos ensued, and of course, Hu Feng and the others were oblivious to the dire circumstances faced by the 4 individuals who had gone out to sea. Otherwise, they might not cling to even a shred of hope regarding the rescue team. After Lin Shi departed, Hu Feng sat quietly, gazing at the vast night sea, contemplating whether he should leave this place. After all, if chaos erupted, he could fend for himself, but what about the women by his side? Returning to the shelter, Hu Feng noticed the women lying on the bamboo bed. To his surprise, Su Tong had moved to lie beside Su Bingyun, while Lin Shi was the one sleeping next to him that night. An unexpected turn of events. It seemed that they had conspired, as the arrangement changed nightly. Initially, Hu Feng had harbored hopes for some friendly interaction with Su Tong, but given the current scenario, that seemed unlikely. Yet just before sleep, Su Tong caught sight of Hu Feng's return and blinked at him, as if sharing a secret smile. Chapter 21. Stealing food from monkeys. The night passed without incident. During breakfast the following morning, Hu Feng shared his thoughts from the previous night with the women. Naturally, the opinions of Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao were not taken into account. The primary concern was the sentiments of the other women and whether they wished to leave this place. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Bingyun hesitated first. For her, as the owner of a publicly listed company, she had no survival experience. Here, aside from Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao, she felt the most inconsequential. Her continued existence relied entirely on the care provided by Wang Xiaomei and Hu Feng. Lin Shi, after all, was a doctor who could save lives, and Wang Xiaomei was skilled in preparing food that everyone enjoyed. Although Su Tong appeared unchanged at the moment, she sensed immediately that this woman was far from ordinary. In light of this, Su Bingyun realized she was the one who yearned most to reintegrate into society. I am merely seeking everyone. I do not wish to impose. Hu Feng quickly clarified, noticing Su Bingyun's hesitance. Indeed. Lin Shi, deep in thought, considered the events that had transpired on the beach in recent days, which had not escaped their notice. For the sake of food, men bullied women and women took advantage of the elderly. Where was the vestige of humanity in such behavior? Lu Yu had devoured the wild chicken he had procured alongside his companions, emphasizing that one must rely on oneself. I concur with Hu Feng's perspective. It has been 8 days without a trace of the rescue team. We must make long-term plans. For Lin Shi, although she bore the responsibility of a healer, faced with a group gradually losing their humanity, her duty seemed trivial in comparison. Wang Xiaomei observed her contemplative boss, indifferent to the situation. She preferred to follow Hu Feng, as he provided food. She could not fathom what life would be like if she took Su Bingyun with her. Su Tong, with her bright eyes, gazed at Hu Feng, her thoughts simple. Wherever Hu Feng went, she would follow, seeking opportunities to entice him further. With such a relationship, she could thrive better here. One should not dismiss Su Tong's intentions as base. Had it not been for Hu Feng, she would have perished. For someone who had faced death once, dignity and morality held little weight. Nothing was more significant than the will to live. Additionally, she had 2 children to care for. Who besides Hu Feng would be willing to assist them? Of course, to survive in this place, what was it to sacrifice a little? Noticing Su Bingyun's prolonged silence, Hu Feng remained unperturbed. After all, the beach had not descended into chaos. Owing to Hu Feng's previous intimidation, the others dared not provoke them. The group consumed their breakfast in silence. Hu Feng prepared to return to the spot where he had foraged for wild fruits the day before, intending to collect more and fetch some fresh water. This time, Su Bingyun accompanied him. Since Su Bingyun had never traversed such pathless terrain before, Hu Feng took special care of her along the way. By the time they reached the water source, it was nearly noon. Hu Feng had come to understand in recent days that the women's desire to accompany him was merely an excuse. What they truly sought was to bathe. To avoid the previous awkwardness with Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei, Hu Feng cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before departing. It was crucial to note that Su Bingyun was unlike the other 3. A person capable of running a publicly listed company could not be easily swayed by Hu Feng. Once Hu Feng disappeared around the bend of the stream, Su Bingyun patiently waited for some time, ensuring he would not return to spy on her before removing her clothing and entering the water. She did not undress completely, wearing a 3-piece swimsuit, wiping her body while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Meanwhile, Hu Feng idly searched for crabs in the stream. The crabs he had seen the previous day had been devoured by Xiao Bao and Xiao Wei, and he wondered if the crabs here compared favorably to the renowned hairy crabs. Before long, Su Bingyun approached Hu Feng's location, he was taken aback. It had only been a brief time. Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei would have gladly soaked indefinitely. Observing her damp hair and unchanged attire, Hu Feng realized Su Bingyun had not washed her clothes but had rather made do. He refrained from reminding her that seawater would ruin fabric after a short time. Unexpectedly, he found himself somewhat looking forward to seeing her in tattered clothing. The thought thrilled him. An imperious CEO, clad in ragged attire, gazing shyly at him with longing eyes. Smack! Hu Feng slapped himself, admonishing his thoughts. He must not indulge in such fantasies. The mosquitoes in this place are truly relentless. He hastily explained that Su Bingyun said nothing, running her fingers through her wet hair as she followed Hu Feng toward the fruit trees from the previous day. Today, Hu Feng had intentionally brought 2 bamboo baskets, instilling him with confidence regarding their haul. The day was overcast, the sun shyly hiding behind the clouds, reminiscent of a bride on the morning following her wedding night. As they approached the fruit trees, Hu Feng heard a cacophony of sounds, not human but reminiscent of the monkeys he had encountered on Mount Amei. Upon reaching the fruit trees, he discovered a troop of monkeys chattering noisily, intermittently plucking and devouring wild fruits. Witnessing this scene, Hu Feng felt a surge of anger. He had painstakingly located this source of sustenance, only to see it ravaged by a horde of monkeys. Infuriated, he picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the monkeys perched in the trees. Several monkeys, struck by his projectiles, leaped to a nearby tree, where a particularly robust individual could only be the king of the monkeys. The monkeys that had retreated to the adjacent tree began chattering at Hu Feng, clearly incensed by the stones he had thrown. Their incessant screeching would surely have sounded like a string of curses if one could interpret their language. Once the monkeys vacated the fruit trees, Hu Feng felt a sense of relief, but upon observing the scattered remnants of fruit, he could only sigh in disappointment. Seeing that the monkeys dared not approach, Hu Feng collected more stones and handed them to Su Bingyun. I will climb up to gather the fruit. If you see any monkeys approaching, throw the stones at them with all your might. Su Bingyun nodded in understanding, gripping the stones tightly and preparing herself. Hu Feng ascended the fruit tree, placing the fruits into the bamboo basket. The nearby monkeys, realizing Hu Feng was stealing their fruits, became frantic and began to approach him at that moment. Su Bingyun noticed the situation and hurriedly threw the stone in her hand towards the monkeys. Although she did not hit any, her actions instilled a considerable sense of deterrence. Hu Feng managed to gather nearly all the fruits, but some were simply out of reach, and he decided to abandon those. After inspecting the basket, he found it barely full, prompting him to descend from the tree. The monkeys, witnessing the paltry amount of fruits left, angrily jumped down from the trees, seemingly intent on confronting Hu Feng. Unfazed, Hu Feng picked up stones and hurled them at the approaching monkeys, causing several to retreat to the safety of the branches. Noticing some fruits that had fallen accidentally, he checked for any signs of bites. Finding none, he collected them as well. Just as Hu Feng prepared to leave, the Monkey King, witnessing his food being taken, aped Hu Feng's actions and picked up stones from the ground, hurling them at him. Hu Feng quickly dodged, but emboldened by their leader, the other monkeys mimicked the king, gathering stones to throw at him. With no other option, Hu Feng grabbed the 2 baskets of fruits and urged Su Bingyun to lead the way as they fled. The 2 ran for their lives, and once they escaped the monkey horde, Hu Feng realized he had endured several hits. He counted at least 3 bumps on his head. Chapter 22. Xue Bingyun is bullied. When Hu Feng returned, his face bruised and battered. The women could hardly contain their laughter. Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei suddenly realized that President Su was indeed formidable, having managed to beat Hu Feng to such a state. How had they not thought of this before? Upon seeing the expressions of delight on Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei's faces, Hu Feng understood their ill intentions and hastened to explain that he had been attacked by a monkey, and that he had defended Xue Bingyun in the process. Xue Bingyun, of course, was aware that Hu Feng had blocked several stones aimed at her, but as someone who struggled to express her emotions, she remained silent. Gazing at the half-empty basket of fruit, Wang Xiaomei estimated that, together with what they had collected yesterday, it would be sufficient to sustain them for 2 days. On the way back, Hu Feng had specifically checked the traps but found nothing, nor were there any signs of human activity nearby, suggesting that Lu Yu and the others had yet to discover them. Wang Xiaomei began preparing lunch, but Hu Feng was of little help, so he decided to dig for some earthworms on the mountain, intending to see if the fish trap had yielded anything. At that moment, Xue Bingyan volunteered to take on this task, stating that she would handle it. Coincidentally, Hu Feng needed to use the restroom, so he handed the earthworms to Xue Bingyan and went off to relieve himself. After a refreshing visit, Hu Feng emerged from the toilet, only to be startled by a commotion coming from the seaside, a sound that felt hauntingly familiar, accompanied by cries. Suddenly, Hu Feng had a realization and hurried towards the direction of the fish trap. Upon arrival, he spotted Xue Bingyan crouched on the ground, one hand covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing Hu Feng approach, she ceased her crying and rushed into his embrace, resembling a child who had been bullied. Seeking solace in his arms, Hu Feng comforted her, gently removing her hand from her face to reveal a clear handprint on her beautiful visage. The sight of that mark ignited a furious blaze within him. How dare they bully a woman? Looking up at the culprits, Hu Feng was taken aback to find that they were familiar faces. The middle-aged woman who had previously stolen his fish, the young man who had mocked Lin Shi for rescuing Su Tong, and a group of onlookers who clearly formed a gang. Their arrival was rather fortuitous. Having been unable to vent his frustration over the monkey attack, they had unwittingly walked into his path. They want to steal our fish? I won't allow it, and he even hit me. Xue Bingyan whimpered like a frightened kitten in Hu Feng's arms. Understood. Hu Feng gently extricated her from his embrace, positioning her to the side, for he knew he could not protect her once the fighting began. Kid, I warned you before. You better pray you don't fall into my hands. Stealing fish? You must be tired of living. Hu Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed it on the young man, his eyes brimming with fury. The young man, who had contemplated fleeing upon seeing Hu Feng approach, suddenly felt emboldened by the fact that Hu Feng was alone and unarmed. She says stealing fish, so what? Is the ocean your family's? He sneered dismissively. I don't know if the ocean belongs to me, but you hitting someone is something we must address. You think I'm afraid of you? So what if I hit her? What can you do about it? The young man, emboldened by his companions, became increasingly arrogant. Seeing his audacity, Hu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It had been many years since anyone had dared to be so brazen in his presence. Was he truly ignorant of the danger he was courting? Just as Hu Feng was about to charge forward, Xue Bingyan tugged at his shirt, shaking her head vigorously. She understood that if Hu Feng retaliated, he would surely suffer the consequences, especially considering the 10 or more people surrounding them. Gently stroking Xue Bingyan's head, Hu Feng whispered reassuringly, Do not fear. Anyone who dares to bully my woman will find themselves unrecognizable by the end of it. Instinctively, she nodded, suddenly questioning when she had become his woman. Such nonsense. Before she could react, Hu Feng surged forward towards the young man. The surrounding crowd attempted to intervene, but Hu Feng paid them no heed, delivering a kick to each one that approached. Fueled by adrenaline, he had not experienced such a brawl in ages. His body might be a bit rusty, but the fire within him still burned bright. Though he faced a multitude, Hu Feng endured numerous blows, yet at the end of it all, he stood alone, with only Xue Bingyan beside him. Her jaw dropped in astonishment at the spectacle. Spitting blood from his mouth, Hu Feng seized the battered young man by the collar. Kid, I've encountered many who are far more formidable than you, yet they never dared to act so arrogantly in my presence. Today, I shall take it upon myself to educate you, just as your parents should have. With that, Hu Feng's fist flew towards the young man's face. Hearing the commotion, Lin Shi and the others arrived just in time to witness Hu Feng straddling the young man, delivering relentless blows. Stop! You'll kill him if you keep this up. Lin Shi hastily grabbed Hu Feng's arm, her voice urgent. If he killed the young man, the rescue team's arrival would surely land Hu Feng in trouble. At Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng paused, glancing at the young man, now resembling a pig's head, still feeling unsatisfied. He yanked the young man's collar and shouted, Do you realize your mistake? Not my fault. Apologize, dude. I'm sorry. Slap. Hu Feng delivered another resounding slap. What good is it to say that to me? Say it to her. He pointed at Xue Bingyan, who was being supported by Wang Xiaomei. Sorry, sister. I'm truly sorry. The young man blubbered, tears streaming down his face, words barely intelligible. Hu Feng turned to Xue Bingyan and asked, How is that? Do you feel better? If not, feel free to kick him a few times. Lin Shi quickly tugged at Hu Feng's shirt, aghast at his suggestion. Seeing Xue Bingyan remain still, Hu Feng released the young man's collar but, still unsatisfied, delivered a final kick, cursing under his breath, Damn it, from now on, pay attention. With that, Lin Shi hurriedly pulled Hu Feng away, fearing he might actually kill the young man if he continued. Upon returning to the shelter, Wang Xiaomei had miraculously found a round object, wrapping it in cloth to roll against Shui Bingyun's face. Meanwhile, Lin Shi retrieved a first aid kit to treat Hu Feng's wounds. He had been scratched by thorns, attacked by monkeys, and then engaged in a brawl as he removed his shirt. Everyone observed the multitude of bruises adorning his body. "Be gentle!" Hu Feng glared at Lin Shi as she applied ointment. Lin Shi retorted, "You didn't seem to mind the pain during the fight. Why cry about it now?" Beside them, Su Tong and the children stifled their laughter. As Lin Shi tended to Hu Feng's bruises, she admonished the giggling children, "Xiao Bao, don't emulate Big Brother. You see, fighting only leads to injuries." Xiao Bao nodded, contemplatively remarking, "I wouldn't imitate Big Brother. If I were him, I would have grabbed an axe and gone back. What is the point of going unarmed?" Hearing Xiao Bao's words, Hu Feng erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, the child is indeed teachable." Before he could finish, Lin Shi playfully pinched his side, causing Hu Feng to yelp in pain. Chapter 23 Departure in the afternoon, Hu Feng lay beneath the shelter, nursing his wounds. Although he considered his minor injuries to be inconsequential, Lin Shi held a different opinion. With a pointed remark, "Are you the doctor, or am I?" Hu Feng was left utterly speechless. Well, following today's skirmish, Hu Feng's reputation had spread throughout the vicinity. He had single-handedly faced more than 10 adversaries and emerged victorious. One might ponder whether Hu Feng was exceptionally formidable or if his opponents were simply inept, at the very least. No one dared to provoke Hu Feng and his companions anymore, for it was well known that, despite being the sole man among them, Hu Feng was a force to be reckoned with, capable of besting 10 foes and leaving them wailing in defeat, a testament to his formidable prowess. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yu took a moment to savor a cigarette, marveling at his own foresight. "I told you all along that he was not to be trifled with, yet you would not believe me. Now do you see?" Lu Yu puffed on his cigarette, imparting wisdom to the younger crowd before him with an air of sage authority. This altercation had proven immensely beneficial for Hu Feng. Firstly, it had served to deter those with outlandish notions. Furthermore, Su Bingyun had undergone a complete turnaround in her attitude. Previously hesitant about leaving, she had transformed into the most eager to depart, inquiring no less than 5 times during Hu Feng's recuperation about their imminent exit. The other women also began to reassess their views on Hu Feng. Having a man willing to fight fiercely for them, though the leading lady was not herself, did not diminish their spirits. In a surprising twist of fate, Hu Feng had become quite the desirable figure. When he broached the subject of leaving once more in the evening, the women showed no hesitation. As the beach descended into chaos, they collectively agreed that it would be prudent to depart. Thus, they resolved to set off the following morning, seeking to escape the tumultuous environment and return to their own lives. The women commenced gathering their belongings. Iron pots and sheets, axes and knives were essential items, along with the leftover nylon rope. During these days, Lin Shi had also refined the bow that Hu Feng had crafted earlier, fashioning new arrows. The bamboo shafts were straightened by fire, and feathers from the wild chickens were affixed to the tails, enhancing the arrowheads. Hu Feng tested them, and whereas he had previously been able to strike an elephant with a single arrow, he could now hit a lion. This wasn't merely due to Lin Shi's craftsmanship. Archery, after all, demands a certain innate talent. As for the fish trap and the shelter, Hu Feng decided to leave them intact for others, providing some semblance of security for those who remained. That night, as he rested, he found himself beside Su Bingyun, who, illuminated by the flickering firelight, lay facing him. With a playful spirit, Hu Feng blew warm breaths towards her face. Su Bingyun opened her eyes and shot him a glare that mixed indignation with shyness, an ineffable beauty that momentarily captivated Hu Feng, leading him into a sweet slumber. Upon awakening, Hu Feng discovered that at some point, Su Bingyun had curled up in his embrace, sleeping peacefully like a sweet little bride. He quickly glanced around at the other women, relieved to find that they were still asleep. Cautiously, he extricated himself from her hold and rose along the edge of the bamboo bed. Noticing the dwindling firelight, he added more kindling. The sea shimmered with the first light of dawn, signaling that morning was near. Not long after Hu Feng had risen, Su Bingyun awoke, her memory of the previous events clouded, feeling only a mild discomfort from her slumber. Soon, the other women stirred, beginning their morning routines. The usually sluggish Xiao Bao was roused by Su Tong with a firm slap, reluctantly dragging herself to wash up. Wang Xiaomei prepared their final meal at this location. By the time they finished eating and packed their belongings, the sun had already risen. Chu Feng distributed the bamboo shin guards he had crafted to the women, while Xiao Bao was carried on his back. He entrusted the bows and arrows to Lin Shi, recognizing that such a skill should be left to someone knowledgeable. Thus, Hu Feng, bearing Xiao Bao, led the group of women into the dim light of dawn, disappearing into... As they passed the site of the traps he had set earlier, Hu Feng took a moment to inspect them. Finding no gains, he dismissed them, leaving the traps behind in the hope that others might replicate his efforts. Hu Feng, with Xiao Bao on his back and a bamboo pole in hand, led the way. Wang Xiaomei followed, carrying a bamboo basket filled with their previous harvest, while Su Bingyun jingled with the water bottles hanging from her shoulders. Su Tong carried the iron pot, and though Lin Shi was only 15 or 16, she too bore a piece of folded iron sheet, while the others trailed behind with their bows and arrows. The group proceeded cautiously, only arriving at the previous water source around noon. Chu Feng intended to rest here, though this was not his ultimate destination. He sought the mouth of the creek, which was the true objective. As noon approached, they decided to make do with a meal at this spot. However, Su Tong, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Bao had gone the longest without bathing, prompting Hu Feng to assign Lin Shi to accompany them upstream for their wash. After their meal, they continued onward, venturing into uncharted territory. Although they were following the creek downstream, the group remained vigilant, refusing to let their guard down. As they navigated the stream, Hu Feng abruptly halted at a bend, signaling the others to crouch down, causing them to freeze in silence, fearing he had detected a threat. Quickly call for Lin Shi, Hu Feng urged. The others, perplexed, summoned Lin Shi, who approached, wondering what was amiss. However, upon seeing Hu Feng pointing towards the creek ahead, they beheld a creature resembling a small panda drinking by the water's edge. Your turn now. Tonight we feast on meat. Understanding Hu Feng's intentions, Lin Shi felt exasperated, having thought it was a grave matter. She knocked her bow, aimed, and released an arrow that swiftly pierced the neck of the unsuspecting creature. The small panda collapsed into the river, struggling momentarily before succumbing to its fate. Chu Feng approached to collect the carcass, envisioning a delightful roast for the evening. Yet, as he caught sight of the women's piercing gazes, he found himself bewildered as to what had provoked their ire. As they continued their journey, the sky darkened, compelling them to find a relatively safe place to set up camp. During the afternoon, aside from the earlier small panda, Lin Shi also managed to capture 2 unnamed birds, strikingly beautiful though their edibility remained uncertain. Wang Xiaomei skillfully prepared a meal, while Lin Shi and Hu Feng kept watch, with Su Tong and Su Bingyun assisting, and Xiao Wei tending to Xiao Bao to prevent any mischief. After their meal, Hu Feng and Lin Shi discussed the night watch, noting that the early hours were often the most arduous and perilous. Consequently, Hu Feng decided he would take the second half of the night while Lin Shi took the first. After a long day's journey, the group was exhausted. They fashioned a simple nest from dried grass, and with a bit of squeezing, they settled down to sleep. Chapter 24. At last, when Hu Feng awoke in the middle of the night, he was unaware of the time. He glanced at Lin Shi, who, as always, remained vigilant by the fire. Chu Feng approached her. What time is it? Hearing the movement, Lin Shi turned to look at him, then checked her watch. It's 1:30 in the morning. Why didn't you wake me? Hu Feng asked, concern etched on his face. I didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber, Lin Shi replied, her tone imbued with tenderness. Hu Feng sighed. You should get some rest, I'll take the watch. He took the bow from her hands, urging her to relax. Lin Shi stood and stretched, her perfect figure momentarily illuminated by the firelight, before she settled down beside Su Bingyun and the others to sleep. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Hu Feng seized the opportunity to wash his face at the stream, then returned to the spot where Lin Shi had been seated to begin his vigil. The jungle at dawn was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs, with the occasional silhouette of night-flying birds flitting through the trees. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, after the group finished breakfast, they resumed their journey. Following the stream downstream, it gradually transformed into a small river. Though not particularly deep, glimmers of freshwater fish could be seen darting beneath the surface. The group remained alert as they traveled throughout the day, until, just as the sun began to dip, the ocean finally came into view. The small river flowed out from the mountains, meandering through a vast plain before cascading down a waterfall approximately 10 meters high, ultimately pouring into the sea. Upon reaching the plain, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. A vast expanse where a herd of antelope grazed, while not far behind, several brown wolves stealthily approached. Suddenly, the lead wolf lunged forward, launching an attack on a young antelope. Startled by the suddenness of the assault, the antelope fled in a panic. However, it did not escape far before a wolf pounced, sinking its sharp teeth into its neck. The other wolves, unhurried, approached to partake in the feast. Having encountered such a scene immediately after leaving the mountains took Hufeng by surprise. It was no wonder they hadn't encountered wolves earlier. Everyone had been preoccupied with hunting here. A few wolves stationed as sentinels also noticed Hufeng and the others, eyeing them warily to assess if they posed a significant threat or could be potential prey. Yet, with a lone wolf's howl that seemed to beckon them back for a meal, the wolves retreated. Seizing the moment, Hufeng quickly gathered the group and made their way closer to the edge of the plain. He took the lead, with Lin Shi following closely behind, as they headed toward the shore. This was not a place for them to linger. Hufeng estimated there were at least 8 wolves. The wolf pack appeared uninterested in attacking Hufeng and his companions, merely glancing at them while they fed before returning to their meal. Upon reaching the area near the shoreline, Hufeng realized that from the ocean's perspective, the plain resembled a platform. The stream flowed through the center, and beyond the plain was a sheer drop to the sea, with a vertical descent of at least 10 meters, a fall that could easily be fatal. Surveying the surroundings, Hufeng suddenly spotted a small platform to the far left. Closer to the mountains, it was roughly several hundred square meters in size and only about 5 meters high. The upper side of the platform was adorned with trees and bamboo groves, followed by steep cliffs that made climbing perilous even for a human with tools. Now, Hufeng had to devise a way to descend. Although 5 meters didn't seem insurmountable, a jump could easily result in fractures or worse. He glanced at the wolf pack still feasting on the antelope carcass and then shifted his focus to the trees at the edge of the plain, inspiration striking him. "Keep an eye on them," Hufeng called to Lin Shi, who was still rattled by their recent encounter with the wolves, as the group huddled together anxiously. Armed with an axe, Hufeng carefully approached the mountainside, swinging the axe to chop down a tree about the thickness of his thigh in no time. Hufeng heaved a tree trunk over his shoulder and, with great care, placed it along the edge leading down to the lower platform. Testing the trunk's stability, he called to the women, "You can go down first." Climbing the tree might pose a challenge for them, but descending was far simpler. Wang Xiaomei was the first to act. Wearing a skirt, she grimaced as the rough bark chafed her thighs, yet the instinct for survival propelled her forward. Observing her safe descent, Su Bingyun hesitated but soon followed suit. One by one, the others followed suit, leaving only Hufeng and Xiao Bao. With the latter being just 10 years old and a city child unfamiliar with climbing, Hufeng had no choice but to let Xiao Bao cling to his back as he carefully maneuvered downward. Upon reaching the platform, Hufeng swiftly removed the tree he had just used, aware that the wolves might follow. He then took a moment to scrutinize the platform. It sloped gently down to the sea, with a drop of about 5 to 6 meters, an easy ascent or descent for an average person. The sandy shore extended about 50 meters outward, and if not for the wolves above, this would have been an ideal location for constructing a shelter. Gazing at the sheer cliff rising over 5 meters behind him, with antelope above and wolves lurking, survival would hinge on who preyed upon whom. "Let's set up camp here." Upon hearing Hufeng's declaration, Su Bingyun, Wang Xiaomei, and Su Tong exchanged glances, taken aback. "Here? With wolves behind them?" Yet Lin Shi, deep in thought, nodded in agreement. "This is a brilliant idea. Facing the sea, we would be the first to spot a rescue team. With the mountains at our back, the 5-meter drop would deter the wolves from descending, and we have trees and bamboo nearby. The only drawback is the scarcity of firewood." Upon hearing Lin Shi's astute analysis, Hufeng acknowledged that while firewood might be difficult to procure, nothing was without its flaws. "I believe it will work," he asserted decisively. Seeing Hufeng's resolute stance, the women understood and chose to trust him. After all, he was the only man among them. As twilight descended, they distributed their remaining. Naturally, a fire and night watch were essential. The routine remained unchanged. Lin Shi would take the first half of the night, while Hufeng would take the latter. As for firewood, the abundant trees and bamboo in the vicinity, though limited, should suffice for several nights. Chapter 25. Dealing with the wolf pack, 4,000 words, in the depths of the night. After switching shifts with Lin Shi, Hu Feng sat beside the fire, gazing into the star-studded sky. Once again, this year he had missed the opportunity. He had failed to save you back then, and now, even the annual pilgrimage to your burial site had become a luxury. When would he ever return to the place in Beichuan that had once encapsulated his youth? As Hu Feng's thoughts drifted far away, a sudden rustling sound snapped him back to reality. The sound emanated from above, and when he looked up, he spotted a pair of gleaming green eyes at the edge of the plain above him, fixated on him. Recognizing the danger, Hu Feng hastily grasped the bamboo spear in his hand. 5 meters was a considerable height for a human, but what did it signify for a wolf? Hu Feng was uncertain. Vigilance had become his only choice. Fortunately, the wolf remained perched on the edge of the plain, observing him for quite some time without making any attempt to descend, seemingly intimidated by the towering 5-meter cliff. The two locked eyes for an extended period, but ultimately, the wolf chose to retreat. As Hu Feng watched the luminous eyes fade into the darkness, he let out a sigh of relief. If he had engaged in a battle of endurance with the creature, he believed he would have been the first to fall. The following morning, Hu Feng refrained from mentioning his encounter from the previous night, yet it was evident that preventing the wolf pack's attacks had become a paramount concern for their newly established shelter. Naturally, food remained the primary issue, as the supplies from the previous night had been completely depleted, leaving everyone without a meal that morning. Wang Xiaomei led Xiao Wei to the seaside to forage, while Lin Shi ventured to the nearby waterfall to collect fresh water. Su Tong and Su Biyun searched the vicinity for any edible finds. On the plain above, there were antelopes, but also the lurking wolf pack. If they attempted to hunt the antelopes unprepared, they risked becoming prey themselves. Each member of the group was assigned a task, and Hu Feng's responsibility was to weave fishing nets. Early in the day, Hu Feng cut down several bamboo stalks. With prior experience in crafting fishing nets, this time he worked much more swiftly, creating larger nets. He was careful not to waste any leftover materials, fashioning over 10 bamboo bowls and chopsticks, and even a bamboo spatula to assist Wang Xiaomei in her cooking. As noon approached, everyone returned, and Hu Feng had completed 2 large fishing nets. Lin Shi was the quickest in fetching water, while Wang Xiaomei, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Bao returned with the most bountiful haul, their 2 bamboo baskets brimming with shells, crabs, and various seafood that Hu Feng could not name. The last to arrive were Su Tong and Su Biyun, who briefed the group on the surrounding area. They discovered that they were on a secluded beach, flanked by steep cliffs at either end, making descent or ascent possible only with suitable tools. Upon hearing this news, Hu Feng felt considerably reassured. It implied that if the wolf pack were to attack them, their only route would be the 5-meter-high cliff behind them. If they erected sharpened wooden stakes along the cliff's edge, extending over the platform, it would effectively thwart any wolf incursions. Having gone without food that morning, the group was famished. Wang Xiaomei hastily prepared the gathered food for cooking. When mealtime arrived, she served everyone generous bowls of seafood. Although the flavor was somewhat bland, the group relished the meal with gusto. After eating, Hu Feng decided to prioritize the construction of a fence, as it was crucial for the safety of the group. In the afternoon, Su Tong and Su Biyun joined in to assist, while Lin Shi busied herself nearby with the herbs she had gathered earlier, herbs that Hu Feng could not identify. Hu Feng chopped down trees and bamboo, with the 2 women helping to transport the materials. Once they had gathered enough, Hu Feng first crafted a ladder using 2 5-meter-long logs, binding them with bamboo for ease of access. Next, he moved the uniformly cut wooden stakes to the top, having previously surveyed the area to ensure it was safe. Hu Feng did not permit the 2 women to ascend, but Lin Shi insisted on joining him. Her archery skills were precise, and her presence served as a safeguard while Hu Feng worked. He meticulously drove wooden stakes into the cliff's edge, affixing sharpened bamboo to them and securing it with long bamboo poles, leaving a small gate for single-file entry and exit. The gate was crafted from wood, also sharpened, and secured to the stakes. After testing its sturdiness, Hu Feng felt satisfied that it would withstand any attempts to breach it. Just before sunset, Hu Feng completed the project, and by that time, Wang Xiaomei and the others had returned with their catch, although it was notably less abundant than at noon. That evening, Wang Xiaomei combined the leftovers from lunch with the evening's fare, ensuring everyone received a full bowl. Yet, as Hu Feng surveyed the seafood before him, he realized that the construction of the shelter would need to be postponed. Food had become the pressing challenge at hand. After their meal, Hu Feng settled on the sloping edge of the platform, smoking a cigarette while contemplating how to procure food. Hunting antelopes was one option, yet the presence of the wolf pack nearby posed a significant risk. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Confronting the wolves, Hu Feng had considered it, but wolves were social creatures, and a single mistake could provoke an attack from the entire pack, with no shelter to escape to. Pondering this dilemma, Hu Feng found no suitable solution. Huff. He exhaled a smoke ring. Can a living person really be suffocated by their own urine? He muttered, extinguishing his cigarette. If all else failed, he would have to attempt hunting the antelopes. It was a dangerous gamble, but the prospect of ensuring a better life for the women he had brought here spurred him on. What are you thinking about? A voice called from behind him. Recognizing the voice, Hu Feng turned to see Su Biyun approaching. You've been working all day. Why aren't you resting? Su Biyun quietly sat down beside him, gazing at the distant, hazy coastline. You're contemplating the food situation, aren't you? Hu Feng observed her calm demeanor as she stared out at the sea, her fair face illuminated by the moonlight. Are you feeling guilty for bringing us here only to struggle for food? Hu Feng remained silent, intrigued by her perceptiveness. You needn't feel that way. The decision to leave was a collective one. No one is to blame. Choosing to settle here was simply unavoidable. Su Biyun continued, we are all in this together. There is no right or wrong. If problems arise, we will face them as a united front. With that, Su Biyun gently patted Hu Feng's shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips as she added, where did that fierce spirit from the fight go? You re as formidable as Bear Grylls, yet you seem so disheartened? Without giving Hu Feng a chance to respond, she stood up and left. Reflecting on Su Biyun's words, Hu Feng suddenly realized, indeed, he was a man unafraid of anything. Did this deserted island truly think it could deter him? How absurd. He stood up and walked toward the area where the others were resting. Upon returning to their dwelling, Su Biyun was met with concern from Lin Shi, who asked, how did it go? Su Biyun turned to see Hu Feng approaching and smiled faintly. Lin Shi, noticing Hu Feng's shift in demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. After their meal, the group sensed Hu Feng's earlier despondence had lifted. As a doctor, Lin Shi was quick to notice, and when Hu Feng stepped out for a smoke, she convened with the others to discuss his mood. As Hu Feng returned, he found the group watching him with curious expressions. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? He inquired, bemused. Humph. No flowers, just concerned that someone might be feeling down, Wang Xiaomei retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Hu Feng paid her little mind. He was well aware of her nature, and their banter was a frequent occurrence. Feeling down? What nonsense. I stand on the shoulders of Bear Grylls. Is that so? Wang Xiaomei scoffed. Right now, Bear Grylls is likely waiting for a rescue team. Amidst Wang Xiaomei's playful banter, the group erupted into laughter. Observing the joy on their faces, Hu Feng joked, waiting for a rescue team? Let me tell you, if they arrive, that's great. But if they don't, we might just have to find ways to thrive here. Ugh! Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, rolling her eyes at Hu Feng's words. You're such a jinx, talking about thriving. Hu Feng regarded the women with an appreciative expression and thoughtfully remarked, Heaven has treated me well, delivering such beautiful companions to my side. I think you're the most enchanting among them. As he reached out to grasp Wang Xiaomei, she squealed in mock outrage. Linjia, Su Zong, Tongjia, you must control this rogue, she cried, darting away while Hu Feng pursued her. They all understood Hu Feng was merely joking. He couldn't even catch Wang Xiaomei, let alone entertain any other thoughts. The women decided to ignore the antics. However, what if the rescue team never arrived? Would they truly have to find ways to survive and thrive here? The thought was astonishing. Yet, if it ever came to that, what would they do? Seeing Hu Feng's spirits lifted, the women felt reassured and settled down to rest. Although the fence had been constructed, Hu Feng decided to keep watch with Lin Shi, as it was the first night of their newly built barrier. No one could predict whether it would hold against the wolf pack in the dead of night. While Hu Feng was on watch, he heard movement and quickly checked the area near the fence. This time, he spotted two pairs of green eyes staring intently at him from beyond the barrier. Frustrated by the obstruction, the wolves pawed at the fence in vain, ultimately retreating in resignation. As he watched the wolves depart, Hu Feng resolved to confront the pack. Every antelope they consumed meant less food for him and his group as apex predators. Humans had a right to defend their resources. If the wolves would not allow him to live peacefully, then they should not expect to thrive either. The next morning, Hu Feng rose early. With the sun shining brightly for several days and no signs of rain, he decided to postpone the construction of the shelter and focus on dealing with the wolf pack. He gathered bamboo and wooden sticks, planning to craft traps to hinder the wolves' movements. While they may not be lethal, Hu Feng was eager to create some inconvenience for them. Once he had finished preparing the traps, the women dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Just as Hu Feng was about to take the traps to the upper plane for placement, he noticed Lin Shi approaching excitedly, holding a plant in her hands. "Hu Feng, come and see what I found," she exclaimed, rushing toward him with enthusiasm. Hu Feng looked at her, puzzled by the vine-like plant she held, as he had no idea what it was. "What is it?" he asked, wondering if she had discovered some extraordinary herb. Realizing his confusion, Lin Shi waved the plant in front of his face, her voice brimming with excitement. "This is called arrow poison vine." Arrow poison vine? Seeing his lack of understanding, Lin Shi took it upon herself to explain. Arrow poison vine, as the name suggests, is a type of poison. This was once used by Native Americans to make poisoned arrowheads, and it also has medicinal properties, such as diuretic effects and fever reduction. Hu Feng did not catch all the details of her explanation. He only registered that it was used to create poisonous arrows. This revelation was a stroke of luck, as he had been contemplating how to deal with the wolf pack. However, a thought struck him. If this plant was indeed poisonous, would he still be able to consume the wolves if they died from it? With concern, he asked, "If this is poisonous, what happens if a person consumes it?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Shi gave him an exasperated look, realizing he hadn't absorbed her previous explanation. Reluctantly, she continued, "The poison in arrow poison vine consists of various alkaloids. It's more accurate to say it's a potential muscle relaxant, rather than a true biochemical toxin. This poison often leads to muscle relaxation, causing the heart and lungs to cease functioning, ultimately resulting in suffocation of the prey. Moreover, the toxin only becomes effective when it enters the bloodstream of animals. Consuming the plant or the flesh of an animal that died from it does not induce poisoning, as neither humans nor animals absorb this toxin in their stomachs." As Lin Shi elaborated, Hu Feng selectively absorbed the information, concluding that this poison posed no risk to humans and could be used safely. Understanding the gist, he eagerly inquired, "How do we make poisoned arrows with this?" Lin Shi was caught off guard by his question. While she understood the principle, she was unfamiliar with the actual process of crafting them. Observing her expression, Hu Feng suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Lin Shi nodded in agreement, sharing his enthusiasm. Chapter 26. Crafting poisoned arrows. The two individuals placed the vine-like plant upon the ground, scrutinizing it intently. Toxic, whether it be the sap or the stems and leaves, they pondered. Should they test both? Thus, Hu Feng employed an axe to strike the plant against a stone slab, and indeed, before long, verdant sap began to seep through the crevices of the stone. Hastily, Hu Feng rolled the arrowheads in the accumulating liquid, yet a sense of disquiet lingered. Something felt amiss. He then roasted a few arrowheads by the fire to prevent any excess leakage of sap. After a flurry of activity, they successfully coated all the arrowheads with the liquid. Gazing at their handiwork, Hu Feng smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "If this truly works, the wolf pack shall meet its demise." When it came to archery, Hu Feng chose to trust Lin Shi, believing that he would miscalculate 9 out of 10 shots. Carefully, the pair ascended the staircase to the edge of the railing, surveying their surroundings for any signs of danger before finally opening the railing and stepping onto the plain. Hu Feng had already devised a plan. They would traverse the edge of the plain and the mountains, for there were trees nearby, providing refuge should they encounter an attacking wolf pack. Holding a bamboo spear, Hu Feng cautiously led the way, while Lin Shi, bow and arrow in hand, remained ready to strike at any moment. They walked along the foothills for quite some time, yet no trace of wolves was found. They did, however, spot numerous antelopes, which held no interest for Hu Feng, whose mind was solely focused on the wolves. Uncertain of how far they had ventured, suddenly, several gray figures appeared before Hu Feng, prompting him to crouch down immediately. Spotting the wolves, he motioned for Lin Shi to join him, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Lin Shi soon noticed the nearby wolves as well, 2 mother wolves accompanied by 4 cubs of varying sizes. Hu Feng cleared a space for Lin Shi, encouraging her to take a shot. Carefully, Lin Shi shifted to Hu Feng's position, aimed at the nearby wolves, and released an arrow that struck true. Yay! Lin Shi exclaimed, raising her fist in triumph. However, when Hu Feng lifted his gaze, he was rendered speechless. Lin Shi's arrow had pierced the neck of one of the wolf cubs, and it lay on the ground, writhing in agony. The mother wolf, witnessing the scene, rushed to the side of the wounded cub, desperately attempting to lift it with her mouth, but her efforts were in vain. She could not comprehend why her playful offspring had suddenly collapsed, but the metallic scent of blood flowing from the cub's neck indicated the gravity of the situation. Dear sister, we merely intended to test the poison, not to shoot wolves. Realizing the implications of Hu Feng's expression, Lin Shi quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, they had come to test the poison. At this moment, the wolf pack seemed to recognize the danger. The injured cub scurried behind its protective mother, rendering Lin Shi unable to aim. How about trying to hit the larger one? Hu Feng suggested, pointing to a nearby mother wolf. Understanding Hu Feng's intent, Lin Shi drew her bow once more, sending an arrow directly toward the vigilant mother wolf. The wolf, initially on guard, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hindquarters, causing her to leap into the air. She rolled on the ground, dragging the bamboo arrow behind her, and moments later, freed herself from its grasp. Being struck in the rear was hardly a concern for her. She quickly regained her footing and scanned her surroundings, eager to identify what had attacked her. Seeing the mother wolf afflicted, Hu Feng and Lin Shi remained hidden in the underbrush, silently awaiting the effects of the poison to take hold. Yet, as minutes passed, Hu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of the still alert mother wolf. Was the poison ineffective, or had he miscalculated? At that moment, Lin Shi leaned closer to Hu Feng and whispered, "This type of poison affects small animals within minutes, but the wolves may take over." As anticipated, after nearly half an hour of anxious waiting, the alert mother wolf finally succumbed. It began with tremors in her limbs, followed by a collapse onto the ground, eventually lying on her side, gasping for breath, until at last, she lay still, devoid of life. Exchanging glances of shared triumph, Hu Feng and Lin Shi beamed. Evidently, the poison was effective. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. Let us take down that mother wolf as well. Hu Feng quietly indicated the protective mother wolf tending to her cubs. Lin Shi understood and swiftly released another arrow. This time, her shot struck the wolf's leg, the bamboo arrow piercing through, causing the mother wolf to roll in pain as she attempted to bite at the arrow lodged in her flesh. In a panic, the cubs fled toward the safety of the nearby forest, prompting Hu Feng to abandon his pursuit. The mother wolf, glancing back at her offspring, attempted to rise but was hindered by her injury. Her movements only accelerated her blood circulation, and to Hu Feng's surprise, instead of the anticipated half-hour wait, the mother wolf collapsed within a mere 10 minutes, lifeless upon the ground. Once assured that the area was free of threats, Hu Feng and Lin Shi emerged from the foliage, where Hu Feng delivered a decisive kick to the downed mother wolf. "Once, you were at the apex of the food chain here. Now I have arrived, and I decree the terms." With both mother wolves draped over his shoulders, Hu Feng hoisted them up, while Lin Shi carried a cub, and together, they cautiously retraced their steps back to their dwelling. Upon arrival, the women were startled by the sight of the carcasses Hu Feng unceremoniously tossed to the ground. "Behold, did I not claim to be more formidable than Bear Grylls? You doubted me, yet this serves as proof." Hu Feng grinned broadly. Lin Shi chuckled at his exuberance. Wang Xiaomei approached Hu Feng, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the wolves. "How did you manage to bring them down, and two at that?" With a triumphant smile, Hu Feng replied, "Have you forgotten who I am?" Just as he was about to elaborate, Wang Xiaomei stepped forward and playfully kicked him. "And you still have the audacity to huff and puff?" The other women laughed, for two wolves likely weighed over 100 pounds each, enough to feed them for quite some time. Lin Shi quickly interjected, "We used poison." "Poison?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei stepped back, a look of dismay crossing her face. "Toxic? Can we still eat it?" Noticing her alarm, Hu Feng mimicked Lin Shi's earlier explanation. "There is no need for concern. Lin Shi informed me that this poison only affects the blood. Unless you have internal bleeding, it should be safe to consume." "Is that true?" Wang Xiaomei's expression brightened at Hu Feng's assurance, resembling a food enthusiast eyeing a delectable dish. Absolutely. Hu Feng affirmed with conviction. I wasn't asking you. Wang Xiaomei shot him an annoyed glare. The other women were well aware of the banter between Hu Feng and Wang Xiaomei, choosing to disregard it. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, supporting Hu Feng's claim. Seeing Lin Shi's endorsement, Wang Xiaomei's reservations vanished. Previously, the women had speculated that Hu Feng and Lin Shi had ventured out for some unmentionable activity. Witnessing the wolf carcasses quickly dispelled such notions. Lin Xiaomei, realizing her sister Lin Shi was not of such character, promptly dragged a wolf toward the nearby waterfall. Simple enough. Skin it and stew the meat. We've had seafood for 2 days. It's time for some wolf meat to change things up. What's the big deal? Even if it's a national protected species, I call it emergency measures. I'd eat a panda if it came to that, just as Zhang San said. Chapter 27. The wolf pack attack. As Wang Xiaomei dragged away one of the wolves, Su Tong wasted no time and promptly took the other to prepare it. Naturally, the wolf cubs were not neglected either, as they needed to be transformed into jerky due to their perishable nature. Observing the women haul away the wolves, Hu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wolves are pack animals known for holding grudges. With them bringing a wolf back, would the rest of the pack follow the scent? With this realization, Hu Feng hurriedly called out to Lin Shi, "Quick, let us prepare more poisoned arrows." Lin Shi looked at him, bewildered. I suspect the wolf pack may come. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Lin Shi immediately grasped the situation. Thus, the two hastened to craft more poison arrows, as the more they had, the better. Currently, there were only 2 bows, and the other women were not even capable of drawing the bows, let alone shooting arrows. If the wolf pack truly approached, it would fall to Hu Feng and Lin Shi to confront them. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the two worked diligently to create poisoned arrows. When they ran low on quivers, Lin Shi ventured out to gather more materials. While the women processed the wolves, they managed to produce over 40 more poison arrows, bringing their total to more than 60. Looking at the multitude of arrows laid out at their feet, Hu Feng felt a significant sense of relief. If the wolf pack arrived, he could hide below and shoot at them as they dared to approach the fence. It was not necessary to kill them outright, as a mere hit would ensure their doom. As the women finished preparing the 2 wolves, dusk began to settle. Wang Xiaomei skillfully skinned the wolves, showcasing her culinary prowess. She used an axe to cut some wolf meat for roasting and stewing, while the remainder was laid beside the fire to cook. The only drawback was the absence of salt. Otherwise, it would have made for excellent cured meat. The group feasted heartily, with Wang Xiaomei consuming the most, her belly now noticeably round. While the women felt satisfied, Hu Feng and Lin Shi remained vigilant, attentive to their surroundings. Noticing the women huddled together for warmth beneath the mountainside, Hu Feng approached Lin Shi, who was on watch, and added more firewood. It seems we may not get much rest tonight. Lin Shi, with a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, was about to respond when suddenly, a wolf howl pierced the air above them. A wolf! The sudden howl startled the women awake, their eyes filled with fear as they looked to Hu Feng and Lin Shi by the fire. Quickly, gather near the fire. Beasts fear flames. Hu Feng shouted urgently. Upon hearing his words, the women rushed closer, with Su Tong carrying the sleeping Xiao Bao, who was too deep in slumber to notice. Hu Feng glanced up at the fence, and in the wake of the howl, he spotted pairs of glowing green eyes emerging near the enclosure. After a quick count, he estimated there were about 10 wolves, uncertain if it was the entirety of the pack from the plains. The women huddled close to Hu Feng, with Wang Xiaomei gripping his arm tightly. Despite her earlier bravado, she now resembled a frightened child. Su Bingyun leaned against Hu Feng's right side, concern etched on her face, as Yu Tong, cradling Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao on either side, shielded them protectively, embodying the greatness of maternal love, willing to face danger herself to shield her children. Hu Feng comfortingly patted Wang Xiaomei's hand before picking up his bow and exchanging a determined glance with Lin Shi. Although only the wolves' eyes were visible in the darkness, it provided them with a target to aim at. Hold your bamboo spears and step back. With those words, Hu Feng and Lin Shi positioned themselves in front of the women. They shared a resolute look before drawing their bows and releasing their arrows. The two unleashed a flurry of shots, punctuated by the anguished howls of the wolves, who hesitated to approach the fence. Yet, they did not retreat entirely. Some wolves crept along the fence, obscured by the night, though Hu Feng could only pray that the enclosure was sturdy enough. This night was destined to be sleepless. Hu Feng and Lin Shi remained vigilant against the wolves above, unaware of how many arrows they had hit their targets with. They knew the wolves had not left. The women, though exhausted, dared not sleep, fearing the wolves. They clutched their bamboo spears, standing guard alongside Hu Feng. As the night wore on, dawn gradually illuminated the sky, and Hu Feng noticed that one wolf had been lingering in a concealed position, pawing at the fence, its rear end exposed. Did they truly think him a mere decoration? Without hesitation, Hu Feng nocked an arrow, ready to shoot. Just then, an arrow flew past him, striking the wolf squarely in its hindquarters. The wolf yelped in pain and bounded away, limping. It let out a pitiful cry before fleeing in distress. Hu Feng turned to Lin Shi, giving her a thumbs dash up. As the light of day broke, Hu Feng felt a measure of relief watching the women, all sporting dark circles under their eyes. His heart ached for them, particularly for Lin Shi, who had been on guard the entire night. The wolves should have departed. You all should rest for a bit. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, the women exhaled in relief, leaning against one another as they slowly closed their eyes. Watching the women settle, Hu Feng remained vigilant, for he needed to ascertain how many wolves had been struck last night and whether any might return this evening. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. Hu Feng carefully retrieved a ladder and placed it against the mountainside, then ascended step by step, gathering the arrows as he went. Upon reaching the fence, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no wolves remained before approaching the gate. He was uncertain of the fate of the wolf Lin she had shot earlier and intended to investigate. Gingerly, he opened the fence gate and stepped outside. Sure enough, not far from the fence, Hu Feng discovered signs of struggle in the grass. Following the trail, he soon spotted a wolf lying lifeless on the ground, its breath gone. This wolf must have been one of those poisoned last night. He refrained from collecting it, uncertain if the pack would return to retrieve their fallen companion. Centered around this deceased wolf, Hu Feng searched the area and indeed found 3 more lifeless wolves. Adding the one he had shot that morning, the tally reached 5. Thus, the wolf pack had suffered significant losses, and given their vengeful nature, it was likely they would return that night. Hu Feng, disinterested in collecting the dead wolves, recognized that the priority lay in dealing with the remaining threats. He did not take unnecessary risks, tracing the path he and Lin Shi had taken through the forest toward the plains. Upon reaching the location where they had confronted the wolves the previous day, Hu Feng suddenly sensed he was being watched. Although he detected no immediate threats, the sensation of being stalked was unmistakable. Cautiously, he approached a tree, preparing to climb. Indeed, as he scrutinized his surroundings, he spotted a gray wolf lying concealed beneath a thicket, its head barely visible. Assessing the distance, Hu Feng hesitated. His archery skills were well known to him, and hitting the wolf from here would rely solely on luck. Chapter 28. Battling the pack of wolves. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether there were other packs lurking nearby. If so, he would need to contemplate his own survival. Observing the wolf concealed beneath the thicket, Hu Feng resolved to take the initiative. Not far from the wolf stood a tree. If he could catch it off guard with a well-aimed shot, he could swiftly ascend the tree, ensuring his own safety even if other wolves were present. With this thought in mind, Hu Feng moved cautiously, first to avoid startling his foe, and second to minimize noise for better observation of his surroundings. Upon reaching the base of the tree, not far from the wolf, Hu Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that the creature was contemplating a surprise attack. Then I shall not be courteous, he mused. Drawing his bow and knocking a poisoned arrow, he sent it slicing through the underbrush, striking the wolf squarely in the neck. Startled by the sudden assault, the wolf staggered, its neck pierced, and it fell to the ground, writhing in agony, accompanied by a mournful howl. Hu Feng, however, was oblivious to the wolf's plight. As soon as he released the arrow, he swiftly ascended the tree to evade any potential attacks from behind. Indeed, just after he had climbed, 3 wolves inexplicably emerged from the underbrush behind him. Crouched on the tree trunk, Hu Feng gazed down at the trio of wolves, his heart racing with apprehension. Thankfully, he had scaled the tree quickly. Otherwise, he would have become their breakfast in an instant. The 3 wolves below bared their teeth at Hu Feng, clearly recognizing him. Their fury was palpable, having lost so many brethren the previous night without breaching the enclosure. Oh woo! they howled in unison. Hu Feng paid them no mind, daring them to come up. Suddenly, he noticed a silver-white wolf appearing on the hillside not far behind the trio. Is that the Wolf King? Hu Feng marveled, gazing at the imposing creature, which weighed over 100 pounds and bore a muscular frame. Its piercing blue eyes were fixed intently upon Hu Feng in the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Surely, that must be all of them, he thought, feeling a sense of relief as the pack had fully emerged. He feared a stealthy ambush more than a direct confrontation. Steadying himself on the tree, Hu Feng cautiously retrieved his bow and aimed at the 3 wolves still snarling below. The 3 wolves yelped as 2 of them were struck and retreated to the nearby underbrush, while the uninjured wolf, alerted by its companions' cries, fled as well. 2 down. Hu Feng mentally counted, leaving 2 more. The Wolf King and an ordinary gray wolf. Seeing his comrades retreat in fear, the silver-white Wolf King raised its head and howled defiantly from the hillside. "Oh, whoa!" As the howl echoed, the previously injured wolves and the unscathed one re-emerged, much to Hu Feng's delight. So, there is oppression even in your world, he thought, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He readied an arrow, aiming once more at the uninjured wolf. However, his shot narrowly missed, grazing the wolf's rear. In a flurry of urgency, Hu Feng knocked another arrow and released it. Puff! The bamboo arrow struck the wolf in the abdomen, causing it to leap in surprise before bolting away in panic. The other 2, already wounded, scattered in fear, heedless of the Wolf King's howls summoning them back. The Wolf King, witnessing its minions retreat, appeared momentarily stunned, then fixed its gaze on Hu Feng, clearly conveying a silent challenge. Do not dare descend. Hu Feng, however, remained patient, biding his time for the effects of the poison to take hold. 1 against 4 was a futile endeavor, but 1 against 1 was a different matter. He still possessed the advantage of poison. For about an hour, the 2 adversaries, 1 man and 1 wolf, stared each other down. Hu Feng recalled a phrase. I await their demise from poison, and what do you await? Death. Yet, the distance between him and the Wolf King was too great. Otherwise, he would have already fired an arrow. In a one-on-one confrontation, there was no reason for him to fear. With that thought, Hu Feng slowly descended the tree, cautious to avoid a surprise attack during his descent. Once on the ground, he raised his bow, aiming in the direction of the Wolf King, only to discover that the wolf was no longer in sight. This revelation startled Hu Feng, prompting him to scan his surroundings, but he found no trace of the Wolf King. Has it retreated? No, that cannot be right. Given our deep-seated enmity, it would not simply flee. It must be lying in wait nearby. With this realization, Hu Feng became increasingly wary, vigilant for any signs of movement in the underbrush. He resolved to remain motionless, choosing to counter its ambush with his own stillness. Thus, Hu Feng remained rooted in place, his bow drawn and aimed. Though he had yet to pull back the string, time stretched on, and soon beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, stinging his eyes, which he hastily wiped away. Just then, a cacophony of rustling erupted from his left rear. Hu Feng turned to see the Wolf King charging towards him with alarming speed. There was no time to draw his bow. He swiftly grasped a bamboo spear from behind him, preparing for a desperate struggle. As the Wolf King closed in, Hu Feng lunged forward with his spear, but the wolf deftly sidestepped, launching itself at him instead. Failing to land his strike, Hu Feng rolled to the right just in time. The Wolf King missing him and turning to snarl menacingly. Half kneeling, Hu Feng quickly regained his footing, gripping the bamboo spear tightly as he met the Wolf King's fierce gaze, steeling himself for the confrontation. I cannot falter now. Otherwise, I may not even understand how I perished. The 2 adversaries locked eyes, the tension palpable. Hu Feng, glancing at the greenish residue on the spear's tip, felt a surge of urgency. He silently prayed that merely grazing the wolf would suffice for the poison to claim its life. Determined, Hu Feng decided to take the offensive, aiming to inflict at least a minor wound. As the Wolf King leapt to evade Hu Feng's thrust, Hu Feng swiftly altered the spear's trajectory, sweeping it horizontally. The Wolf King, unable to dodge in time, was struck on the leg. Hu Feng's heart swelled with triumph at landing a hit, but his elation was short-lived as he realized the spear had not pierced the vital area. Infuriated, the Wolf King lunged at Hu Feng, who retreated hastily. The wolf's claws raked across Hu Feng's arm, drawing blood. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, grateful he had been vaccinated. Ignoring the pain, he tightened his grip on the spear and lunged at the Wolf King once more. Sensing the scent of blood, the Wolf King seemed invigorated. Charging at Hu Feng again, Hu Feng rolled aside. But before he could rise, the Wolf King was upon him once more. With no choice left, Hu Feng hastily raised his spear to block. With a resounding snap, the bamboo spear lodged itself in the Wolf King's jaws, while the wolf's claws once again tore into Hu Feng's abdomen, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. I was careless, Hu Feng lamented, regretting his earlier overconfidence. He had thought himself capable of besting the Wolf King, only to find himself outmatched in the end. Chapter 29. A stunning arrow. At that moment, a bamboo arrow flew from the distance, piercing directly through the Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King, which had been clenching the bamboo spear held by Hu Feng, was instantly struck in the throat by the arrow, blood gushing forth from its mouth and splattering onto Hu Feng's face. In a desperate struggle, the Wolf King broke free from Hu Feng, but after just a few stumbling steps, it collapsed onto the ground. Hu Feng turned to see Lin Shi and Su Tong rushing towards him, forcing a smile before losing consciousness. Lin Shi hurried to Hu Feng's side, checking his injuries, and was taken aback by the severity of the situation. In a panic, she tore her own shirt to bind the wounds on Hu Feng's arms and abdomen. Earlier that day, Lin Shi had woken up first, only to find Hu Feng missing, leaving her momentarily stunned. She quickly roused the other women to search for him, and upon spotting the staircase carved into the mountain wall, they realized the gravity of the situation. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Lin Shi would lead Su Tong to find Hu Feng. Had it not been for Lin Shi retracing the path they had taken the previous day, it was quite possible that Hu Feng would have become a meal for the Wolf King. When Hu Feng regained consciousness, he felt a throbbing in his head and an utter lack of strength. He found himself lying on a pile of dry grass, with Su Bingyun resting beside him, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Just as Hu Feng attempted to move, Su Bingyun stirred awake. Ah! Upon seeing Hu Feng awake, Su Bingyun was momentarily stunned and quickly called out to Lin Shi, "He is awake. Hu Feng is awake." Hearing the commotion, the other women hurried over, and upon seeing Hu Feng conscious, they collectively sighed in relief, though their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Shi promptly examined Hu Feng, and upon confirming he was stable, she let out a deep sigh. However, Wang Xiaomei, with reddened eyes and tears streaming down her face, exclaimed in frustration, "I warned you against showing off, and look where that has gotten us. Do you have any idea how we've been these past 2 days? Ugh." 2 days? Hu Feng asked weakly. Lin Shi nodded, adding, "After Su Tong and I rescued you, you fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss and a persistent high fever." "We all," Lin Shi halted, and Hu Feng understood. With no means of blood transfusion on this deserted island, coupled with his fever, he was fortunate to have survived at all. "What about the wolf?" Hu Feng inquired, aware that it represented their food supply, and lamenting its potential loss. Lin Shi, initially expecting him to ask something of greater importance, was taken aback by his question and replied with irritation, "Don't worry, we dragged the wolf back. Xiaomei has been preparing jerky these past few days." Hearing this, Hu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. 10 wolves would provide ample sustenance for everyone, not to mention the pelts that could be used for warmth. After inquiring about recent events, Hu Feng, feeling increasingly drained, consumed a bit of meat paste before slipping back into a haze of slumber. With Hu Feng awake, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. When Lin Shi returned with the injured Hu Feng, the women felt as if the sky had fallen. The thought of what life would be like without him was too grim to contemplate. Upon Hu Feng's next awakening, he found that the others had ventured outside, leaving only Wang Xiaomei, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Bao in the camp. Wang Xiaomei was busy drying the jerky, Xiao Wei was tending the fire, while Xiao Bao played with mud nearby. What a luxurious scene it was. How many children in the city could play so freely with mud nowadays? Hu Feng slowly sat up, feeling significantly better. His arm wounds had been bandaged with the supplies from Lin Shi's first aid kit, and the same went for his chest. Awake? Wang Xiaomei glanced at him before returning to her task with the jerky. However, she felt somewhat disheartened as she gazed at the drying meat. "What is wrong?" Hu Feng asked, noting her expression of disappointment. Looking at the jerky hanging on the bamboo pole, Wang Xiaomei sighed. "Without salt, even if we dry the meat, It won't preserve for long. Salt. Hu Feng pondered for a moment. Indeed, salt was an essential element for the human body. It made sense why everyone had been feeling a bit lethargic lately. The notion of salt production sprang to his mind, yet his injuries left him devoid of strength to act. Observing Wang Xiaomei's despondency, he suddenly smiled and suggested, "How about I teach you how to make salt?" Wang Xiaomei was taken aback, her curiosity piqued. "You can make salt?" Hu Feng smiled calmly, giving her a knowing glance. "It's just boiling salt water. It's not rocket science." Wang Xiaomei, undeterred by his bravado, retorted, "You're not suggesting we boil seawater, are you? We've tried that before. Although it tasted somewhat salty, it wasn't real salt." Hu Feng was well aware that boiling seawater yielded a product laden with impurities, making it inedible. However, he knew how to purify it, thanks to the teachings of his high school chemistry teacher. "Just tell me if you want to learn. I'll teach you only once." Wang Xiaomei, uncertain of Hu Feng's sincerity, reconsidered the situation. What did it matter if it turned out to be false? At worst, it would be a waste of time. Yet if it was true, it could provide them with the vital resource of salt. "How do we do it?" she asked, approaching Hu Feng with eager anticipation. "First, we boil seawater," he instructed. "Boil again?" Wang Xiaomei questioned, confusion evident on her face. Noticing her hesitation, Hu Feng shot her a stern look. "Are you going to learn or not?" "Yes." Wang Xiaomei promptly decided to keep her mouth shut. She quickly grabbed a water bottle and headed to the shore to collect seawater, filling the iron pot to the brim. "Shall we light the fire to boil it?" Wang Xiaomei called, summoning Xiao Wei to start the fire without hesitation. While waiting, Hu Feng took his tattered clothing and instructed Wang Xiaomei, "Go gather some wood ash, wrap it in the cloth, and then wet it with fresh water to collect the black liquid that drips out." As Wang Xiaomei processed his instructions, she began to believe that Hu Feng might just be able to produce salt. The seawater in the pot began to churn, and before long, white substances formed along the edges. Hu Feng recognized them as magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, and magnesium sulfate, noting that if they filtered while boiling, they could indeed produce some coarse salt. Remembering the need for filtering, he thought to himself that he would figure that out later. As the seawater in the pot reduced to 1/10 of its original volume, Hu Feng called to Wang Xiaomei, who had prepared the wood ash water, to pour the remaining seawater through the cloth for a quick filtration. As she did so, a pale yellow liquid dripped into the bottle. Then, Hu Feng instructed her to add the wood ash water into the bottle, shaking it and waiting for it to settle. The primary component of the wood ash was potassium carbonate, which would react with barium chloride to produce a white precipitate of barium carbonate, while potassium chloride, being a type of salt, posed little concern, albeit excessive consumption might lead to issues. Yet, they were dealing with only a small quantity. Chapter 30. Salt production. As Hu Feng contemplated the process of filtration, he found himself in a predicament. Clearly, filter paper would be the optimal choice. However, on this desolate island, such an item was nowhere to be found. Next in line was sponge. The mere thought of sponge involuntarily drew Hu Feng's gaze towards Wang Xiaomei's chest. In truth, whether she wore anything or not seemed inconsequential. Should he remind her to contribute to the salt-making endeavor? Upon noticing Hu Feng's attention fixated on her chest, Wang Xiaomei's temper flared. "What are you staring at? Your injury isn't even healed. Aren't you afraid of bleeding?" Hearing Wang Xiaomei's sharp words, Hu Feng dared not mention the filtration any further. "What should we do now?" Wang Xiaomei inquired, observing the liquid settling in the bottle with confusion. "We need to create a filter." "A filter?" Wang Xiaomei was taken aback. Could clothing not suffice? Yet, seeing the seriousness in Hu Feng's expression, she chose to trust him. "How do we proceed?" "Fetch a bamboo tube and make a few holes at the bottom. First, lay the clothing flat at the very bottom, then place the sponge, followed by sand, charcoal, and finally more sand." Upon hearing Hu Feng's instructions, Wang Xiaomei followed the steps diligently. However, after placing the clothing, she suddenly realized that there was no sponge to be found. "What if there is no sponge? Can we omit it?" she asked, perplexed. Hu Feng shook his head, his demeanor earnest. "It is essential, and you have sponge." Wang Xiaomei looked at him in bewilderment. She had sponge. Where? How was she unaware of this? Suddenly, she recalled Hu Feng's earlier gaze and understood. He had been referring to the sponge. Realizing this, she felt inexplicably angry, leaving Hu Feng utterly confused about her sudden shift in mood. Wang Xiaomei dashed off into the distance and shortly returned with 2 pieces of sponge, stuffing them into the bamboo tube before continuing to follow Hu Feng's previous instructions. "What's next?" she asked, casting a cold glare at Hu Feng. "Pour the settled seawater mixture from the bottle into the filter." Wang Xiaomei nodded in understanding and continued with the task. When the bamboo bowl revealed a clear, dense brine, she instinctively knew what to do next. She meticulously cleaned the pot, poured in the concentrated brine, and reignited the fire. Before long, the water began to evaporate, revealing white granules. Ultimately, Wang Xiaomei stirred the moist salt until it was dry, presenting her with a small bowl of salt. Astonished, she could hardly believe it. This was fine salt. Previously, she had seen videos of creators on Douyin showcasing the salt-making process with pre-prepared solutions. This was entirely different, as she had crafted it herself. Although Hu Feng had been beside her guiding the way, to her, he was merely a supporting player. She was the true protagonist. Dipping her fingers into the salt for a taste, she was delighted to find it purely salty, devoid of the bitterness she had encountered before. In that moment, Wang Xiaomei questioned what she had been consuming all along. "I've taught you the method. Henceforth, the task of salt production shall be yours," she declared, still basking in the joy of her accomplishment, paying little heed to Hu Feng's remarks. Even if it took an entire pot of seawater to yield such a small amount of salt, having discovered the method made the process seem effortless. With great care, Xiaomei stored the precious salt in a small bamboo tube, sealing it securely. She intended to surprise the others. When the group returned, Wang Xiaomei had already prepared a meal. The sight of wolf meat in the bamboo bowl elicited little appetite among the others, as they had gone without salt for some time and felt drained. Yet, Hu Feng devoured his portion heartily, occasionally praising the taste to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei, unreserved, joined in the feast, and as the salt graced her palate, her eyes widened in astonishment. Naturally, Xiao Wei was no exception. She was aware that Hu Feng had taught Xiaomei the art of salt production and was keenly observing. The moment the salt flavor hit her tongue, it felt as if the world had transformed into a more pleasant place. The other girls looked on in confusion, wondering why a mere meal of meat could incite such delight. The meat was something they had consumed daily, but they could not resist partaking, as it was necessary to replenish their nutritional needs. Yet, upon tasting the saltiness, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Salt." Lin Shi gazed at Wang Xiaomei in disbelief. Wang Xiaomei, brimming with pride, looked upon her companions with a smug grin and declared, "What do you think? Say a few words of joy to lift my spirits." Beside her, Su Bingyun shot Wang Xiaomei an exasperated glance. "Your salary for this month is gone." "Ah, Su, please don't. I accompanied you on the business trip," Wang Xiaomei exclaimed in despair. The group erupted in laughter, realizing that only Su Bingyun could effectively handle Wang Xiaomei. As they feasted, Xiao Wei shared the events of the morning. Although she didn't need to elaborate, the others could easily deduce that Hu Feng had imparted his knowledge to her, given that they had all witnessed Wang Xiaomei's previous attempts at boiling seawater. By the afternoon, Hu Feng was able to rise and move about, his strength gradually returning. Thus 2 days passed, Hu Feng fully recovered, and with the presence of salt, the food supply was no longer a concern. The 10 wolves provided approximately 300 to 400 kilograms of meat, sufficient to sustain them for a considerable time. Coupled with the collective efforts in salt production, Wang Xiaomei's cured meats were piling up, and the fish caught in the nets became smoked delicacies, enough to sustain the 7 of them for a while. With the food situation resolved, the construction of a shelter had to commence, as it had been many days without rain, and should a storm arise, they would find themselves soaked. This time, Hu Feng intended to create a luxurious shelter. As for how luxurious, it would certainly differ from the previous one. At the very least, it would withstand strong winds and heavy rains, and it needed to be spacious enough for several individuals to move about comfortably. Ideally, it would feature 2 rooms, as being a man, he found it rather awkward to share close quarters with several women for extended periods, especially in the mornings. With a vision in mind, Hu Feng began gathering materials. He was already aware that there were no palm trees around, and he had no intention of using palm fronds for the roof. He had previously noted the trees on the platform. Their bark was remarkably thick and resilient, making for excellent roofing material. Thus, when he had been chopping wood earlier, he had collected several pieces, laying them flat on the ground and weighting them down with stones for shaping. However, he lacked sufficient material, and now that his health had returned and food was no longer a worry, upon hearing that Hu Feng intended to build a shelter, Everyone eagerly offered their assistance in stripping the bark from the trees. Hu Feng fashioned several small knives from the tin he had previously acquired, instructing the others to peel the bark to specified lengths, while he focused on preparing the pillars for the shelter. He had given this considerable thought. The pillars needed to be sturdy, and he planned to erect 3 poles, long, medium, and short, adjacent to each other to facilitate the securing of the crossbeams. Chapter 31. Reconstructing the shelter. What is the most essential aspect of a sturdy house? Undoubtedly, it is the foundation. A weak foundation renders all efforts futile. A strong wind could send it soaring into the heavens. Therefore, when Hu Feng instructed the women to fetch tree bark, he prioritized digging deep holes for the pillars. I informed Hu Feng about the recent developments. Ever since we eradicated the wolf pack, wolves have not returned to this area. Moreover, the antelopes on the plains seem aware of the absence of their predators, gathering their kin and friends to forage here. Where there were once merely a dozen antelopes, their numbers have now multiplied exponentially. After excavating 6 holes suitable for the pillars, Hu Feng went to fell trees, opting for larger specimens this time, eschewing the earlier trivial endeavors. Once the trees were cut, the women stripped off the bark, while Hu Feng dragged the logs to the designated holes. You might wonder why he did not carry them. Could anyone truly shoulder a few hundred pounds? After a day of tireless labor, Hu Feng finally erected several pillars, 3 of varying heights at each position. As evening fell, everyone, having toiled diligently throughout the day, enjoyed their meal and retired early. With the threat of wolves eliminated, Hu Feng no longer insisted on night watches, though he cautioned everyone not to sleep too soundly. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the following day, after breakfast, the women resumed their work. Once the pillars were secured, Hu Feng decided to construct the lower platform first, placing measured lengths of logs atop the shorter pillars. He then split a section of bamboo, scorching the center to ensure it would bend without breaking. The bamboo was laid across the beams and secured on both sides to the shorter pillars, preventing any slippage. To ensure stability, Hu Feng opted to tie additional bindings. Next came the middle pillars. Due to the weight of the damp wood, Hu Feng enlisted Lin Shi and Su Tong for assistance. The 3 of them labored throughout the morning, finally securing the crossbeams and the roof framework. With the bark nearly ready, the women ventured to the plains to gather grass. Although the bark could serve as roofing material, it was prudent to first lay a layer of grass to enhance durability. Hu Feng had already anticipated this, so once the women finished with the bark, he set off to collect grass. The shorter pillars were approximately 1 meter above the ground, a measure taken to deter snakes, with the crossbeams laid atop, ultimately to be covered with smoothly planed wooden slats, thus completing the flooring. As for the door, Hu Feng had considered it while constructing the beams. He created an opening using fire at the corresponding positions of the beams resting on the middle and shorter pillars. Lacking a chisel, burning was the quickest method. The wooden door was fashioned in a similar manner, simple and efficient, ultimately bound with bamboo strips for closure, as for windows. Hu Feng had no intention of installing them, as this was merely a place to sleep. The surrounding walls were temporarily woven from bamboo, with future plans for either earth or bricks. For now, they would make do. Once the primary structure was established, the remaining details could be addressed at leisure. Excluding Xiao Bao, the 7 of them toiled for nearly a week before the house was finally completed. They gazed upon the fruits of their labor with immense satisfaction and happiness, each aware of their contributions. Elevated 1 meter above the ground to prevent venomous creatures, Hu Feng also designed stairs with railings for convenience. Future designs included corridors, but the immediate priority was for everyone to move in, having endured the elements for far too long. The kitchen was situated on the side of the house, with a slanted roof built along the eaves, and the quality was assured. The restroom was positioned at the rear side of the house, conveniently sheltered from the rain. Once the house was completed, the group had all tanned considerably, having worked under the sun. It was no surprise they appeared healthier. In the evening, Hu Feng relaxed in the waterfall's embrace, enjoying the gentle glow of the setting sun. This spot had long become the communal bathing area, typically frequented by the women first, allowing Hu Feng to bathe only after their return. Suddenly, Hu Feng felt a pair of delicate hands massaging his temples. Startled, he opened his eyes and instinctively covered himself. Su Tong, taken aback by his sudden movement, stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. What this? Feeling shy? Su Tong, what brings you here? Hu Feng inquired, bewildered. As everyone else was supposed to be preparing breakfast, Su Tong extended her graceful hand, her fingertips gliding lightly from Hu Feng's abdomen upwards, teasingly lifting his chin with the flowing water. Why? Is it inappropriate for an elder sister to visit? Upon hearing this, Hu Feng could not find his voice, recalling their prior encounters. The memory ignited the smoldering desire within him. Su Tong, this could lead to trouble, he cautioned. Su Tong merely smiled, her finger playfully poking his chest. What kind of trouble? I fail to comprehend, she replied, her demeanor teasingly confident. Just as Hu Feng's hand, almost ready, Hu Feng quickly responded, startled by Lin Xi's call. Fearing the implications of being discovered, he hastily donned his clothes, disregarding his damp state, and pulled on a shirt that had turned into a crop top, seemingly unconcerned. After dressing, he cast a glance at Su Tong and hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Su Tong observed him with a knowing smile, as if contemplating, can you escape once, yet elude a second time? Upon returning to the campsite, the table, constructed during the house-building process, was quite low, prompting everyone to sit on stones while they ate. As Hu Feng inspected the pot filled with fish, meat, and wild vegetables, he eagerly began to eat. With salt now available, their meals had become more varied, though Hu Feng, accustomed to rice as a staple, still found it somewhat unfamiliar. When will I finally enjoy a steaming bowl of rice? Hu Feng mused aloud. During this period, their food supplies had been steadily depleting, primarily consisting of fish traps and the foraged vegetables brought back by the women. It was a common concern not to consume their resources without replenishment. Tomorrow, I'll see if I can hunt an antelope. We could feast on lamb. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, everyone nodded in agreement, finding the idea appealing. I'll accompany you. Su Tong chimed in eagerly. Hu Feng regarded Su Tong with a quizzical expression. Chapter 32. The discovery of wild wheat beside her. Lin Shi scrutinized Su Tong with a particularly discerning gaze, fully aware of the intentions swirling in her mind. Let me take charge. I have confidence in archery, Lin Shi declared with assurance. Yet, she could not quite comprehend why the day's events left her feeling somewhat unsettled, a nagging concern in her heart. Meanwhile, Su Tong pondered Lin Shi's words, her expression revealing a Hu Feng, perplexed, thought that if given the choice, he would undoubtedly select Lin Shi, as she was indeed the most skilled archer among the women. As for Su Tong, he hesitated to consider her involvement in hunting, fearing she might only succeed in capturing a wild chicken. Having been stranded on the deserted island for over half a month, although the rescue team had yet to arrive, circumstances were gradually improving. Food, salt, and fresh water were no longer the sources of anxiety they once were. Ultimately, it was Lin Shi who set out with Hu Feng, for the other women had faith in her hunting prowess, not to mention her medical knowledge, which surpassed theirs. After nearly 10 days, Hu Feng and Lin Shi returned to the former location of the wolf pack, which had transformed significantly. With the wolves' absence, antelopes frolicked freely across the plains, blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers of humanity, which were far more formidable than their former predators. Observing the familiar landscape, Hu Feng felt a profound sense of relief, while Lin Shi appeared at ease, as the threat of wolves had rendered this place a veritable paradise. Thank you for that day. Hu Feng finally expressed his gratitude. Had she not arrived in the nick of time, he could only imagine the dire consequences. No need to thank me. We are all in this together. Lin Shi replied with a polished, official demeanor, though her mind was preoccupied with the events of the morning. The more she mulled it over, the more irritable she became. Damn the rescue team for not arriving yet, she muttered under her breath. It was hard not to blame the rescue team. Had they come sooner, would they have faced so many troubles? What? Hu Feng inquired, having not caught her words. Lin Shi, already frazzled, shot him an exasperated glance. Which one are you looking for? Hu Feng struggled to keep pace with Lin Shi's erratic thoughts, bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor as if a distant relative had appeared. Unable to decipher her mood, he dismissed it. After all, their primary task was hunting. Hu Feng never entertained the notion of depleting the land's resources. Though antelopes roamed in abundance, reckless hunting would. Thus, he focused on targeting older male sheep, resolutely sparing the females to maintain a sustainable environment for future nourishment. Having identified a suitable target, Lin Shi released her arrow, striking one of the antelopes squarely in the rear. The startled creature felt a sudden pain and instinctively looked around, but upon spotting Hu Feng and Lin Shi at a distance, it quickly returned to grazing. However, not long after, the antelope began to falter, its legs growing weak, until it finally collapsed. The surrounding antelopes paid no heed, continuing to graze and gradually shifting their positions. After securing the antelope, the duo prepared to leave, knowing that one weighing around 100 pounds would feed them for quite some time. Just as they were about to depart, Hu Feng noticed several familiar plants swaying gently in the wind in the direction the antelope had fled. Abandoning the antelope, he hurried over, and upon seeing the plants, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha! Lin Shi, come quickly and see what this is. Initially puzzled by Hu Feng's sudden enthusiasm, Lin Shi approached the plants, curiosity piqued by his exclamation. What is it? She asked, looking at the unfamiliar vegetation. As a city dweller, she could hardly have encountered wheat before, and what lay before them was wild wheat, distinctly different from the cultivated variety. Hu Feng carefully plucked a stalk, peeling away the outer bristles to reveal a small, green grain, less than half the size of a typical wheat kernel. Ha ha! He exclaimed, filled with delight. Wheat, a staple food. Though they had discovered only a little, if cultivated, it could alleviate their future concerns regarding sustenance. This could ensure our food security. Lin Shi, upon seeing what Hu Feng held, began to grasp its significance. Although she had never seen the stalks, she recognized the grains. Wheat? Lin Shi asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Hu Feng nodded, glancing around. There must be more wild wheat scattered across the vast plain. With that thought in mind, Hu Feng and Lin Shi split up to search the area. After circling the plain, they indeed uncovered several patches of wild wheat, intermingled with tall weeds. If not for their diligent searching, it would have been quite easy to overlook. However, a new dilemma now confronted them. The wild wheat had begun to spike, with immature green grains forming, making it impossible to transplant at this stage. Moreover, with antelopes nearby, they risked losing it entirely if they were not vigilant. Let us encircle the wild wheat with bamboo until it matures, then we can harvest it, Lin Shi suggested, bringing Hu Feng back to reality. In his excitement, he had momentarily lost sight of practicality. They quickly returned with the antelope, sharing their discovery with the other women. Upon hearing about the wild wheat, the women's expressions transformed into ones of exhilaration. If Hu Feng's assertion about cultivating it held true, would they not achieve self-sufficiency in food? With the rescue team having shown no signs of arriving for over half a month, any hope they once held had all but vanished. Subsequently, Hu Feng set about chopping bamboo to construct a fence, while the others helped lift and place it around the patches of wild wheat to deter any antelope from grazing on it. Given the scarcity of wild wheat and its underdeveloped state, any further consumption by antelopes would leave them with nothing. Currently, their primary food source stemmed from the antelopes, and should the rescue team continue to delay, the availability of food would become increasingly critical. If they could successfully cultivate the wild wheat, their worries about sustenance would cease. The women shared Hu Feng's sentiment. Once the wild wheat was cultivated and they achieved self-sufficiency, it would no longer matter how long they remained on the island. Chapter 33. Accidentally falling into the water? After a long day of toil, Hu Feng felt utterly exhausted. Seizing the opportunity while the women prepared dinner, he slipped away to the waterfall for a soothing soak. As he reclined in the water, the weariness of the day melted away. He mused that if wild wheat could be cultivated, it might one day be turned into steamed buns. Although it was premature to speculate, such thoughts were harmless. Of course, cultivating wild wheat required composting. Hu Feng recalled witnessing his father engage in the process during his childhood. Though his memories were somewhat hazy, he deemed them sufficient for his needs. Gazing at the waterfall cascading from above, Hu Feng contemplated the distance to the shelter. If only he could channel the water there, it would significantly reduce the labor required for daily water collection. This idea sparked a notion in his mind that he would experiment with tomorrow. Additionally, he considered the iron pieces he had brought, contemplating the possibility of reforging some tools. Lost in thought, Hu Feng comfortably closed his eyes, resting, knowing that the women would soon come to fetch him for dinner. Suddenly, he heard cautious footsteps approaching, as if the intruder were wary of disturbing him. A knowing smile crossed Hu Feng's face as he surmised it was his elder sister, Su Tong. recalling their recent shared experiences vividly. A pair of delicate hands gently settled on his temples, beginning to massage them. Hu Feng nearly gasped in pleasure. As the saying goes, a full stomach stirs desires. After spending so long on this deserted island surrounded by beautiful women, he had managed to avoid embarrassing himself every morning, which he considered a small victory. Moreover, Su Tong's recent actions had made her intentions quite apparent. The signals she was sending were unmistakably hormonal. He was no saint. After all, it was perfectly natural for a young boy to secretly watch fight scenes. With the gentle massage continuing, Hu Feng found his thoughts wandering, and in a sudden impulse, he wrapped his arms around the waist of his companion, pulling her into the water. "Ah!" came a startled scream, instantly freezing Hu Feng in place. The voice was entirely unexpected. Opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find it was Lin Shi. For a moment, Hu Feng was unsure where to place his hands, staring at Lin Shi, who was now drenched, her alluring curves partially revealed, igniting a rush of heat within him. Having been pulled into the water, Lin Shi found herself resting against Hu Feng's chest. It was then she realized he was completely unclothed. Feeling something beneath her, her face flushed crimson. Embarrassed, Hu Feng quickly regained his composure. Lin Shi was certainly not Su Tong. Not only was she a doctor, but given her archery skills, she could likely survive on this island without his help. I thought, Hu Feng stammered. As soon as Lin Shi heard his words, clarity dawned upon her. He had mistaken her for Su Tong. Did that mean there was something more between Hu Feng and Su Tong? Lin Shi couldn't help but ponder. The thought made her expression shift. Was she somehow inferior to Su Tong? Angrily, she rose from Hu Feng's embrace and stormed off, leaving him in an awkward silence. Did I say something wrong? Hu Feng muttered to himself, belatedly realizing his blunder. Oh well, there were still countless matters to attend to. He shrugged off. Lin Shi's return, dripping wet, stunned the other women. Had she taken a bath with Hu Feng? Su Tong looked at Lin Shi with a knowing smile, her expression hinting that she understood something unspoken. This left Lin Shi feeling extremely awkward. Why are you all staring at me? I didn't do anything. I just accidentally fell into the water, Lin Shi hurriedly explained. Her clarification only prompted the women to exchange knowing glances, making her feel increasingly embarrassed. It is all Hu Feng's fault, Lin Shi silently cursed. Just then, Hu Feng returned, and noticing the women's gaze on the wet Lin Shi, he felt compelled to speak. Lin Shi just fell into the water. What's the matter? At Hu Feng's comment, the women exchanged amused smiles, as if they had worked out a plan together. Watching Hu Feng inadvertently complicate the situation further, Lin Shi shot him an exasperated glance before turning away and walking to the fire to dry her clothes. After their meal, the women left Hu Feng behind and went to wash up by the waterfall. A group of women stretched languidly in the water. Wang Xiaomei glanced around, then at herself. Suddenly, she crouched down and submerged her head, blowing bubbles in frustration. It was infuriating. Aside from Xiao Bao, it seemed she was outdone by everyone else. Even Xiao Wei was more capable than her. Who could she complain to about this? Emerging from the water, she cast a glance at Lin Shi and Su Tong, realizing why that rogue Hu Feng was so fixated on them. Without comparison, there could be no hurt. Su Tong, surveying Lin Shi, jestingly inquired, Dr. Lin, didn't you wash up this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's face instantly turned scarlet. Wang Xiaomei, peeking above the water, chimed in teasingly, Yeah, Lin Shi, didn't you wash this afternoon? Are you washing again? Lin Shi shot them both an exasperated look, realizing this topic would not simply fade away. The more she explained, the messier it seemed, so the best course of action was to remain silent. However, Su Bingyun observed Lin Shi thoughtfully, sensing that there was likely nothing between her and Hu Feng. After all, what could happen in such a short time? They were merely joking around. With ample food, water, and salt available, everyone's spirits lifted, and laughter filled the air once more. Upon returning, the women saw Hu Feng busily engaged by the fire, but they thought little of it as they entered their dwelling. The floor of the house was covered with dried grass, and atop it lay a blanket made from wolf pelts, making for a somewhat more comfortable sleeping arrangement at night. Hu Feng, by the fire, chopped the iron sheets from the previous layer into smaller pieces, intending to melt them down to forge tools. However, this was merely the preliminary phase. Blacksmithing required skill and preparation. Upon returning to his room, he glanced at the women sleeping across from him before retreating to his corner. It was somewhat vexing. Back when they were at the smaller, it seemed he was missing out on something. Looking around the room, Hufeng sighed inwardly, blaming himself for not considering the implications earlier. Yet, there was little to be done. As the saying goes, one must accept the consequences of their choices. Without further thought, he settled into his designated spot, leaning against the bamboo wall to rest, for there were many tasks awaiting him the next day. Though food was not an immediate concern, survival was no simple feat. Chapter 34. Water diversion at dawn on the second day. Hufeng rose early, seizing the moment before the sun became too fierce to gather some supplies. He had devised a plan the night before to divert water from the small river to the encampment, as many subsequent tasks would hinge upon this endeavor. With the threat of wolf packs dissipated from the plains, Hufeng felt a measure of relief, though he remained wary of the elusive snakes. Hence, he advised the women to always wear bamboo leg guards when venturing. Arriving at the wild wheat field they had encircled the previous day, Hufeng meticulously examined the area, finding no signs of damage or disturbance from antelope. The wild wheat had begun to flower, and it would not be long before it ripened. His only concern was the birds. However, there was little that could be done. Erecting a bamboo net would be excessively laborious and would obstruct the sunlight that the wheat required. Hufeng could only pray that the birds would show restraint, or rather mercy. After inspecting the wheat, Hufeng proceeded to the river's waterfall, gauging the height with his hand and formulating a plan in his mind. He returned to his dwelling and felled several bamboo stalks. Using a stick of similar length, he punctured the bamboo nodes to clear out the remnants within. He then transported the bamboo to the riverbank, where he used an axe to carve a trench into the ground, placing the bamboo into it. The bamboo was arranged in a manner where larger pieces enveloped smaller ones, and he sealed the joints with earth. This network of bamboo extended to the enclosure above the encampment, culminating in a framework of 3 bamboo poles on the lower platform to support the bamboo tubes, which he buried along the path. Once more at the riverbank, Hufeng gathered an array of stones to construct a modest dam. He watched with satisfaction as the water level gradually rose, ultimately submerging the previously buried bamboo tubes. In due course, golden water began to flow from the bamboo tubes, carrying remnants of unwashed segments, which soon transformed into clear, flowing water. The bamboo tubes, elevated approximately 2 meters above the ground, were strategically positioned for Hufeng's ulterior plans. The sound of splashing water led the women, who had just returned from washing at the waterfall, to believe it was raining, and they joyfully rushed over upon seeing the stream Hufeng had diverted. Finally, we no longer need to fetch water. Lin, she exclaimed, feeling the refreshing flow of water on her hand. Of course, Hufeng's intention was not merely for the convenience of water retrieval. That was merely incidental. Wang Xiaomei had already prepared a delightful breakfast of lamb soup and roasted lamb, after which everyone dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Wang Xiaomei continued her quest for ingredients, now not only for wild vegetables, but also for condiments. To the left of their dwelling, a patch of cultivated plants revealed her efforts in sourcing seasoning. Aside from wild scallions, Hufeng could scarcely identify any of them. Su Bingyun and Lin, she took Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao to inspect the fish trap, as their hopes for seafood rested solely upon it. The seaside had long been scoured clean by the others. As for Su Tong, she unexpectedly accompanied Hufeng today, a change he had not anticipated, likely due to the events of the previous night. As Lin, she had always been by his side until now. With a new companion, Hufeng showed no mercy, for he was determined to construct a water wheel. He began by selecting a robust tree trunk, shaping its center into a cylindrical form while tapering both ends into smaller wooden sticks. He marked 7 or 8 spots on the surface of the cylinder. Calling upon Su Tong to stoke the fire, he placed burning charcoal on the marked locations and began to blow through a small bamboo tube. In a matter of moments, a round hole appeared on the tree surface, and he continued to create small openings at the remaining marked spots. Next, Hufeng procured some sturdy wooden sticks, inserting them into the tree holes, ensuring that all this. Once aligned, he fitted a bamboo tube over the protruding wooden sticks, reminiscent of the bowls they used for meals. Afterward, Hufeng approached the stream he had diverted earlier, observing the flow of water cascading downward, and he took a bamboo slice to measure the distance. He then retrieved 2 tree stumps, forcefully driving them into the ground on either side of the water flow, and secured a small bamboo tube horizontally atop them. He moved the completed water wheel into position atop the wooden stumps, inserting the central rod into the bamboo tube on the stumps. Testing its rotation, he found it required minimal effort. Aligning the water flow with the bamboo tube on the water wheel, he watched as the tube filled with water, and the force of the current set the wheel into motion with a satisfying clatter. Observing the turning water wheel, Hufeng exhaled in relief, for many subsequent tasks would depend on its functionality. Had it failed, he would have considered relocating the water wheel to the waterfall. Fortunately, his perseverance bore fruit as the water wheel spun faster, splashing water everywhere. Hutong observed Hufeng, who was drenched in sweat, and offered him a cloth to wipe his brow, casually inquiring, "What purpose?" Hufeng grasped her small hand as she wiped the sweat from his forehead, offering a mysterious smile before turning back to the bamboo grove. With the water wheel complete, it was now time to construct the furnace and bellows. However, before undertaking these tasks, he needed to prepare some charcoal. Charcoal was relatively easy to procure, but the midday sun had risen high, and the heat posed a risk of heat stroke. Now that Wang Xiaomei had simplified the cooking and water-fetching process, the water was conveniently located nearby, making it easy for her to wash the pots. After their meal, Hufeng leaned against a post in the kitchen to rest, while the women retreated indoors. Yet the midday sun was relentless, and the heat within the dwelling was stifling, causing everyone to perspire profusely. To avoid unnecessary awkwardness, Hufeng had only entered to rest once, deciding against further forays inside, not due to the women's objections, but rather because he feared that doing so would leave him utterly exhausted. Lying beside the kitchen, Hufeng felt waves of heat wash over him, unbearable in their intensity. He hastily made his way to the water wheel, dousing himself with the flowing water, and in an instant. Chapter 35. Pottery in such sweltering weather, sleep was utterly elusive. Even if one managed to doze off, the prospect of waking drenched in sweat was decidedly unpleasant. Faced with this discomfort, Hufeng resolved to engage in some productive activity. He ventured into the bamboo grove and harvested a few stalks, intending to weave several items. One was a dustpan, useful for scooping up dirt, and the other a sieve, meant for sifting fine soil for the creation of ceramic pots. The idea of crafting ceramic containers had only recently dawned upon him. The iron pot he possessed was too flimsy, and Wang Xiaomei had expressed her grievances on numerous occasions, suggesting it would not endure much longer. Thus, Hufeng set his sights on fashioning a ceramic vessel. As for the clay required for pottery, Hufeng had discovered a suitable source long ago, located by the small river on the plain. He had stumbled upon it while diverting water and had been intrigued by its potential. The art of pottery was not particularly daunting. If there was any challenge, it lay in shaping the clay. Generally, if the molded pot developed cracks during the drying process, it was rendered entirely useless. Therefore, the foremost requirement was that the clay must be exceptionally refined and subjected to relentless kneading to expel trapped air, thus preventing it from shattering during firing. Moreover, the temperature needed for firing clay was not as high as that required for smelting iron. Approximately 300 degrees Celsius would suffice for a day's firing, whereas iron melting necessitated temperatures ranging from 400 to 550 degrees Celsius, often requiring the aid of a bellows to elevate the heat. As Hufeng finished weaving the dustpan, Lin Shi emerged from the house, her entire form glistening with perspiration. She stretched lazily at the doorway, accentuating her flawless figure, causing Hufeng to momentarily. Only then did Lin Shi notice Hufeng's unabashed gaze. Realizing the implications of his stare, she hastily covered herself and retreated back indoors in a flurry. Observing the blazing sun overhead, which had somewhat relinquished its previous ferocity, Hufeng secured the dustpan and proceeded to the small river to collect clay. By the time he returned, the women had already risen. The waterfall was too distant for their morning ablutions, so they opted to freshen up at the water wheel. Hufeng had anticipated this need and had installed a spout above the water wheel, allowing them to block one side and let water flow from the other, thus facilitating their daily water requirements. After the women had completed their washing, they dispersed to attend to their various tasks. Hufeng paid little mind, for there was ample food available, and they were free to engage in whatever activities they desired. As long as the wild wheat was cultivated, there might even be time for other endeavors. Setting the clay beside the water wheel, Hufeng went to gather more. The first step was to knead the clay. Ideally, the best method would involve mixing it with water to form a slurry, filtering it, and then allowing it to dry. However, Hufeng had no time for such meticulous processes, so he used the woven sieve to sift out impurities and larger clumps of clay directly. After thoroughly sifting through the collected clay, Hufeng added water and began kneading it, rolling up his pant legs and using his feet. This step was crucial in pottery making. If the clay was not evenly kneaded, not only would it fail in the kiln, but it might also crack while drying outdoors. While he worked, Hufeng attentively monitored the moisture content of the clay. Too dry could lead to cracks, while too wet would render shaping impossible. Thus, a delicate balance was essential, adding water when dry and clay when too wet to achieve the desired consistency. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao watched Hufeng with eager eyes, clearly wanting to join in the fun in her eyes. Anything her older brother was playing with must be delightful. Just as she was about to jump in, Su Tong intervened, pulling her back and preventing her from approaching. A look of distress crossed Xiao Bao's face as she pouted at Hufeng, her eyes filled with a mixture of longing and disappointment. Hufeng, of course, was unwilling to let her participate. The clay would become exceedingly sticky by the end of the kneading process, and with her slender limbs, she risked tumbling into the mixture. After some time, Hufeng felt that the clay had reached an appropriate viscosity and stepped out briefly to wash his feet. He then procured a piece of wood and fashioned a small circular board, drilling a hole in the center to insert a stick. Using some stones, he constructed a platform with a central opening and placed the wooden disc atop it. After testing its rotation and ensuring it was level, he completed the assembly. Next, he retrieved some nylon cord left over from making bows and arrows, tying the ends together. He secured one end to the stick beneath the disc and the other to the rotating axle of the water wheel. With a test spin of the water wheel, the disc began to rotate smoothly. Hufeng felt satisfied. A simple potter's wheel was now ready for use. He took a lump of clay and placed it on the wheel, rolling it into a long strip. After forming a small circle, he began turning the wheel and meticulously shaping the clay. Layer by layer, he added the strips, occasionally wetting his fingers to ensure a cohesive bond. Before long, a ceramic pot was complete. With great care, he used a thin string to lift it from the wheel, setting it aside on a stone slab to dry. He then proceeded to create other ceramic bowls, pots, and jars. However, he refrained from attempting to make a large ceramic vat, as he lacked sufficient clay, and the wheel could not accommodate such a size. Even if he were to construct a larger wheel, Hufeng, as the afternoon sun began to set, casting shadows across the completed ceramic bowls and pots, Hufeng acknowledged their imperfections compared to those crafted by skilled artisans. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that they would serve their purpose. He had also made several of each item, recognizing that success rates varied. Even in professional pottery workshops, defects were not uncommon. Wang Xiaomei, who had prepared, despite her desire to participate, she lamented her lack of skill. Dinner consisted once again of lamb and seafood, accompanied by wild vegetables that Hufeng could not identify, undoubtedly sourced from the fish traps. As night fell, Hufeng inspected the surrounding fence, reassured by its condition before retiring to sleep. This barrier was crucial for protecting against wild beasts, and any lapse could spell disaster for everyone. Although the wolf pack on the plain had been dealt with by Hufeng and Lin Shi, the vast expanse of the island left uncertainty about the presence of wolves from other areas. Thus, caution remained paramount. Upon returning to their dwelling, Hufeng settled beside the crackling fire. The remnants of his earlier smoke had long dissipated, a reminder of fleeting youth. The prospects of a rescue team remained uncertain. Should they fail to arrive, he and the others would be condemned to live out their days on this desolate island. Fortunately, he had Lin Shi and her companions by his side. Otherwise, solitude might have driven him to despair. Chapter 36. A dream amidst the thunderstorm. Upon returning indoors, Hufeng gazed at the array of women lying neatly before him. A smile graced his lips. Had this been in his homeland, he would never have intersected with any of these beauties. Yet, a maritime disaster had irrevocably altered the trajectories of their fates. Awakening from his enchanting dreams, Hufeng turned to observe the women. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Shi had mysteriously vanished, while the others remained ensconced in slumber upon the wolf pelts. The morning here was the most opportune time for sleep, neither too hot nor too cold. Stepping outside, Hufeng surveyed the sky and immediately sensed trouble. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, accompanied by the briny caress of the sea breeze. He hurried towards the ceramic jars he had prepared for drying the previous day. Upon noticing Hufeng's arrival, Lin Shi flashed him a smile before resuming her task. However, Wang Xiaomei, glancing at Hu Feng, naturally exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Come help us." "You handle those larger ones." Without hesitation, Hu Feng rushed over, grasping a jar and carrying it to the back of the kitchen. At last, after the three of them had successfully moved all the jars to safety, the torrential rain began to pour. Hu Feng scanned the roof of the dwelling, searching for any potential leaks, clutching some dry grass in hand, ready to patch any breaches. Fortunately, the sleeping quarters showed no signs of leakage, but the kitchen had several spots where the relentless downpour was seeping through. Quickly, Hu Feng set up a ladder and repaired the leaking areas, continuing his observations until he was satisfied that no further leaks were present. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei was busy preparing breakfast, a routine that mirrored the previous morning, monotonous yet comforting. However, the sudden onset of the downpour halted their bustling activities. After breakfast, they gathered around the campfire, unable to venture outside due to the deluge. Their conversations meandered through an array of whimsical topics, though everyone conspicuously avoided discussing the rescue team, likely aware that the prospect of their arrival was becoming increasingly bleak. In truth, Lin Shi had harbored doubts about Hu Feng's identity since the incident where she had treated his wound. As a doctor, she recognized the origin of the circular scar on his back, yet she had chosen to remain silent, not due to a lack of opportunity, but rather the absence of necessity. In this place, no one cared about Hu Feng's past. Whether he was a police officer or a bandit, here, they all became primitive beings, severed from the world. After more, his bravery in confronting a dozen adversaries for Su Bingyun's sake, along with his willingness to face a wolf pack for the safety of the group, had earned him their admiration. They regarded him as their pillar of strength, believing there was little he could not accomplish, save for archery. In all other respects, he seemed to possess a modicum of knowledge. For instance, when it came to constructing water wheels or crafting pottery, as long as he had an idea, Hu Feng would ponder how to bring it to fruition, unencumbered by fear or hesitation. "Why worry? Just do it," was his prevailing attitude. The rain continued unabated, and the water from the distant water wheel had turned murky. Hu Feng remained unconcerned. They were situated far from the small river, and even in the event of flooding, it would not reach them. Yet, he lamented the wild wheat he had discovered earlier, uncertain of how much would survive this torrential downpour. He recalled his parents' warnings from childhood that heavy winds and storms could flatten crops, leading to diminished yields. After a day spent in the rain with little accomplished, Hu Feng took some bamboo and fashioned a few baskets to aid the women in foraging for supplies. As night fell, he braved the rain once more to inspect the integrity of the surrounding fence, reassured by its sturdiness before allowing himself to relax. As night descended, the group finished their meals and retired for the evening. However, the previously silent rain transformed into a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Crack, boom, rumble, lightning pierced through the gaps in the bamboo walls, illuminating the interior. In that fleeting light, Hu Feng noticed Xiao Bao, frightened and curled up in Su Tong's embrace, while Xiao Wei clung tightly to Su Tong's back, paralyzed with fear. Wang Xiaomei, meanwhile, lay comfortably on her side, peacefully asleep, occasionally mumbling about delectable dreams, seemingly unfazed by the thunder. In contrast, Su Bingyun pressed closely against Wang Xiaomei, seeking solace. As Hu Feng prepared to turn over and resume his slumber, he suddenly felt a body pressing against his back. He turned to glimpse the intruder through the lightning's flash, his heart racing. "Shoo!" Lin Shi gestured for him to remain silent, then nestled closely into his embrace, her face hidden against him. "I've been afraid of thunder since I was a child," she whispered. Understanding dawned on Hu Feng. It appeared Lin Shi had nowhere left to retreat. He wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer, while gently patting her back in reassurance, saying, "It's all right. I am here." Feeling his hands on her waist, Lin Shi stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, finding comfort in Hu Feng's hold. "I'll return to my spot once the thunder stops," she murmured, lost in her thoughts. Hearing her words, Hu Feng smiled in the dark, responding with a soft as the night raged outside with thunder and lightning. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the interior. Lin Shi, initially restless, gradually succumbed to calmness and eventually drifted into a peaceful slumber in Hu Feng's arms. Hu Feng, embracing her, transitioned from a state of fervent desire to a gentle slumber, as sweet dreams began to weave through his mind. In the early hours, as the thunder subsided, she abruptly awoke, sensing something resting against her chest. Instinctively, she glanced down and felt her cheeks flush. Recalling the events of the previous night, she beheld Hu Feng, still asleep, drooling slightly, clearly lost in delightful dreams. With great caution, she extricated his hand and slowly shifted her body back to her own sleeping space. Once she had departed, Hu Feng's eyes fluttered open. He had actually woken before she, initially intending to withdraw his hand. He had sensed her stirring and opted to feign sleep instead, wishing to avoid any awkwardness. Feeling the emptiness where her warmth had been, he found it disconcerting at first. Glancing outside, he noted the rain had ceased, and he decided to indulge in a few more moments of rest, lest she discover his wakefulness. Chapter 37. The Box of Destiny. When Hu Feng awoke once more, the day had already dawned brightly. The room was devoid of the presence of the women, prompting Hu Feng to rise and exit the dwelling. The torrential rain from the previous night had ceased, and the water that had flowed in was now a murky yellow, mixed with copious amounts of silt, crashing against the ground. At this moment, Hu Feng heard the excited voice of Wang Xiaomei echoing from the seaside. "Come quickly. You won't believe what I've discovered." There, he saw Wang Xiaomei and Xiao Wei each carrying a box as they hurried toward the house. Wang Xiaomei struggled to drag a relatively large yellow suitcase, its weight amplified by the waterlogged contents, necessitating her to pull it along the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei held a smaller suitcase, approximately 20 inches in size, which appeared to be a combination lockbox. Upon catching sight of the box in Xiao Wei's grasp, Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He thought that he would never again encounter this object in his lifetime, yet here it was, quietly materializing before his eyes. Was this fate? The other women, hearing Wang Xiaomei's voice, hastily rushed over to assist, for such a sizable suitcase surely contained valuable treasures. Even clothing would suffice. It is worth noting that the women's garments had previously soaked in seawater and, after traversing rugged terrains with Hu Feng, had become Hu Feng, however, remained unconcerned, for he was not the one at a disadvantage. He would never forego an opportunity to indulge his eyes. He splashed some water on his face and then approached, helping Wang Xiaomei carry the cumbersome suitcase to the kitchen beside the house. Grabbing an axe from nearby, he swiftly smashed the combination lock and slowly opened the suitcase, hoping to find something useful within. To his dismay, upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with women's clothing. Everything from outerwear to undergarments, a veritable assortment. As the suitcase was unveiled, the women's eyes gleamed with excitement, and they quickly bypassed Hu Feng to rummage through the contents. The suitcase bore the marks of having been aboard a cruise ship. Despite being adrift at sea for over half a month, the protective exterior had safeguarded the clothing within reasonably well. Had this been in the past, they would have never dreamed of taking possession of items whose origins were shrouded in uncertainty. Yet here they found themselves on a deserted island. What would they wear once their own garments fell apart? Would they resort to wrapping themselves in leaves? The women quickly extracted the clothing from the suitcase and rushed to the nearby stream to wash them. The outerwear was still quite decent, being designer pieces, while the inner garments were a curious mix, but certainly better than nothing, and the women paid little heed to the oddities. Once the women had departed, Hu Feng glanced at the small suitcase nearby and fell into contemplation. What could it possibly contain? He knew all too well, for it was indeed his own box. At that moment, he noticed something nestled within the compartment of the large suitcase lid. Upon retrieving it, he was surprised to find several pairs of black stockings, a towel, an unopened box of condoms, and a compact electric razor. A razor! Hu Feng stared at the item in his hand, utterly perplexed. This was clearly a woman's suitcase. What on earth was a razor doing inside? What purpose could it serve? Unable to fathom it, he nonetheless felt compelled to examine the razor. The waterlogged device still dripped moisture, and he quickly used a small knife to disassemble it, placing the parts in the sunlight to dry. Though uncertain if it would still function after drying, he thought, why not give it a try? Recalling the sensation of shaving with a small knife, Hu Feng felt he must at least attempt it. He casually tucked the box of condoms into his pocket, recognizing their potential utility. Once the gas in the lighter ran out, These could be filled with water and fashioned into a magnifying glass for starting a fire. The women had washed all the clothing and hung them on a nearby bamboo pole to dry, returning to Hu Feng's side, where they noticed he had yet to open the small suitcase, and curiosity drew them closer. "Are you going to open this one too?" Wang Xiaomei inquired eagerly, having noticed that many of the clothes from the larger suitcase were not her size. Perhaps this smaller box contained something suitable? Hu Feng was well aware of what lay within. Aside from one item, the rest held no value, and he had no intention of revealing that particular object, as it was a double-edged sword. Perhaps it is best to keep it sealed. Holding on to hope prevents disappointment, Hu Feng offered a somewhat tenuous rationale. Wang Xiaomei regarded him with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss. However, Lin Shi, observing Hu Feng's demeanor, seemed to grasp his sentiment and quickly chimed in, "Indeed. We know not what lies within. Let us consider it a means of survival and maintain an air of mystery. This way, we all retain hope." Su Tong, contemplating Lin Shi's words, recalled how Hu Feng had reacted when Xiao Wei had brought the small suitcase, finding it curious. Considering it concerned Hu Feng, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's a sound idea. This way, even if we find ourselves in dire straits, we won't be left in despair." Meanwhile, Su Bingyun's thoughts were rather straightforward. If Hu Feng chose not to open it, then so be it. Given the size of the box, it likely contained nothing of value. Yet Wang Xiaomei, glancing at Lin Shi, scrutinizing Su Tong, then turning to Su Bingyun, blinked her eyes in contemplation. Why keep it closed? What was the purpose? Examining the small suitcase before Hu Feng, her intuition told her it surely contained something significant. Since Hu Feng would not allow it to be opened, she resolved to find a moment to sneak a look for herself. Perhaps it held what she desired. Wang Xiaomei silently applauded her own thoughts, feeling no rush, and decided to collaborate with Su Tong on preparing breakfast. As she took a few steps away, she suddenly recalled that she had previously gone to check the catch from the fish trap with Xiao Wei. What had happened to the fish? Oh dear! Almost forgot with that. She turned and dashed toward the shoreline. The others looked on in bemusement at Wang Xiaomei's sudden departure, wondering what had come over her. Before long, she returned, hands clutching several fish, and the others finally understood. "You startled me. I thought it was something else," Su Bingyun complained, casting an exasperated glance at the approaching Wang Xiaomei, then promptly ignoring her. Su Tong, ever perceptive, joined Wang Xiaomei in preparing breakfast, while Xiao Wei tended to the fire. As for Xiaobao, she was still rubbing her sleepy eyes, leaning against a corner of the kitchen, dozing off. She was the most carefree among them. Though Su Tong awakened her each day, it did not prevent her from continuing to sleep. Since her mother wouldn't allow her to sleep in the room, surely it was permissible to doze off outside. Thus, before breakfast commenced, Xiaobao leaned drowsily against a post, her little head bobbing adorably. "Xiaobao, go wake your big brother for breakfast." Suddenly, in her dazed state, Xiaobao lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at her mother. "What? Breakfast? Great." Chapter 38. The wild wheat field. After finishing their meal, Hu Feng decided to take a look at the wild wheat in the plains. Given the tempestuous weather, such crops are most susceptible to falling, and once they do, it can severely impact the yield. The thoughts of the women around were predominantly occupied with the clothes drying in the sun, as a woman's innate desire for beauty often takes precedence over all else. However, Su Tong intended to accompany Hu Feng on his excursion, though her motivations remained a mystery. Upon entering the room, Hu Feng noticed a small suitcase lying on the floor and contemplated for a moment. To avert any unnecessary complications, he resolved to remove certain items from within the suitcase. With ease, he unlocked the combination and peered inside to discover several documents, a few identification papers, and an object wrapped in a black leather case. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Carefully, he concealed the items beneath the straw in his sleeping area, which granted him some peace of mind. As for the remaining contents of the suitcase, he had no intention of disturbing them. They were already firmly lodged in his memory and held little value. He closed the suitcase, scrambled the combination, and gazed at it, uncertain if his actions were indeed prudent. Stranded on this desolate island, unfamiliar with the terrain, there was little time to ponder other matters. The priority was survival. Upon reaching the wild wheat field in the plains with Su Tong, Hu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although some of the wild wheat had fallen, the damage was not catastrophic. He began to gather wild grass from the side, propping up the fallen stalks and binding them together in sizable bundles. The rationale behind this action eluded him. It was simply a method he had observed his father employing during his childhood. If it was a tradition, it seemed not to be a grave error. Su Tong, mimicking his actions, found herself impressed by Hu Feng's skills, despite their differences. Under the scorching sun, the two labored tirelessly throughout the day, successfully restoring all the fallen wild wheat. Afterward, Su Tong stood up, stretching her weary back and wiping the sweat from her brow, and with an eager tone inquired, "Shall we go cool off by the river?" Upon hearing her suggestion, Hu Feng glanced at the blazing sun overhead and readily agreed. They navigated through the grassy thickets until they reached the riverbank, seeking a shaded spot beneath the trees. Hu Feng wasted no time in shedding his shirt and plunging into the water. Although shallow, it was still enough to submerge him completely. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, submerging his head beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Su Tong observed him with an amused expression, then gently splashed water onto the nape of her neck, taking her time to acclimatize to the coolness, unlike Hu Feng, who had simply leapt in. The abrupt transition from heat to chill could easily lead to a cold, and she reasoned that women could not compare to men in such matters. After a brief moment, feeling sufficiently prepared, Hu Feng, after splashing water on his face, reclined fully in the river, relishing the refreshing sensation under the blazing sun. Stealing glances at Su Tong, he couldn't help but admire her figure. "And what, pray tell, is stopping you from straying?" Su Tong replied with a playful smirk as she washed her neck, the water cascading down her smooth skin, flowing over the plains and into the deep valley. Her words ignited an internal struggle within him. However, Su Tong shifted closer, sitting beside him in the water, and rested his head upon her lap, commencing a gentle massage of his temples. "Here, let me soothe you." Yuvi worked hard these past few days. With his head cradled in her lap, Hu Feng's view was obscured, preventing him from seeing her face. "You truly are wonderful," he sighed, closing his eyes to relish the moment. "Now you see how splendid I am." Su Tong teased, all the while continuing her massage, her gaze scrutinizing Hu Feng. Over the days, his bronze skin had developed a robust appearance. "Not at all. I have always thought you were amazing, and quite beautiful too," Hu Feng playfully retorted. "Beauty fades with age. I am not as youthful anymore." Su Tong lamented, a hint of despondency in her voice. "Nonsense. You do not appear aged at all. You could easily be mistaken for someone as young as Xiao Wei." Hu Feng reassured her. "Ha ha." Hearing this, Su Tong burst into laughter, her delicate hands moving to massage Hu Feng's shoulders. "You speak so sweetly. I wonder how many young girls you have deceived with your flattery." "Indeed." Hu Feng chuckled, adding, "But you are not 15. You are 18, and you look every bit as youthful. Your flattery is excessive. It seems you have charmed quite a few young women." Su Tong teased, increasing the pressure of her massage. "Mm." Hu Feng sighed contentedly, the sensation soothing him immensely. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Tong's slender waist, climbing closer. Above them, a veil of clouds obscured the sun, which shyly retreated from view. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, harmonizing with the murmurs of the stream, creating a delightful symphony. "Where did you procure this item?" Su Tong, now lazily reclining in Hu Feng's embrace, inquired curiously about a rubber object lying nearby. "I discovered it in the suitcase this morning," Hu Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Su Tong playfully poked him in the side, feigning annoyance. "You naughty brother. Were you plotting something from the very beginning?" Her gaze fell upon Hu Feng's taut chest, her fingers tracing the intricate lines, a playful smile gracing her lips as her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having indulged in the pleasures of meat, one comes to appreciate its exquisite taste, realizing that nothing else can compare. It is only after experiencing such delights that one understands the true yearnings of life. Exhausted yet content, the two nestled against each other, savoring the rhythm of their heartbeats in silence. However, the joyous moments are fleeting. The sun had begun to change its demeanor, becoming more temperate. Realizing the passage of time, they reluctantly prepared to part ways, Hu Feng supporting Su Tong carefully. Despite Hu Feng being the one to expend energy, the exertion had taken its toll on them both. Halfway back, Su Tong requested a brief respite to regain her strength. Although they had already washed in the river, she still wanted Hu Feng to double-check for any lingering issues, fearing the embarrassment that would ensue if the others discovered anything amiss. All is well, Tong Jie. We have checked multiple times, and there is nothing wrong. Hu Feng chuckled. Yet, Su Tong remained unconvinced and commenced her own inspection. Suddenly, Hu Feng's gaze became fixed behind her, as if he had spotted something. Sensing his unease, Su Tong glanced back, but found nothing amiss. What are you looking at? She asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Chapter 39. Sego Pudding. Ignoring the astonished Su Tong beside him, Hu Feng dashed towards the grove at the foot of the mountain, axe in hand. Upon reaching the trees, he scrutinized them closely, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to confirm if they were indeed what he had in mind. The trees stood tall, approximately 10 meters high, with robust, straight trunks and lush growth, their green, feathery compound leaves spanning several meters in length. The solitary Su Tong hurriedly followed him, perplexed by his intense examination of a particular tree. Was this tree truly more attractive than me? Su Tong felt a surge of frustration. To be honest, Hu Feng believed the tree bore a striking resemblance to the sago palm he had encountered in Thailand, known scientifically as Matroxylon sagu, a member of the palm family and an evergreen tree of considerable stature. The reason for Hu Feng's expression, akin to that of a man enamored by beauty, stemmed from the fact that the sago palm's thick, straight trunk contains a substantial amount of starch. Locals would fell the tree before it flowered, slicing it into sections and splitting each segment in half. They would then scrape the starchy core with a knife, soaking it in clear water until it transformed into a milky white liquid. After allowing the starch to settle, they would gently pour off the water, compressing the sediment into uniform, firm granules, which, once dried, became the translucent, white sago. Locals also referred to this tree as the rice tree, hence its designation as the sago. Hu Feng had tasted sago during his time in Thailand. It lacked the sweetness of rice. Upon inquiring, he learned that sago contains virtually no sugar or protein, which explained its blandness. However, if the tree before him was indeed a sago palm, it would be a significant discovery for Hu Feng. Although it could not compare to rice, it could certainly satiate hunger. It was worth noting that a sago palm with a trunk diameter of 20 centimeters could yield as much as 100 kilograms of sago. Moreover, the tender leaves of the sago palm were edible. Having witnessed the relentless deforestation of sago palms by locals, Hu Feng had only seen them from a distance before, and he was not entirely certain about the tree in front of him, merely feeling it resembled the sago palm. With that in mind, he wasted no time. Swinging his axe, he struck the tree, and with a few decisive blows, the trunk crashed to the ground. Hu Feng swiftly chopped off a small section, splitting it in half, and then used his hands to extract the starchy interior, tasting it. It was dry and flavorless, quite unpalatable. Is it really edible? Su Tong asked in confusion, observing him. After tasting it, Hu Feng wore a joyful, overjoyed. Hu Feng lifted Su Tong into the air, twirling her around. Ha ha ha, we have food now. Stop, stop. You're making me dizzy. Su Tong exclaimed, clutching Hu Feng's waist in urgency. After a few more spins, Hu Feng finally set her down, excitement radiating from him. Ha 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 ha, do you know what this is? It's a sago palm. It contains abundant starch, which can be transformed into rice. Sago? Su Tong paused, suddenly recalling something. Are you saying that the tasteless sago we had in Thailand comes from this tree? Hu Feng nodded. Indeed, the taste of sago paled in comparison to rice, but who could afford to be picky on this deserted island? So does that mean we can eat rice now? Su Tong's eyes sparkled with hope. In theory, yes. Hu Feng concurred with Su Tong, acknowledging that he himself was unsure how to process the sago. He chopped the sago palm into several sections, preparing to transport them back. Such a large tree was beyond his capacity to carry alone, necessitating multiple trips. Of course, Su Tong assisted by carrying a small piece within her limits. Upon Hu Feng's return to their encampment with the sago palm, the women speculated about his intentions, assuming he was about to undertake another construction project. Since the clay pots were still drying and had yet to be fired, the preparation of sago would require the thin iron pot they had. Hu Feng and Su Tong skipped lunch, but the meticulous Lin Shi had left food for them. After they finished eating, Su Tong felt somewhat fatigued and retreated to the shelter for rest, while Hu Feng set to work on the sago palm, hoping to have some form of rice ready for breakfast. Even if they couldn't enjoy rice, a sago porridge would suffice. The women had already busied themselves gathering firewood, foraging for seafood, and collecting vegetables, all of which required manpower. Hu Feng split the small section of sago palm that Su Tong. Once he deemed it sufficient, he added clear water and stirred, watching as the mixture transformed into a milky liquid before stopping. He then washed his shirt in the flowing water, filtering the liquid in the pot. While waiting for the starch to settle, Hu Feng went to chop some bamboo, slicing it into strips, separating the green and yellow sections, and then using both hands and feet to swiftly weave a winnowing basket, intending to use it for holding the sedimented starch, as the pot would still be needed by Wang Xiaomei later. As dusk approached, the women returned, and Su Tong, having rested for a while, joined Hu Feng to assist him. Observing the white sediment in the pot, Wang Xiaomei inquired curiously, "What is this?" He transferred all the starch into the basket and carried it to the fire that Su Tong had already ignited, setting it to dry. Not long after, the starch transformed into dry, solid clumps. Although he could not produce sago, he could still create sago flour. Wang Xiaomei, puzzled, stood beside Hu Feng, poking at the clumps of starch with her hand and contemplatively asking, "Can this be eaten? Can it be eaten?" "What an affront!" Hu Feng shot her a glare. He then took a piece, crumbling it in his hands, allowing the powdery starch to fall through his fingers. Once he had broken it down entirely, Hu Feng handed the starch to Wang Xiaomei, recognizing that when it came to cooking, she was the expert. "Try making a porridge from this." Wang Xiaomei, deep in thought, accepted the starch from Hu Feng, ultimately deciding to give it a go. That night, Wang Xiaomei placed a pot of porridge and some side dishes on the bamboo table, reminding herself that Hu Feng had insisted on preparing it. If it turned out unpalatable, it was not her fault. Observing the porridge in the pot, Hu Feng eagerly scooped a large bowl with a bamboo spoon, then reached for the antelope meat nearby. Taking a sip of the porridge and a bite of the meat, he was pleasantly surprised. Enhanced by the addition of salt, the porridge tasted remarkably similar to regular sago porridge. Watching Hu Feng's actions, the others also grabbed bowls of porridge, mentally bracing themselves for an unpleasant taste. However, upon taking a sip, they were instantly struck by a familiar flavor, their eyes lighting up with delight. It's really not bad," Wang Xiaomei exclaimed. One hand Chapter 40. Pottery. A large pot of rice porridge was swiftly devoured by the crowd, with Wang Xiaomei being the most voracious of them all, patting his now distended belly. Hu Feng reclined comfortably beside them, wishing that a bottle of fine wine would complete the moment. Of course, such thoughts were mere fantasies. It had been quite some time since he had savored that particular flavor. Indeed, the most effective remedy for quitting smoking is to indulge in such whims. At the break of dawn the following day, Hu Feng rose early, for today he was not only to instruct the ladies in the art of starch making, but also had an important task to accomplish. As breakfast commenced, everyone found their meal rather tasteless, each reminiscing about the delightful flavors of the previous evening. Hu Feng decided to delegate the preparation of sago flour to the ladies, as he had other matters to attend to. Wang Xiaomei was to focus on salt making and cooking, while Xiao Wei, Xiao Bao, and Su Bingyuan were tasked with tending to the fish traps and foraging for wild vegetables. Given Lin Shi's exceptional archery skills, Hu Feng did not intend to have her learn this task, thus the burden fell upon Su Tong. The procedure was not particularly complex, and since Su Tong had assisted Hu Feng in the preparation the day before, she was already well acquainted with the process. After briefly explaining the steps, Hu Feng left her to it. He returned to the site from the previous day, shouldering the remaining sago palms, which he handed over to Su Tong before resuming his own activities. Hu Feng planned to construct a small kiln to fire the pottery that had been prepared days prior but had yet to dry. Given that Wang Xiaomei required a pot for salt making and Su Tong needed one for starch, and with only a single somewhat damaged pot available, they would have to wait their turn, which was thus, Hu Feng hastened his efforts, situating the kiln behind the house, against the mountainside. He used an axe to carve out the earth and chimney, while he repaired the exterior with mud mixed with straw, employing wooden sticks for support to prevent collapse. He also planned to dig a small pond in front of the water wheel, both to collect water and to facilitate easy access. Under the scorching sun, the molded pottery began to dry, the surface of the clay turning slightly yellow and developing cracks, which Hu Feng could do little to remedy, as it was not something that could be repaired. After a day's labor, he finished constructing the small kiln, gathered some wood, and cut it into small pieces to dry. He then collected kindling and placed it inside the kiln to start a fire, aiming to evaporate the moisture from the kiln. Otherwise, the pottery would absorb humidity when placed inside, leading to complications. That evening, the group enjoyed sago porridge once more, accompanied by antelope meat and a few unidentified small fish, delighting each person's palate. Everyone had their designated tasks, with food and fresh water at their disposal. Was this truly life on a deserted island? It felt more akin to a camping trip. After 2 days of relentless sun, the pottery appeared sufficiently dry, and Hu Feng could hardly contain his impatience. He decided to proceed with the firing, believing that failure was merely a stepping stone to success. If one attempt did not yield results, multiple trials would surely uncover the solution. He opened the back door of the kiln and placed the dried pottery inside, sealing the stone door and using mud to close any gaps to prevent air leaks. He then ignited the firewood in the kiln, adding in the pre-cut kindling. The process of firing the kiln was lengthy, requiring a stable temperature. Otherwise, the pottery risked shattering. As night fell, Hu Feng tended the fire at the kiln entrance, aware that the firing would take approximately 12 hours, provided the temperature remained consistent. If there were special requirements, the firing time would extend further. The other ladies had retired for the night, but Su Tong chose to stay behind under the pretense of assisting Hu Feng with the pottery. What thoughts lingered in her mind, only the two of them could discern. The night air was filled with the chorus of chirping insects, and to ward off mosquitoes, Hu Feng lit a pile of damp mugwort nearby. This herb, fortuitously discovered by Lin Shi, was effective in repelling mosquitoes. Lin Shi had previously spent her time drying mugwort, crushing the dried leaves into powder, which when mixed with charcoal and fine soil, would be dried to create a mosquito coil. However, despite its efficacy, the coils either burned too quickly or failed to ignite properly, often extinguishing within moments. Thus, Hu Feng opted to utilize the fresh mugwort, albeit at the cost of wasting some, as its repellent effect was markedly superior, alleviating the need to grapple with the frustrations of igniting coils in the middle of the night. The flickering firelight illuminated Su Tong's face, her flushed cheeks appearing irresistibly alluring. Hu Feng cleared his throat, acutely aware that Su Tong blinked, seemingly ignoring Hu Feng's suggestion. She picked up a few more pieces of firewood and added them to the flames, then settled beside him. Leaning close, she whispered softly in his ear, "Do you truly wish for me to leave?" Feeling the warmth of her breath, Hu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. Wasn't that merely a casual remark? Besides, wasn't the initiative hers? Her delicate hand trailed from Hu Feng's thigh, brushing against his lips as she playfully murmured, "Sure, they're still awake." Hu Feng, too, noticed the sounds coming from the house, where Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei were still engaged in hushed conversation. "But keep your voice down. They won't notice." Su Tong breathed into his ear. Upon hearing her words, Hu Feng's heart raced with excitement. Could this be so thrilling? In the dim light, Su Tong pressed her hand over his mouth, her lips moving silently as she formed words with her mouth. By watching her lips, Hu Feng seemed to catch a few words. "Don't make a sound." He then let go of rational thought. The symphony of chirping insects continued, the fire crackling within the kiln. After a while, Su Tong returned to the room, while Hu Feng maintained the fire, knowing that having started in the afternoon, staying awake was now his only option, though he felt somewhat physically and mentally drained. In the early hours of the morning, estimating that enough time had passed, Hu Feng added one final handful of firewood, then left an air vent open as he sealed the kiln door before retreating to the house for a brief rest. The first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the bamboo walls. Although the interior was dim, he could still make out shapes, though he chose to ignore Wang Xiaomei's overly graceful sleeping posture, collapsing onto a pile of grass covered with wolf fur to drift into slumber. The early morning was unbearable. Dreams were far more pleasant, a realm where anything was possible, free from the constraints of reality. As for the events that transpired before being stranded on the deserted island, Hu Feng chose to forget. Chapter 41. The shadow of the cicada's cacophony pierced the air like a relentless alarm bell, rousing Hu Feng from his slumber. Upon stepping outside, he beheld Su Tong, who was busily engaged in her tasks, with no other women in sight, prompting an awkward smile from him. "Why didn't you wake me?" he inquired. Su Tong, noticing Hu Feng's awakening, placed a handful of shredded sago palm heart into the pot and replied with a sympathetic tone, I thought you were too fatigued from last night to be disturbed. Upon hearing her words, Hu Feng quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, breathing a sigh of relief. Such words were indeed quite audacious. Observing Su Tong's lively demeanor, he was reminded of an old adage. Only the overworked ox dies, not the plowed field. Seeing Hu Feng's anxious expression, Su Tong chuckled knowingly and rinsed her hands in a nearby basin of clean water. She then approached him, adjusting the collar of his rumpled shirt, and playfully whispered, Are you afraid that President Su or Dr. Lin might find out? If you have any intentions, I could assist you, you know? Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words. How could he not be concerned? Stranded on this deserted island, if rescue teams failed to arrive and he remained the sole man among them, it was impossible not to have thoughts of that nature. He had even dreamt about it, though he dared not voice such thoughts. How could that be possible? He stammered, flustered. Ha ha ha. Su Tong responded, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she observed Hu Feng's reaction. You might want to consider it. After all, you are the only man here, she continued teasingly. Grasping her hand that rested on his waist, Hu Feng glanced around nervously, hastily retreating, fearing that if he lingered any longer, his resolve might waver. He made his way to the water trough, casting a glance at the blazing sun. Realizing that time was slipping away, after freshening up, he proceeded to the kiln. After a morning of anticipation, the kiln had cooled down. Hu Feng cautiously opened the back door and peered inside, spotting several shattered fragments that chilled his heart. Carefully extracting the intact pottery jars, he tapped them with his finger. A few bowls had also broken, but thankfully, he had prepared adequately, crafting several extras. Otherwise, there would not have been enough for serving meals. He meticulously transported all the pottery jars and bowls to the water trough, rinsing them thoroughly. The smaller jars could be used to store salt for Wang Xiaomei, while the larger ones were intended for Su Tong's sago pudding. As for the bowls, their peculiar shapes were inconsequential as long as they served their purpose. After cleaning the pottery, he carried them to the kitchen. Upon seeing the jars, Su Tong, who was busy settling the sago pudding in the iron pot, could not contain her excitement. You actually made them, she exclaimed, inspecting the large jar, which was far superior. Who do you think I am? Hu Feng replied with a grin of pride. Right, who are you? Just someone who sleeps until noon, came the mocking voice of Wang Xiaomei from behind. Hu Feng turned to glance at her, but chose to ignore the jibe. It seemed she could not feel at ease without throwing a few barbs at him daily. With the new pottery, Su Tong generously returned the iron pot to Wang Xiaomei, acknowledging that it was far more effective for cooking than the clay pots. Lunch consisted once again of sago porridge with mutton and some wild vegetables. The mutton was running low after a few days of consumption, prompting Hu Feng to consider hunting another one that very day, especially with the increase. After their midday meal, the group took a brief respite. Hu Feng, opting not to call anyone else, climbed the stairs to the plains. With the wolf pack no longer a threat, the danger had significantly diminished, and hunting antelopes was no great challenge for him. As for the women, their participation was entirely voluntary. Hu Feng did not wish to impose, for compared to the crowds elsewhere, Lin Shi and the others enjoyed a far more comfortable existence. Upon reaching the wild millet fields, Hu Feng noticed that some of the crops near the fence had been grazed by the antelopes. Such losses were unavoidable, but he deemed them acceptable. After inspecting several patches of millet, he found that the antelopes had only nibbled at the edges, with the inner portions remaining untouched, forcing him to abandon those areas. Following the traces of antelope droppings, Hu Feng tracked the herd and soon beheld a large group of antelopes blissfully grazing, utterly oblivious to his presence, their instincts not yet perceiving him as a threat. He readied his poisoned arrow, carefully aiming at an elder antelope in the distance. Just then, he noticed a shadow lurking behind the antelope. Hu Feng swiftly crouched down, keeping a vigilant eye on the dark figure. The shadow remained unaware of his presence, crouched behind the antelope, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Indeed, when an antelope approached the shadowy figure, it sprang into action, pounced. The surrounding antelopes scattered in terror, blood gushing forth as the predator's sharp fangs pierced the skin. Hu Feng nearly fell to the ground in shock. A black panther? How could there be a black panther here? First wolves and now a leopard. What next? Lions, tigers, elephants? Good heavens, Was this some kind of cruel joke? The Black Panther, engrossed in its meal, remained attuned to any surrounding movements. Watching it prepare to drag away its catch, Hu Feng hesitated. This creature was comparable in size to the previous wolf pack. The only solace was that panthers were solitary hunters. Perhaps the earlier presence of wolves had deterred it, and now that they were gone, it had returned to hunt antelopes. Death to man. Birds fly to the heavens. Hu Feng silently cursed, irritated that this creature dared steal his food without so much as a word. And did it even have a valid reason to be here, crossing territories without a 24-hour health report? The scarcity of food was already a concern, and with this creature's arrival, it had just taken away one of his meals. How would they all survive if this continued? Frustration mounting, Hu Feng resolved to confront the panther. If he could launch a surprise attack, it might work, especially since his arrows were poisoned. With that thought, he crept forward through the grass, parting the foliage. The panther, still focused on its prey, prepared to leave. Cats have a habit of dragging their kills up into trees to feast. With the panther's attention on the dead antelope, Hu Feng saw his opportunity. He deftly retrieved a bamboo arrow, nocked it, and aimed for the panther's hindquarters. With a swift whoosh, the panther leaped a meter into the air, startled by the sudden pain, landing gracefully back on the ground. Feeling something on its rear, it crouched down, shaking itself vigorously. The bamboo arrow, lacking barbs, was soon dislodged. Seeing his shot land true, Hu Feng finally relaxed, his heart rate slowing. Chapter 42. Fertilizing with ashes at this moment, the Black Panther had locked its gaze on Hu Feng, turning to bare its teeth and roar at him. However, Hu Feng found the sound rather peculiar. "You beast," he thought, "aren't you supposed to roar like the ones I see on television?" Realizing he was targeted by the panther, Hu Feng swiftly loosed another arrow. Yet this time, the panther cleverly evaded, crouching low to the ground, poised to attack at any moment. In haste, Hu Feng discarded his bow and arrow, retrieving the bamboo spear from his back. Aimed at the panther, he prepared to defend against its assault. There was no escaping. His speed was no match for that of the panther, and climbing a tree was out of the question, as the creature ascended with the only option left was to confront it head-on. With the bamboo spear in hand, Hu Feng felt a surge of calmness. Moreover, having previously struck the panther with an arrow, the poison coursing through its veins would soon take effect. All he needed to do was wait. The panther, too, remained vigilant, perceiving Hu Feng as a villain attempting to seize its prey, refusing to yield an inch. However, as time, it lifted its head to scrutinize Hu Feng and then leaped towards him. A final struggle before death. Hu Feng mused with a knowing smile. He brandished his bamboo spear, ready to pierce the panther as it came within striking distance. Yet, the cunning panther opted to swipe its paw, directly tearing through the bamboo spear, continuing its charge towards Hu Feng. This time, Hu Feng was not as helpless as he had been against the Wolf King. He delivered a swift counterattack, striking the black wolf's abdomen with force, sending it reeling backward. Crack! The sound of the bamboo spear snapping echoed in the air. "Damn it!" Hu Feng cursed, nearly breaking down at the sight of the half-broken spear in his hand. Sensing an opportunity with Hu Feng's weapon in disarray, the panther rose to pounce. However, after taking a few steps, it suddenly collapsed, its limbs weakened, struggling to rise but unable to do so. The poison has taken effect. Observing the panther's plight, Hu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the toxin had acted swiftly. Had it not, the outcome would have been dire. The panther writhed on the ground, while Hu Feng cautiously observed from a distance, mindful that some animals feign death to deceive their foes. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle, the panther lay motionless, its once rising belly now still. Hu Feng remained cautious. He retrieved the discarded bow and arrow, aiming a shot at the prostrate panther. The bamboo arrow struck true, finding its mark in the panther's abdomen, which remained unresponsive. Indeed, it appeared beyond saving. Hu Feng picked up the remaining half of his bamboo spear and approached the panther, delivering a firm kick to its head. "Still arrogant, are we?" he remarked, feeling a sense of vindication. He then slung the bow over his shoulder, hoisted the panther onto his back, and dragged the antelope that the panther had slain, making his way back to the camp without a backward glance. Upon returning, the women were startled by the sight of the creature on Hu Feng's back, prompting him to provide an explanation. They had often ventured into the plains these past few days. It was fortunate they had not encountered the Black Panther, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Dinner consisted of sago porridge and panther meat, expertly prepared by Wang Xiaomei. Hu Feng had never tasted panther meat before, but looking at the oily morsels before him, he cast aside his reservations and dug in heartily. To his dismay, the taste left after the meal. Wang Xiaomei hastily trimmed the fat from the panther, knowing that animal fat was indispensable for sautéing wild vegetables. As he observed the women bustling about and the pot filled with animal fat, Hu Feng inexplicably thought of soap. However, the notion of making soap did not appeal to him. His primary concern was ensuring their bellies were full. Take the precious oil that Wang Xiaomei had worked so. Moreover, the necessary ingredients for soap production included lye, or sodium hydroxide. Although some claimed that washing soda, or sodium carbonate, could suffice, such assertions were folly, as the saponification reaction was a high school chemistry lesson learned in vain. Hence, pure soda was required to expedite the process, and in this desolate island, where would he find such a substance? While the previous black solution that Wang Xiaomei had concocted from thus, soap remained merely a whimsical thought. Its practical realization would require a source of alkali. For now, Hu Feng's primary task was to care for the wild wheat and seek food. Other matters could wait. Early the next day, Hu Feng ventured to the nearby plains, gathering a substantial amount of wild grass, including the weeds surrounding their camp, which he meticulously cleared. He then piled everything together and set it ablaze. On this ungoverned island, no one minded burning straw. Once the weeds had been reduced to ash, he collected some soil, mixed in water, and stirred diligently. Worried that the wood ash might not suffice, he added the ash from the kitchen, continuing to mix until satisfied. Next, he headed to the latrine, using the large bamboo tube he had fashioned earlier to scoop out the waste, pouring it over the mixture of ash and soil. Pinching his nose, he persisted in stirring, grateful that the women had already left. Otherwise, the stench would surely ruin their appetite for lunch. After mixing thoroughly, he shaped the concoction into a small mound, covering it completely with the tree bark left over from building their shelter, and topped it with dry grass to shield it from the rain. This was his method of creating compost, a technique he recalled from his childhood under his father's guidance, though he remained uncertain of its success. Wow, what on earth is that foul smell? Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, pinching her nose as she passed by Hu Feng. Did you fall into the latrine? She asked, bewildered. As she sniffed around him, Hu Feng raised his sleeve and caught a whiff himself. Indeed, the odor was overwhelming and nauseating. He hurried to the water basin and jumped in, clothes and all, to wash off the stench. It was unfortunate that they lacked soap pods. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed the refreshing scent of nature. Wang Xiaomei approached the water basin to clean the iron pot for lunch and glanced at Hu Feng's small mound, pointing to it with a puzzled expression. What is that foul heap you've made? Hu Feng, half submerged in the water, explained. I'm preparing compost for planting wheat. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaomei understood, gagged slightly, and quickly retreated. Fortunately, the compost was situated downwind. Otherwise, the thought of that odor was enough to induce dread. Chapter 43. The emergence of the female corpse. At present, it could be said that Hu Feng and his companions were enjoying the most carefree existence on the deserted island. They had an abundance of food: sago palms, antelope meat, black panther meat, seafood, and various wild vegetables. Moreover, they had discovered wild wheat, which, once cultivated, would serve as a reliable staple. As for Lu Yu and his group, Hu Feng had no idea what had become of them. Having relocated here for quite some time, he had not encountered any other souls. However, he could surmise that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, that group was undoubtedly enduring a difficult existence. Indeed, the reality aligned with Hu Feng's conjectures. After Hu Feng and his companions departed, Lu Yu and his group found that others had swiftly claimed Hu Feng's previous shelter as their own, managing to squeeze in despite their numbers. The fishing nets and traps left behind by Hu Feng were also taken advantage of, and each day was a gamble. If fortune smiled upon them, they would feast. If not, they would endure hunger together. As for the others, Hu Feng felt no responsibility or desire to intervene. Those who wished to stay could, and those who did not could leave as they pleased. Fresh water had been discovered by the more astute members of the group, and now, from an original cohort of 40 to 50 individuals, only around 20 remained. The rest either could not tolerate the harsh conditions and chose to depart with family and friends in search of a better life, emulating Hu Feng, or had already become fertilizer for the very land they inhabited. The remaining souls had formed small teams, each going about their own lives, undisturbed by one another. However, on another beach of the deserted island, a group of individuals was experiencing a truly harrowing ordeal. Hu Feng, who was at the poolside preparing to build a furnace, rushed towards the source of the sound, his heart racing. Upon reaching the shoreline, he found Su Bingyun, terror-stricken, staring at the spot where the fishing nets had been placed, collapsed on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. What is wrong? Su Bingyun turned to Hu Feng, and upon seeing him, seemed to find her anchor, running desperately into his embrace. Hu Feng instinctively wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from falling, though the positioning was somewhat awkward. Woo woo woo. She began to weep uncontrollably. Over there, Su Bingyun sobbed, pointing in the direction of the fishing nets, her voice. However, Su Bingyun was resistant, writhing in his grasp and crying out, "Don't go, don't go." This left Hu Feng bewildered. What could it possibly be? At that moment, the other women, alerted by the commotion, hurried down to the beach. Upon seeing Su Bingyun huddled in Hu Feng's embrace, with fear and tears etched across her face, they were completely at a loss regarding the situation. It was only then that Su Bingyun realized how awkward her position was with Hu Feng, having practically clung to him, her slender legs wrapped around his waist in a most peculiar manner. What is going on? Lin Shi approached cautiously, surveying the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Su Bingyun, aware of the awkwardness of her position, quickly slid down from Hu Feng's arms and dashed behind Wang Xiaomei, nervously tugging at her sleeve while casting a terrified glance towards the direction of the fishing nets. Once Su Bingyun departed, Hu Feng exhaled in relief. Carrying a person weighing over 100 pounds was hardly conducive to mobility. Fixating on Su Bingyun's frightened expression, he made his way towards the fishing nets. "Don't!" Su Bingyun cried out urgently. But it was too late. Hu Feng had already glimpsed what lay beside the fishing nets, a female corpse, and it was evident to Hu Feng that it was indeed a woman, as she lay completely exposed, devoid of clothing. What? The women stared at Hu Feng, who stood silently on a rock, perplexed. Hu Feng quickly intervened, exclaiming, "It's nothing, just that the fishing net is missing." Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, the women paused, bewildered. Surely a missing fishing net did not warrant such a scream. Or perhaps, however, Lin Shi, having caught a whiff of something, seemed to sense a deeper issue. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Hu Feng continued, "You all should head back. I will take care of this." He exchanged a significant glance with Lin Shi. Upon witnessing this exchange and recalling the earlier scent, Lin Shi began to understand. She approached Su Bingyun, who was still in shock, and reassured her, "All right, since nothing is amiss, let us head back." Uve frightened our Su Bingyun quite enough. The women, heeding Lin Shi's words, prepared to leave. Yet Su Tong lingered, about to approach, only to be halted by Hu Feng's firm command. "What are you doing? Go back." Su Tong looked up at Hu Feng with a hint of grievance. However, Hu Feng remained unyielding, shooting her a glare before reiterating, "Return. You have no business here." Ultimately, Su Tong could only retreat, casting a forlorn glance at Hu Feng as she complied. Once the women had departed, Hu Feng finally felt a sense of relief. If the others had seen the corpse, it would likely leave them with a lifelong psychological scar. Slowly, he made his way down the protruding rocks to the side of the corpse. He moved the fishing net to the side and, after a moment's hesitation, reached out to drag the body away from sight, laboring under its weight. How much water had this corpse absorbed to be so heavy? What is going on? Just as Hu Feng contemplated moving the corpse further away to bury it, Lin Shi's voice sounded from behind him. Before he could usher her away, Lin Shi leaped down from the rocks and approached him. Upon glancing at the corpse, Lin Shi's brow furrowed in disapproval. Recognizing Lin Shi's composure, Hu Feng suddenly recalled that she was a doctor. She would not be easily fazed by such sights. "What is the matter?" Hu Feng inquired, puzzled by Lin Shi's frown. At that moment, Lin Shi crouched down, flipping the corpse over, revealing a back covered in gruesome scars. This woman has only been dead a few days. The body hasn't even begun to decompose. Look at these wounds on her back, old and new injuries overlapping. It's evident she was subjected to brutal treatment, Lin Shi stated. Hearing her words, Hu Feng's mind raced. The implications of a recently deceased, abused woman struck him like lightning. Are you suggesting? Hu Feng hesitated to finish his sentence. Lin Shi nodded in affirmation. Though the corpse appeared well hydrated, it was painfully thin, and the scars on her back naturally led to a vivid imagination of her tragic fate. Let us bury her, Lin Shi concluded after a thorough inspection, then walked towards the sea to wash her hands. Hu Feng, lacking any knowledge of forensic procedures, deferred to Lin Shi's expertise as a doctor. If she deemed burial necessary, then that was what they would do. Dragging the corpse, Hu Feng made his way to the forest by the seaside. With no tools at hand, he returned to their dwelling to fetch an axe. After digging a deep grave, he laid the corpse to rest, then lit a small fire at the grave's head, sighing, "Though we have never met, I lay your remains to rest, granting you peace. May you be reborn soon." He then scattered some grass over the grave to obscure its presence, lest the young women in their dwelling be startled by such a sight. Chapter 44. Preparing for the future after burying the female corpse, Hu Feng recalled Lin Shi's earlier warning about the individuals lurking here who were known to mistreat women. How else could one compel a woman to leap into the sea to end her own life? Or perhaps she was chased into the depths by someone. Regardless of the circumstances, this posed a significant threat to Hu Feng and the women, as none could ascertain the proximity of that dangerous group. Upon returning to their dwelling, Hu Feng observed Su Bingyun, curled up within the confines of the room, and felt a pang of sympathy for her. After all, she was the CEO of a publicly listed company, unaccustomed to such tribulations. Approaching her side, he gently patted her head in a soothing manner, akin to petting a cat. There, everything will be all right. I've repaired the fish trap." At the sound of Hu Feng's voice, Su Bingyun lifted her head, comprehending the meaning behind his words. She then grasped his arm and began to weep. Hu Feng, feeling a bit awkward, allowed her to use his sleeve to wipe her tears, as she cried. Her sobs gradually diminished until they faded away completely. It was then that Hu Feng realized she had fallen asleep, clutching his arm tightly. Lin Shi, having assessed Su Bingyun's condition, leisurely remarked, "She is fine. Just let her rest peacefully." Hearing this, the other women felt a sense of relief. Hu Feng cautiously attempted to withdraw his arm from Su Bingyun's embrace, but she held on so tightly that he couldn't extricate himself without waking her. He turned to Lin Shi with a troubled expression. However, Lin Shi merely smiled and said, "It is best not to disturb her. Since you cannot pull away, you might as well stay here." With that, she disregarded Hu Feng's protesting gaze and led the other women outside. Indeed, misfortune seldom comes alone. First, there was the Black Panther, and now a dead woman. Hu Feng had initially planned to melt down the iron sheets to forge a knife, which would serve both for chopping wood and for self-defense. Now, however, he found himself immobilized, his arm firmly ensnared by Su Bingyun, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Dinner was brought in by Lin Shi, and Su Bingyun, perhaps too fatigued, showed no signs of awakening. After their meal, the other women thoughtfully left a space beside Su Bingyun for Hu Feng to lie down and rest. With no choice but to accept the situation, Hu Feng complied, though he was surprised to find Su Tong asleep against his back. The sudden appearance of the female corpse had thoroughly disrupted Hu Feng's thoughts. He was left wondering what had truly transpired. Were they victims of wild men? The island was vast, with uncertainties lurking at every turn. As the saying goes, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. If this woman had been abused by fellow survivors of the cruise ship, it would be somewhat bearable, as they were all human and could communicate. However, if she had encountered wild men, that would pose a grave problem. The language barrier would be the least of his worries. What he feared most was being regarded as food, for many cannibalistic tribes existed in history, only to fade away as modern civilization encroached and food became abundant. Moreover, as Homo sapiens, it was conceivable that they too might resort to cannibalism. Otherwise, why would archaeologists consistently discover clusters of skull fossils? It is evident that primates, such as monkeys and gorillas, often bring back the skulls of their prey. Indeed, Homo sapiens might do the same, primarily for consumption, but also to exhibit their prowess. Animals and humans share a primal instinct. But I digress. If she truly encountered wild men, particularly cannibals, Hu Feng would have to contemplate whether to unite with others to initiate a campaign of extermination against them. Although they were the indigenous inhabitants of this land, some might invoke morality, yet the most effective means of eliminating danger would be to eradicate the threat altogether. Perhaps some would question whether communication was possible. How naive. If they were indeed cannibals, you would merely be food in their eyes. Would you converse with a pig before preparing it for dinner? The unknown threat often proves to be the most terrifying. It would be prudent to melt down that iron sheet and fashion several knives, firstly, for the convenience of the women, and secondly, for self-defense. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands slipped beneath Hu Feng's waist, embracing him. He turned to find Su Tong with a triumphant smile. "I'm scared too," she declared, pressing her cheek against his back. Her eyes gently closed as she drifted into slumber. Within the pitch-black room, no one noticed. Thus, Hu Feng found himself cradling one woman in his arms while another held onto his back, and he too succumbed to sleep. When Hu Feng awoke, both women had vanished. Stepping out of the dwelling, he spotted Su Tong and Su Bingyun engaged in conversation, their laughter bright and lively. Upon noticing Hu Feng's presence, the two abruptly fell silent. Su Tong wore a calm expression as after all, in the early morning, she had awakened to find his hand in a rather inappropriate position, and it had taken considerable effort for her to extricate herself from that predicament. "What were you discussing?" Hu Feng casually inquired as he approached them. "Oh, nothing," Su Bingyun stammered in response. "And how come you're so remarkable, knowing everything?" "Haha," Su Tong teased from the side. Understanding that Su Tong was merely jesting, Hu Feng brushed it off as he went to wash his face at the sink. Soon after, Wang Xiaomei called for breakfast, which remained consistent. Ever since the introduction of sago palms, their meals consisted primarily of sago porridge, supplemented with meat and seafood, sufficient to satiate their hunger. After the meal, Hu Feng began to devise plans for iron smelting. First and foremost, he needed a substantial quantity of charcoal, as both melting and refining iron required it. Although the theoretical temperature of flames could reach 2000 degrees Celsius, that remained merely a theory. Hu Feng ventured into the nearby bamboo grove to cut some bamboo, slicing it into small strips and removing the outer layer to commence weaving. By the end of the morning, Hu Feng had crafted a relatively large backpack. Initially intended for storing charcoal, Wang Xiaomei spotted it and promptly requested smaller versions for the women to use while foraging. With no alternative, Hu Feng complied, spending the entire afternoon weaving baskets, aside from a brief excursion with Lin Shi to observe the wild millet in the plains. Though he had originally planned to produce charcoal, circumstances dictated he prioritize fulfilling the women's request. On the following day, before dawn broke, Hu Feng rose and took an axe into the woods. By the time Lin Shi came to call him for breakfast, Hu Feng had already chopped a substantial pile of firewood. After their meal, he gathered all the firewood into a small mound and proceeded to the water basin to collect some soil to expand it. He applied the mud to the firewood, layering it thickly to prevent air from entering, while leaving an airway at the top and a vent below. Once the firewood was ablaze, he estimated it was adequately ignited before sealing the airway and vent with mud, settling in to wait patiently. Chapter 45. Discovery. After lunch, Hu Feng commenced the construction of the high furnace for smelting iron. As the name suggests, a high furnace is characterized by its towering chimney. Hu Feng intended to position the furnace adjacent to the water wheel, as he would eventually need the water wheel to power the blower. As for the blower, Hu Feng had not yet begun its construction. He planned to first erect the furnace before contemplating further arrangements. The clay was still sourced from the pond, and due to Hu Feng's frequent clay-soaking activities, the originally small pond had expanded to about 10 square meters, effectively transforming into a pond. It might even be a delightful idea to raise some fish in it. Hu Feng dug a pit and erected a framework with branches, subsequently using bamboo strips to reinforce the wider sections before applying mud both inside and out, ensuring the furnace would not collapse at a critical moment. He left an opening at the base for ash to be expelled, sealing it with clay when not in use. A small hole was also made in the back to insert a bamboo tube, which was then covered with mud. This would serve as the outlet for the blower, thereby enhancing the furnace's temperature. Before nightfall, Hu Feng successfully completed the construction of the high furnace, leaving the blower for another day. In the days following the burial of the female corpse, Hu Feng had warned the women to undertake any tasks in pairs or larger groups, strictly prohibiting solitary actions. As for the reasoning behind this, Lin Shi and Su Bingyun might understand, but Hu Feng had not divulged anything to the others, merely referencing the previous ordeal with the Black Panther. The women naturally recognized that this was for their own safety, particularly recalling Hu Feng's valiant encounter with a pack of wolves. They were determined not to follow in the footsteps of those who had fallen. After drying the furnace with fire, Hu Feng seized the opportunity to utilize the leftover clay from the pottery making to fashion a circular exterior for the blower. For the internal blades, he opted for stability. Hu Feng took care to secure it with nylon rope. To facilitate rotation, he inserted a small circular bamboo tube at the center of the blower, which was fastened to the blades. Hu Feng gently turned the bamboo, causing the blades to spin, and a gentle breeze emanated from the blower's outlet. Next, he placed 2 wooden pieces on a bamboo pole to serve as slots for securing the conveyor belt, and similarly fashioned one on the axle of the water wheel. After adjusting the blower's position, he used the nylon rope as a belt to connect the water wheel and the blower. Upon opening the bamboo tube's valve, the flowing water set the water wheel in motion, and the blower began to operate. Hu Feng felt the air at the outlet. Although it was far from the efficiency of a conventional blower, it was certainly better than nothing. After repositioning the blower, he found it was still a bit distant from the originally intended air vent of the furnace, prompting Hu Feng to fetch a section of bamboo to serve as a ventilation duct. To prevent issues with high temperatures, he refrained from sealing it with clay. Finally, Hu Feng added firewood to the furnace to dry it out. After a day of labor, night gradually fell. As for the charcoal being produced, he would only know if it was successful once the earthen mound was opened the following day. After all, his methods were learned from his father during childhood farming endeavors, a rather haphazard collection of techniques. After 2 days of recuperation, Su Bingyun's spirits had somewhat improved, though she would rather face death than retrieve the fish traps again, leaving the task to Xiao Wei while she assisted Su Tong in preparing sago flour. The night passed without incident. Rising early, Hu Feng went to the pond's edge for a wash, the cold water refreshing him swiftly. Arriving at the charcoal-making site, he carefully began to uncover the earthen mound, revealing the charcoal within. He had no guarantees of success, but as he unearthed the charcoal and some already burnt ashes, he fetched a basket to collect all the charcoal. Afterward, he gathered more firewood, reconstructed the earthen mound, and repeated the charcoal-making process, as the requirements for charcoal and iron smelting were considerable. Having completed these tasks, Wang Xiaomei had prepared breakfast. After eating, Hu Feng planned to inspect the plains for wild millet. Although it was enclosed by a fence, the risk of antelope damaging it could not be overlooked. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Shi chose to accompany Hu Feng, as they were seasoned partners, and she had once saved his life with an arrow. With Lin Shi in tow, the two climbed the stairs, and just as they were about to depart, Hu Feng suddenly recalled something. He called down to Wang Xiaomei, "Please remove the ladder. We will call for you when we return." Wang Xiaomei, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding, albeit uncertain of Hu Feng's intentions, and complied by removing the ladder. Accompanied by Lin Shi, Hu Feng made his way toward the wild millet field. As they traversed the plains, antelope grazed peacefully, seemingly oblivious to the events of a few days prior. Had Hu Feng not lost interest in them, he might have considered bringing one back. Upon inspecting the wild millet field, he found only a few areas nibbled by the antelope, appearing somewhat askew, but otherwise, nothing seemed amiss. Hu Feng reinforced the fence with bamboo. Meanwhile, Lin Shi stood guard, her anxiety stemming from Hu Feng's previous encounter with the Black Panther. After securing the fence, Hu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled at Lin Shi, who stood watch under the blazing sun. "All right, let us find a spot to rest for a while," he suggested, heading toward a small river. Unbeknownst to him, he had stumbled upon the very place he had shared with Su Tong before. It was no surprise, as this was the only area nearby offering shade and a stream. The rest were scorched under the relentless sun. Mindful of Lin Shi, Hu Feng refrained from any inappropriate advances. Their previous encounter had been an accident, and with Lin Shi being the only doctor in their group, they depended on her for any ailments. After washing his face, the heat dissipated, and he reclined comfortably in the water, fully clothed. Meanwhile, Lin Shi glanced at Hu Feng and, in a contemplative tone, inquired, "You and Su Tong rested here last time, didn't you?" Splutter. Hu Feng, having just taken a sip of clean water, sputtered in surprise. How did she know? Did she know? He stared at her in disbelief. Following her gaze, he spotted a conspicuous rubber item lying amidst the grass. That? Upon seeing it, Hu Feng realized that any explanation would be futile. He struggled to utter a word. He had expected Lin Shi to berate him mercilessly upon discovering the truth, yet his concerns were unfounded. Lin Shi merely cast a casual glance at the item before nonchalantly remarking, compared to others, Su Tong is a decent choice. She is alone and caring for 2 daughters. Had she not encountered you, they would not have survived. Lin Shi's expression was as clinical as discussing a medical case, continuing, however, we must remain cautious here. If she were to become pregnant, it would pose complications. Hu Feng nodded in understanding. After all, wasn't he there that item? What was there to fear? Seeing Hu Feng resemble a child caught in wrongdoing, Lin Shi smiled and added, "Are you worried about being scolded?" Hearing her articulate his unspoken thoughts startled Hu Feng. Observing his expression, Lin Shi surmised that scolding him or blaming him would serve no purpose. What was done was done. Although she felt somewhat uneasy, she recognized her role as a doctor, while he was the sole hope for their group. Chapter 46. Other shipwreck survivors. If blaming the other party were of any use, what could be achieved? It would merely lead back to a deadlock. What purpose does it serve to speak or remain silent? He was the only man here, and if the rescue team failed to arrive, everything would rest upon his shoulders. Lin Shi was also caught in a web of turmoil, but when it came to Su Tong and Hu Feng, she was more concerned about what would happen if Su Bingyun and Wang Xiaomei were to discover this. She understood well that although Su Bingyun appeared as cold as ice, everyone had noticed her shifting attitude towards Hu Feng in recent days. What conflicts might arise from this situation? Would they part ways? That too was a pressing question. As Lin Shi was embroiled in her thoughts, Hu Feng suddenly directed his gaze towards the mountains behind the plain. Just as Lin Shi was about to speak, Hu Feng abruptly ceased. Before long, 2 figures emerged, leaning on each other and limping down the slope, cautiously relying on the trees for support. "Sister Shu, look over there, there's a small river," exclaimed a raggedly dressed woman, her voice brimming with excitement as she addressed a disheveled and filthy woman beside her. "Lower your voice. Do you want to draw them here?" the woman called Sister Shu admonished, tapping the other on the head in frustration. The woman who had been reprimanded quickly understood and glanced around, seeing nothing amiss, then guided her companion towards the small river. The 2 women, limping down the mountain, reached the riverbank. Ignoring the dangers that might lurk around them, their parched lips plunged eagerly into the water, drinking deeply, oblivious to the watchful eyes of Hu Feng and Lin Shi concealed in the distant shade. Having quenched their thirst, they paid no heed to their surroundings and simply lay down in the river. "Sister Shu, I can't walk anymore," the girl who had been supported by Sister Shu said, her belly swollen from drinking. "Can't walk? Have you thought about the consequences of being captured by them? The opportunity that Qing Shui worked so hard to create would be wasted." Sister Shu responded, her tone resolute. The girl fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. They had been fleeing for 3 days, initially believing they would encounter other survivors, but apart from various wild beasts, they had seen not a single soul. "At the very least, we must find others. Only then will we be safe," Sister Shu insisted. The girl nodded, grasping the significance of her words. "But we've run for 3 days and haven't seen a single person." Sister Shu sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality. Indeed, it had been 3 days without a glimpse of humanity, and those pursuing them were relentless. Had it not been for Qing Shui diverting their pursuers for a time, they would likely have been captured long ago. Enough complaining. Let us get up and keep searching, following the river, as it is a source of water. Alas! The girl sighed deeply. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the slope behind the 2 women, spotting them by the river. One of them shouted with excitement, "Over here! Come quickly!" Hu Feng and Lin Shi were at a distance from the 2 women in the river and did not hear their murmurs, but the shout from the mountain was unmistakable. The 2 women in the river heard the commotion and looked back in terror. The girl who had been reclining in the water hurriedly helped Sister Shu to her feet, preparing to flee. However, with their injuries and limping gait, they could not possibly outrun the 3M in a matter of moments. The 2 women found themselves surrounded not far from Hu Feng. Hu Feng and Lin Shi remained hidden in the nearby bushes, their eyes alert as they observed the unfolding scene. The 3 men encircling the 2 women were clearly led by a young man. He surveyed the disheveled pair with a cold smirk. "Run away, continue to run. I told you, You cannot escape. How does it feel? Sister Shu, shielding the girl behind her, boldly declared, if you want to capture me, let her go. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed derisively at her words. Indeed, we came to capture you. But that doesn't mean we can't take her as well. The girl hiding behind Sister Shu trembled uncontrollably at the thought of being taken back, fully aware of what that entailed. She vividly recalled how the disobedient girls had been tormented by these beasts. No, I will not go back. Ha ha, that is not up to you, the young man retorted coldly. He then turned his threatening gaze towards Sister Shu. Where are the goods? Realizing this was a chance, Sister Shu replied coolly, if you let us go, I will give you the items. Let you go? The young man scoffed, turning to his companions with exaggerated laughter. She wants me to let her go. Ha ha ha. Hearing the young man's words, his companions joined in the laughter. Let you go? We might as well have fun elsewhere. My brother insists on getting the goods, but taking you back is just as good. As he spoke, he signaled to his companions to move in. Wait, Sister Shu shouted, causing the group to halt in disbelief, staring at her incredulously. What about Qing Shui? She asked, genuinely concerned. If these men were here, what had become of the one who had diverted their attention? Qing Shui? The young man pondered for a moment, then asked with curiosity, You mean that girl from before? Not receiving an answer, he continued, She was such a bore. To avoid being captured, she jumped into the sea days ago. With that, he gestured for his companions to take action. Upon hearing his words, Sister Shu felt a sharp pain in her heart. Qing Shui was her assistant, and she had sacrificed herself to distract their pursuers. Hiding not far away in the bushes, Hu Feng and Lin Shi exchanged glances, instantly grasping the situation surrounding the female corpse they had encountered earlier. These scoundrels abused women, and the scars on that corpse were etched vividly in their memories. As the three men drew closer, the girl behind Sister Shu quaked with fear, unable to move. Sister Shu regarded the approaching trio, finally sighing in resignation. She would not escape, and the evidence she had painstakingly gathered of their crimes might never see the light of day. Heaven, is this how you treat me? Su Qian, I am coming to join you. With that thought, the woman picked up a pebble from the ground, preparing for a desperate struggle, resolutely deciding that even in death, she would never return to that hell. Yet, at that moment, a voice echoed from beside them. Chapter 47. Clearing the scum, 3 grown men bullying 2 young girls. How audacious. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned in unison to see Hu Feng, holding a bamboo spear, gazing coldly at the trio. Well, well. I wondered why we had to come so far. It seems there really are people here. The young man sneered, disdain evident in his expression as he regarded Hu Feng. With 3 of them, there was no reason to fear a solitary opponent. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise, the consequences. The young man did not need to finish his sentence. The implication was clear. Oh, and what if I do meddle? What will happen then? Unfazed by threats, Hu Feng was not one to be easily intimidated. Well, it seems we have a fearless one here. The young man was taken aback by Hu Feng's nonchalant demeanor. He produced a dagger from behind, twirling it in a provocative manner as he stared at Hu Feng. Ha! Hu Feng remained unimpressed, clapping his hands lightly. Just then, from the bushes behind him, the trio was startled to discover there was indeed another presence. Upon recognizing the figure as a woman, the young man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He had thought they were being surrounded, only to find it was merely a girl. He half expected her to announce, You are surrounded. Hu Feng observed the trio's reaction with a smirk. Laugh now, but soon enough, the tide would turn, and their mirth would be replaced by despair. The young man appraised Lin Shi from head to toe and, to his surprise, found her truly beautiful. Far removed from the ordinary women he was accustomed to, he noted her makeshift bow and arrow, yet felt no trepidation. Can that toy of yours even hit a bird? Ha ha ha, he mocked. You can always try. Lin Shi replied calmly, unfazed by his taunts. Having listened to the vile words of the 3 miscreants, she had contemplated ending their lives with a few arrows. After all, the arrowheads were poisoned. If they did not die, they would surely suffer. Ha ha. The trio dismissed Lin Shi, clearly underestimating her. Hey brother, I have a big bird here. Why not come try it out? Ha ha ha. The young man leered at Lin Shi, Hearing her leader's brother's crude remark, the other two joined in, laughing boisterously. Lin Shi gritted her teeth and swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the young man's thigh. Thwack! Ah! A cry of agony erupted as the young man clutched his thigh in pain. He had always assumed Lin Shi to be a mere decorative figure. He never anticipated she would strike without warning. Lin Shi's unexpected action startled Hu Feng as well. While he had contemplated dealing with the scoundrels, he still harbored doubts. Yet, Lin Shi's decisive action conveyed a clear message. She could no longer stand by and watch. They had to be dealt with. Having witnessed Lin Shi's resolve, Hu Feng was emboldened to act. He charged forward with his bamboo spear toward the other two men. The pair, still reeling from their leader being shot, quickly began to retreat, pulling their injured companion along. Hu Feng recognized their swift and coordinated movements as indicative of their background in bodyguarding. No wonder they had been able to intimidate others. The young man, now in excruciating pain, howled as they retreated to what they believed was a safe distance, positioning themselves protectively around him while keeping a wary eye on Hu Feng. Estimating the onset of the poison's effects, Hu Feng wondered how long it would take for it to incapacitate a human, knowing it typically took about half an hour for wild animals. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, noticing their retreat, hastily knocked another arrow and let it fly. However, the two men were prepared and swiftly dodged her shot. "Everyone, let us discuss this," one of the men urgently explained. In his mind, if not for their leader's brother dragging them down, the pair would easily overpower the man and woman before them. Hu Feng was unwilling to grant them any opportunity to delay. Who knew if reinforcements were on their way? The bamboo spears surged forward once more. The man, now incensed, shouted to his companion, "You protect him. I'll handle this." With that, he prepared to confront Hu Feng head-on. After all, he had some training and had recently learned some grappling techniques. There was no way he would tolerate such humiliation. Dodging Hu Feng's spear, he advanced, fully aware that getting close would render Hu Feng's weapon ineffective. As Hu Feng swung his spear, it deftly arced past him, striking the man squarely in the abdomen with the spear's end. Cock! The man staggered back, clutching his stomach, coughing. This was not how he had envisioned the confrontation. Had he underestimated his opponent? Just as he was about to charge at Hu Feng again, a bamboo arrow whizzed past and struck his arm. Ah! The pain forced a gasp from him as he instinctively grasped the arrow, and the absence of barbs made it easy to remove, but upon seeing the greenish tint on the arrowhead, dread washed over him. "Poisoned?" he questioned, glancing at Hu Feng uncertainly. Hu Feng merely smiled. Did the realization come too late? Run! We must flee. That was the man's first instinct, but before he could move, Hu Feng's spear was already blocking his path. "You think you can escape?" "I won't let you go. If you seek vengeance, it will only lead to your demise." Hu Feng's determination was resolute. Seeing the spear blocking his way, the man lunged to grab it. But when had they ever been subjected to such humiliation? Ignoring the injured youth, he charged at Hu Feng. Faced with two adversaries, Hu Feng remained calm, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Shi was rendered ineffective. Although she had an arrow knocked, with Hu Feng and the two men engaged, shooting again could risk hitting him. Thus, she could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. The man with the arrow wound in his shoulder bore through the pain, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Hu Feng. Although he was unsure of the nature of the poison, he knew that whatever was smeared on the arrowhead was far from ordinary. Chapter 48. Shu Yu. It is often said that the wheel of heaven turns with justice. Who can escape the grasp of fate? The once arrogant youth, who had been flaunting his prowess, now clutched his thigh, struck by Lin Shi's arrow, wailing in agony. Whether to pull it out or leave it in was a dilemma he could not resolve. As he watched his companions assault Hu Feng, he bellowed with fierce intent, "Kill him!" Without the youth's exhortation, the two assailants understood that today would culminate in either their demise or that of Hu Feng. The poisoned man, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, was the first to charge at Hu Feng, desperate to subdue him and inquire about the antidote. In truth, there was an antidote for the saddle poison. It merely comprised a mixture of various alkaloids, making detoxification relatively straightforward. However, Hu Feng had not even considered that he was poisoned, thus the antidote remained an unacknowledged notion. As the adversary advanced, Hu Feng brandished his bamboo spear, sweeping it across to strike the assailant's wrist. The man, referred to as Ming Gu, yelped in pain and quickly recoiled. Simultaneously, the other attacker seized the opportunity to launch an assault, their coordinated attack a testament to their rigorous training. After fending off Ming Gu, Hu Feng found himself suddenly tackled by the second assailant, who clutched Hu Feng's bamboo spear tightly, preventing any chance of escape. Panic gripped Hu Feng. If the spear were to be wrested from him, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. The man clung to the spear with unwavering determination, while Hu Feng reciprocated the grip, yet being pinned to the ground rendered him unable to exert his strength. Just as Ming Gu was about to rush over to assist, Hu Feng grew increasingly anxious. Catching sight of his opponent's positioning, a sudden idea struck him. He lifted his thigh, thrusting his knee upwards, and bit at the hand that was attempting to seize his spear. Ouch! The man grappling for the spear shrieked, his mouth morphing into a Na shape as he sprang back from Hu Feng. Clutching his injured groin, he leapt in place, while the surrounding women looked on in bewilderment, stifling their laughter yet hesitant to allow mirth to escape amidst the gravity of the situation. You! The man nearly gestured in indignation, admonishing Hu Feng for his lack of decorum and resorting to underhanded tactics. Ming Gu, who had been rushing over, halted in his tracks, bewildered by the turn of events. Bah! Hu Feng spat disdainfully, rising to his feet and brandishing the bamboo spear with an air of superiority. Come on, are you afraid? A chill seemed to envelop Ming Ji's lower body at that moment. To hell with this. Ming Gu had not anticipated Hu Feng would be so troublesome, ignoring all conventional rules of engagement. With two of his comrades injured and poisoned, prolonging the confrontation would only worsen their plight. Thus, he chose to retreat. Yet Hu Feng was unwilling to allow their escape. If they were to flee, the threat they posed would only compound in the future. Having chosen to engage, he resolved to see it through. Either they would perish, or he would. As Ming Gu called for a retreat, Lin Shi hastily loosed an arrow towards them, but it fell short, allowing the assailants to evade. In that instant, Hu Feng seized the opportunity. As the adversaries dodged Lin Shi's arrow, he thrust his spear toward them. Thrust. The sharp bamboo spear pierced the man's abdomen, blood gushing forth. He had just evaded Lin Shi's arrow when he was blindsided by Hu Feng's sudden attack. Feeling the sharp pain in his belly, he stared incredulously at the spear protruding from him and turned to Hu Feng in disbelief. Does he truly dare to kill? What is his identity? Before he could ponder further, a metallic taste filled his mouth. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wu. Ming Gu watched in shock as Hu Feng had slain his companion. Struggling against the pain in his arm, he turned to assist the fallen youth, intent on fleeing. Hu Feng, gazing at the man he had impaled, was taken aback himself, but as he beheld the blood flowing like flames, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Murder? For Hu Feng, it was not a novel experience. In this foreign land, such actions were sometimes unavoidable. As Ming Gu attempted to flee, Lin Shi prepared to shoot another arrow, but before she could, Hu Feng yanked the bamboo spear free and hurled it like a javelin at Ming Gu. Thrust. Nevertheless, it was sufficient. The man, struck by the spear, halted abruptly, turning to fixate on Hu Feng, seemingly attempting to engrave the image of his assailant in his memory before collapsing in defeat. The youth, witnessing both his bodyguards dispatched by Hu Feng, was gripped by terror. At that moment, any semblance of dignity was cast aside. He turned and knelt on the ground, urgently kowtowing to Hu Feng as he pleaded for mercy. Spare me. I was wrong. I am not a man. I am but a wretched being. Please, treat me as nothing more than a mere puff of air and let me go, he cried, bowing his head repeatedly in supplication. The two women, who had previously believed themselves doomed, were astonished by the sudden appearance of Hu Feng and Lin Shi, who had swiftly turned the tide in their favor. Now, they scrutinized Hu Feng and Lin Shi with newfound interest. However, when Xu Yu caught sight of Hu Feng, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, and she rushed toward him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Su Qian! Xu Yu exclaimed incredulously as she beheld Hu Feng. Upon hearing his alias, Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Logically, few were privy to the name Su Qian. Noticing Hu Feng's gaze upon her, Shu Yu flipped her bangs aside, glaring at him with palpable anger. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me? As Hu Feng recognized the familiar face revealed by her gesture, a wave of astonishment washed over him. How could it be her? What is she doing on this cruise ship? Shu, the esteemed journalist? Upon realizing he had recognized her, Shu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and threw herself into Hu Feng's embrace, crying uncontrollably. Wah! Su Qian, I thought I would never see you again. Ah! The sudden turn of events left Lin, Shi, and the other girl momentarily speechless. Lin Shi furrowed her brow in confusion as she observed the woman clinging to Hu Feng. Did they know each other? But who was Su Qian? Wasn't that Hu Feng's name? The girl gazed curiously at Shu Yu, realizing that her claims had been true. Someone had indeed come to rescue them. Caught in the embrace of Shu Yu, Hu Feng found himself in a quandary. Whether to embrace her or not, he awkwardly extended his hand, frozen in midair. Chapter 49. Buried Who is Shu Yu? This individual's identity is well known throughout Thailand, having nearly caused the downfall of a publicly listed company with a single article. A renowned journalist, the offspring of a prominent party member, wielding considerable power and influence. Although this person is of Thai nationality, their ancestral roots trace back to Yunnan. Due to their influential status, Hu Feng had previously acquired numerous pieces of intelligence from this individual, sometimes through dubious means. However, as their acquaintance deepened, Hu Feng realized that Shu Yu had numerous flaws and an overwhelming possessiveness. Were it not for Shu Yu's desire to keep Hu Feng by her side for work, he might have genuinely considered not returning to his homeland. As for Hu Feng's specific occupation, I believe everyone can surmise that. The young man noticed that several individuals seemed oblivious to his presence and attempted to discreetly depart. However, after taking merely a few steps, he suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing the commotion, the onlookers turned to see the young man convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Hu Feng observed the scene and could not help but sigh, wondering why it had to come to this. Could they not unite in solidarity? Instead, it seemed they were locked in a deadly struggle, and now, it had culminated in an untimely demise. It was curious that the poison took so long to manifest its effects. Clearly, he needed to exercise more caution in the future. Before long, the young man ceased convulsing, but his breath had faded. In contrast to the lifeless body, Lin Shi grew curious about the relationship between Hu Feng and the woman beside him. She slowly approached, gazing quizzically at the two intertwined figures, wondering if yet another wave of turmoil was about to unfold. Hu Feng, who is she? Lin Shi inquired. Hu Feng awkwardly waved his hand in the air, then pushed Shu Yu away, introducing her to Lin Shi. This is Shu Yu, the esteemed journalist. Now released from Hu Feng. I'm Lin Shi. Lin Shi greeted with a smile, having already established familiarity with Hu Feng. However, Shu Yu, after assessing Lin Shi, felt an immediate surge of insecurity. Would this stunning woman compete with her for Su Qian's attention? Hu Feng, did you not go by Su Qian? Shu Yu asked, puzzled at Hu Feng. Su Qian? At that moment, Hu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Should he produce identification? There were indeed a few copies in that small box, but those were merely aliases. And meanwhile, Shu Yu, eyeing Lin Shi with an air of arrogance, demanded, who is she? Upon hearing Shu Yu's words, Hu Feng recognized her royal demeanor was rearing its head. He stepped forward to clarify, Lin Shi is the doctor from the cruise ship. We owe our survival here to her. His words served as a reminder to Shu Yu that in this desolate wilderness, one ought not to provoke a doctor, lest one find themselves without care in times of illness. However, it was clear that Shu Yu dismissed Hu Feng's commentary as mere background noise. She pulled Hu Feng closer and, as if declaring her claim, stated to Lin Shi, this man has long been of interest to me. First come, first served, do you understand? Observing Shu Yu's protective demeanor, Lin Shi found it amusing. There was little use in addressing her directly. Her words were better suited for Su Tong, given their deeper acquaintance. As a physician, she had encountered her fair share of such haughty princess types, and thus chose to ignore Shu Yu entirely, turning instead to collect the bamboo arrows she had previously shot, not wishing to waste the time invested in crafting them. Seeing that Lin Shi ignored her, Shu Yu's temper flared, as she had never before experienced such disregard. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Lin Shi paid no heed to Shu Yu's outburst, casually extracting the bamboo arrow embedded in the corpse's thigh, blood accompanying its removal. This action caused Shuyu to instinctively step back, suddenly recalling that Lin Shi was capable of lethal force. With the arrow in hand, Lin Shi offered Shuyu a calm smile, her expression serene. Yet, to Shuyu, that smile carried an ominous threat. Hu Feng forcefully shook off Shuyu's grip and glared at her. Can you not rein in your behavior? Do you think this is your home? First and foremost, I am not Su Qian. My name is Hu Feng, remember that. Moreover, Lin Shi is, after all, your benefactor. How could you treat her this way? Left speechless by Hu Feng's rebuke, Shuyu failed to recognize her own missteps, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Hu Feng, clearly indicating her disbelief that he would scold her in front of an outsider. What nonsense was this? If she did not temper her temper here, it seemed she had yet to experience the harsh lessons of society. Disregarding Shuyu, Hu Feng approached the three corpses, giving them a few kicks to ensure there were no strange occurrences. He then retrieved an axe from behind and began digging a grave on the spot. It would be troublesome if the bodies attracted wild beasts, and even without them, if the dead men's comrades came looking, they would be in a precarious situation. Aside from himself and Lin Shi, the rest had no combat capability, and the presence of two additional burdens was unwelcome. Seeing this, Lin Shi put away her arrows and joined him. In the meantime, Shuyu, feeling neglected, took the nearby young girl by the hand and wandered toward a small river. Before long, Hu Feng and Lin Shi had excavated a sizable pit, and Hu Feng dragged the three corpses into it, also burying the bloodied earth from the surrounding area. Once the grave was filled, Hu Feng took care to stomp down on the soil, ensuring it was compacted. After all, if it were left loose, it might be unearthed by any passing beasts, leading to an awkward situation. Yet, as he jumped, Hu Feng suddenly felt as if he were dancing atop a grave. Perhaps with the right music, it could even become a lively affair. After Hu Feng and Lin Shi completed the burial, Shuyu and the young girl returned home. After washing away the grime and tidying their disheveled hair, the two fresh-faced women appeared before Hu Feng. Although he was aware of Shuyu's beauty, her temperament was utterly bewildering. The fair-skinned girl shyly grasped her clothing and occasionally stole glances at Hu Feng. Finally mustering her courage, she introduced herself. Hello, big brother and big sister. I am Nan Xiao. She smiled and nodded in response. However, Shuyu was clearly displeased, her expression sour as she cast a disdainful look at Hu Feng. Ignoring her, Hu Feng noted that time was slipping away, and the group prepared to depart. On the way back, Hu Feng made a point to hunt down an antelope. Despite his lack of fondness for Shuyu, the necessity of filling their bellies outweighed all else. Chapter 50. A sight too grievous to bear. Upon returning to the encampment, the women, upon catching sight of Hu Feng and Lin Shi with two novel faces in tow, immediately abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao, with a beaming smile, greeted them enthusiastically. Greetings, esteemed elder sisters. The women found Nan Xiao, though somewhat bashful, to be rather charming. I am younger than you. A sudden voice piped up beside them. Turning around, they were surprised to see the mischievous little Bao, puffing out her cheeks in confusion. Xiao Wei, who was holding little Bao, timidly added, "So am I." Feeling a bit embarrassed. Initially, she had held some confidence in her own appearance, but after assessing the others, her spirits plummeted. Could it be that all the beautiful souls from the cruise had converged here? What merits did Su Qian, or rather Hu Feng, possess? Had he saved the galaxy in a past life? Such drama would be deemed too far-fetched for television. Though discontented, she felt compelled to greet the assembly of beauties. Hello. I am Shuyu. Her greeting was bland and unremarkable. Upon hearing her words, the women introduced themselves in turn, exchanging names amicably. When lunchtime arrived and the sago porridge was served, was there actually porridge here? They had barely managed a morsel to eat back at their previous location. The people there had relentlessly oppressed them, demanding they surrender any seafood they found, allowing them only a meager portion to keep. Disobedience was met with brutal punishment. Gazing at the generous bowl of sago porridge before them, Nan Zhao's eyes glistened with tears. At last, they need not subsist on leaves any longer. Taking a sip, she was pleasantly surprised to find it savory, enriched with minced meat, making it utterly delectable. The two lost all pretense of ladylike behavior, nearly swallowing the bamboo bowls whole. On their return, both could not help but gaze tearfully at the antelope on Hu Feng's back, mistakenly believing their lunch to be lamb. Little did they know the richness of their current fare, which made it feel less like a plight and more akin to a vacation. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls, until they were utterly stuffed, belching contentedly before finally setting down their bamboo bowls. Fortunately, Wang Xiaomei had prepared adequately. Otherwise, Hu Feng and the others would likely have gone hungry. After their meal, the two reclined comfortably nearby, stroking their full bellies, basking in the sheer bliss of satisfaction. However, their clothes, torn from their escapades in the jungle, revealed considerable gaps, some even tattered in strips. While standing was manageable, providing some cover, lying down exposed them in ways they had not anticipated. Yet, their minds were solely focused on the food, oblivious to their predicament. Hu Feng contemplated offering a reminder, but that would only draw attention to the situation. Thus, he turned back to his meal, adhering to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Once everyone had finished eating, Hu Feng busied himself, intending to check on the charcoal production. The iron smelting process required an abundance of charcoal, and he aimed to prepare as much as possible. Meanwhile, the women congregated around Shu Yu and Nan Shao, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding the deserted island. Hu Feng inspected the charcoal burning site, noting no leaks or drafts, the temperature still sufficient, indicating the wood was still ablaze. The iron furnace had also dried out, merely awaiting the completion of the charcoal before it could commence melting iron. Previously, while crafting ceramic pots, Hu Feng had also fashioned this ceramic dish. Once the iron scraps were cut and placed within, melting them should pose no significant challenge. Upon returning to their quarters, Nan Shao began recounting their recent tribulations. It turned out that after the incident with the cruise ship, Shu Yu, along with Qing Shui and Nan Shao, had found themselves on the same lifeboat. The trio followed a group to the southwestern edge of the island. However, shortly after disembarking, Shu Yu sensed something amiss. A group began to consolidate the food and medical supplies from each lifeboat. Some remained oblivious, while others expressed dissent, only to be met with violent reprisals. With no other choice, they reluctantly surrendered the scant food from their lifeboat. Yet, what they did not foresee was that despite proclaiming their intent to consolidate resources, the group collected everything without providing any in return. Those who protested were met with severe beatings. Consequently, the survivors were left to scavenge along the shore for sustenance while praying for a rescue party to arrive swiftly. Even so, that group continued to torment them. Although they were not forbidden from searching for food, any finds had to be surrendered in part, or else face brutal repercussions. The survivors contemplated resistance, but the opposing group was composed of towering figures, skilled in combat. Those who led the charge against them were quickly subdued. In summary, they faced a stark choice: join the oppressors or be cast into the sea as food for the fish. Under such oppressive circumstances, the survivors became mere lambs in the hands of their captors. Food was relatively manageable to find along the shore, but fresh water remained an insurmountable challenge. Thus, the captors proposed a deal. Fresh water could be obtained, but at a cost. What cost? The women, aware of their predicament, understood that the men had already been subdued. They, along with the elderly and children, were powerless. For those who attempted to escape, the consequences. Captured individuals faced no mercy. The women were dragged into the woods, while the men were tossed into the ocean. Fortunately, Shu Yu had sensed the looming danger and had deliberately soiled her appearance, allowing her to go unnoticed by the captors. Though the trio managed to find some food, it barely sustained them, and they remained without fresh water. In her quest to secure water for the three of them, Qing Shui ventured into the men's camp. You may wonder why Qing Shui would make such a sacrifice for the sake of water. What compelled her to take such a step? She understood her own circumstances. As an orphan, had it not been for Shu Yu's parents raising her, she would have perished long ago in the refugee camp. Growing up alongside Shu Yu, she regarded her as a sister. To repay her kindness, and for the sake of Shu Yu, Qing Shui ultimately chose this path. However, this path was fraught with peril. Within days, their food and water supplies dwindled. The captors began dispatching the newly subjugated men into the jungle to search for fresh water. In a particularly cruel twist, they withheld water from the children and the elderly. Soon, not only were they unable to find water, but they also suffered significant losses, as many elderly and children fell gravely ill from dehydration, ultimately perishing upon the beach. The captors remained unfazed, collecting the corpses and burying them on the mountain behind. As the death toll rose and the rescue team remained elusive, Xu Yu and Qing Shui began to plot their escape. During this time, Xu Yu documented the crimes of their captors with her compact camera. However, she refrained from capturing images of the forced subjugation of women, as she had never ventured into their tents, remaining ignorant of the happenings within. Nevertheless, the nightly sounds of revelry and the anguished cries of women resonated painfully in her ears. Chapter 51. Stealing food. Thus, she entrusted this task to Qing Shui, who understood that with this evidence in hand. However, in her intention to document the criminal acts of those people, Qing Shui inadvertently exposed herself. Consequently, the three of them embarked on a path of escape. In the midst of their flight, Qing Shui chose to run off alone to divert their pursuers, thereby granting Xu Yue and Nanxiao the precious time they needed to flee. As Nanxiao recalled the events that had transpired, tears streamed down her face incessantly. Upon her completion of the tale, the expressions of the women around her were filled with sheer indignation. How could such scoundrels exist, and worse, a whole group of them? Why was this the case? Were they even human? Listening to Nanxiao's words, Xu Yue was already well aware of many details. She knew that the ringleader of those individuals was a young scion with military connections, linked to drug traffickers and a rival faction of her father's. Her primary objective for boarding the cruise was to ascertain their intentions, with pursuing Hu Feng as a secondary goal. Compared to Hu Feng, her interest in those individuals was far greater, yet the sudden maritime disaster had left them all trapped on this island. Hu Feng remained quietly attentive, harboring no particular thoughts about those people. Was he to seek trouble with them? Or rescue those women? Such musings were merely for contemplation. As dusk descended, Su Tong miraculously found 2 shirts for Xu Yue and Nanxiao. She led them to the waterfall to bathe, while Hu Feng's bathing area was at the pool adjacent to their encampment. After all, he was a grown man, and it was not he who would suffer. When the women returned, Hu Feng cast a glance at Xu Yue and Nanxiao, only to swiftly turn his head away. The two were clad in scanty attire, their bare thighs exposed in the dim light of evening, making them appear exceedingly alluring. Nanxiao shyly tugged at the hem of her shirt, attempting to cover her thighs, her cheeks flushed crimson, while Xu Yue, standing beside her, exhibited no concern. After all, they were merely a group of women. What was there to fear? As for Hu Feng, he had seen such sights before, and she took pride in her long legs, wanting everyone to know that in comparison to her, they were nothing. During dinner, Hu Feng assigned tasks to Xu Yue and Nanxiao. Nanxiao and the others could search for seafood, while the matter of the fish trap was left to Xu Yue. Upon hearing that she was to work, Xu Yue's countenance soured, and she shot a disgruntled glance at everyone. Hu Feng, well aware of the temperament of this young lady, chose to ignore her displeasure, reminding himself that he had advised her kindly. They did not accommodate idlers here. After dinner, the women returned to rest, and Hu Feng checked on the charcoal production, finding no issues. After a brief exploration, he washed himself in the pool before returning to his room. However, upon entering, he was met with an awkward surprise. The non-conforming Xu Yue had taken over his sleeping space. The scanty attire she wore offered little coverage, having slipped down to her waist, revealing a fair expanse of skin. Observing the peacefully slumbering Xu Yue, Hu Feng hesitated to disturb her, but then noticed Su Tong winking at him from the side. Spotting an empty spot beside her, Hu Feng settled himself there without hesitation. Just as he lay down, a pair of delicate hands wrapped around him. Hu Feng cautiously glanced around at the sleeping women, reassured that they were all deep in slumber. Meanwhile, the little treasure, who had initially been cradled by Su Tong, suddenly felt the absence of her mother's embrace. She wriggled her body and nestled into her sister's arms. Little Bao burrowed her nose, seeking a comfortable position, and drifted off to sleep contentedly. Beside them, Hu Feng noticed Su Tong smiling mischievously as she shrank away. The following morning, Hu Feng rose early, determined to gather all the charcoal in preparation for smelting iron. While washing up, he caught sight of the previously reluctant little Bao, who had risen early and was observing him with wide, curious eyes. Confused, he inquired, "Little Bao, what's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" Little Bao furrowed her brow, seemingly puzzled, and then spoke up, "Big brother, I have a secret to tell you." "What is it?" Hu Feng's curiosity was piqued. This little girl had a secret? Little Bao gestured for him to crouch down. Complying, Hu Feng bent down, only to hear her whispering something in his ear. Food. Hu Feng was taken aback. Suddenly realizing something, he quickly asked, Little Bao, have you told the other sisters about this? Upon hearing his question, Little Bao shook her head, responding with a sweet voice, No, I asked Mama, but she didn't say anything. Hearing her words made Hu Feng's head spin. How to explain this? He cleared his throat and sighed. This matter, let us not mention it to the other sisters, all right? Later, I'll make you roasted crabs. What other explanation could he provide? Upon hearing about the roasted crabs, Little Bao's interest piqued. She nodded enthusiastically and scampered off to find Xiao Wei. That moment, Su Tong approached, seizing the opportunity to pinch Hu Feng's waist. Ouch! Hu Feng gasped in pain. This is all your fault. You almost got discovered by Little Bao. Su Tong scolded him playfully. Hu Feng rolled his eyes at her. How could this be his fault? Observing her stubborn demeanor, Su Tong decided to take more drastic measures, but Hu Feng seemed to anticipate her intentions, flashing her a sly smile before dashing away. When breakfast time arrived, Hu Feng noticed that Shu Yue had yet to rise, prompting him to frown. Just as he was about to head to her room, he was intercepted by Lin Shi. Let her rest a little longer. After all, they had to escape for 3 days. Hu Feng glanced at Nan Xiao, who remained silent. Was she tired? But look at Nan Xiao. Was she not exhausted as well? It was truly bewildering how some could act so precious upon arriving here. Blocked by Lin Shi, Hu Feng refrained from further argument, but he had resolved to temper Shu Yue's haughty attitude. After breakfast, Hu Feng took Su Bingyu into the grassland. Lin Shi, occupied with crafting poison arrows, had swapped roles with him to inspect the wild wheat fields. After instructing the women, Hu Feng led Su Bingyun up the stairs. Upon reaching the wild wheat fields, Hu Feng examined the situation closely. Some wheat stalks had begun to yellow, indicating that maturity was not far off. Contemplating the prospect of enjoying freshly baked bread in the future, Hu Feng suddenly felt invigorated and motivated in all endeavors. Chapter 52. Smelting iron. What is wheat? Is it starch or protein? Is it food? For Hu Feng and others, it is a lifeline. The sago palm indeed yields starch, yet its growth cycle spans approximately 20 years. The number of sago palms on the plains is limited, and once depleted, there will be nothing left. In contrast, wild wheat is different. Its growth cycle is shorter, and with artificial cultivation, its yield may even increase. If managed properly, self-sufficiency and survival would be well within reach. After all, as industrious citizens, the innate talent for if there exists a patch of vacant land in the yard, how could one not plant something? The emptiness weighs heavily on the heart. After thoroughly inspecting all the wheat fields and confirming their integrity, Hu Feng finally returned to the encampment. The unexpected arrival of Shu Yu and Nan Xiao instilled a sense of urgency within him. If they could reach this place, what of those on the other side? It is crucial to note that Shu Yu possesses incriminating evidence against the adversaries. The rescue team's arrival would spell disaster for those individuals. Thus, it is inevitable that the adversaries will search for Shu Yu, and it is merely a question of time before they locate this place. According to Nan Xiao, they had traveled for 3 days. Considering the distance, if the trio had not marked their path, it would be left to fate for the others to find them. Of course, Hu Feng was reluctant to place his hopes in destiny. A saying from his childhood echoed in his mind. One must rely on oneself. Upon returning to his abode, he found the women bustling about. Su Tong and Lin Shi were extracting starch from the sago palm. Wang Xiaomei was preparing food. Xiao Wei was tending the fire, and the newly arrived Nan Xiao was assisting Wang Xiaomei. As for Shu Yu, Hu Feng could easily surmise her whereabouts. Casting a glance at the dwelling, Hu Feng furrowed his brow. Very well, he would grant her a day of respite. Estimating that there was still ample time until mealtime, Hu Feng picked up a nearby basket and headed to the charcoal-making site. After clearing away the soil, he discovered that after a day and night of burning, the charcoal had taken shape. Hu Feng grabbed a handful of charcoal, testing its crispness, and found it satisfactory. He then filled the entire basket with charcoal. Observing the 2 baskets of charcoal, Hu Feng calculated that to prevent a shortage, he would add more firewood, subsequently sealing it with clay, intending to burn it while preparing for the iron smelting process. During mealtime, he finally caught sight of Shu Yu, prompting him to cast a glare in her direction. Noticing Hu Feng's gaze, Shu Yu defiantly glared back, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Out of sight, out of mind. Hu Feng turned his head away, dismissing her as merely exhausted from fleeing and in need of rest, thus temporarily sparing her. After finishing the meal, Shu Yu placed down her bamboo bowl and retreated to her room, ignoring everyone else. This scene incensed Hu Feng, yet he felt powerless. Ideally, Shu Yu would have checked the fish traps, but now she had taken over this task without complaint. However, Hu Feng clearly sensed that Wang Xiaomei and Su Tong held a rather unfavorable view of Shu Yu. The idea of smelting iron had long occupied Hu Feng's thoughts. After all, iron ore was scarce, unlike the iron sheets available. However, before melting the iron, he needed to undertake a preparatory task. Constructing a mold, after all, determining how to shape the molten iron into his desired form necessitated a mold, which was the simplest method. Forging was too time-consuming and could be considered later. After dining, Hu Feng gathered a considerable amount of soil, sifting it through a strainer to retain the fine soil suitable for molding. He then procured a larger ceramic pot that he had previously fired, filling it with all the fine soil, and compacting it using. Considering the challenges of horizontal molding, Hu Feng opted for vertical molding. Next, he sought out a piece of wood, employing an axe and a knife to carve it into a well-proportioned knife shape, approximately 20 centimeters in length, transforming the handle into a tapered cylindrical form. After crafting the wooden knife, he inserted it into the fine soil and carefully compacted the surrounding soil with the stone slab, then gently withdrew the wooden knife. Thus, a shapeless knife without a tip was formed. Hu Feng then proceeded to the smelting furnace, making adjustments. The water wheel drove the blower into motion without issue, after which he retrieved the previously prepared iron sheets and ceramic dish. Using his axe, he chopped the iron sheets into smaller pieces, placing them within the ceramic dish and covering it with a suitably sized stone slab. Once the dish was filled, Hu Feng poured a generous amount of charcoal into the furnace, followed by the covered ceramic dish. He then added more charcoal. Using dried grass, he ignited the charcoal through the furnace door, and as the charcoal began to burn, Hu Feng sealed the door with clay, activating the water wheel to inject oxygen into the furnace. The melting point of iron is over 1400 degrees Celsius, while quartz melts at over 1700 degrees Celsius, so Hu Feng had no concerns regarding the ceramic dish. A small opening had been made on the side of the furnace to facilitate observation of the burning charcoal, which was usually sealed with clay. Additionally, Hu Feng had placed 2 stone slabs over the furnace's chimney, leaving a portion open to prevent heat loss. Thus, Hu Feng monitored the combustion of the charcoal while continuously adding more. Several hours later, Hu Feng peered through the small opening to assess the charcoal's condition within the furnace. Due to the stone slab covering the ceramic dish, he could not ascertain whether the iron sheets had melted. ASA solution. Hu Feng found a suitable length of bamboo, split it, and roasted the interior, crafting a pair of tongs. Carefully lifting the stone slab covering the furnace's chimney, Hu Feng extended the tongs inside and pushed aside the stone slab covering the ceramic dish, revealing a vibrant pool of molten iron within. Overjoyed, Hu Feng swiftly clamped the ceramic dish with the tongs, but due to the high temperature and the weight of the dish itself, he found it impossible to extract. Noticing that the bamboo tongs were beginning to burn, Hu Feng contemplated for a moment before moving to the side of the furnace and smashing open the previous small opening with his axe. The greatest concern was not the reconstruction of the furnace, but rather the potential solidification of the molten iron as the temperature dropped. Fortunately, when Hu Feng managed to retrieve the ceramic dish, the iron had not yet solidified. Hurriedly, Hu Feng placed the ceramic dish at the molding area, carefully pouring the molten iron inside. He ensured that it did not overflow, as the blade handle lay below. Any spillage would complicate removal. The remaining molten iron was set aside. After all, with the iron sheets now melted, future forging endeavors would be significantly more manageable. Chapter 53. A forge must be strong. Once the molten iron had cooled, Hu Feng cautiously excavated all the fine soil from within the ceramic pot. Upon observing the small knife shape formed by the mold, Hu Feng sighed. Indeed, although the molding process was somewhat expedited, the surface bore rough marks that rendered it visually unappealing. Extracting the iron piece with tongs, he confirmed it was indeed iron, a testament to Hu Feng's failed molding attempt. He placed the iron piece directly into the pool behind him to cool. With a hissing sound, a plume of white smoke arose. Hu Feng glanced at the burning charcoal in the furnace and concluded that he ought to proceed with hammering. After all, the adage, what is tempered 1,000 times is not merely talk, held true. He fetched a slab of marble and meticulously smoothed its surface with an axe before returning to the furnace to add charcoal, subsequently tossing the iron piece within. The opening at the furnace's edge conveniently allowed Hu Feng to retrieve the iron piece, so he had no intention of sealing it. After all, the temperature required for smelting iron was not as high as that for melting it. Merely a token gesture sufficed. Once the iron piece glowed a fiery red, Hu Feng swiftly extracted it and placed it upon the marble slab, commencing to hammer it with the back of the axe. After hammering for a while, he quenched it in cold water, hammered a few more times, and returned it to the furnace, repeating this process. Lacking horse urine and rapeseed oil, Hu Feng was compelled to use cold water for quenching. Forging iron was a skilled endeavor, requiring considerable time. From the moment he finished lunch until darkness enveloped the sky, Hu Feng had only managed to shape the iron piece into something resembling a knife, thanks in no small part to the memories of watching his father forge iron in his youth. Otherwise, an inexperienced individual would have surely ruined it in no time. After dinner, Hu Feng resolved to continue working, striving to craft a well-formed blade by day's end. However, the pervasive darkness and lack of illumination posed a significant challenge. With no other option, Hu Feng kindled a fire nearby to provide light. Following their meal, the women, unable to rest due to the rhythmic clanging of Hu Feng's hammer, gravitated towards him to observe his forging process while engaging in idle chatter. Clang! The women watched Hu Feng at work. Though uncertain of the purpose behind his actions, they were nonetheless impressed. For instance, Nan Shao viewed Hu Feng as a paragon of omnipotence. Upon hearing the women describe how everything in their surroundings had been constructed by him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Houses, toilets, kitchens, iron pots, ceramic jars, water wheels, salt, sago, and more. Each item was an essential facet of daily life. Now, Hu Feng was forging iron once again, preparing to create several knives for the women to use in foraging and self-defense, undoubtedly a Superman. Or perhaps even more formidable than a mere Superman. At least, Superman did not forge iron. Amidst the women's chatter, Hu Feng finally shaped the iron piece into a tool. Initially, he had chosen a cleaver-like form, but now the blade had morphed into the shape of a boning knife. However, the blade was somewhat elongated, approximately 30 centimeters, far from a small knife, verging on a butcher's cleaver. As this was his first attempt, Hu Feng lacked confidence in his workmanship. Nonetheless, the knife was sufficiently adequate for self-defense. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Gazing at the knife in his hand, Hu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling gratified that fortune favored the diligent. Although it took longer than expected, he had indeed produced a blade. The remaining task was to refine it, yet the prospect of polishing it in the dead of night was rather daunting, so Hu Feng chose to defer that endeavor. As the women noticed Hu Feng concluding his work, they collectively sighed in relief and departed to their quarters to rest, realizing that continuing in this manner would render them all sleepless. Once the women had left, Hu Feng leaped into the pool, having been roasted by the intense heat all afternoon. He was drenched in sweat and yearned for a bath, but the presence of the women had made him hesitant, as some scenes were decidedly inappropriate. After enjoying a refreshing bath, Hu Feng tidied up his tools and returned to his room, only to find Shu Yu had once again claimed his spot and appeared to be fast asleep. Hu Feng couldn't help but admire her ability to sleep through such noise. She was indeed a remarkable individual. Observing the space beside Su Tong, he felt justified as he approached. With intentions of unwinding after a long day, Hu Feng reached out to embrace her, only to find Xiao Bao, her bright eyes wide open, staring intently at him in the dim light. She seemed still puzzled about what her mother had consumed the previous night and was determined to uncover the truth. A pair of delicate hands subtly twisted at Hu Feng's waist before she embraced the still glaring Xiao Bao, giving Hu Feng a disapproving look. In response, Hu Feng chuckled softly and turned to sleep, having exerted considerable physical energy hammering iron throughout the day. It was not long before he succumbed. Noticing her refusal to sleep, Su Tong shot her a glare before closing her eyes, deciding to ignore her. After all, when the time came, Xiao Bao would surely succumb to sleep on her own. The following day, Hu Feng's first task was to polish the knife, for after hammering for so long, if the blade lacked sharpness, it would be in vain. He sought several rough pebbles and began to grind the blade. Before long, the sound of the sharpening stone roused the women, prompting them to rise and wash at the pool, each casting furious glares at Hu Feng, clearly displeased by the early morning disturbance. Realizing the commotion he had caused, Hu Feng offered an awkward smile to the women, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was his first experience forging iron, and excitement had gotten the better of him. Once Wang Xiaomei prepared the food, Hu Feng completed the sharpening process and found a section of bamboo, swiftly slicing through it with a single stroke. The bamboo effortlessly split into 2 segments, prompting Hu Feng to inspect the blade for any chips or dullness. Thankfully, it remained intact and sharp. Relieved, he then procured a branch as thick as his arm and attempted another strike. However, this time, the knife became lodged in the wood, causing Hu Feng to hastily retrieve it and examine it anxiously. Fortunately, the knife sustained no damage, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Henceforth, he decided he would use an axe for cutting trees, as this butcher's knife was best suited for its intended purpose. During breakfast, Hu Feng noticed Shu Yu beside him, leisurely sipping sago porridge and savoring meat, exuding an air of self-satisfaction as if everything were her due. "Would you accompany me to the plains to see the wild wheat fields?" Hu Feng inquired of Shu Yu. "Not going," she replied dismissively, continuing to eat. Chapter 54. Special preferences. Upon hearing those words, Hu Feng felt a rush of blood to his head. "We saved you, and this is how you repay us. Spending your days doing— Who can endure the thought of toiling hard only for you to reap the benefits without lifting a finger?" Hu Feng, having had enough of this young lady's temper, placed the empty bamboo bowl down and, with a stern expression, coldly addressed Shu Yu. "I do not care whether you agree or not. I am simply informing you that we do not harbor idlers here. If you wish to stay, you must contribute." Faced with Hu Feng's icy words, Shu Yu shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you instructing me on how to work? I can just pay you off, can I? Name your price, I have plenty of money." The other women, upon hearing this, set down their bamboo bowls, casting scornful looks at Shu Yu. Su Bingyun, standing nearby, sneered at the audacity of someone trying to compare wealth with her. Hu Feng, upon hearing Shu Yu's boast, was struck with disbelief. "Money? What use is money here? Can it be burned for warmth? I offer you 2 choices, either work or leave." Hu Feng's frigid declaration took Shu Yu by surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Not enough," she retorted, still oblivious to her own faults. "If I pay, what's the problem? When I return, I can offer you whatever amount you desire." "Huh?" Hu Feng observed Shu Yu's unyielding demeanor, feeling utterly defeated. He had never encountered such ignorance combined with arrogance. Su Bingyun had wealth, but she understood that in this place, money meant little. Resources were paramount, which is why she contributed her share of work each day. And what of Shu Yu? She had arrived and rested all day, merely eating and sleeping. While it is acceptable to take a break when tired, one cannot take others' kindness for granted. Hu Feng pointed to Su Bingyun and said to Shu Yu, "This is Ms. Su. With a fortune in the billions, do you see her living off others like you?" Hearing this, Shu Yu turned to Su Bingyun, perplexed, unable to reconcile the notion of her being a billionaire. Noticing the frosty glares from Su Bingyun and the other women, Shu Yu, sensing the rising tension, impatiently replied to Hu Feng, "Fine, fine. I'll leave if that's what you want." In truth, Hu Feng merely wanted Shu Yu to contribute, a decision made for her own good. This was a desolate island and resources were scarce. Everyone had tasks to fulfill. Who would willingly share their hard-earned gains? No one is a saint, and if Shu Yu did not amend her unpleasant demeanor, no one would wish to accommodate her. Even if Hu Feng were inclined to keep her, the other women would surely oppose. After finishing their meal, Shu Yu reluctantly followed Hu Feng to the plains. Hu Feng handed a newly crafted knife to Wang Xiaomei, as she was the one preparing food, making her assistance invaluable. Along the way, Shu Yu pouted and refused to speak with Hu Feng, wielding a bamboo stick to vent her frustrations on the surrounding foliage. Hu Feng chose to ignore her. This was her usual temper. Left unchecked, she would undoubtedly become insufferable. Upon reaching the wild wheat field, Hu Feng conducted another inspection to ascertain the wheat's maturity before preparing. However, when he turned around, he was met with a sight that ignited his fury. Shu Yu was swinging her bamboo stick, mercilessly striking the fenced-in wild wheat. "What are you doing?" Hu Feng shouted, his voice laced with anger. Seeing Hu Feng's concern for the wild plants, Shu Yu felt no sense of wrongdoing. After all, She hadn't meant to be destructive. Hu Feng attempted to prop the wheat stalks back up, but they flopped over as soon as he... Turning to Shu Yu with a glare, he approached her, bamboo stick in hand. Noticing the madness in his eyes, Shu Yu took a few steps back, confused, and asked, "What are you going to do?" Hu Feng looked at her cold. "Look closely. This is wild wheat, not just any grass. Do you understand? If cultivated properly, we will never go hungry again." Hu Feng's fervent outburst left Shu Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet she was still indignant. "It's just wild wheat." "I didn't mean to," she stubbornly retorted. "Then let me teach you another lesson. Ignorance is no excuse for wrongdoing." With that, Hu Feng raised the bamboo stick once more, directing it toward her backside. "Ah! Ugh! Ah!" 3 cries echoed in the air, and Hu Feng felt he had no choice. After all, people tend to be intimidated by force. If he didn't subdue her, who knew what trouble she might stir up later? Yet, with each strike, Shu Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, her teeth clenched, casting a strange look. Something about her expression seemed off. Had she wet herself? "Hey!" Observing Shu Yu sprawled on the ground, Hu Feng felt overwhelmed. It dawned on him that Shu Yu might actually enjoy this dynamic. Each strike sent a tremor through her body, and to his surprise, he felt a flicker of excitement. After all, such experiences are either zero or infinite. Casting aside the bamboo stick, Hu Feng chose to ignore the prostrate Shu Yu. He realized he had no idea how to conclude this encounter. Before long, Shu Yu appeared behind Hu Feng, head bowed and silent, uncertain of how to face him after her secret had been uncovered. Observing her awkward gait, Hu Feng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She was quite the character. Upon returning to their camp, the other women noticed something was amiss with Shu Yu's manner of walking, exchanging knowing glances with Hu Feng. He found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain? Would he dig himself deeper? "What happened? Did I twist my ankle?" Shu Yu said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon seeing her expression, Hu Feng realized her explanation was akin to mud smeared in her pants. Chapter 55. The Coming Danger. After finishing lunch, Hu Feng decided to forge some iron tools. Without a doubt, a hoe was essential. Otherwise, once the wild millet was harvested, there would be nothing to till the soil for planting. Having gained experience from his previous iron smelting, Hu Feng approached this task with much more joy. He removed a portion of the red-hot iron ingots and began to hammer them into shape. A few hours later, the hoe was complete. He then found a wooden handle to attach and hurried to the nearby field to test it. Although it was somewhat smaller than ideal, it was certainly adequate for use. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Hu Feng continued to forge several small knives from the leftover iron ingots. By the time night fell, he had finished his work. The collection of small knives, along with the previously crafted slaughtering knife, was more than sufficient, especially since she did not require a knife at all. Her archery skills were superb. After finishing his meal, Hu Feng went to wash up by the water pool, where he found Su Tong observing him with a curious expression. "How was your day?" Su Tong teased, looking at Hu Feng with a playful glint in her eye. "What do you mean?" Hu Feng replied, puzzled. "Are you trying to play dumb after eating?" Su Tong mischievously blinked at him. Hu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, as this matter pertained to Shu Yu's secret, which was not easy to discuss. A pair of delicate hands rested on Hu Feng's shoulders, gently massaging him, while the warm breath stirred the hair near his ear. "You mustn't forget old friends when you have a new one." Hee. Hu Feng could only manage an awkward smile. Sometimes, feigning ignorance was the best course of action. A pair of shameless lovers. A sudden voice echoed from behind them. Su Tong turned to see Shu Yu, who provocatively blinked back at her. "Humph." Shu Yu snorted coldly and turned toward the restroom. Unbeknownst to Hu Feng, a light rain had begun to fall in the night sky. He finally returned to his sleeping quarters, and it was evident that his earlier admonishment of Shu Yu had had a noticeable effect. Listening to the sound of rain outside, Hu Feng gradually drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deserted island, a man sat on a rock beneath a shelter, gazing at the rainy night with a furrowed brow. "How many days has it been? They still haven't returned?" Upon hearing the youth's words, a robust man beside him quickly replied, "Young Master Wu, they have been gone for 5 days." 5 days? The young man pondered for a moment before turning to the man and saying, "Tomorrow, take a few men and follow their trail. We need to see the living or the dead." Understood. The man promptly bowed his head in response. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. The youth turned to look, his expression devoid of emotion as he shouted, "Can you be quiet? You're going to get us killed, playing like that." Hearing his words, the group of men nearby dared not breathe a word, silently covering the mouth of the woman beneath them. Back in his sleeping quarters, Hu Feng slept soundly, reassured by the presence of his belongings hidden among the dried grass beneath his bed. Observing the women around him still lost in slumber, he carefully rose and exited the dwelling. Pushing open the door, he found the gentle morning rain had continued throughout the night, and the dew of dawn felt remarkably refreshing. The sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. How long had he been here? Hu Feng couldn't help but question himself. It had to be over a month. The cruise incident had occurred in March, and now it should be around April. Typically, the tropical monsoon climate wouldn't cool down. What was going on? Hu Feng was at a loss, having excelled in sciences during his studies, yet feeling utterly clueless about geography. The knives he had forged last night. This time, he was wiser. To avoid disturbing the women, he chose a more secluded spot. When he returned, the women had already awakened. Even Shu Yu, who had previously been lazy, was yawning as she got up, prompting Hu Feng to regard her with newfound respect. The saying proved true, discipline breeds diligence. What puzzled Hu Feng was that for the past 2 days, Xiao Bao had been sporting dark circles under her eyes, yawning throughout the day as if she hadn't slept at all. After breakfast, Hu Feng made a point to remind Su Tong, only to be met with her scornful glare. Upon inquiry, he learned that Xiao Bao had spent the last 2 nights sleepless, trying to uncover what her mother had been secretly eating. What a troublesome predicament. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Hu Feng had been diligently traversing the same 3 points: the wild millet fields, conducting patrols, and returning to camp to eat and sleep. Following the lessons learned from recent days, Shu Yu seemed to have become more industrious, assisting with tasks and trailing behind Lin Shi. Those unfamiliar with her might think she had changed, but Hu Feng sensed something amiss. After all, she had done considerable homework for the sake of intelligence. Notably, Shu Yu was spending her days learning from Lin Shi, either mastering the crafting of poisoned arrowheads or honing her archery. Sure enough, during dinner the following day, Shu Yu astonishingly proposed a plan to rescue the girls who had been captured alongside her. Her suggestion startled the others, as they had been avoiding the topic for days. They were well aware of the suffering those girls endured, but this was no law-abiding society. They were up against a dozen strong men, and who among them could help? Aside from Lin Shi, the best archer, there was only Hu Feng, who was hardly a match for the task. It was a miracle that they had not already drawn trouble. The idea of Shu Yu proactively engaging was utterly reckless. Seeing Shu Yu adopt a savior-esque stance, Hu Feng felt a strong urge to reprimand her. 2 against 10? The last 3 had succeeded only because their opponents were caught off guard. Even with Shu Yu's involvement, it would still be 3 against 10, leaving no chance of victory. Such matters were better left unheard. Rescuing others was out of the question. Self-preservation was paramount. Shu Yu was clearly aware that her suggestion would be met with disapproval, yet she seemed unfazed, casting a knowing smile at Hu Feng, as if she were confident in her hold over him. That night, while Hu Feng soaked by the water pool, a stealthy figure approached. "I know you won't give up. Speak. What scheme are you concocting?" Shu Yu emerged from the shadows with a playful smile, stepping to the water's edge, where she removed her filthy shoes and dipped her feet into the water. "I know a secret, and I believe you would be quite interested," she said, comfortably soaking her feet, her expression calm and collected. She was fully aware of Hu Feng's intentions and, stranded on this deserted island, she had no intention of holding past grievances against him. Now that they had food and drink, her thoughts inevitably began to stir. Chapter 56. Daydreaming. That individual over there, named Pikuan, is the son of a high-ranking official in the military. His presence here is solely to establish connections with the drug traffickers in your country, Shu Yu declared with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Hu Feng had been investigating this matter for years. It would be impossible for him not to feel a stirring of interest, as this had nearly become his inner demon. However, upon hearing Shu Yu's words, Hu Feng did not allow himself to be swept up in impulsive excitement. Investigating was one thing, but confronting that group of people was another matter entirely. Given that Shu Yu had indicated their military connections, it was likely that they possessed formidable weapons, as the Thai military was well versed in such matters. Although he had that small box in his possession, Facing off against a crowd still left him with little hope of success. Upon arriving in Thailand, someone had warned him that it was better to be fed in prison than to have a proper burial. The disparity in strength was too great, and a direct confrontation was out of the question, unless he could isolate them one by one. But would they be so foolish as to grant him such an opportunity? After all this talk, are you not interested in that list? Upon hearing Xu Yu's words, Hu Feng suddenly chuckled. What list are you referring to? Xu Yu feigned calmness, though her heart raced with anxiety. How does he know about the list? Who told him? Seeing her expression, Hu Feng had merely intended to provoke her, recalling a fragmented piece of information given to him by a deceased companion, which pertained to the list. So there really is a list? Hu Feng mused inwardly. I do not know what you are talking about, Xu Yu retorted boldly, slipping on her shoes and preparing to leave. Just as she was about to depart, Hu Feng suddenly inquired, Xu Yu, have you never considered what would happen if we could not escape this deserted island? Xu Yu was visibly taken aback. Unable to escape? She had never entertained the thought that there could be a place from which she could not depart. Observing her reaction, Hu Feng understood that it was futile to continue the conversation, for Xu Yu's background had constrained her thinking. Indeed, what would happen if they could not escape? This was a question Hu Feng had posed to himself on numerous occasions, yet he had never found an answer. Thus, he had no choice but to make do with the circumstances at hand, living merely for the sake of survival. The following day, Hu Feng refrained from visiting the wild millet field. Instead, he busied himself weaving a drying mat from bamboo strips. The wild millet was nearing maturity, and once harvested, drying it would pose a challenge, so he resolved to create a mat. A drying mat was quite similar to a bamboo mat, differing only in the thickness of the bamboo strips. As a child of the countryside, it was not uncommon for him to possess a variety of skills. However, just as Hu Feng had completed a small portion of the mat, he noticed Lin Shi frantically shouting from above the encampment's fence. Hu Feng, something terrible has happened. Someone has taken Su Zong away. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng froze, bamboo strips suspended in mid-air. Su Bingyun had been abducted. By whom? Was it the group that Xu Yu had mentioned? To rescue or not to rescue? Hu Feng hesitated, knowing that venturing out against overwhelming odds would be foolish. At that moment, two voices clamored on his shoulders, one on the left stating, "We must rescue her. If we cannot escape this island, she could be one of your future wives." The one on the right scoffed derisively, "Please. Future wife. With so many here, you're smitten with that Su Tong, a mere married woman at that. What a joke. This is called being cautious and prudent. Is that what you call daydreaming?" "Who is Fei Fei?" the little man on the left inquired, puzzled. Disregarding him, the man on the right addressed Hu Feng. "You must think this through. Rescuing Su Bingyun might cost you dearly, and they outnumber you. Do you really think you can take them on?" The little man on the left dismissed this notion. "I never said we should confront them at their camp. We can simply pursue those who abducted Su Bingyun and deal with them using poison arrows." "You are thinking far too simplistically," the man on the right retorted with a smug disdain. "You." The little man on the left, incensed by the mockery, brandished an axe, and Hu Feng, having made up his mind, understood that a rescue was imperative. Otherwise, how could he face the women who would regard him with disdain for failing to save a life? However, there were numerous ways to rescue someone, and he could not act recklessly out of impulsive fervor. That would be foolish. The current situation called for a cautious assessment of potential opportunities. Lin Shi had descended the stairs and rushed towards Hu Feng upon seeing him. The abductors are likely the group Xu Yu mentioned, tall and imposing, but there are only 5 of them. Su Zong and I were gathering firewood when she was suddenly seized. If I hadn't he acted quickly and shot an arrow, I might have been captured too. Lin Shi recounted, still shaken. After contemplating Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng felt a glimmer of hope. 5 assailants were manageable, provided they did not possess formidable weapons. He took the bow and arrows from Lin Shi's hands, reassuring her, "You all should hide." "I will confront them. I want to go too," Lin Shi declared immediately. Hearing this, Hu Feng felt a warmth in his heart for reasons unknown. He patted Lin Shi's shoulder and said, "Stay here. If they come while I am gone, your bow and arrows will be our only defense." Hesitating, Lin Shi recognized the necessity of remaining behind. Then, be careful, she urged with concern. The other women cast reluctant glances at Hu Feng, making his heart sink. This scene resembled a poignant moment from a drama, where a character departs never to return. Without further delay, Hu Feng ascended the stairs to the fence, instructing the women to remove the ladder, thus ensuring that even if the adversaries found their way here, they would be unable to descend. Meanwhile, not far from the plains, at the edge of a mountain, 5 figures hurriedly returned along the path they had come. A woman in their midst. One man, puzzled, turned to another and asked, "Brother Wu, why are we running? Didn't we just let one woman escape?" Upon hearing his younger companion's question, the older man promptly smacked him on the head. "What do you understand?" 2 women appeared here, and the one who fled was armed with a bow and arrow, clearly there must be a large group nearby. Do we really want to march into certain death without knowing the odds? Let us return, gather more reinforcements, and then return. Those people will not escape. With that, he continued onward, dragging Su Bingyun along. Oh, the younger man nodded, half comprehending his brother's words. Chapter 57. Waiting for the right moment. By the time Hu Feng arrived at the location Lin Shi had mentioned, the individuals involved had long since vanished. The recent rain had left only a chaotic array of Are they trying to return? Hu Feng crouched down, scrutinizing the direction of the footprints, his brow furrowed in contemplation. With no other option, he slung his bow and arrows over his back, grasped the butcher's knife in hand, and swiftly followed the trail. Indeed, after traversing a hill, Hu Feng spotted several figures resting beneath the trees in the distance. Given the considerable distance, he could not discern whether Su Bingyun was among them, so he approached. Upon nearing their position, Hu Feng crouched behind a rock, partially concealed by some bushes, and carefully observed the situation. He saw 5 men seated under a tree, while Su Bingyun, her hands and feet bound, curled up nearby, flanked on either side by 2 guards. Additionally, another man was on watch, scanning the surroundings, briefly glancing in Hu Feng's direction. "This is utterly hopeless," Hu Feng lamented, assessing the situation with a sense of helplessness. 2 men were guarding Su Bingyun. Moreover, according to Shu Yu, their adversaries had military connections, which suggested they might be armed. After a brief respite, the leader among them instructed the group to continue their journey. Su Bingyun, still bound, was hoisted onto one man's shoulder, her struggles futile as she desperately fought against her restraints, tears streaming down her face. Hu Feng glanced at the sky. It was already afternoon. He could only hope that their pursuers would not reach their camp too soon. Otherwise, as Shu Yu had indicated, their numbers exceeded 10, and even with Long Ji's protection, he would stand little chance against them, not to mention the unknown dangers that lurked. The 5 men carried the bound Su Bingyun along the mountain path, with Hu Feng stealthily trailing behind. Since he could not engage them during the day, he could only pray for an opening to present itself at night. After a long day of travel, the group took turns carrying Su Bingyun, causing her to vomit considerably along the way. Nightfall arrived as expected. The 5 men found a wooded area featuring a sizable tree hollow, where 2 began gathering firewood while 1 guarded Su Bingyun, and the other 2 prepared a meal. Before long, they had eaten and settled down to rest, leaving 2 on night watch. Initially, they intended to feed Su Bingyun, but after a day of vomiting, she had no appetite. Even if she did, she would refuse to eat, uncertain if her food had been tampered with. Noticing her refusal, the men did not press the matter, knowing that once they reached the camp, there might be little food available. In the depths of night, Hu Feng observed the 2 sentinels by the fire, lost in thought. Earlier, when the others had gone to fetch firewood, he had an opportunity to take one of them out, but he reconsidered. What would be the point of eliminating 1 man in broad daylight when the remaining 4 would surely notice? He would be left with no choice but to flee, thus alarming the others. Now, with 2 men on watch, Hu Feng found himself in an even more precarious situation. Their vigilance was formidable. Had there been only 1 sentinel, he might have had a chance. Patience, he reminded himself, watching the 2 by the fire as he sought solace in the night. Su Bingyun, bound and unable to sleep, pondered the dire consequences of her abduction. Shu Yu had made it abundantly clear what could happen. Would Hu Feng come to her rescue? This question plagued her thoughts repeatedly as she fervently prayed for his arrival. Yet, observing the 5 captors, a flicker of concern. In that moment, Su Bingyun found herself torn between longing for Hu Feng's arrival and wishing he would stay away. As the night deepened, the chorus of insects and frogs filled the air. Hiding in the shadows, Hu Feng had lost count of the number of mosquito bites he endured, only able to swat them away quietly, fearful of making any noise. He calculated the passage of time, noting the two sentinels by the fire beginning to doze off. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to draw closer. Amidst the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs, Hu Feng stealthily approached the camp. Crack! A dry twig snapped underfoot, producing a sharp sound. One of the sentinels immediately opened his eyes and glanced toward Hu Feng's direction, but the dim light from the fire obscured his view of Hu Feng, who remained hidden behind a tree. Seeing nothing amiss, the man became fully alert, casting a disdainful glance at his dozing companion before rising to investigate. Startled, Hu Feng's heart raced. Had he been discovered? No, that could not be right. If so, why did the man not call for help? Who gave him the audacity to approach alone? Crouched behind the tree, Hu Feng gripped his knife tightly, ready to finish off the approaching figure. However, the man merely walked to the base of the tree where Hu Feng concealed himself, glancing left and right without noticing anything unusual, before unexpectedly unzipping his pants. Understanding this twist of fate as a divine opportunity, Hu Feng cautiously emerged from his hiding spot, knife poised at the man's throat. The unsuspecting man, oblivious to the imminent danger, finished relieving himself, only to suddenly feel a hand cover his mouth, a sharp pain erupting in his neck, and blood gushed forth from his mouth and nose. The man struggled, his feet kicking and creating a ruckus, awakening the other sentinel by the fire. "What is happening?" the awakened man inquired, rising to peer into the darkness. With no time to ponder, Hu Feng lunged forward, pinning the struggling man down to prevent further movement. However, as he noticed the other sentinel approaching, an idea sparked in his mind, and he whistled. The sound of the whistle halted the sentinel in his tracks, who cursed in annoyance. At this hour, whistling while taking a leak? Do you have prostate issues? Unfazed, the man returned to the fire, dismissing the incident entirely, his attention drifting back to sleep, for it was indeed the most drowsy hour of the night. Seeing the man beneath him now motionless, Hu Feng slowly released his grip from the man's mouth, glancing down at his blood-soaked clothes. Suddenly, a thought struck him in a swift flurry of movement. He stripped the lifeless man of his clothing. The blood on the collar of the attire was somewhat visible in the darkness, yet not overly conspicuous. Then, Hu Feng quickly donned the man's clothes and resumed his whistling. The other sentinel, hearing the whistle, paid it no mind, merely grumbling, "Those with prostate issues should seek treatment, you know? Can't you find a more secluded spot?" With that, he returned to his previous position by the fire, oblivious to the unfolding drama, and soon drifted back into slumber. Chapter 58. Rescuing. Observing the figure by the campfire, Hu Feng felt a wave of relief as he noticed the man continued to sleep. Cautiously, he emerged from the shadows. However, shrouded in darkness, Hu Feng's silhouette was merely a vague outline to the man, who then dismissed it, considering that, aside from their own group, who else could be lurking here? Satisfied that his identity remained concealed, Hu Feng gripped his long knife, concealing it behind his back, and stealthily approached the fire. To his surprise, the man did not even open his eyes upon Hu Feng's return, muttering, "You keep watch for a bit. I'll catch a few winks." With that, he leaned against a nearby stone slab and fell asleep. Hu Feng, vigilant, scanned the surroundings. 3 men, along with Su Bingyun by the tree hollow, and in the center, that commanding figure from earlier, while another snoozed beside the fire. Disturbed by the noise, Su Bingyun awoke, glancing at the half-reclined figure beside the fire, praying for a chance to escape. Yet her hands were tightly bound, rendering any attempt to break free futile. When her eyes landed on the man beside the fire, who was surveying the area, she nearly gasped in shock. Hu Feng noticed Su Bingyun's recognition and quickly gestured for silence. Upon confirming it was indeed Hu Feng, Su Bingyun's eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. He had come to rescue her. After Su Bingyun understood Hu Feng's intent and signaled for everyone to leave, but he shook his head. They could not escape without neutralizing these men first. Otherwise, they might lead their pursuers back to their camp, turning themselves into lambs for slaughter when their comrades arrived. However, before Su Bingyun could make her escape, the man by the fire suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at her. His mind struggled to process, how did she end up here? After a moment of realization, he spun around to alert others, but Hu Feng swiftly struck his blade against the man's neck. The piercing scream erupted. The three men resting in the tree hollow were jolted awake, turning to the fire in alarm. Caught off guard, Hu Feng delivered a swift kick to the man who had seized his weapon, then seized Su Bing. The trio finally reacted, with the leader producing a handgun from behind, firing at the direction Hu Feng and Su Bingyun had vanished. A loud bang echoed through the night. Hu Feng nearly stumbled in fright. Did they truly possess a firearm? The thought of having refrained from engaging them in the daylight sent a shiver down his spine. Had he acted recklessly, he would have surely met his demise. Yet now was not the time for hesitations. Pulling Su Bingyun along, they darted through the trees under the cover of darkness. "Chase them!" barked the man with the gun, realizing he had missed his shot. Under the cloak of night, illuminated only by the sparse moonlight, Hu Feng and Su Bingyun sprinted ahead, not caring what lay before them. After all, what did a mere fear of death amount to? The trio in pursuit, bewildered by the swift escape of the two, were left wondering if they were indeed chasing rabbits, moving with such speed. Left with no choice, they followed the trail. Unbeknownst to them, this was akin to a predator chasing its prey. The predator sought merely a meal, while the prey fought for survival. After running for some time, dawn began to break, and Su Bingyun was left gasping for breath. "Huff! Hu Feng, you should go on, no need to worry about me," she panted. What nonsense was this? He had come to rescue her. Would he sacrifice her for his own escape? "What are you saying? Don't worry. We will get away." Hu Feng reassured her, leaning against a tree for support. Hearing Hu Feng's words, Hu Feng, oblivious to her thoughts, was equally exhausted after running for hours, yet the relentless pursuers showed no signs of yielding. Moreover, their leader brandished a gun, denying Hu Feng any opportunity for a direct confrontation. Upon hearing voices approaching from behind, Hu Feng hastily urged Su Bingyun onward. Which direction are they coming from? He wondered. Choosing to divert from the sound, he had initially contemplated returning to their residence, but upon realizing the adversaries possessed a firearm, that plan was swiftly abandoned. It would only endanger the others. Following the mountain path, Hu Feng soon spotted a stream ahead and seized the opportunity. The pursuers were following their footprints. With this thought, Hu Feng quickly led Su Bingyun to the stream, where they drank from the water, disregarding its murkiness. After running for so long without a drop to drink, dehydration was a real concern. After quenching their thirst, they continued upstream, moving through the water to minimize their chances of being detected. Indeed, when the three men arrived at the stream, they halted in their tracks, unable to discern the path of their quarry due to the muddy waters left by recent rains, leaving them at an impasse. "What should we do, boss?" one of the men inquired. The leader surveyed the stream and then the upstream, pondering for a moment before declaring, "Let us head upstream." Upon hearing their leader's command, the other two waded into the stream, pursuing Hu Feng and Su Bingyun. Sometimes, misfortune strikes so thoroughly that even drinking water can be a vexation. The man had correctly guessed their path 50% of the time. However, Hu Feng was unaware that this was merely the beginning. More unfortunate events lay ahead as they followed the stream. It gradually narrowed, and the water grew clearer. Believing they had some time before their pursuers caught up, Hu Feng decided to take a brief respite. He produced the jerky that Wang Xiaomei had prepared for him before his departure and offered it to Su Bingyun. Both were ravenous, and soon half of the provisions were consumed. Suddenly, Hu Feng heard voices from the valley downstream, cursing his luck as he urged Su Bingyun to continue their flight. "Boss, why are we pursuing upstream?" one of the men asked. The leader chuckled, speaking with a sense of ease. "Are you foolish? This stream leads to the sea. If they run there, where else can they go?" "Right." The subordinate quickly grasped the logic, realizing that not just anyone could lead. "Boss, look at the footprints," the front-running subordinate suddenly exclaimed, spotting distinct tracks along the stream's edge. The leader rushed over, grinning as he surveyed the prints, convinced that they had not escaped. Chapter 59. A perilous journey. As they progressed along the winding path, the stream dwindled until only a small spring. Scattered around were sparse footprints of various creatures, and Hu Feng had no time to discern them, Knowing that the three pursuers would soon catch up, with no other option, he grasped Su Bingyun's hand and ventured deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, Hu Feng yanked Su Bingyun, who was still moving forward, signaling her to crouch down. Confused by his abrupt action and increasingly fearful of the jungle, Su Bingyun complied. Hu Feng remained vigilant, fixated on the thicket ahead, daring not to move. Following his gaze, Su Bingyun nearly screamed, but Hu Feng swiftly covered her mouth. Before them, several desiccated corpses hung haphazardly from tree branches, their attire unmistakably identifying them as former passengers from the ill-fated cruise ship. What could this mean? Hu Feng was incredulous. Were these bodies a warning or something more sinister? He found himself in a dire predicament, with unknown dangers lurking ahead and pursuers closing in from behind. Was fate conspiring against him? Casting a glance at the terrified Su Bingyun, Hu Feng quietly tightened his grip on her hand, offering her a reassuring look. We must fight for our lives, he pondered deeply. Su Bingyun, already in a state of panic, was at a loss. Having previously been terrified by a female corpse, the current situation left her utterly bewildered. As the sounds of pursuit grew nearer, Hu Feng summoned his courage and led Su Bingyun into the depths of the jungle. Life and death were in the hands of fate, and compared to the unknown perils ahead, the approaching trio posed the most immediate threat. Not long after Hu Feng's departure, the three pursuers arrived at the same spot. The leader, upon seeing the hanging bodies, recoiled in horror, momentarily taken aback. Although they were no strangers to malevolence, such a sight was still unsettling. They noticed fresh tracks on the ground, aware that the two had ventured inside, yet hesitated at the sight of the corpses. At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged from the underbrush, and the five men found themselves locked in a tense standoff. Hu Feng cursed his misfortune. He had decided to brave the dangers ahead to shake off the three behind him, but now, having barely entered the jungle, he and Su Bingyun were frozen in fear. Before them stood a pack of gray wolves, feasting on a recently deceased body. Su Bingyun, startled and terrified, nearly burst into tears, seeking refuge in Hu Feng's embrace. The wolf pack, having caught sight of they had not run far when they encountered the three pursuers, leaving them at a loss for words. Ha! Have you walked straight into your own trap? The armed man sneered, aiming his weapon at Hu Feng with a smug expression. Faced with the gun, Hu Feng dared not move, but that did not mean the wolves were idle. Suddenly, a gray wolf appeared on the nearby hillside, observing the five men below, its stance betraying a moment of contemplation, as if wondering how the number of potential prey had increased. One by one, more wolves emerged, scrutinizing Hu Feng and his companions. Wolves! The two men accompanying the armed man recoiled in fear, seeking refuge behind him, their faces pale with terror. The wolves came after us. The armed man, realizing the growing number of wolves surrounding them, felt a chill run down his spine. There were far too many, and his ammunition was limited. Run! He shouted, directing his weapon at the encroaching wolves and urging his companions to flee. As the three men darted away, Hu Feng seized the opportunity to pull Su Bingyun in the opposite direction, relieved to have the pressure of the pursuing wolves eased by half. Bang! Bang bang! The sharp reports of gunfire rang out, and Hu Feng glanced back to see the wolves drawing nearer. Just ahead, a large tree with a forked trunk loomed, prompting Hu Feng to urgently lead Su Bingyun towards it. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Hu Feng crouched down, instructing Su Bingyun to step onto his shoulders to climb up. Understanding his intent, she complied, causing Hu Feng to remark, Su, you really ought to consider shedding a few pounds. Have you gained weight since coming here? Upon hearing his words, Su Bingyun did not retort, acknowledging the truth in his statement. She had indeed gained a little weight due to the improved rations recently. Struggling, she managed to climb onto a branch, but as she glanced back, the wolves were closing in fast, prompting her to shout, Hurry, get up here. Feeling the urgency, Hu Feng sprang upward and clambered onto the trunk, just as a wolf lunged, narrowly missing his rear end. Grabbing Su Bingyun's outstretched hand, he quickly ascended, and the two of them caught their breath, leaning against the branch. There was a safe distance between the branch and the ground, and given the wolves' leaping ability, they could not reach them. Ah! A distant scream pierced the air, drawing Hu Feng and Su Bingyun's attention. It was evident someone had met a grim fate. Bang! Another gunshot echoed through the trees. A standard handgun typically holds around 7 rounds, and after having fired 5 shots, the man was running low on ammunition. Hu Feng calculated that as long as the man ran out of bullets, he could rely on his bamboo arrows, turning the tide of battle in his favor. Yet after that gunshot, silence followed, filling Hu Feng with hope. Perhaps the man had exhausted his ammunition? Meanwhile, the wolf pack surrounded the base of the tree, fixated on Hu Feng and Su Bingyun, seemingly intent on preventing their escape. It was reminiscent of the white wolf calling its pack. The wolves below turned at the sound, abandoning their prey in favor of the call, as if some urgent matter required their assistance. With the wolves distracted, Hu Feng exhaled in relief. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no wolves remained before slowly descending the tree. He then helped Su Bingyun down, and together they hurried away into the distance. However, just as they began to move, two wolves materialized from the thicket beside them, startling Hu Feng, who instinctively drew his bow and loosed an arrow at him. Without pausing to think, Hu Feng grasped Su Bingyun's hand and fled, realizing that the wolves were cunning enough to employ tactics, even leaving sentinels behind. The two wolves, momentarily deterred by Hu Feng's bamboo arrow, resumed their pursuit as he and Su Bingyun made their escape. Chapter 60. A life hanging by a thread. However, just as they had run a short distance, a figure suddenly emerged from the hillside nearby. Hu Feng squinted, and to his astonishment, it was the armed man. The two lackeys who had been accompanying him were nowhere to be seen, presumably having become a delectable feast for the wolves. The man hurriedly descended the slope and, upon spotting Hu Feng and his companion, was momentarily taken aback before hastening towards them. Realizing the imminent danger, Hu Feng swiftly grabbed Su Bingyun and darted in the opposite direction, fully aware of the man's intentions to make them scapegoats. As the saying goes, I do not need to outrun the beast. I only need to outrun you. Clearly, the man shared this sentiment. Nonetheless, Hu Feng and Su Bingyun offered him no opportunity. Upon seeing him, they immediately altered their course, knowing full well that the weapon in his hands was no mere stick. However, after pulling Su Bingyun along for only a brief distance, Hu Feng suddenly halted. Before them lay no route of escape. The once slightly level woodland had vanished, replaced by a steep slope that appeared nearly vertical, with a small river at its base, seemingly emerging from nowhere. As the man and the encroaching pack of wolves drew nearer, Hu Feng hesitated for a moment before seizing Su Bingyun and leaping down. It's so slippery, Hu Feng exclaimed, one hand gripping the long knife while the other held Su Bingyun, landing on his rear as he slid down. The closer they approached the river, the faster they went. With no time to ponder, Hu Feng yanked the terrified Su Bingyun and leapt forward, landing squarely in the river with a splash. Hu Feng spat out the seeing her face smeared with mud, he quickly patted her back. Cough, cough. Su Bingyun expelled the muck, her face resembling a mask of clay, her wide eyes gazing at Hu Feng in astonishment. Ha ha. Hu Feng laughed, revealing a gleaming smile beneath the grime. We are still alive. Meanwhile, the man above on the slope, upon witnessing Hu Feng and Su Bingyun safely land, glanced back at the pack of wolves and, mimicking Hu Feng, slid down the slope. With a resounding thud, he too landed in the river. Seeing this, Hu Feng hastily began searching the muddy water for his long knife. However, before he could find it, he noticed the man rising from the river. In an instant, Hu Feng felt a piercing pain in his left foot. Only then did he realize he had surely fractured it. At that moment, the man was smiling as he aimed his pistol at Hu Feng. Run! Keep running! The man sneered, his face contorted with malice. He had brought 5 men with him, and now he was the last one standing. All his brothers, those who had once shared meals with him, had fallen here today. It's over, was Hu Feng's immediate thought. What would happen to Su Bingyun and the others if he simply left? With a gun pointed at him, Hu Feng dared not move. In truth, he couldn't move, as the pain in his left foot rendered him almost powerless. Not to mention being threatened with a gun, he was no Yin Shuangying, daring to gamble on whether the weapon was loaded, nor did he possess the grace to evade bullets. The man approached Hu Feng, gun trained on his head, a cold smirk plastered across his face. Have you thought about how to bid this world farewell? With that, he delivered a sharp slap to Hu Feng's face. With a resounding smack, Hu Feng fell back into the river, bracing himself with his hands. The stinging sensation on his face ignited a blaze of fury within him, making him long to charge forward recklessly. However, the man was not about to let Hu Feng off easily. He lunged forward, seizing Hu Feng by the collar and brought the butt of the gun crashing down. In an instant, Hu Feng's head was bloodied, nearly causing him to black out. "Stop!" Su Bingyun cried out in alarm upon witnessing Hu Feng's bloodied visage. Hearing her voice, the man glanced back, his expression momentarily devoid of interest, before raising the gun again to strike down. Blood trickled from the corner of Hu Feng's eye, yet surprisingly, he found himself laughing. "Ha ha ha. With 4 of them as my buffer, it was worth it." The man's fury reached a boiling point at Hu Feng's words, and he aimed the gun directly at Hu Feng's forehead. "Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Go down and apologize to my brothers." Hu Feng squinted, a mocking smile on his face. Apologize? If he couldn't, he went up here. What could he hope for down there? Go down, I'll kill them. But Su Bingyun, could you please hurry? I might just get killed here. Ah. The man was consumed by rage. Lifting the gun to strike again, Hu Feng closed his eyes, realizing that this time, the blow would be fatal. Yet after what felt like an eternity of silence, Hu Feng exhaled in relief. That Su Bingyun, you nearly scared me to death. I was trying to create an opportunity for you, and you almost got me killed. Opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of the man staring in disbelief at the blade protruding from Hu Feng's chest. In that moment, as the man prepared to strike again, Su Bingyun had retrieved the long knife from the river. To grant her a lethal opportunity, Hu Feng had deliberately drawn the man's focus onto himself, though the cost had been steep. Enduring the pain, Hu Feng seized the man's gun and aimed it back at him. However, before he could pull the trigger, the man staggered and collapsed into the river, blood staining the water a deep crimson. Su Bingyun, trembling and wide-eyed with horror, hugged herself tightly, utterly unable to comprehend the act of murder. She was so frightened that words escaped her. Hu Feng pressed a hand against his forehead to staunch the bleeding, struggling to move towards Su Bingyun. Initially paralyzed by fear, Su Bingyun noticed the blood streaming from Hu Feng's forehead and rushed to his side, supporting him. "Are you all right?" Hu Feng attempted to shake his head, his vision blurring as if exploded. Yet he persevered through the excruciating pain, flipping the man over before pulling out the long knife. Seeing the blood continue to flow from Hu Feng's forehead, Su Bingyun panicked, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, she had an idea. Tearing a strip from her clothing, she washed it in the river before using it to wipe the mud from Hu Feng's face. Once she had cleaned his visage, she noticed the 2 gashes on his forehead, causing her to tear up in distress. Helping Hu Feng to the riverbank, Su Bingyun hurriedly prepared the cleaned cloth to bandage his wounds. However, Hu Feng grasped her hand, the violent pain rendering him lightheaded, and handed her the long knife, weakly instructing, "It's still bleeding. Take the knife to the bamboo grove over there and scrape some bamboo skin. It can help stop the bleeding." Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Bingyun seized the long knife and dashed towards the bamboo grove. Bamboo leaves can staunch wounds, a lesson Hu Feng had learned in his youth. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves atop the slope observed for a while but lacked the courage to descend. The height was daunting, and they could not slide down like Hu Feng. A tumble would surely leave them battered, perhaps even providing Hu Feng and Su Bingyun with an early meal. Chapter 61. Fever. Before long, Su Bingyun returned, clutching a generous handful of bamboo shoots. Under Hu Feng's guidance, she carefully applied the bamboo shoots to the wound on his forehead and subsequently bandaged it with a strip of cloth. Once the wound was tended to, Hu Feng felt the bleeding had ceased, and he immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him as his mental... Seeing Hu Feng fall silent, Su Bingyun was startled and hurried over to support him. Upon checking for a pulse, she breathed a sigh of relief, having feared he had succumbed. Noticing that he still breathed, she quickly moved him to the shade of a nearby tree, laying him flat, and then found herself at a loss. What should one do for someone who has fainted? Was there a need for first aid, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? But he was breathing. Should she try to stimulate him? But where exactly was the pressure point? Su Bingyun scrutinized Hu Feng's prone figure. The pressure point? By its very name, it should be in the middle, right? She pondered, furrowing her brow. After glancing at the supposed pressure point, her confidence wavered. Was it truly located there? Something felt amiss. However, saving him was paramount. She couldn't afford to overthink it. Squinting her eyes, she trembled as she reached out to grasp. Ah! A cry of agony erupted, Hu Feng struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the area she was gripping, and he gasped in shock. What was she doing? Was this some kind of cruel trick? Observing Su Bingyun's excited expression, he asked, trembling with fear, "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Hu Feng regain consciousness, Su Bingyun was overjoyed. "I must be a genius. Saving me?" Hu Feng was taken aback. Was this really her idea of rescue? "Your method is rather unique," he remarked sarcastically, giving her a thumbs up. "What's wrong with that?" Su Bingyun was puzzled. "It's perfectly normal." Hearing her words, Hu Feng felt utterly defeated. Who had told her that the pressure point was located there? He mentally vowed to track down whoever it was and take revenge. Overwhelmed with impotent fury, he could only think, as long as you're awake, that's what matters. Su Bingyun said, relieved. "Yes, I am awake, but I awoke in pain." Hu Feng retorted, utterly. As fatigue washed over him, he feebly reassured Su Bingyun, "I'll just rest for a moment. It's nothing serious." He feared that if he didn't say something, she might attempt that pressure point trick again, which would truly be disastrous. Su Bingyun, perplexed, nodded in response and went to the riverbank to wash off the mud that had clung to her from tending to Hu Feng, having forgotten that she was also covered in dirt. When Hu Feng regained consciousness again, he felt as if his head might explode. The throbbing pain indicated he was likely running a fever. Darkness had enveloped the sky, and a weary Su Bingyun was slumped against his shoulder, fast asleep. Before them flickered a cluster of flames, evidently kindled by Su Bingyun herself. Hu Feng was somewhat surprised that she knew how to gather firewood and ignite a fire. Battling dizziness, Hu Feng cautiously shifted Su Bingyun away from his shoulder and prepared to rise to add more firewood. Given his cold and fever, raising his body temperature seemed a prudent idea. His immune system had evidently declared war. Either the virus would perish, or he would. Gritting through the pain in his left foot, at that moment, Su Bingyun awoke and quickly approached him upon noticing he was conscious. "You're awake?" she asked with concern. Hu Feng nodded, but his strength was lacking. "Would you like some water?" Su Bingyun inquired, retrieving a bamboo tube from nearby and offering it to him. Hu Feng looked at her in disbelief. Surely, the bamboo tube wasn't compromised in any way? Yet, seeing her smile, which conveyed an understanding of his apprehension, she reassured him, "I boiled water in another bamboo tube. You can trust me." With her words, Hu Feng finally felt at ease and accepted the bamboo tube, taking a sip. To his surprise, he was indeed quite thirsty. After a few swigs, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, he drifted back into slumber. Watching Hu Feng succumb to sleep once more, Su Bingyun hesitated before carefully reaching towards his nose to check for. Feeling the exhalation of air, she relaxed. However, when her hand brushed against his forehead, she was taken aback. "Why is it so hot?" she exclaimed, feeling the heat radiating through the cloth binding around Hu Feng's head. The temperature he emanated was noticeably higher than her own. What to do? What to do? Panic set in for Su Bingyun. Could pressing the pressure point help reduce his fever? This was her first thought, but apart from that, she had little else to offer. At that moment, Hu Feng wrapped his arms around himself, trembling. "Cold, cold," he uttered. Upon hearing his words, Su Bingyun hurriedly stoked the fire. Under the flickering light, Hu Feng finally ceased his shivering, beads of sweat trickling from his injured forehead. However, despite her repeated efforts to feed the flames, the dwindling pile of firewood was nearly exhausted, and venturing into the woods at night presented a daunting challenge. Su Bingyun found herself in a predicament. As the fire dwindled, Hu Feng began to tremble once more, and this time, the intensity was far worse than before. Desperate, Su Bingyun scavenged for anything combustible nearby, combining it with the remnants of firewood, yet the flames remained insufficient. In the midst of her distress, a memory from a television show she had watched resurfaced. Observing Hu Feng still shivering, Su Bingyun hesitated for a moment, but finally summoned her courage. She shed her remaining layers of clothing, removed Hu Feng's garments, and nestled into his embrace, pulling their clothes over them both. To her surprise, it was indeed warm. Her immediate thought. With the infusion of warmth, Hu Feng's shivering abated, and together they gradually drifted into slumber. When Hu Feng next opened his eyes, dawn had broken, and feeling a presence in his arms, he looked down to find Su Bingyun sweetly resting against his chest. a faint smile gracing her lips as if she were dreaming of something delightful. At that moment, Hu Feng noticed something unusual. Their clothes were draped over them. What had transpired? He dared not speculate further. Had Su Bingyun taken advantage of his unconsciousness to pilfer something? Relieved to find his trousers still intact, he exhaled deeply. What if he had missed something while in a stupor that would haunt him for a lifetime? Chapter 62. The knight, gazing at the serene figure of Su Bingyun, who lay peacefully asleep against his chest, Hu Feng couldn't help but smile gently. He reached out and delicately traced the bridge of her nose with his fingertip. Sensing something amiss, Su Bingyun wrinkled her nose slightly and continued to slumber, mumbling something that suggested she was dreaming of delectable treats. Hu Feng had never realized that the formidable Su, the epitome of strength, could embody such a delicate, feminine demeanor, and a playful spirit surged within him. He picked up a slender, unidentifiable twig from nearby and teasingly brushed it against her nose. "Stop it!" Su Bingyun swatted at her nose, uncertain if she was awake or still lost in her dreams. Upon hearing her voice, Hu Feng quickly halted his antics and focused his gaze upon her. He noticed her exquisite face, resting on his chest, as her long lashes fluttered as if animated by some unseen force. In that moment, Hu Feng understood that she must have awakened but was reluctant to fully rouse from her slumber. "Rise and shine, my little sleepyhead," he said softly, affectionately stroking her hair. Hearing his words, Su Bingyun realized he was aware of her state. She opened her round, luminous eyes and observed the bandages adorning his body. She reached out to touch his forehead, then her own, before allowing herself to relax. Yet, the grace revealed in her every movement caught Hu Feng off guard. The tranquil valley echoed with the whispers of layered mountains. "Thank goodness the fever has subsided," Su Bingyun sighed in relief, speaking to herself to that moment. Hu Feng's hands crept up to her waist. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Actually, there's a rather effective remedy for a fever." Startled by his proximity, Su Bingyun paused. Could there truly be a better method than this? Before she could fully comprehend, Hu Feng gently pressed his lips against hers, leaving her mind blank and her body seemingly devoid of control. As the dust settled, Su Bingyun languidly lay against Hu Feng's chest, tracing circles with her fingers. "Is this your solution?" she murmured weakly, her cheeks glowing. "Hee. Sweating it out, isn't that effective?" Hu Feng replied with a self-satisfied grin. "How shameless." Su Bingyun shot him a glare, then playfully pinched his waist. "Yikes." Hu Feng yelped in surprise. Was she truly a natural at this? Hearing his cry, Su Bingyun smirked mischievously and remarked, "I suspect your fever hasn't fully abated. Treatment is still required." "Oh." Hu Feng began to feel the truth in her words, still burning hot. Hu Feng lay helplessly on the ground, gazing vacantly at the spirited Su Bingyun. As he saw her about to speak, he swiftly covered her mouth. "The fever has subsided. It has, truly. No more treatment needed," he said, filled with a sense of dread. It was not that the enemy was overly powerful, but rather that he felt woefully inadequate. The enemy's cavalry was overwhelming, and he found himself utterly defeated. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground, while the morning mist had long since shed its cloak, vanishing into the vast wilderness. After a series of tribulations, Su Bingyun, seemingly unfazed, made her way to the riverbank to wash up, while Hu Feng took the opportunity to assess his injuries. His left foot was fractured, leaving him in a precarious position. The wound on his forehead still throbbed slightly. As long as it remained free from infection, he would manage. Yet the pressing question remained. How could he return home, especially with the wolf pack blocking the path? His bow and arrows were lost to him, and it was a pity to lose the nylon cord. Without them, food would become a dire issue. Armed only with a long knife, Hu Feng felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He needed to tend to his fracture. He fashioned a splint for his injury, then tore a strip from his pant leg to secure it. Just then, a freshly groomed Su Bingyun returned. Having torn a large section of her clothing to bandage Hu Feng's forehead, her tattered attire failed to conceal her alluring. At that moment, Hu Feng dared not meet her gaze. He feared that if this continued, he might perish right there. "I'll help you wash at the riverbank," Su Bingyun offered, moving to support Hu Feng. No, Hu Feng quickly shook his head. "I am a sage, and must abstain from all feminine distractions." Please fetch me a larger branch, one with a fork, he requested, handing her his long knife. Understanding the urgency, Su Bingyun nodded and ventured into the nearby woods. Before long, she returned with a suitably forked branch. Hu Feng took the branch, adjusted it, and with its support, slowly rose to his feet. He could not place any weight on his left foot. Any attempt caused excruciating pain. Su Bingyun rushed to assist him, exclaiming, "You shouldn't be so stubborn." With her help, Hu Feng made his way to the riverbank. After washing up, he gazed downstream, pondering whether it was the same path he had taken before. If so, following the current would lead him home. Yet, if it were not, they would drift further away. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to follow the river, as it would ensure a reliable water source. "Let us go." Hu Feng surveyed their surroundings, handing the long knife to Su Bingyun. With her assistance, he limped toward the river's lower reaches. Due to Hu Feng's injury, their pace was agonizingly slow. By midday, he finally signaled Su Bingyun to set him down, and they rested by the riverbank. Their provisions had dwindled to nothing, leaving them at a loss for food. As they proceeded downstream, they needed to be vigilant for wild beasts and on the lookout for potential sustenance. However, aside from spotting a few unidentified crabs, they encountered nothing. To their dismay, Hu Feng was unable to catch the crabs due to his condition, and Su Bingyun was too frightened to attempt it. A mere touch sent her into a frantic scream. Hu Feng did not blame her. After all, she had always been the pampered one, unaccustomed to such challenges. With no other recourse, the pair rested a while, drank some water, and continued their journey. As dusk approached, they finally halted, clearing a patch of ground amidst a pile of stones. Su Bingyun gathered some firewood and ignited a small campfire, at which point Hu Feng realized that she had used the lighter he thought was long lost to him. Chapter 63. I sensed that you might be running a fever again. After igniting the campfire, Su Bingyun ventured off in search of firewood, for the consumption of a single night could not be remedied by a mere handful. The flickering flame served not only to provide warmth but also played a crucial role in warding off wild beasts. Throughout the day, Hu Feng estimated that they had traversed only about 20 kilometers, remaining well within the hunting grounds of the wolf pack. Furthermore, the victims of the cruise ship, suspended from the trees by an unknown species, could only have been either castaways like themselves or some unknown primate, most likely a savage. After all, this deserted island was vast, and it was unreasonable to assume it was devoid of primitive human life. Perhaps they had already entered the Iron Age. The ropes suspending the corpses were made from vines, yet it was evident that they had been woven by human hands. Should they encounter savages here, given his injury, Hu Feng feared he would meet the same grim fate as those hanging from the trees. Gazing at the assortment of unidentified wild fruits beside the campfire, Hu Feng hesitated. He had discovered them earlier while walking along the creek. The yellowish fruits exuded a faint, pleasant aroma, yet there were no signs of small animals having nibbled on them. He was uncertain whether they were poisonous. If it were feasible, Hu Feng would have liked to capture a small creature to test them, but his injured left foot rendered such an endeavor impossible. Returning with a large bundle of firewood, Su Bingyun noticed Hu Feng still staring blankly at the wild fruits. After placing her firewood down, she picked up one of the fruits and took a bite. "You!" Hu Feng exclaimed, rushing to snatch the fruit from her hand, but Su Bingyun deftly evaded him. "This might be poisonous," he shouted, his broken left foot incapacitating him from taking action, leaving him helplessly watching as Su Bingyun continued to eat. Unfazed, she took another bite and, shaking the fruit in front of Hu Feng, remarked, "I secretly ate one of these this afternoon. It's fine." "You ate one this afternoon?" Hu Feng looked at her incredulously. He had warned her earlier about the potential toxicity of the fruits and suggested testing them on small animals, yet she had gone ahead and consumed one. "I tried it. It's not poisonous." Su Bingyun innocently bit into the fruit, a trickle of juice escaping the corner of her mouth as her tongue deftly licked it away. Upon hearing her words, Hu Feng realized she had taken the initiative to test the fruits herself. What immense courage she displayed. What if the fruit had been toxic? "You!" Hu Feng glared at Su Bingyun. uncertain of what to say next. Su Bingyun, meeting his gaze, smiled lightly and nonchalantly stated, "If only one of us can survive, I hope that person is you." "I disagree," Hu Feng shouted, then laboriously shifted his body closer to her. He gently stroked her hair and solemnly said, "We both must survive." Indeed, they had to survive. Lin Shi and the others were waiting for their return. "Promise me you won't do this again." Feeling Hu Feng's concern, Su Bingyun's heart warmed. She suddenly found solace in the idea of living happily with him on this deserted island. When she first met Hu Feng, she perceived him as a mere scoundrel, impoverished and desperate. Gradually, she began to see his remarkable capabilities. He could find food, construct shelters, and hunt. When Hu Feng fought for her against those men, she felt his masculinity radiate, and although he was injured, he had at least intimidated. Later, as they relocated and resumed a mundane existence, he tirelessly aided everyone. When she had been frightened by the corpse, she found comfort in his unwavering presence throughout the night. Now, having been captured by those men, she believed her fate was sealed, but Hu Feng appeared, rescuing her. After experiencing a deeper connection with him, Su Bingyun realized that she had fallen profoundly in love with this man who possessed myriad skills. She was aware that Hu Feng shared an extraordinary relationship with Lin Shi and an unusual bond with Su Tong. The shelter was limited, and their actions could not escape the scrutiny of others. Yet, she was hopelessly enamored with him. On this island, she could do without Lin Shi or Wang Xiaomei, but not without Hu Feng. Without him, perhaps she and the others would have. Fortuitously, she encountered Hu Feng. This man who seemed destined to cross her path. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears welled in the corners of her eyes, and she sensed Hu Feng's overwhelming concern for her. Her delicate hands intertwined around his neck as she pressed her lips to his, rendering words superfluous. Action spoke volumes. Feeling Su Bingyun's warm, tender lips, Hu Feng instinctively wrapped his arms around her slim waist, albeit with a hint of trepidation. As Su Bingyun gazed deeply into Hu Feng's eyes, she quietly remarked, "I sense that you might be running a fever again." "Sister, I haven't eaten anything yet. I feel famished," Hu Feng thought begrudgingly, yet Su Bingyun silenced him with her actions. After the storm had passed, Su Bingyun sat beside Hu Feng, nearly nestled in his embrace. As she munched on the wild fruits, Hu Feng replenished his strength, doing his utmost to avoid falling ill, for the consequences would be dire. The female knight would be there to assist him in battling the fever. The wild fruits could only stave off hunger. Earlier, they had selected only the ripe ones, barely a dozen, and with Hu Feng's injury preventing him from climbing trees, they had no choice but to accept this limitation. Having finished their meal, Su Bingyun nestled against Hu Feng, and they whispered to each other, cherishing the solitude of their current circumstances, knowing that upon their return, after 30 days, when the rescue team finally arrived, they saved the woman, while the man was left as nothing but a pile of bones. "Ah," Su Bingyun asked, perplexed, "what happened to the man? Did he die?" Not yet having reached the crux of the tale, Hu Feng continued, "Allow me to share another. There was a man and a woman trapped in an elevator for over 10 days. However, when the rescue team pried open the doors, they only saved the woman, while in the corner of the elevator lay a single bloodied finger." "Ah!" Su Bingyun gasped in horror. This was no fairy tale. It was a haunting reflection of their current reality. Chapter 64. The Way Home. "How about you?" Su Bingyun abruptly inquired. Gazing into her earnest eyes, Hu Feng gently caressed her pristine cheek. "I am akin to the esteemed Pei Yi. How could I possibly falter?" Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Bingyun offered a faint smile, yet spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "But I hope you will survive. I want tea." The two fell asleep in each other's arms, oblivious to the insistent buzz of the mosquitoes in the wilderness. At dawn the next day, after having consumed some fruit, they extinguished the campfire and resumed their journey. With no bow or arrows, and Hu Feng nursing his injuries, the prospect of hunting for meat was nothing short of a futile dream. They traveled for the better part of the morning, hunger soon overtaking. Consequently, They paused to roast the few crabs they had caught earlier. The mountain crabs were not particularly plump, offering scant meat, merely providing a slight alleviation to their hunger. After a brief respite, they continued along the bank of the stream, which gradually widened. Occasionally, they spotted small fish darting about in the water. It wasn't long before Hu Feng felt the need to stop. Having eaten only a few fruits in the morning and 2 crabs at noon, he found himself utterly fatigued. "Su, could you fetch a few bamboo poles?" Hu Feng said, looking at Su Bingyun, who was now glistening with perspiration. Without questioning his intent, Su Bingyun assumed it must be something of great importance. The title of Su was merely a playful exchange between them, a nod to her knightly aspirations. In a short while, Su Bingyun returned with several bamboo poles. Hu Feng took the knife from her hand and swiftly split the bamboo in half. It was not that he doubted her abilities. Rather, it was a task that could easily lead to wastage if one lacked experience. Transforming the bamboo into strips, Hu Feng quickly wove a fish trap. This trap was quite simple, yet he ensured the gaps were minimal, considering the small fish he had just observed. Before long, Hu Feng completed the trap and led Su Bingyun to the edge of the stream. Finding a spot with a noticeable drop, he instructed her to place the trap in the water, securing it with stones and building a slight. He then asked Su Bingyun to use a branch to drive the fish towards the trap. Seeing the prospect of catching fish, Su Bingyun's interest piqued, and she began to stir the water with the branch. After several attempts, with her clothes dampened by the stream, clinging to her form in a way that was both subtle and enchanting, Hu Feng called for her to retrieve the trap. Though Su Bingyun was not yet satisfied, she complied and lifted the trap from the water. Indeed, at the bottom lay more than 10 small fish, lying haphazardly as if lamenting their fate. Upon seeing the catch, Su Bingyun eagerly brought the trap to shore and emptied its contents, the small fish flopping about as if protesting their capture. After Hu Feng cleaned the fish, he took them to the riverbank to wash thoroughly. Using bamboo skewers he had prepared while Su Bingyun drove the fish, he neatly arranged the fish on a clean stone slab. Meanwhile, Su Bingyun had gathered some firewood, and the two worked in harmonious silence, often understanding each other's intentions without the need for words. Igniting the fire, Hu Feng placed the fish on skewers beside the flames, carefully monitoring their cooking and occasionally adjusting their position. Watching the fish turn a golden hue, Su Bingyun couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Were the fish delicious without any seasoning? Such trivialities mattered little to them. What was of utmost importance was the satisfaction of their hunger. The two consumed every last fish, their earlier hunger dissipating. As twilight descended, they realized it was no longer prudent to search for a suitable place to rest, so they resolved to endure the night where they were. Haunted by the memory of last night's mosquito onslaught, Hu Feng spent the day seeking out plants that could deter them. To his surprise, he discovered a wealth of mugwort. He laid the mugwort beneath them and placed the rest on the fire. The damp herb, once heated, released a copious amount of smoke, providing a temporary reprieve from the pesky insects. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to other thoughts. After enduring their previous hunger, youthful vigor surged within them. The following morning, they resumed their journey, resting when weary, quenching their thirst with river water, and fishing whenever hunger struck. By afternoon, the meandering stream wound through a forest and merged with another river, which looked strikingly familiar to Hu Feng. Was it not the very river beside their base? Upon arriving, Hu Feng finally exhaled in relief. As long as they followed the stream downstream, they would inevitably find their way back. As dusk approached, Hu Feng realized they could not afford to ignore the dangers of the wilderness any longer, and thus they halted. Su Bingyun took the fish trap to the river while Hu Feng prepared the bamboo skewers and firewood. After several days, Hu Feng felt no improvement in his left foot injury. In fact, it seemed to worsen. Where he could once apply some pressure, he now found it impossible. He refused to accept the prospect of becoming a cripple, so he resolved to return and seek Lin Shi's help. Only she could save him. That night, as was customary, they finished their meal and prepared to rest. However, Su Bingyun was particularly spirited. Upon learning that they would return the following day, she was momentarily taken aback. Was it joy? Excitement? Perhaps a mix of both. Yet, a hint of melancholy lingered, for returning would mean that her relationship with Hu Feng could never be the same. What was she to him? A girlfriend? A wife? Such titles seemed trivial, Yet once their relationship was public, what would others think? How would Lin Shi and Su Tong perceive her? There was no point in mulling over these thoughts, and yet she felt compelled to act, to leave a lasting impression on Hu Feng's heart, ensuring he would forever remember her. The next day, they slept until noon, and Hu Feng understood Su Bingyun's sentiments. Indeed, he harbored feelings for her, but here, love was not a simple matter. His relationship with Su Tong was tangled, and his connection with Lin Shi was ambiguous. Now, being with Su Bingyun, whether labeled as a cad or a lover of many, he genuinely wished for all the women to survive until rescue arrived. Why did he exert such effort? If his sole aim was self-preservation, he could have easily done so alone, without involving anyone else. Yet, having made his choice, he was determined to see it through. Emotions accumulate over time, and if the future mirrored the dreams he envisioned, who could fault him? After all, who among them was devoid of selfish desires? Chapter 65. Harvesting wild wheat as they journeyed along the gentle river, the familiar forest came into view after rounding a bend. There, by the riverbank, two figures awaited with eager anticipation atop a large boulder. President Su, they have returned? Wang Xiaomei was the first to spot them. Su Bingyun was supporting Hu Feng, who limped along the riverbank. Upon seeing them, the two hurriedly rushed over. Su Bingyun heard the commotion and looked up, only to see her little secretary running towards her in a frenzy. Before she could release Hu Feng, Wang Xiaomei enveloped her in a warm embrace. Woo woo woo. President Su, I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo woo. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's cries, Su Bingyun gently stroked her hair. All right, see, I have returned. Haven't I? Wang Xiaomei looked up at Su Bingyun, her eyes brimming with tears, and managed to force a smile. Turning her gaze to Hu Feng, who leaned on a cane nearby, she wiped her tears and said reassuringly, You rascal, you did well this time. I shall make sure you receive a great reward when we return. Hu Feng, observing the two before him, felt deeply touched. It was evident they had been waiting for them here every day. As for the reward, he felt he had already received it from President Su, so he would not trouble the little secretary with that. Lin Shi approached Hu Feng, glancing at the bandaged left leg, and sighed deeply. You've been injured. Hu Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Please, just returning is enough. Lin Shi replied, moving closer to support him. With Lin Shi's assistance, Su Bingyun refrained from offering her help. It was not yet the right time to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Hu Feng. Upon returning to the base, the women gathered around them, especially Su Tong, whose heart ached at the sight of Hu Feng. However, in front of so many people, she could not show her distress too openly, feeling a sense of grievance. But Shu Yu, noticing Hu Feng's return, was taken aback. He was not alone anymore, and she had previously warned him about his identity. The fact that he had brought back 5 individuals was indeed astonishing. Lin Shi carefully assisted Hu Feng into a small room, then used a small knife to cut away the bandages he had used to secure his injury. It was then that she realized the severity of Hu Feng's left foot fracture. It had already begun to swell. She quickly grabbed some antiseptic and applied it to his injury, alleviating the swelling and inflammation. Lacking plaster powder, she could only resort to bandaging. As Lin Shi prepared to wrap his injury, Hu Feng, somewhat timidly, stopped her, saying, Let's leave this for now. It might come in handy someday. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, she had already harbored some reservations about his reckless decision to rescue Su Bingyun, and now that he had returned, his injury would take at least a month or 2 to heal properly. Are you the doctor, or am I? Lin Shi exclaimed. Do you understand that if you let this foot linger, it won't just be a fracture anymore? The very question of whether you can keep your leg will arise. The other women gasped at Lin Shi's words, shocked at the severity of Hu Feng's injuries. Hu Feng thought Lin Shi was exaggerating. After all, it was merely a fracture. How could it possibly lead to death? But seeing her unwavering gaze, he chose to acquiesce. Once the bandaging was completed, Lin Shi issued her medical advice. Hu Feng was to refrain from movement for a while to allow the fracture to heal properly. Hu Feng, however, was indifferent. Food and fresh water were plentiful, and survival was not an issue. The only threat was from the people on the island. Having lost 3 last time and 5 this time, they would likely not dare to approach so easily, granting him a reprieve. With the return of Hu Feng and Su Bingyun, life returned to normal for everyone. They resumed their daily routines, though Hu Feng suffered, confined to the house, sweltering in the heat, unable to move about freely. After 2 days, he could no longer endure it and persuaded Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao to help him out of the house, finally finding some comfort. The wild wheat in the plains was nearing maturity, and Hu Feng was exceedingly anxious. It seemed he would be powerless to harvest it himself and could only instruct the women on how to proceed. Taking advantage of this outing, Hu Feng decided to finish weaving the sun mats he had started earlier. As he was unable to move much, he enlisted Xiao Bao to assist by passing him materials. Though Xiao Bao was mischievous, she proved to be quite capable when it came to serious tasks. As for her mother's eating habits at night, after a few days of contemplation, she completely forgot, as is typical for children. "Big brother, what is this for?" Xiao Bao asked curiously as she watched Hu Feng weave. Without pausing his work, Hu Feng replied, "This, my dear, is a valuable item. It will help us gather food in the future." Xiao Bao, somewhat confused, looked at the sun mat, wondering if it was akin to a fish trap for catching fish. Pondering this, she tapped her little head and continued to assist Hu Feng by passing him materials. Before long, the women returned, their baskets brimming with ripe wheat heads. This was Hu Feng's request. To prevent the birds from devouring the wheat, he had instructed the women to gather all the mature wheat heads. With only 2 baskets available, the women had to make several trips back and forth. By afternoon, Hu Feng finally completed the sun mat and poured all the harvested wheat heads onto it, taking advantage of the scorching sun to dry them out. Naturally, the women did not venture out in such intense heat. They intended to wait until the sun had settled before resuming the wheat harvest. After several busy days, the wild wheat was finally all collected, forming a sizable pile on the sun mat. Hu Feng did not wish to dampen the women's spirits. He was hopeful that with this yield, they might have around 50 pounds of wheat, which he would consider a significant success. After several days of drying, Hu Feng picked up a few stalks of wheat and gently rubbed them between his fingers, causing the grains to fall free. Feeling it was time, he organized the women to prepare for the separation of the grains from the wheat heads. The method of separation was simple, requiring no technical skill. They would stand the sun mat upright on both sides, securing it with bamboo poles, and then strike it with tree branches. The force from the strikes would naturally separate the grains from the heads. Thus, the women toiled throughout the day, finally processing all the wheat heads. They then manually removed the residual husks, as they had no windmill to assist in the task. As Hu Feng had anticipated, after all that effort, they managed to yield around 50 pounds of grains, albeit with some small and damaged kernels mixed in. To cultivate more, they would need to select the plump and mature grains. This task naturally fell to Hu Feng, as he was unable to move about freely. Meanwhile, he entrusted the inferior grains to Wang Xiaomei, asking her to prepare a delicious porridge. Chapter 66. A month later, after selecting the mature and plump wheat grains, only about 20 pounds remained suitable for breeding, which illustrates just how poor the harvest of wild wheat was. The selected grains were once again placed under the scorching sun to prevent them from dampening, germinating, or spoiling. Although the seasons were not distinctly marked here, it was not the time for sowing due to Hu Feng's injury, and the fields meant for planting were still uncultivated, thus postponement was necessary. That evening, everyone enjoyed a hearty bowl of wheat porridge, largely thanks to Wang Xiaomei's culinary skills. Those tiny grains of wheat transformed into delicious sustenance under her deft hands. Accompanied by seafood, wild vegetables, and the antelope population on the plains had increased, not due to rapid breeding, but because the absence of predators had attracted many from nearby areas. After dinner, the women retired for the night, while Hu Feng, unable to move, remained lying in place. The food had been delivered earlier by Wang Xiaomei and the others. The iron pot had been completely rendered useless, and they were now using a clay pot for cooking, yet this did not diminish Wang Xiaomei's culinary prowess. The iron pot still had its value, so Hu Feng instructed Wang Xiaomei to set the broken pot aside for him to deal with later when he had recovered. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Hu Feng tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. After lying down for several days, he felt an overwhelming discomfort in his body. Once he noticed that the women had fallen asleep, he cautiously shifted his body, trying to make as little noise In the darkness, leaning on his cane, Hu Feng exited the dwelling and approached the water pool. Having gone several days without bathing, he felt utterly uncomfortable, his sweat likely enough to be twisted. After glancing back at the house to ensure there was no movement, he slowly removed his clothing and made his way toward the water. Lin Shi had previously advised him against getting the wound wet during this period, as the medicinal supplies were limited. Hu Feng was well aware of this, so he raised his injured foot and placed it on the bank, allowing himself to sit on a stone slab in the pool, thereby enabling him to wash without worry. After washing for a short while, he suddenly sensed someone approaching and quickly turned his head. In the darkness, he discerned the graceful silhouette of a woman stepping closer. Once he recognized her, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was not anyone other than Su Tong or Su Bingyun, he was at ease. Su Tong slowly walked to Hu Feng's side, smiling as she sat on the bank beside him, her bare feet dipping into the water. Hu Feng paid no mind to his own cleanliness, as Su Tong was not an outsider, and there was no need for concealment. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Hu Feng asked casually. "Boredom. I can't sleep," Su Tong replied, playfully splashing water with her feet, droplets hitting Hu Feng in the process. He remained unfazed, continuing to wash, for he was sneaking out, and if Lin Shi were to discover this, he would surely face her ire. "Don't tell Lin Shi about this." Hu Feng shot a glance at Su Tong. Upon hearing his words, Su Tong flashed a mischievous smile, rising to sit next to him, her delicate hand gliding over Hu Feng's chest in the dark. "What do I get in return?" she teased. He then spread his hands and said, "There are over 100 pounds here. What do you desire?" However, Su Tong's gaze drifted downward, wearing an expression that implied a deeper understanding. The seasoned flirtation was evident, as each movement and glance was laden with innuendo. Seeing her expression, Hu Feng nervously glanced toward the small house, speaking cautiously, "Are you out of your mind? They're right over there." Yet Su Tong paid no heed, gently brushing aside her outer garment and whispering in Hu Feng's ear, "You've been injured. Allow me to tend to your wounds." Upon returning to the dwelling, Hu Feng lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Su Tong and Su Bingyun embodied two distinct styles, one passionate and exuberant, the other refined and graceful. Hu Feng, reveling in the attention of both, found himself in a predicament. As the saying goes, one must choose wisely which foot to place first when trying to navigate two boats. And so the days passed, one after another, until a month had elapsed. Hu Feng's left foot had nearly healed. He could walk and even run, thanks to Lin Shi's medical expertise and Wang Xiaomei's insistence that he consume bone broth. The individuals who had previously sought them out had not been seen since. It seemed they were deterred by fear, having witnessed the disappearance of 8 men, leaving only 5 or 6 remaining. Though they possessed weapons, courage was lacking. Hu Feng had been concerned that they might attack while he was incapacitated. But as time passed without a sighting, he felt a sense of relief, albeit caution remained prudent. With his body nearly recovered, Hu Feng ventured to the location where Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei had rescued him and Su Bingyun. This place was a gorge, with a small river coursing through it. It served as the most convenient route to the plains. While it wasn't the only path, the steep mountains on either side posed no significant challenge to humans. However, it was undoubtedly the quickest and most accessible route. Sitting on the stone where Wang Xiaomei had stood during his rescue, Hu Feng gazed at the river ahead. An idea began to form in his mind. If a dam were constructed here to block the... Furthermore, establishing a watchtower would allow for immediate detection of any potential threats, granting them precious time to prepare. After all, danger lurked everywhere on this desolate island, with those individuals and the unknown presence of hanging corpses posing constant threats. However, constructing a dam was not a task Hu Feng could undertake alone. Even with the assistance of the women, it would likely take several months, a fact he was acutely aware of. Yet when faced with danger, what was a few months? Resolving issues required a step-by-step approach, for building a dam was not as simple as wishing it to be so. Without the proper tools, it was nothing more than a pipe dream. This was merely a temporary notion, and its actual implementation would depend on future circumstances. Back at the camp, Hu Feng retrieved the now-defunct iron pot and chopped it into smaller pieces with an axe, placing the fragments into a clay vessel. With his body nearly healed, The time had come to address the planting and cultivation of wheat, as it was a matter of life and death for everyone. The sago palm would eventually run out, given its lengthy growth cycle of 20 years. Following the iron smelting methods he had previously learned, Hu Feng planned to forge a hoe from the iron of the pot, which would only suffice for one tool. As for iron ore, he had yet to discover any. Even if he did, he had no experience in smelting it. Should he come across it one day, he might give it a try. With the water wheel operating alongside the blower, Hu Feng, Chapter 67, The Midnight Flute Song. Once the iron block had cooled, Hu Feng retrieved it and placed it back into the furnace. After it was heated to a glowing red, he took it out to hammer. Before long, a hoe had taken shape. Hu Feng then procured a piece of wood to attach to the hoe, using a grinding stone to smooth its surface, while also sharpening the blade slightly at the bottom for ease of use. At dawn the next day, Hu Feng shouldered the hoe and made his way to the edge of the water pool, selecting a patch of barren land nearby for cultivation. Proximity to a water source would facilitate any task, and the area was also suited for composting, making it quite convenient. Hu Feng estimated that 20 pounds of wheat would suffice to sow an acre of land, yet the entirety of this platform was only about an acre in size. After accounting for the space occupied by the house, kitchen, latrine, water pool, water wheel, and furnace, only a small portion remained usable. Considering that the wild wheat seeds were not of the highest quality and accounting for those that would not germinate, Hu Feng concluded that cultivating all the available land would barely suffice. Determined to proceed, and with food supplies relatively ample, the women had little to occupy them aside from the daily production of sago, so they offered their assistance. First, they cleared away all the weeds from the platform, piling them together, after which Hu Feng set them ablaze, as the ash would serve as fertilizer. The next phase was Hu Feng's domain. Wielding the hoe, he began to turn the soil. Given that this was uncultivated land, the soil was exceedingly hard, interspersed with stones, which further complicated the task. Thus, after 2 days of diligent toil, Hu Feng had finally turned over all the land, his palms now blistered from the effort. Just as he finished the final scoop in the morning, a torrential downpour arrived as expected. With their freshwater resources now sufficient, there was no need to collect rainwater. Everyone took shelter beneath the kitchen, patiently awaiting the storm's passage while partaking in a simple lunch. This deluge proved fortuitous for seizing this opportunity. He decided to prepare the seeds. He gathered all the seeds and poured them into a winnowing basket, dampening them with water. He then collected some dried mugwort, previously set aside by Lin Shi, primarily for repelling mosquitoes. Lacking any insect repellent, he had to use this as a temporary substitute. Finding a stone slab, Hu Feng crushed the dried mugwort and mixed it into the basket, stirring it thoroughly before covering it with leaves to await the seeds' germination. Before long, the rain ceased and the water in the pool turned a murky brown, mingled with silt, flowing into the sea. After the downpour, the sun emerged. Su Tong was eager to assist Hu Feng in turning the soil, but upon seeing the blisters on his hands, he declined. Such labor was best left alone, for one misstep could lead to further complications. With the rain having softened the ground, turning the soil became significantly easier. As the sun began to set, Hu Feng turned the soil once more. After a long day of labor, both the women and Hu Feng were thoroughly fatigued, and after a meal and some washing up, they retired early for the night. However, in the dead of night, Hu Feng suddenly felt a warm body nestled against him. Startled, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that Su Tong had grown bolder in recent days, often sneaking into his blankets at night. Though accustomed to this, he could not see the visitor's face in the darkness. When his hand brushed against the person's back, he felt a distinct shiver. It dawned on him that the visitor was not Su Tong, but rather Su Zong. Su Zong? What brings you here? Hu Feng whispered uncertainly. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands gently covered his mouth, warm breath whispering against his ear. What? It's acceptable for Su Tong, but not for me, Su Bingyun said softly, realizing that she had discovered his midnight rendezvous with Su Tong. Hu Feng surmised that not only Su Bingyun but likely all the women were aware, yet they chose to remain taciturn about it. After all, who would openly admit to such affairs? Stifling her words, Hu Feng dared not speak further. It made sense now why Su Bingyun's demeanor towards him had been peculiar lately. Indeed, A woman who has tasted the flavor of meat would hardly relinquish such a delicacy presented before her. To quell Su Bingyun's mournful gaze, Hu Feng resolved to demonstrate through it. Each had their own merits, like the four noble plants: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the gaps in the bamboo wall, Hu Feng awoke. Glancing at Su Bingyun still resting in his embrace, he was taken aback, attributing the incident to the previous night's wildness, after which he had fallen asleep. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and sighed in relief to find that the other women were still asleep. Gently pinching her nose, Su Bingyun stirred slowly awake. Upon realizing she was nestled in Hu Feng's arms, she gasped and hurriedly sat up, surveying the area like Hu Feng had, before calming down. She quickly gathered her scattered clothes and dashed out of the room. Hu Feng then rose to inspect the seeds from the previous day. Lifting the leaves that covered them, he grabbed a handful of seeds and noticed several had begun to sprout white tendrils, which reassured him. He proceeded to wash up at the water pool. Before long, Su Tong approached, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she observed Hu Feng at the water's edge. "You two made quite the racket last night. Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao are still here." Hu Feng instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was hardly his fault, as he had not anticipated Su Bingyun's fervor. Just then, Wang Xiaomei arrived to wash up as well, shooting Hu Feng a glare. "You pervert!" she scolded before washing her face and leaving. Realizing the implications, the thought made him wish he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning anything to Su Bingyun. Were she to find out, she might not want to live anymore. After breakfast, Hu Feng organized the women to assist with planting. Su Tong and Shu Yu were tasked with digging holes, while Xiao Wei and Wang Xiaomei were responsible for sowing seeds, approximately 10 seeds per hole. Hu Feng handled the fertilization, a task that emitted a foul odor, which none of the women were willing to undertake. Lin Shi and Nan Xiao covered the holes with soil, ensuring the seeds would not be exposed to the air. With their combined efforts, they merely managed a brief lunch before resuming their labor in the afternoon. Finally, as the sun began its descent, they had sown all the seeds, leaving only the anticipation of their germination and growth. Chapter 68. Little Bao has disappeared after a long day of toil. The women were drenched in sweat, their alluring figures glistening in their haste. They paid no mind to whether Hu Feng was nearby, rushing instead to a nearby pool to wash and refresh themselves. During this time, under the tutelage of Su Tong and Su Bingyun, Hu Feng's ability to resist temptation had skyrocketed. Faced with such enchanting company, it was simply impossible for him not to feel a stirring in his heart. Thus, he found himself curled up in a corner, too timid to move. Once the women had finished their ablutions, they set about preparing a meal, leaving Hu Feng alone by the pool. It was only after they had departed that he dared to shift his position, fearing the ridicule that would ensue if he were discovered. Yet, before he could complete his own washing, Su Tong rushed over, her face a mask of anxiety. "Hu Feng, have you seen Little Bao?" she implored, her eyes wide with concern. Caught off guard, Hu Feng stammered. "What? Little Bao is missing?" "Yes," Su Tong nodded, her expression pained, tears brimming in her eyes. "I don't know. Little Bao is gone." At her words, Hu Feng sprang to his feet, disregarding any semblance of decorum. "What do you mean? Little Bao is missing?" "Yes," Su Tong confirmed, biting her lip as she nodded in despair. The other women soon gathered, their faces filled with worry as they turned to Su Tong and Hu Feng. "We just searched everywhere and couldn't find Little Bao," Xiao Wei exclaimed, her voice trembling. Taking a deep breath, Hu Feng urged, "Everyone, please remain calm. Think carefully. When was the last time you saw Little Bao?" At his prompting, the women began to recall. Nan Xiao gestured toward the freshly tilled land. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed, Little Bao had been there moments ago. But what had happened since? "I remember that Little Bao went over there." Xiao Wei pointed toward the edge of the platform, near the sea. Hu Feng's heart sank upon hearing her words. Though Xiao Wei was mischievous, she was also a sensible child who would not wander off recklessly. Yet, to be safe, he resolved to organize a search party. Before he could speak, however, Shu Yu interjected, "I saw Little Bao over there earlier. Could it be?" She trailed off, indicating the stairs leading up to the plateau, which, for some reason, had not been removed. A chill ran down Hu Feng's spine. Surely Little Bao hadn't he ventured up there. He knew the area was fraught with peril, even after multiple inspections. Listen up, Hu Feng commanded. Lin Shi and Wang Xiaomei, you search along the left side of the beach. Su Tong and Xiao Wei, you check the right side. I will accompany Su to search the plateau. The rest of you, please conduct another search here. As the women prepared to depart, Xiao Wei hesitantly spoke up, Big brother, I'd like to go with you to the top. I've been there with Little Bao before. Hearing this, Su Tong rushed over, seizing Xiao Wei's hand in anger. How could you take your sister up there? Didn't I tell you that you weren't allowed? Feeling the weight of Su Tong's reproach, Xiao Wei lowered her head, too disheartened to respond. Hu Feng quickly intervened, pulling Su Tong away from Xiao Wei. What are you all waiting for? We need to find her. Then, turning to Xiao Wei, he said, all right, you can come with me to the place you visited before. Okay. Xiao Wei nodded meekly, following Hu Feng up to the... As the sun began to set, casting a dim light, they hurried along the path guided by memory. Before long, they arrived at their destination. A stone above the waterfall that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding sea. However, it was devoid of any sign of Little Bao. In despair, Xiao Wei sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Woo-woo. Hu Feng approached and gently patted her back, offering solace. It's all right. Little Bao isn't here. She must be down below. Perhaps they've already found her. Yet Xiao Wei paid no heed to his words, continuing to sob. Hu Feng felt at a loss for how to comfort her. Given his close relationship with Su Tong, Xiao Wei was practically like a daughter to him. However, considering they were on a deserted island and their relationship was not publicly acknowledged, he was at a loss for words. Amidst her tears, Xiao Wei suddenly declared, I know I'm not her real daughter. I know I'm just a burden. Hu Feng was taken aback. Xiao Wei wasn't Su Tong's biological child? It made sense. Su Tong was only in her 30s. How could she have a daughter of 15 or 16? That would imply she had married far too young. I'm just a burden. She never regarded me as her daughter. In her heart, only Little Bao matters. Woo-woo, Xiao Wei cried, her tears soaking her sleeves. Continuing to comfort her, Hu Feng reassured that it's not true. Look at how much your mother cares for you, even here on this deserted island. She shares all the good food with you. At his words, Xiao Wei looked up, her tear-filled. Big brother, do you know? Even though Little Bao and I don't share the same mother or father, I have always treated her like my own sister. How could I ever harm her? Hu Feng nodded in understanding, aware that blended family dynamics could be complex. He had witnessed Xiao Wei's genuine concern for Su Tong during her illness. The girl had kept a vigil throughout the night. Wiping her tears, Xiao Wei gazed at Hu Feng with her big, watery eyes. Big brother, I know about you and my mother. Can you be my dad? Xiao Wei's sudden leap in logic nearly sent Hu Feng into shock. She knew about their relationship. It was no wonder, given the information age they lived in. Children of her age were often quite perceptive. Hu Feng hesitated. While he did share a bond with Su Tong, the idea of suddenly is that not possible? Xiao Wei implored, her innocent eyes wide with hope. Chapter 69. Night Search, is it all right? Hu Feng hesitated within himself. After all, the age gap between him and Xiao Wei was merely around 10 years. Was it not a fortuitous gain to acquire such an elder daughter? Observing Hu Feng's expression, tears of grievance began to well up in Xiao Wei's eyes once more. Witnessing this, Hu Feng hurried to clarify, Xiao Wei, it's not that your big brother disallows it. You see, this matter must have your mother's consent, does it not? Although she is not your biological mother, she is still your guardian. With no other recourse, Hu Feng decided to defer this issue to Su Tong, hoping she would make the final decision. All right, little treasure, since we are not here. The night had fully descended, and on the way back, Hu Feng held Xiao Wei's hand, cautiously navigating the path, for the sweltering heat of the day made nightfall the prime time for serpents to emerge. Fortunately, they returned without encountering any peril, albeit Hu Feng was momentarily startled. Not long after their return, Lin Shi and Su Tong had also arrived. Noticing the empty-handed return of one another, Hu Feng understood that they had failed to locate the little treasure. Where could the little one have wandered off to? This made no sense. Could it be? Hu Feng dared not entertain the thought, nor could he voice it. Moreover, it was late at night, and without any means of illumination, venturing out to search was utterly impractical. Upon returning, Su Tong sat despondently in a corner of the kitchen, leaning against a pillar, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the sea. Everyone was acutely aware that failing to find the little treasure now meant that waiting until dawn could lead to unpredictable. Additionally, with serpents and insects prowling about at night, Su Tong had no justification to persuade others to risk their lives in search of the little one. A sense of helplessness enveloped her, coupled with the bitter regret of not having taken better care of the little treasure. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei hid in another corner of the kitchen, her head bowed in silence. Observing this, Hu Feng sighed deeply. There was no option but to find the little treasure first. Everyone was weary from a long day, so they ought to eat something first. Hu Feng gathered some sticks and retrieved some tattered clothing, determined to utilize these remnants creatively. As Wang Xiaomei was preparing food, she noticed Hu Feng approach. Hu Feng fashioned a small brush from fine grass, poured some animal fat onto the ragged cloth, and brushed it evenly. Once the cloth was thoroughly soaked in the fat, it was wrapped around the sticks, thereby creating. After crafting one, the rest was straightforward, for the illumination duration of the torches was limited, prompting Hu Feng to make several. Before long, Wang Xiaomei had prepared the meal and urged everyone to eat. However, Su Tong remained curled up in the corner, utterly unresponsive. Hu Feng approached her gently. "Sister Su, come and eat something." He softly patted her shoulder. Yet, Su Tong merely shook. "You all go ahead." Sigh. Hu Feng exhaled, then directly sat beside Su Tong, holding her hand in a gesture of comfort. After a day of toil, how can you not be hungry? Please eat a little. Once we finish, we will search for the little treasure together. Hearing Hu Feng's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Su Tong's eyes. That moment, Lin Shi also approached. After eating, we shall all go look. See, Hu Feng even took the trouble to make torches. Noticing the items in Lin Shi's hands, Su Tong slowly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at everyone, before bowing her head once more and bursting into tears. Thank you all. After much coaxing, Su Tong finally managed to eat a little. Once everyone finished their meal, they prepared to ignite the torches and venture into the plains to search for the little treasure. They had previously scoured the beach without uncovering any anomalies, so this time, the group would head straight to the plains. Xu Yu and Nan Xiao remained at the base, while the others split into 3 teams, each armed with 2 torches, one for advancing and one for returning. Upon reaching the plains, Hu Feng and Su Tong separated from the group, but this time it was Hu Feng who insisted on accompanying Su Tong. Given her current state, it was difficult to guarantee that she would not act recklessly, making Hu Feng's presence the safest option. Little treasure, where are you? As they traversed the plains, Hu Feng. Indeed, it wasn't long before Hu Feng struck a long serpent with a bamboo pole, casting it aside. With ample food at hand, he had no desire to consume it. Little treasure, where are you? Mama is here. Su Tong cried out, her voice frayed and hoarse. Hu Feng gently held Su Tong's hand, offering her a reassuring expression. Little treasure, where are you, little treasure? The plains echoed with the cries for the little treasure, resonating throughout the expanse. Hu Feng and Su Tong roamed the plains, oblivious to how far they had gone, as the glow of their first torch began to wane. The absence of voices from the others suggested that they had distanced themselves significantly. Noticing the dwindling flame of the torch in his hand, Hu Feng urgently pulled Su Tong, who was still moving forward. Su Tong, we must return. However, Su Tong paid no heed to Hu Feng's words, continuing her advance with disregard. We absolutely must return. Hu Feng firmly grasped Su Tong, halting her progress. Upon hearing Hu Feng's insistence, Su Tong paused, mechanically turning to face him. Let us search a bit longer. Perhaps the little treasure is just ahead? Upon hearing the little treasure is safe, we should return. Perhaps they have already found her and are waiting for you to come back? Cradled in Hu Feng's arms, Su Tong erupted into tears upon hearing his words. She understood that he was trying to comfort her. After searching for so long without success, it was all too clear what it would mean for a little girl to spend the night alone outside. Holding the sobbing Su Tong, Hu Feng found himself at a loss for words, simply patting her back in a bid to provide some solace. Wah! It's all my fault. I should have been more vigilant. If I had kept a closer eye on her, perhaps she wouldn't have gone missing. Su Tong lamented. Hu Feng gently patted Su Tong's back, refraining from speaking, fearing that a misstep in his words might only further It's all my fault. If I hadn't brought them back, nothing would have happened. Sigh. Hu Feng breathed out, observing the torch's flame dwindling to a mere flicker. He promptly retrieved a spare torch and ignited it, illuminating Su Tong's tear-streaked face. Chapter 70. A false alarm lighting the backup torch signified that they must return. Otherwise, when the torch extinguished, the surrounding darkness would completely engulf them. Su Tong, rest assured, we will certainly find Xiao Bao. Trust me. Hu Feng gently caressed Su Tong's tear-streaked cheek, speaking with deep affection. Su Tong, weeping, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she was seeing Hu Feng and Su Tong return empty-handed left them momentarily at a loss for words. Naturally, Su Tong was the first to notice the situation of Lin, Shi, and the others. However, upon glancing over, she did not spot Xiao Bao, causing her already reddened eyes to moisten once more. Are you all right? Hu Feng inquired as he approached. Just as she was about to reach out to comfort her, Hu Feng seized her arm. Let her be. Hu Feng insisted, shaking his head. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Hu Feng's wishes, and the group descended from the plane. The mood was somber as they grappled with Xiao Bao's disappearance, struggling to comprehend how a living being could vanish without a trace. Despite her mischievous nature and tendency to irritate others, Xiao Bao was also the source of their joy, making it difficult for everyone to come to terms with her absence. Xiao Bao was not one to wander off. She typically stayed close to the adults, never straying if Su Tong sat vacantly beneath a pillar outside the kitchen, her gaze lost in the inky blackness of the sea. What worried Hu Feng the most was not the plane behind them, but the vast ocean before them. If Xiao Bao had indeed wandered off to the beach alone, and something untoward happened, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Xiao Wei quietly approached Su Tong's side, gently sitting beside her and clasping Su Tong's trembling hand. Mom, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not keeping a better eye on Xiao Bao. Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Su Tong, it's simply a misfortune that befell her. Mother also apologizes. It was my oversight. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Xiao Wei's eyes reddened, and she buried her face in Su Tong's embrace, sobbing. Meanwhile, Su Tong tenderly stroked Xiao Wei's hair, her expression vacant as she stared into the distant darkness. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in nearby. What her sister and mother cried. Hu Feng rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not imagining things. Su Tong was gently patting Xiao Wei's hair, comforting her, when the previously sobbing Xiao Wei suddenly lifted her head to look at Su Tong. Mom, am I imagining things? Did I just hear Xiao Bao's voice? At her daughter's words, Su Tong froze momentarily, clearly having heard it too, attributing it to her overwhelming longing for Xiao Bao. Yes. Su Tong nodded slightly. Xiao Bao's sudden appearance rendered the women momentarily speechless, caught off guard. However, Hu Feng quickly reacted, urgently calling out to Su Tong and Xiao Wei. Su Tong, look who it is. Su Tong mechanically turned her gaze toward Hu Feng, then looked away, but moments later, she swiftly turned back, focusing on the small figure beside Hu Feng. Instantly, she pushed Xiao Wei aside and rushed over. Upon reaching Xiao Bao, Su Tong's trembling hand caressed Xiao Bao's warm cheek, and she enveloped her in a tight embrace. You naughty child, where have you been? You've made your mother worry sick. Xiao Bao, bewildered by Su Tong's fervent embrace, was utterly confused. Wasn't she just sleeping in her room? Xiao Wei, who had been pushed aside by her mother, finally noticed Xiao Bao standing beside Hu Feng and rubbed her eyes in I can't breathe. Xiao Bao protested, struggling in Su Tong's grip. Hearing Xiao Bao's words, Su Tong's expression changed, and she released her daughter, her face pale with concern. You troublesome child, tell me, where on earth have you been? Taken aback by her mother's question, Xiao Bao scratched her head in confusion, looking at Su Tong with bewilderment. Well, I was just sleeping in my room. At this revelation, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. Xiao Bao had been sleeping in her room? Who had checked the house? Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing it was indeed her responsibility to ensure the house was secure. and she had not noticed Xiao Bao's absence. She looked at Wang Xiaomei in confusion. It didn't make sense, as she had also checked the house and not found Xiao Bao. What do you mean? You've been here all along. Then why didn't you respond when I called you? Su Tong scolded, playfully swatting Xiao Bao's bottom. Ow! Xiao Bao, feeling wronged, rubbed her sore bottom and pouted, trying to explain. I didn't hear you calling, Mom. Upon hearing this, Su Tong was nearly beside herself with frustration. She had shouted for what felt like an eternity outside. How could the girl have slept so soundly and not heard her? With this thought, Su Tong raised her hand to strike Xiao Bao again, but Hu Feng quickly intervened, recognizing that while Xiao Bao may not have heard them, the real issue lay in everyone's failure to thoroughly search the house. Enough. The important thing is that the child is safe. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Tong slowly lowered her hand, realizing that as long as Xiao Bao was unharmed, that was all that truly mattered. Hu Feng crouched down beside Xiao Bao, asking with concern, So, Xiao Bao, would you show me where you were sleeping just now? Hu Feng had some suspicions but was uncertain. He didn't wish to cast blame upon any of the women, given that they had all formed a bond in their brief time together. Xiao Bao took Hu Feng's pinky finger and led him to the house, pointing to a corner within. Using the dim light of the torch at the doorway, Hu Feng discovered that Xiao Bao's sleeping spot was indeed in a dark corner of the house. Due to the absence of windows, that area remained shrouded in darkness even during the day. Additionally, there was a small pit in that location, which explained how Xiao Bao had inadvertently burrowed under the dried grass while sleeping, making her small stature a hindrance to discovery. With the misunderstanding resolved, Hu Feng felt a twinge of regret as he glanced at one of the women before cheerfully declaring, All right, everything is fine now, everyone can relax. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, the women felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had been busy throughout the day and now, after such a long night, they were indeed quite fatigued. Just then, Xiao Bao weakly raised her hand. But what should I do if I want something to eat? Guess what? Upon hearing Xiao Bao's words, Su Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment as she glanced at the others. This mischievous child, not only had he not pursued the matter of your mistake, but he also dared to push his luck further. However, Hu Feng merely smiled faintly. How about this? You all take a rest while I prepare something to eat for Xiao Bao. Hearing Hu Feng's words, the women paused for a moment before agreeing, for they had indeed been busy all day and were quite fatigued. Su Tong looked at Hu Feng in surprise. Initially, she had intended to comfort Xiao Bao with the resolution of not eating, but to her astonishment, Hu Feng had spoken on her behalf. It was worth noting that Hu Feng had previously established a rule to prevent food shortages, which prohibited cooking late at night. Although this was for Xiao Bao's sake, it did violate the established norm, did it not? Hu Feng had not given it much thought, believing that rule was merely to ensure the efficient use of food. Now that supplies were plentiful, he had nearly forgotten about it. With Xiao Bao found and no issues at hand, the women began to rest, while Su Tong accompanied Hu Feng to prepare food for Xiao Bao. There was still a considerable amount of leftover food from before dinner, though it had been stored in a clay pot filled with water, as unfinished food here could only be preserved in such a low-temperature manner. After retrieving the food and heating it, Su Tong served Xiao Bao a generous bowl, but as she watched him eat, her stomach audibly protested. Hearing the sound, Hu Feng glanced, noticing there was still a bit left in the pot. Hu Feng served Su Tong a bowl as well. You didn't eat much earlier. You should have this while it's hot. As he spoke, he handed the bowl of sago porridge to Su Tong. Once Xiao Bao had eaten his fill, Su Tong hurriedly took the bowl and utensils to wash them. Not wanting to trouble Hu Feng over such a trivial matter, Hu Feng offered a few words of advice before retreating to rest, for he was indeed quite weary after a long day. He collapsed onto the bed and soon fell asleep. The following day, the women enjoyed the rare luxury of sleeping in. When the sun revealed its scorching form, they finally arose to freshen up. After several days of hard work, the wild millet had been sown, and they could finally take a breather. However, while the women could afford to relax, Hu Feng could not. He remained troubled by the previous group of people and the corpse hanging from the tree. The sago trees in the area had been depleted, and Hu Feng planned to chop down another one. Additionally, with the previous bows and arrows lost, there was only one remaining in Lin Shi's possession, prompting Hu Feng to consider crafting a few more. Yet, he was hindered by the lack of suitable rope for bowstrings. Some plant fibers from tree bark were simply too brittle. Thus, Hu Feng resolved to search for alternatives. There was a nylon rope at the water wheel, but Hu Feng was reluctant to use it, as dismantling it would complicate matters when he later sought to use the furnace. Lin Shi chose to accompany Hu Feng, not because he had arranged it, but because she also needed to gather supplies from the mountain. Recently, with an abundance of fish and meat, everyone had experienced slight digestive issues, so Lin Shi intended to accompany Hu Feng in search of herbs that could aid digestion. Ideally, they would find hawthorn, but it was clear that hawthorn did not grow in tropical rainforests. However, one could never be too certain. Who knew what they might discover? Upon arriving at the sago tree grove, Hu Feng noted that many of the trees had already been felled by him and his companions. He estimated that about several dozen remained. Given the current food consumption, it seemed feasible to sustain them until the wheat matured in 8 months, but he worried that if their location was discovered or if more people arrived, the remaining sago trees would be insufficient. Hu Feng was uncertain about the situation of the others on this deserted island. If strangers arrived, would they choose to rescue them or not? Moreover, what if that group from before returned? What then? These were all pressing concerns. Furthermore, it was crucial to devise preventative measures before a crisis occurred. Thus, Hu Feng increasingly believed that a dam should be constructed to isolate this area as a sanctuary. Hu Feng and Lin Shi chopped down a sago tree, dividing it into several sections and setting them aside. Taking advantage of the time they had, they decided to explore the nearby mountain. Upon reaching the site where Hu Feng had envisioned building the dam, he paused, surveyed the surroundings, and then shared his thoughts with Lin Shi. After listening to Hu Feng, Lin Shi hesitated and they continued onward, discussing as they walked. Ideally, the dam should be made of stone to withstand water erosion. However, we lack the tools to quarry stone. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng nodded. The issue was indeed significant. An earthen dam could not effectively prevent water erosion, and in the event of a flood, the settlement would likely. Yet, constructing a stone dam was labor-intensive, and with insufficient manpower and no quarrying tools, it was simply unfeasible. If only they had cement. Hu Feng found himself thinking. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in his mind. If quarrying stone was challenging, perhaps discovering limestone would allow them to produce cement. The primary component of limestone is calcium carbonate, and common marble is one form of it, along with calcite and chalk. Even if those were unavailable, the shells found along the seaside are also significant sources of limestone. With this realization, Hu Feng's thoughts began to flow freely. Since earthen structures were impractical and stone construction was difficult, I am truly a genius, Hu Feng mused, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Meanwhile, Lin Shi looked at Hu Feng, somewhat surprised by his beaming expression, puzzled as to what had brought him such joy. Moreover, if the structure is not sturdy, we could face trouble during a torrential downpour like the last time, Lin Shi added. Hu Feng halted his steps, turned to Lin Shi, and asked with a smile, "How about using cement?" Cement? Lin Shi was taken aback. It was indeed an excellent idea, but suddenly she pondered where Hu Feng would procure cement on this deserted island. "Can you make it?" Lin Shi asked, uncertain. Hu Feng smiled mysteriously. "Guess." Upon seeing Hu Feng's expression, Lin Shi began to grasp the situation. Was there anything he could not do besides archery? If Hu Feng indeed possessed the knowledge to create cement, it would solidify their shelter, rendering them less vulnerable to water. However, should that group approach, they were still human, and various thoughts and ideas could emerge, making even the sturdiest shelter unable to withstand the uncertainty of human nature. Chapter 72. Sweet potatoes. It must be said that Hu Feng's ideas are indeed quite peculiar. One must understand that if a dam were to be constructed entirely of cement, it would require an immense quantity of it, comparable to the challenges associated with quarrying stone under the current circumstances. After all, the extraction of marble also necessitates the use of specialized tools. Unless one were to locate a limestone quarry, any further discussion would be futile. Lin Shi expressed her agreement with Hu Feng's notion, yet she was acutely aware of the After all, it is not in Lin Shi's nature to dampen a man's enthusiasm. She reasoned that once Hu Feng encountered obstacles, he would come to understand the situation himself. As the two continued their journey, not long after, Hu Feng stumbled upon several promising plants. He approached to examine them, wielding his machete to sever one from its roots. Subsequently, he stripped away the plant's outer skin and attempted to stretch it with his hands, only to shake his head in disappointment. This unknown plant, while it could be torn apart, lacked the requisite sturdiness. Thus, Hu Feng was compelled to persist in his search. Meanwhile, Lin Shi discovered a variety of medicinal herbs, including those beneficial for digestion, although Hu Feng was unfamiliar with them. Gradually, the pair ventured deeper into the forest. After a short distance, Hu Feng suddenly recognized a familiar cluster of plants beneath his feet. Cautiously, he knelt down and parted the surrounding weeds, revealing several well-known, somewhat withered stalks before him. "What is this?" Hu Feng exclaimed, trembling as he grasped a yellowing vine from the ground. In an instant, a realization struck him. He cast aside the soil along the vine, and moments later, a round object appeared in his hands. Sweet potato. Lin Shi gazed at the object in Hu Feng's hands in disbelief. She was certainly familiar with it, having eaten them in her childhood. However, the sweet potato Hu Feng held appeared astonishingly small, roughly the size of an adult's thumb. This was indeed a treasure. Every part of the sweet potato was valuable. It could be consumed as food, made into sugar, dried for convenient transport, and its leaves could be used in cooking, while the stems served as medicinal materials. However, he quickly reined in his thoughts, realizing that it was far too early to speculate. Lin Shi, observing Hu Feng's exuberance, understood the significance of the sweet potato. Although she was unaware of how to cultivate them, Hu Feng's enthusiasm indicated that the matter would not pose a challenge for him. Once Hu Feng regained his composure, he took the axe from Lin Shi and began to excavate the sweet potatoes with great diligence. The sweet potatoes were scarce in this area. After a brief while, Hu Feng had cleared the surrounding vicinity. To ensure no remnants were left behind, he continued to scour the area. Ultimately, he collected 7 or 8 diminutive sweet potatoes, hardly enough to satisfy one's hunger. As for the sweet potato leaves, Hu Feng recognized their potential for cultivation, yet they were already wilted and yellowed, leaving no opportunity for growth. Stuffing all the sweet potatoes into his pants pocket, Hu Feng felt a wave of satisfaction as he patted his trousers. If these were cultivated successfully, food scarcity would no longer be a concern. Lin Shi, bemused by Hu Feng's exuberance, couldn't help but roll her eyes. After all, it was merely a sweet potato. Had he found rice, would he have thought himself to be flying? After tidying up, the two continued deeper into the jungle. As they ventured further, the presence of various wild animals began to increase. In just a few kilometers, they encountered numerous edible game, including wild boars. Were it not for the circumstances, Hu Feng would have eagerly captured a couple of wild boars to raise for the upcoming fest. After traveling a bit further, Hu Feng finally spotted the plant he sought, the hemp stalk tree, a source for making hemp thread. In his youth, his family cultivated this type of tree, and he had watched his grandmother craft hemp ropes from it. Thus, for Hu Feng, this was the quintessential material for bowstrings. He took his machete and began to chop down the hemp stalk trees. There were plenty in this area, a veritable grove of them. Once he had harvested a sufficient bundle, he paused, mindful of the journey back ahead. The quantity he had collected would suffice. If he needed more, he could always return, knowing the location would remain constant. Hu Feng also uprooted a few plants with the intention of transplanting them to their encampment. If nurtured successfully, there would be no need to venture so far to harvest them again, as the growth cycle of the hemp stalk tree was relatively short. After bundling the hemp stalks, the two prepared to return, having spent a considerable amount of time in the forest. Retracing their steps, they returned in a timely manner. Upon reaching their encampment, it was already afternoon. Given that everyone had risen late, there was little to comment on. Learning from the previous day's misadventures, Xiao Bao was instructed to stay closely by Xiao Wei's side. Should he stray too far, he would face reprimand. Throughout the morning, Xiao Bao pouted, appearing quite displeased, yet he was unable to protest, which only added to his charm. Upon their return, Hu Feng proceeded to strip the bark from the hemp stalks, binding them together and submerging them in the water tank for soaking. This was essential, as the separation of the bark from the fibers was crucial for their utility. Fortunately, this was not a difficult task. He had observed his grandmother perform the same procedure countless times during his childhood. As for the remaining uprooted hemp stalks, Hu Feng planted them in a small patch of land beside the water wheel, removing the leaves and tops before placing them directly into the soil, leaving their fate to chance. If they thrived, it would be ideal. If not, he could always return to uproot more, which would cause no inconvenience. Once these tasks were completed, it was time for dinner. Hearing Wang Xiaomei call for a meal, Hu Feng made his way back. Upon reaching the dining table, he noticed Xiao Bao holding a tiny, dark red object, causing him to pause in surprise. He then glanced at a bamboo basket on the table, which contained 5 or 6 similar items, nearly choking on his own disbelief. Ah! Hu Feng let out a cry of despair. Upon hearing his exclamation, everyone hurriedly turned their attention toward him, momentarily at a loss for what had transpired. Just then, Lin Shi, who had just finished washing her hands, approached. Upon seeing the sweet potatoes in the bamboo basket, she gasped in shock. "My sweet potatoes!" Hu Feng exclaimed, snatching one from the table and gently gripping it, noting its softness from having been cooked. "Who made this?" he shouted, his voice a mix of urgency and frustration. Wang Xiaomei, taken aback by Hu Feng's outburst, retorted, "What's the big deal? They were placed at the door for eating." "I did. What's wrong with that?" Wang Xiaomei replied, bewildered. "You." Hu Feng pointed an accusatory finger at Wang. The instant he realized the sweet potatoes had been cooked, he knew it was Wang Xiaomei's doing. However, could she not have inquired beforehand whether they were for cultivation or consumption? After all the effort put into finding them, how could they have been reduced to mere cooked food in the blink of an eye? "What's wrong with me cooking? I know what they are." Wang Xiaomei shot back. "Do you even understand what this is? You didn't think to ask, and you just cooked them?" Hu Feng questioned, his voice laced with anger. "I do know. They're just sweet potatoes. It's not like I've never eaten them before." Wang Xiaomei rolled her eyes at Hu Feng. Upon hearing this, Hu Feng's temper flared, and he raised his hand, aiming for Wang Xiaomei's cheek. Chapter 73. A series of misunderstandings. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Shi swiftly intervened and restrained Hu Feng's arm. "Hu Feng, what are you doing?" Lin Shi shouted, gripping Hu Feng's arm firmly. Nearby, Wang Xiaomei looked at Hu Feng in disbelief, astonished that he would dare to strike her. What had she done wrong? She labored tirelessly every day to prepare meals for everyone. What had she received in return? How could he possibly want to hit her? "You actually intend to hit me?" Wang Xiaomei asked incredulously. Hu Feng, undeterred, retorted loudly while being held back by Lin Shi. "Yes, I do intend to hit you. Do you even realize what you've done? I work diligently every day to cook for you, and you dare to strike me. Is this how we are to live?" After uttering these words, Wang Xiaomei covered her mouth and dashed into the room, where her sobs soon echoed. Hearing the commotion, Hu Feng glanced at Lin Shi, who still held him, and inquired, "Did I do something wrong?" Lin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. Wrong? Whose fault was it? At that moment, Su Tong, startled by the unfolding drama, hurriedly attempted to mediate, saying, all right, let us eat something." However, Hu Feng, still seething with anger, shouted, "Eat! I am too upset to even think about it." With that, he disregarded the women and turned to leave. "Why are you taking your anger out on me?" Su Tong remarked with annoyance, watching Hu Feng's retreating figure and muttering to herself. Sighing, Lin Shi could only stand by, feeling anxious about the situation. Let's eat. With Hu Feng gone, Lin Shi, clearly the matriarch among the women, took charge. Xiao Bao, clutching a sweet potato, hesitated, still startled by Hu Feng's outburst, convinced that the sweet potato was something inedible. Upon seeing her mother consume one, Xiao Bao finally felt reassured. But what about her? Lin Shi glanced at the sweet potatoes in the basket, exhaling a sigh. Hu Feng had tossed a few, and all that remained were those that Wang Xiaomei had cooked. As for the cultivation plan, that could be addressed later. Among the women, Su Bingyan shared the closest bond with Wang Xiaomei, as she had always been her secretary. The recent events had startled her as well. She couldn't fathom why Hu Feng had erupted in such fury over merely a few sweet potatoes. Observing the puzzled expressions around her, Lin Shi finally sighed and began to explain. Upon hearing Lin Shi's explanation, the women began to understand. It turned out that Hu Feng had brought the sweet potatoes back for cultivation, only for Wang Xiaomei to have taken them all at once. Alas, who could be blamed? Was it Wang Xiaomei's fault for not asking before cooking, or Hu Feng's for not properly storing the sweet potatoes? Each woman found herself in a quandary. The two had always engaged in playful banter, Yet this incident had escalated beyond mere jest. Lin Shi contemplated the sweet potatoes in the basket. It was a dilemma that needed resolution, lest they all struggle to coexist. Suddenly, Lin Shi noticed that the number of sweet potatoes in the basket seemed off. She looked up at the women and urgently asked, "Did any of you eat the sweet potatoes?" The women paused, bewildered by Lin Shi's cryptic question. "I just had one." Su Tong spoke up first. "I had one too." Shu Yue chimed in from the side. "I also—" Lin Shi then asked pointedly, "Did Xiaomei eat one?" At her words, the women racked their memories. Had she eaten? They couldn't recall. "Why don't you just ask her?" Shu Yue suggested. "The Sister Xiaomei didn't eat?" Xiaobao interjected. "Xiaobao, are you sure that Sister Xiaomei didn't eat?" Lin Shi asked again for confirmation. Xiaobao nodded earnestly, her innocent demeanor shining through. "When Sister Xiaomei was cooking, she asked me if I wanted a sweet potato, but I said I would wait for everyone to— Sister Xiaomei praised me for being sensible and said that roasting them would taste better." Upon hearing Xiao Bao's words, the women realized that since Xiaomei had made such a remark, it was clear she hadn't eaten. "Then why is one missing?" Lin Shi quickly clarified. "I distinctly remember that Hu Feng tossed 8 sweet potatoes. He counted them several times." 8. Su Tong echoed, surprise. "Exactly. If there are 7 here, then it's possible one wasn't cooked." With Su Tong's words, the women's thoughts converged. If one remained uncooked, it could still be used for cultivation. But where had that one gone? Their gazes converged on Xiao Bao, who had just mentioned that Wang Xiaomei had told her that sweet potatoes were best roasted. Could she have secretly taken one to roast? At that moment, Su Tong fervently wished that Xiao Bao had indeed taken one, as it would significantly impact their future relations. Right or wrong was irrelevant. Under the scrutiny of the group, Xiao Bao, unable to meet their eyes, lowered her head shyly. Seeing Xiao Bao bow her head deeper, it was clear. The evidence was undeniable. "Where is it?" Su Tong pressed on at that moment. Xiao Bao shyly fished a sweet potato from her pan. However, to her surprise, Su Tong scooped her up in a half-hug, her face glowing with excitement as she showered Xiao Bao with kisses. "You're wonderful, my darling." Xiao Bao was momentarily taken aback. "I took something without permission, and yet I'm being praised?" Noticing this, Lin Shi quickly turned to Xiao Bao and said, "This time, by a stroke of luck, we kept the sweet potato, but please refrain from doing this in the future, all right?" Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Su Tong realized that her daughter had indeed taken something without permission, and a lesson needed to be. Lin Shi accepted the sweet potato from Su Tong and then turned to Su Bingyun saying, "All right, with this, the issue can be resolved. You go comfort Xiaomei. I'll take care of things over there." Su Bingyun understood Lin Shi's intentions, being the boss of a publicly traded company, and nodded in agreement before taking some food and entering the room. Meanwhile, Lin Shi observed Hu Feng by the water basin, tossing stones, and made her way over, sweet potato in hand. Chapter 74. The farmer's spring and a piece of land. Upon arriving at the water pool, Hu Feng, after regaining his composure, began to reflect on his recent demeanor. Was it merely a sweet potato? If it was gone, he could always seek another. Why must he be as petty as Wang Xiaomei? Moreover, he had even contemplated striking her, acknowledging that the fault lay with him for not informing her in advance and for careless. With these thoughts in mind, Hu Feng idly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it into the pool. Should he extend an apology? Hu Feng found himself wavering internally. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed Lin Shi stealthily approaching. Hu Feng immediately feigned indifference, for men, after all, possess a strong sense of pride. "If you are here to plead on behalf of Wang Xiaomei, then I suggest you turn back," Hu Feng stated coldly, while inwardly he implored, "Please, provide me with an escape route." Seeing Hu Feng's demeanor, Lin Shi offered a faint smile and slowly produced the sole remaining sweet potato from her hand. "In that case, this one is likely of no use to you now." He was momentarily frozen by the sight of the sweet potato in Lin Shi's grasp. Had they not all disappeared? How could there still be one? With a swift motion, Hu Feng snatched the sweet potato from Lin Shi, cradling it as one would a cherished child. "How is there still one?" he asked, bewildered, his joy reminiscent of a child's delight. Lin Shi merely chuckled, remaining silent. Did he truly require the absence of all to experience happiness? "Are you happy now?" Lin Shi suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Hu Feng's expression shifted yet again, casting Lin Shi a reproachful glance. "I am merely being realistic." There were originally 8, enough for our needs, yet now there is but 1, and I still do not know if it can be nurtured. Faced with Hu Feng's factual remarks, Lin Shi found it difficult to counter, but did that justify his intention to resort to violence? At that moment, the door swung open, and Su Bingyun emerged, assisting a teary-eyed Wang Xiaomei. Spotting Hu Feng, Wang Xiaomei approached him step by step. Seeing her reddened eyes, Hu Feng felt a pang of guilt. Such is the plight of a man's pride. I'm sorry. Just then, both Hu Feng and Wang Xiaomei spoke in unison. Wang Xiaomei regarded Hu Feng with surprise, still in disbelief, while Hu Feng found it astonishing that Wang Xiaomei knew to apologize. Lin Shi and Su Bingyun exchanged relieved glances, as the issue seemed to have resolved amicably. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when Wang Xiaomei stated bluntly, "Well, I accept your apology." Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Her thought process was remarkably swift. "Isn't that? What do you mean?" He frowned in confusion. "What's the matter?" Wang Xiaomei replied with an air of entitlement. "You apologized and I accepted. What is wrong with that?" "Fine." Hu Feng could only console himself inwardly, recognizing her as a woman, and a rather charming one at that. Her word was law. Engaging in reason with a woman was a futile endeavor from the outset. Women are to be courted, not reasoned with. Casting Wang Xiaomei a sidelong glance, Hu Feng picked up the solitary sweet potato and made his way behind the house. He discovered a previously shattered pottery jar and filled it with soil, carefully burying the sweet potato within and adding a sprinkle of water. Uncertain whether this would yield any results, he resigned himself to fate, as he had no other options. Returning to the kitchen, Hu Feng consumed a light meal before heading to the pool for a bath. While he was occupied with planting the sweet potato, the women had already ventured to the waterfall. Due to Hu Feng discarding the bark from the hemp tree into the pool, the ladies had opted to wash themselves at the waterfall instead. After bathing, Hu Feng reclined comfortably on his bed, contemplating the sprouting wheat and the sweet potato awaiting growth. Perhaps if he acquired some small animals to care for, he could lead a self-sufficient, pastoral life. The very thought brought him joy. A farmer, a spring, and a piece of land, a wife, children, and a hint of sweetness. Before the women returned, Hu Feng fell into a blissful slumber, dreaming of cultivating land with them on a deserted island, planting crops, and living a leisurely life. Men laboring, women weaving, a warm hearth filled with family. What a delightful existence. After soaking in the pool for 3 days, Hu Feng finally retrieved the hemp bark, using a long knife to craft a small bamboo knife, carefully scraping away the remnants of bark. He opted against using the long knife for fear of breaking it due to its sharpness. The women toiled in the wheat field, pulling weeds. In 4 days, the previously cultivated wheat field had become overrun with weeds due to the absence of herbicides, leaving Hu Feng no choice but to tackle the problem manually. Once they had some free time, the women joined in weeding the wheat field, patiently awaiting the germination of the wheat. As for the sweet potato's condition, Hu Feng remained oblivious. It was hardly feasible to unearth it just to check before reburying it. After scraping off the hemp bark, he was left with a substantial bundle of hemp fiber. He found a small bamboo pole to bind it, awaiting its drying so he could twist it into hemp rope. Having been here for over 2 months, he had yet to perceive any seasonal changes. The sun remained relentlessly fierce. After a busy morning, the women were drenched in sweat, yet they were wise enough to protect themselves from the sun, donning hats woven from coconut leaves and wearing long-sleeved garments on their arms and thighs. Thus, despite their laborious days, their skin remained unblemished, unlike Hu Feng's, which had darkened significantly. Though there had been some changes, they were not glaringly apparent in recent days. The relationship between Wang Xiaomei and Hu Feng had returned to its former state. Hu Feng did not seek anything more, merely the absence of conflict. Observing the sweet potato and wheat, his thoughts drifted back to the matter of cement. Producing cement requires limestone. Although he had yet to locate any, it did not hinder his contemplation. However, constructing a dam would necessitate a substantial quantity, presenting a considerable challenge. Practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth, and Hu Feng felt compelled to take action. Watching the women frolic in the water, he grabbed a basket from the kitchen and made his way to the beach. At the pool, responding to the women's requests, he had built a pavilion, allowing them to bathe in the water even under the scorching sun. Leftover bark from the construction of the house had been repurposed. After all, it was merely intended for shade, and the standards were not particularly high. Why is he going out in such glaring sunlight? Wang Xiaomei wondered aloud, her head bobbing above the water. Why worry about him? Su Tong, feeling slightly embarrassed under Su Tong's gaze, Wang Xiaomei abruptly shifted the topic. Sister Su, I've noticed you've grown quite a bit recently, she exclaimed, reaching out to poke her. This elicited a fit of giggles from Su Tong. Chapter 75. A New Danger, Part 1. The picturesque scene of the maidens frolicking in the pool was a delight that Hu Feng could not indulge in. Instead, he found himself crouched by the seaside, bending over to collect shells. Whether they were alive or dead, or remnants left by hermit crabs, he gathered them all. A group of displaced hermit crabs brandished their pincers, vowing to fiercely contest with Hu Feng, yet he effortlessly plucked them away with his fingertips. The beach was still abundant with shells, further enriched by the remnants left behind by Xiao Wei and Xiao Bao during their previous foraging. After a bustling afternoon, Hu Feng's hall was substantial, while the maidens, having nothing particular to occupy them, gathered under the pavilion to cool off, observing Hu Feng's industrious endeavors. Once Hu Feng had collected all the shells, he deposited them into the high furnace. Unfamiliar with the requisite temperature for burning cement, he resolved to experiment with high heat. He then ignited the firewood he had previously gathered and placed it into the furnace. As the flames began to roar, Hu Feng took charge of the water wheel's bellows to stoke the furnace, vigilantly monitoring the condition of the firewood within. If his memory served him correctly, he recalled that the process of calcining limestone took 4 hours. The time required under intense heat remained uncertain. As time wore on, the daylight gradually dimmed. The maidens, having lost interest in Hu Feng's shell-burning activities, dispersed to attend to their own affairs. After dinner, Hu Feng deemed it time to open the furnace. He cleared the opening he had previously prepared, removing the ashes from within before using split bamboo to carefully extract the calcined shell residue into a ceramic jar. The jar, taken from the kitchen, appeared empty and likely unused by Wang Xiaomei, but he figured it could be cleaned afterward for practical use. After filling the jar halfway with shell residue, Hu Feng paused, eager to test whether the limestone had been successfully calcined. Approaching the water's edge, he filled a bamboo tube with water and poured it directly into the ceramic jar. Instantly, a sizzling sound erupted. Watching the bubbling shell residue, Hu Feng broke into a smile, convinced that the limestone had indeed been processed successfully. He then dug a pit nearby with a hoe, transferring the limestone from the jar along with that from the furnace into the hole. With the night fully descended, he resolved to wait until the morrow for further experimentation. The next morning, as dawn's gentle light filtered through the bamboo walls, Hu Feng stretched languidly before heading to the pool to freshen up, then promptly set to work. He poured the sand and gravel he had prepared into the limestone pit, followed by water, and began mixing. Once everything was thoroughly blended, he filled the ceramic jar to the brim, transporting it to the kitchen to pour out and spread on the ground. The purpose of this endeavor was to ascertain the hardness of the solidified limestone, so he was keen to test it in water. Unlike the typical gray of conventional cement, Hu Feng's mixture was a stark white, suggesting something unusual. As he diligently spread the mixture across the ground, the maidens gradually arose, stepping out of their rooms to cast a disapproving glance at Hu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen. Paying them no mind, he continued his work, believing that only those of no utility to society would still be asleep. He, Hu Feng, was destined to be the king of this deserted isle. After laying down the calcined limestone mixture in the kitchen, Hu Feng took a moment to remind the maidens to allow it to set. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered the hemp thread that had dried from the previous day's sun exposure. Selecting 3 strands of similar size, he tied them together and began to twist them into a fine hemp rope atop his thigh. As he approached the end, he continued to add more hemp, twisting until he had completed a length. Upon inspecting the finished product, Hu Feng tugged at it, finding it to be sufficiently sturdy for use as a bowstring. With the rope crafted, he need not concern himself with the creation of bows and arrows. After all, his previous designs had been refined by Lin Shi, thus, it was prudent to entrust specialized tasks to those with expertise. Handing the completed hemp rope to Lin Shi, Hu Feng returned to he proceeded to fell all trees around their dwelling, leaving only a few for shade behind the house. The bamboo grove remained untouched, as it would prove useful, and using bamboo for firewood was insufficient for the task at hand. After chopping the trees into manageable lengths, he split them with an axe and stacked them beside the furnace to air dry, which would also assist in the future when firing up the furnace. During the time spent chopping wood, Hu Feng dedicated a full 3 days. On the 4th day, as dawn broke, he promptly made his way to the wheat field. The day prior, the maidens had mentioned some activity in the wheat patches while weeding. Hu Feng, having briefly inspected it then without noticing anything significant, was determined to rise early and head directly to the wheat field. After surveying the area, with a production cycle of 8 months, and provided he diligently weeded, watered, dealt with pests, and fertilized, it meant that in 8 months he would be able to partake in the fruits of his labor. Although sago palms also provided sustenance, they would eventually run out. Wheat, however, could be harvested, with some left over for replanting, thus creating a sustainable cycle. While having breakfast, Hu Feng shared this exhilarating news with the maidens. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. They were well aware of the time and effort invested in cultivating the wheat, and had it failed, the consequences would have been dire for all. With their supply of meat now depleted, Hu Feng resolved to take Lin Shi hunting on the plains. The bows and arrows had been prepared and laced with poison. Lin Shi had improved the formula, substituting the previous concoction with the venom of poison dart frogs. According to Lin Shi, the onset of symptoms would be swifter, though Hu Feng remained uncertain of its efficacy, having never tested it himself. After finishing breakfast, they set off, and Hu Feng had the foresight to bring along a few traps, as their diet had predominantly consisted of antelope, and sooner, if resources could not be sustainably managed, the food supply on this deserted isle would dwindle to nothing in due time. The area left barren after harvesting the wild wheat had since sprouted a new growth of weeds, and traces of small animals gnawing at the plants were evident. Following these signs, Hu Feng placed the traps strategically, preparing to hunt antelope alongside Lin Xit. Was not that Hu Feng was averse to pursuing other game. Rather, he found the antelope to be particularly naive. Chapter 76, A New Danger, Part 2. Indeed, what Hu Feng yearned for the most was the opportunity to cultivate a small menagerie, preferably consisting of rabbits, wild chickens, or perhaps even wild boars. This way, he could secure a reliable source of staple food and ensure a steady supply of meat. If he could also procure some sugar from other sources, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, the desolate island offered scant resources. For instance, during his journey thus far, Hu Feng had not encountered any stones suitable for producing lime. Not even the most common marble had grown, let alone iron ore, which rarely surfaced above ground and was typically buried deep within the earth. Limestone, being a sedimentary rock, was much the same. Over the past 2 months, with the absence of natural predators, the antelope population had visibly surged in numbers. Through the tall grasses, several lively young antelopes frolicked around their mothers, occasionally mimicking their grazing, only to spit out mouthfuls of grass after a few tentative bites. Testing the efficacy of the newly concocted poison from the poison, the females, however, were to be spared for breeding. Should circumstances allow, Hu Feng harbored the desire to enclose this plain with a fence, thereby domesticating the entire herd. Alas, the vastness of the plain rendered such an endeavor daunting, as it would likely require an unimaginable quantity of timber. The pair approached the antelope herd cautiously, with Lin Shi taking aim at an elderly male. With a swift release, an arrow flew forth. The soft whoosh was followed by a startled leap from one of the males, which, feeling a sharp pain in its rear, bolted away in haste. Yet, it did not get far before its hind legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Hu Feng turned to Lin Shi in astonishment. The potency of this toxin, the earlier saddle poison, would have taken at least half an hour to incapacitate a creature of this size. Yet now, it seemed to work almost instantaneously, within a minute, no less. Was this meat even safe to consume? As Lin Shi gazed at the fallen antelope, a sense of satisfaction washed over her as she examined the remaining bamboo arrows in her possession. She had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the poison derived from the dart frog. Moreover, the toxin was a neurotoxin that lost its potency when subjected to high temperatures and specifically targeted the circulatory systems of animals. This explained why indigenous tribes in Africa and Australia utilized it for hunting. Cost-effective, durable, and highly effective. Before long, the once-breathing antelope lay still, having departed from this world, destined to become sustenance for the others. The surrounding antelope seemed unfazed, with the older ones merely coming over to investigate before moving on, perceiving it as a natural part of the cycle of life and death. Hu Feng approached and dragged the carcass of the antelope back, preparing to return. The sun was climbing higher, and lingering here would surely result in severe sunburn. This concern was primarily for the women, as Hu Feng had long since toughened his skin against the sun's rays. At that moment, a series of sharp gunshots echoed through the tranquil forested hillside. Bang, bang, bang. Startled by the sound, Hu Feng, Lin Shi, equally startled by the sudden gunfire, hurriedly concealed herself behind a nearby tree trunk, her gaze trained anxiously in the direction of the noise. With a firm grip on his pistol, Hu Feng gestured for Lin Shi to remain silent, then stealthily moved to her side. Understanding her indication, Hu Feng nodded. That direction led upstream to a small river. The only access point into the plain it was also the path taken by Shu Yu and her group during their previous encounter, albeit they had ascended into the hills afterward. Assessing the distance of the gunfire, Hu Feng slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, ready to investigate. However, just as he began to rise, Lin Shi grasped his arm firmly. "But they have guns!" she exclaimed urgently. Reassuringly, Hu Feng patted Lin Shi's hand, showcasing his own weapon. "I have one too, and from the sound of the shots, they can't be far from the plain. If we don't see what is happening, we could be in danger ourselves." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi ultimately decided to accompany Hu Feng. The two ascended the hillside, knowing that following the river upstream would likely lead them directly to the source of the commotion. Observing from a higher vantage point was undoubtedly a prudent strategy. After a considerable trek along the slope, they finally spotted a group of approximately 10 individuals gathered on a clearing beside the riverbank. Upon seeing them, Hu Feng quickly pulled Lin Shi into the concealment of the underbrush along the hillside. Peering through the foliage, he cautiously observed the unfolding scene in the clearing by the river, for men had encircled 3 men and 3 women. Among them, 3 wielded makeshift bamboo spears, while a younger man brandished a pistol, pressing it against the forehead of a kneeling man. "Damn it! Keep running, will you? Do you think you can enjoy the good life with me without consequences?" The young man berated the kneeling figure. Yet, the man on his knees offered no reply, glaring defiantly at his captor. "Is that him?" Hu Feng, puzzled, wondered if Lin Shi knew this person. Was he her boyfriend? Before he could voice his curiosity, Lin Shi continued in a hushed tone, "He is one of the sailors from the cruise ship. Kneeling behind him is his wife, one of the ship's attendants, the people from the beach, don't you remember?" Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng pondered briefly. The individuals from the beach. He certainly had no clear recollection. With a crowd of 40 to 50, he could hardly have remembered them all, unless they were exceptionally striking. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Hu Feng. If these were indeed the people from that beach, what had brought them to this remote area? The man with the gun was unmistakably part of the group Shu Yu had previously mentioned. What if they had found their way here instead of searching for their own? The implications of a bully of a first mate and a group of self-important individuals were unsettling. With an expression of fearless bravado, the young man burst into laughter. "Oh, we have a brave one, do we? I've encountered plenty of tough nuts like you. Let us see just how tough you really are." Seemingly intrigued, the young man raised his unarmed hand, preparing to strike the kneeling man across the face. The blow sent the man sprawling to the ground, shaking his head in a daze, while the woman behind him rushed to assist him. "Tiango, are you all right?" "Ugh." The assailant waved his hand dismissively, grimacing as if his hand had borne the brunt of the impact. "What a thick hide," he remarked, turning to a burly man nearby. "Your turn." "Understood, boss." The strong man relinquished his bamboo spear to another and approached the fallen man. Grabbing him by the collar as if he were a mere chick, he delivered a powerful punch to the man's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. The man instantly curled up, writhing in pain. "Tiango!" the woman cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be intercepted by one of the men with a bamboo spear. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Chapter 78. Ouyang Shui. The woman gazed at the girl with a pained expression, as if having made a momentous decision, silently uttering a few words to the man pinned beneath her. Although immobilized, he howled in desperation, pounding the ground with his hands. The woman's tearful visage vanished, replaced by a rare smile. Seizing a moment of distraction from the young, with a resounding thud, the young man, who had been rummaging through the other's clothes, was startled and looked up, only to see the woman collapsed on the stone, her face smeared with blood. Bah! The young man, disheartened, spat at her and kicked her aside before turning to head toward the nearby river. At that moment, the man who had been pinned down inexplicably unleashed a surge of strength from within, breaking free from the burly man and sprinting toward the woman with fervor. As he beheld the bloodied face of the woman, he tenderly lifted her, gently brushing the long hair from her forehead. His throat felt parched, and though he opened his mouth, no sound escaped. The young man, having washed himself in the river, regarded the two with an air of calm indifference, devoid of any emotional turmoil. He addressed the other pair of men and women, "And you too?" Upon hearing his words, the two men and women trembled involuntarily. One man crawled on his knees to the young man's feet, bowing deeply and pleading, "Big brother, spare me. I won't run again. I am willing to offer my wife to you." Hearing this, the young man chuckled, but with a sinister smile, he drew a handgun and shot the man. However, in a moment of clumsiness, he merely grasped her clothing, which had become tattered after more than 2 months on this desolate island, and it tore away in his grip. The woman staggered to her knees at the feet of the young man, staring blankly at her deceased husband, unable to collect her thoughts. The young man, noticing her reaction, paused momentarily before gently lifting her chin with the gun. "Not bad looking. You shall do." With that, he seized her arm and pulled her aside. The remaining man and woman clung to each other, trembling in fear, perceiving this individual as a demon, a heartless killer. As the woman's agonizing screams echoed, the young man soon approached the burly man who had previously pinned the other man. "Here is your reward." Upon hearing the boss's words, the burly man's face, the young man paid no heed to the woman's cries, instead turning his attention to the remaining pair. Observing their tremors, he smirked and raised his gun, aiming at the man. "Please don't kill me." The man curled up in the woman's embrace, bursting into tears. At that moment, the woman, having mustered unexpected courage, stepped in front of the man. "If you must kill, then take me instead. Do not harm my brother." To his surprise, he was taken aback. Her disheveled appearance and the mud on her face revealed her identity to him, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty. "It's you," the young man exclaimed with glee. Among the scant few beauties aboard the cruise ship, Dr. Lin she was one, along with the company president and his secretary, and even that insufferable reporter counted as half. He had also seen a woman with 2 children, but none compared to the one before him. "Miss Ouyang, your Mandarin is quite impressive. You know me?" Ouyang Shui stared incredulously at him. "How could I not? A significant portion of the goods from your region was supplied by me. Besides, with your outstanding performances in films, it would be impossible not to recognize you," the young man boasted. Although Ouyang Shui was baffled by his words, she realized that his recognition could work in her favor. "Since you know me, you must understand my and my brother's standing. Name your price. When the rescue team arrives, I will pay you double." Upon hearing her words, the young man erupted into laughter, a mirthful sound that echoed with disdain. "Ha ha ha." He laughed so hard he could scarcely breathe, regarding her with contempt. Sensing his mockery, Ouyang Shui paused, then turned to the 2 burly men and the laboring man nearby, exclaiming, "What has he offered you? I will give you 10 times that. My Ouyang family is the largest shareholder of the American Côte d'Ivoire Group. I can offer you whatever you desire." The 3 men visibly hesitated, but the young man, seeing Ouyang Shui attempt to sway his men, paid little mind, continuing to laugh exaggeratedly. Yet, moments later, his expression shifted, and he coldly addressed Ouyang Shui. "Do you think money will sway those who have already committed so many heinous acts? Return? Are we capable of returning?" The young man leveled his gun at the man in Ouyang Shui's arms, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Go wash in the river. Truthfully, I've never seen a star like you without clothes." Ha ha ha. Feeling a chill at his words, Ouyang Shui comprehended his intentions. Could she truly escape this fate? A sense of despair enveloped her. When she remained motionless, the young man grew furious, directing his gun at the man beside her. "Will you go? If not, I will kill him right now. The man, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at Ouyang Shui. Sister. Sigh. Ouyang Shui exhaled deeply, realizing her brother was the last remaining hope of the Ouyang family. Sensing her hesitation, the young man pressed on, think carefully. If you don't go, I will kill him, and then the four of us. Observing Ouyang Shui tremble at his words, he continued, if you go, not only will I spare him, but I will also ensure he is well fed and cared for, while you will serve me alone. Have you made your choice? Ouyang Shui felt a jolt within her. How could she choose between one life and four? Could she ensure the survival of the Ouyang family's last heir? The choice was hardly a choice at all. Resolving herself, Ouyang Shui began to walk slowly toward the river, her heart heavy with despair. What am I doing this for? She pondered sorrowfully. Chapter 79. Setting the trap indeed? For what purpose? For the family? For the brother? Or merely for her own survival? Perhaps it is all of these. Ouyang Shui mechanically cleansed her body, and as the stream of water glided over her face, a visage of the young men stood transfixed, for she was indeed a star, and when it came to her appearance, there was no contest, as the saying goes, in Korea. One may doubt the character of a chaebol, yet the water cascaded down Ouyang Shui's neck, gliding over her porcelain skin. As the adage states, the spring water smooths and cleanses the delicate skin. Meanwhile, Hu Feng, having parted ways with Lin Shi, hurried downstream toward the small river, knowing that if these individuals were headed to the plains, the valley alongside the river was their sole route. Treading cautiously, Hu Feng scouted several suitable spots to set traps. Lacking the necessary hemp ropes, he resorted to using bamboo strips instead. Moreover, he had to be mindful of the noise generated. Thus, with each tree he felled, he turned back repeatedly, anxious about potential complications. Once the tree trunks and bamboo strips were prepared, Hu Feng commenced the construction of traps along the path that the adversaries were likely to traverse. He removed the top of a tree, binding it with bamboo strips, bending it into a bow shape, and affixing a long bamboo spear. He then took the arrowhead from the bamboo arrow and secured it in place. Hu Feng had no lofty ambitions. Even if the traps merely caused injury, it would suffice. With the traps in the trees completed, he turned his attention to those on the ground, which were simpler: digging pits, burying bamboo arrowheads, covering them, and erasing all traces. To be prudent, he excavated several additional pits along the way, as people often walk without looking down. After digging the pits, Hu Feng also devised some tripwire traps, estimating the height of the adversaries based on previous encounters. It was not necessary for the traps to be lethal. Causing injury would be adequate, with the poisoned arrowheads serving as a supplementary measure. Once he had successfully set up over a dozen traps of various sizes, Hu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction and prepared to return to Feng. During the time Hu Feng was preparing the traps, Ouyang Shui, having spent an eternity washing, finally emerged from the river, her clothes still damp. As she approached, 3 of the 4 men were rendered speechless, their eyes gleaming with a fervent hunger, as though they wished to pounce upon her. The young man, though maintaining a calm demeanor, could not conceal the eagerness of his body. Betraying his embarrassment, it must be said that the wet Ouyang Shui exuded a unique allure. Even Lin Shi, who was concealed halfway up the slope, could not help but think that Ouyang Shui was indeed a siren of infinite temptation. Ouyang Shui's brother gazed in disbelief at his sister. Previously, he had regarded her solely as a sibling, but now, witnessing this scene, his mouth hung agape in shock. The young man, suppressing his awkwardness, drew Ouyang Shui closer into his embrace, gently tracing her chin with his finger. Indeed, yet, glancing at her brother and the flicker of hope for survival, she found herself unable to resist. The young man, captivated by the stunning Ouyang Shui, refrained from hastily making his move, for to showcase such an unrivaled beauty to others. Meanwhile, the woman who had been tormented by the 3 men lay crumpled on the ground, tears streaming down her face, resembling a lifeless figure. As for the man who had been beaten, he clung desperately to the unconscious woman, his eyes reflecting a despairing light, remaining motionless, oblivious to the events surrounding him. Seeing that the situation had nearly reached its climax, the young man cast a glance at the beaten man and then spoke to a sturdy companion nearby. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I will follow the trail left by my brother and continue the search. I refuse to believe he has simply vanished. The burly man nodded, for they had indeed set out to pursue. After issuing his command, the young man holstered his firearm at his waist and, accompanied by the remaining two, proceeded downstream along the small river. Lin Shi, who had been hiding halfway up the slope, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing this, suddenly recalling Hu Feng's words from before his departure. An idea sparked in her mind. Cuckoo! 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 Lin Shi endeavored to imitate the call, wary that a misstep might reveal her presence. The young man, hearing the calls of birds in the forest, paid no mind. Meanwhile, Hu Feng, who was setting traps further downstream, suddenly heard the cuckoo's call and immediately understood. He hurriedly cleared the traces he had just left behind using leaves. After inspecting the traps he had prepared, he swiftly made his way toward the slope, prioritizing a reunion with Lin Shi. As he traversed the hillside, he soon spotted the young man accompanied by two burly men approaching, prompting him to quickly conceal himself. Once the group had moved past, Hu Feng was tempted to witness how they would fare against the traps, but considering Lin Shi was awaiting him, he ultimately dismissed the notion. After all, if the traps were triggered, he could always return later. Upon returning to Lin Shi's hiding spot, Hu Feng exchanged a knowing glance with her before turning back toward the riverbank. The scene there had transformed dramatically since his departure. 3 men and 3 women were huddled together, and the burly man seemed indifferent to the state of the unconscious or the living, squatting on the ground while casting intermittent glances at Ouyang Shui. His intent, "There's only one here. Let us take him out," Hu Feng whispered to Lin Shi. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Lin Shi could no longer contain herself. She seized her bow and arrow and cautiously maneuvered her body, inching closer to the blind. Hu Feng had not anticipated Lin Shi's urgency. He had yet to finish speaking. However, seeing her already departing, he felt it unwise to call after her and instead drew his pistol, prepared for any unforeseen. Though he possessed only a single bullet, it was a small price to pay for Lin Shi's potential salvation. Lin Shi, undoubtedly a hidden genius, descended the slope, pausing intermittently, until she found herself not far behind the burly man. Yet, just as she stood to draw her bow, Ouyang Shui's brother spotted her. "Is someone there?" he exclaimed abruptly, his gaze fixed on the rear of the burly man. The burly man seemed to sense danger. The sudden appearance of Lin Shi startled everyone. Had it not been for Ouyang Shui's brother's alert, the burly man might have been struck down by her arrow. Lin Shi shot a fierce glare at Ouyang Shui. Chapter 80. The moment of ambush, however. How could that burly man afford to give Lin Shi any chance? He dashed forward at lightning speed and lunged directly at Lin Xi. To his astonishment, a woman was also present. A smile crept onto the burly man's face. Was this a blessing of love from the heavens? Just then, a figure surged forth, shoving Lin Shi aside, and brandished a handgun against the man's forehead. The burly man was instantly paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch. "Brother, let us talk this out," he exclaimed, desperately seeking to explain. Yet, Hu Feng seemed to ignore him entirely, pressing the gun firmly against the adversary's temple and forcing him back towards the riverbank. "Is that you?" Ouyang Shui asked incredulously, recognizing Hu Feng immediately. At that moment, Lin Shi, who had just been pushed down by Hu Feng, scrambled to her feet, still in shock. She hurried over to the side of the woman who had bravely sacrificed herself, observing the man cradling the woman with a vacant. Lin Shi quickly assessed the woman's condition. The man, holding the woman, also recognized Lin Shi and, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Are you Dr. Lin?" Lin Shi nodded, swiftly commencing her rescue efforts. She carried hemostatic medication and clean cloth strips with her, just in case of emergencies. After staunching the woman's bleeding, she promptly initiated artificial respiration and began performing CPR. "You must prepare yourself mentally," Lin Shi said, her tone resigned. Upon hearing her words, the man smiled faintly and picked up a bamboo spear that the burly man had dropped earlier, standing up resolutely. The burly man, still under the gun's threat, continued to plead with Hu Feng. At that moment, a bamboo spear pierced through his chest. He felt a sharp pain and looked down in disbelief at the protruding bamboo tip, attempting to turn his head towards his assailant. However, the poison took effect, and he collapsed to the ground almost instantly as the burly man fell. Hu Feng finally noticed a bruised and battered man standing behind him, who calmly discarded the bamboo spear and approached his wife. Lin Shi, engrossed in her rescue efforts, paid no mind to the others. The The burly man was destined to die. It was merely a matter of time. She did not anticipate that this man would dare to take a life with his own hands. The man nonchalantly returned to his wife's side, while Ouyang Shui and her brother instinctively took a step back. Thanks to Lin Shi's efforts, the woman finally regained autonomous breathing, though her consciousness remained uncertain. With the burly man dead, Hu Feng saw no further need to keep his gun drawn, but he had something important to address. He slowly approached Ouyang Shui and her brother, and without hesitation, the brother, seething with rage, glared at Hu Feng as if he wished to devour him. What was that for? Ouyang Shui exclaimed, rushing to intervene. At this moment, Hu Feng's eyes bore into Ouyang Shui. Lin could have been in grave danger. What do you have to say for yourself? Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Ouyang Shui suddenly understood. Indeed, had it not been for her brother, Lin could have dispatched the threat immediately. But isn't everything fine now? She retorted, trying to be reasonable. Hearing her response, Hu Feng couldn't help but smile. These siblings were truly something else. Since they had already given the man a lesson, Hu Feng chose not to dwell on it further. He then turned to Lin Shi and asked, "How is she?" Lin Shi glanced at Ouyang Shui and her brother before replying, "I've stabilized her condition, but it remains uncertain if she will regain." Given her head injury, the absence of vomiting and dilated pupils is already a positive sign. Hu Feng, lacking any knowledge of first aid, accepted Lin Shi's uncertainty without question. Hu Feng had already been aware of her presence, but he felt it was more appropriate for Lin Shi to handle the situation. He approached the corpse of the burly man, stripping him of his clothes before tossing them to Lin Shi. Lin Shi gently draped the clothing over the woman, feeling her body tremble instinctively at the touch. "It's all right, you're safe now," Lin Shi softly reassured her, patting her shoulder tenderly. At that moment, the woman looked up at Lin Shi, suddenly pushing her away and screaming, "Why did you save me? Wouldn't it be better to let me die?" Observing the woman's reaction, Hu Feng hurriedly steadied Lin Shi, ready to confront her, but noticed Lin Shi pulling him back. Her emotions are a bit out of control. She'll calm down soon enough. This reaction was entirely normal. Women who had been coerced often struggled with suicidal thoughts, but once rescued, they faced the harsh judgments and knowledge of their circumstances, leading to emotional instability and extreme reactions. Hu Feng could only nod in understanding, glancing downstream at the river. He decided to investigate, as he could not allow those individuals to steal the crystals. Hu Feng handed his handgun to Lin Shi, then removed the bamboo arrows from his back, silently observing her. "You take care of them. I'll go check things out. We can't let them reach the base." Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Lin Shi finally comprehended the situation and returned the handgun to him. Lin Shi gently retrieved 2 bamboo arrows from Hu Feng's grasp, smiling serenely. "This will suffice for me." Noticing her resolve, Hu Feng no longer hesitated. He glanced back at Ouyang Shui. It wasn't that Lin Shi didn't wish to accompany Hu Feng. The unconscious woman could succumb to unforeseen complications at any moment. As a matter of professional ethics, Lin Shi chose to remain and wait for Hu Feng. Ouyang Shui's brother glared daggers at Hu Feng as he watched him leave. Some individuals are like that, intimidated by strength and emboldened by weakness. A little sunshine brings them joy, yet a mere hint of adversity leads them to concoct chaos. Hu Feng's slap hadn't awakened Ouyang Shui's brother. Instead, it sowed the seeds of resentment, nearly resulting in greater troubles later on, though that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, following the trail left, suddenly, one of the burly men ahead lost his footing and fell. "Ah!" came a cry of agony. The man struggled to pull his foot free, revealing several bamboo spikes embedded within. "Caution! There are signs of everyone be on guard," the young man promptly ordered. The group redirected their attention to their surroundings, remaining vigilant of the situation. Chapter 81. An unexpected turn of events. The man who fell into the trap crouched on the ground in agony, extracting the bamboo thorns embedded in his foot and angrily tossing them aside. A companion rushed forward to assist him, but after just a few steps, the man's legs buckled and he collapsed. "Second brother?" One of the men cried out in alarm. The young man swiftly turned. However, the venom from the poison dart frog did not torment the man for long. Moments later, he ceased convulsing and, with it, his breathing. 1 life had been extinguished without even discovering the identity of the assailant. filling the young man with a profound rage. This path had been meticulously followed, tracing the steps left by his brother. He knew all too well his brother's capabilities, and it was abundantly clear that this was not his doing. This indicated that they had encountered someone adept at crafting traps and administering poison, someone who likely had also slain his brother. The mere thought of this sent a chill down the young man's spine. His brother was armed and accompanied by 4 others. How could this have happened? Through mere traps. He glanced at the trap that had ensnared the man, gripping his handgun tightly and addressing the only companion still by his side. Let us proceed. I am eager to discover who this individual is. With that, he took the lead, vigilant for any signs of danger, ready to divert his path at the slightest hint of abnormality. As Hu Feng hurriedly arrived, he witnessed the poison man take his last breath. With 3 men reduced to 2, Hu Feng felt a surge of confidence. Cautiously, he advanced ahead of the remaining 2 adversaries, aware that several traps required his direct intervention to trigger. After a brisk but careful journey from the mountainside, Hu Feng finally reached the site of the traps just before the others arrived. Observing the 2 men near the river, he calculated the time it would take for them to reach the traps. The young man, inspecting the leaves on the ground, gingerly brushed them aside. Revealing a pit lined with bamboo spikes, he scoffed, thinking it impossible to fall into the same trap twice. However, as he stepped past it, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Crack! In an instant, a tree branch armed with bamboo spears snapped back towards him. The young man quickly dropped to the ground. Yet, behind him, the unsuspecting strong man was struck in the abdomen by the branch, launching him a meter away. As the fallen man attempted to rise, he felt a sharp sting in his hand and noticed several bamboo thorns protruding from his right palm. Realizing their toxic nature, he scrambled towards the river, hastily pulling out the thorns and vigorously washing the wound with water. At that moment, the young man approached, and upon seeing the injury, felt a cold wave of dread wash over him. He raised his handgun and fired into the air. Bang! Who is it? Show yourself. Hu Feng remained silent behind a tree, patiently waiting for the moment to pass. Come out! The young man bellowed, incredulous that despite his caution, he had still. How could this happen? Hiding nearby, Hu Feng remained motionless, thinking, Am I a fool? You have a gun. Why would I step out to face death? Lin Shi, who was upstream, froze at the sound of gunfire, fervently hoping that Hu Feng was unharmed. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui's younger brother instinctively moved closer to her, also praying for Hu Feng's safety. He wished for a scenario where both Hu Feng and the adversary would be mutually annihilated, leaving him as the sole man among them. As for the man who had been weeping for his wife, well, considering his current state, he might not survive much longer anyway. After tending to the injured man's wound, Lin Shi glanced at the still unconscious woman, realizing that Hu Feng might need assistance. Gritting her teeth, she addressed the man. The situation is manageable now, but if anything goes awry, you're on your own. At that moment, Lin Shi seemed to grasp the gravity of her earlier decision to remain behind, something Hu Feng had warned her against. Confronting her own conscience, she acknowledged with certainty that Hu Feng's life was more significant than that of everyone else combined. The principles of medical ethics were inconsequential if Hu Feng were to fall victim to misfortune. Leaving everyone behind, Lin Shi hurried downstream along the river, fervently hoping for Hu Feng's safety. Just then, another gunshot rang out. Bang! The young man fired again, this time towards the wooded area on his right. Show yourself, I see you. You should be aiming at me, not the right side. Bang! Another shot fired, the bullet striking the ground nearby. Come out, I said. If not for the earlier shot aimed at the right, Hu Feng might have believed he had been discovered, but the random shots left him skeptical. Meanwhile, the man who had been wounded by the bamboo thorns suddenly collapsed, convulsing just as the previous man had. Seeing this, the young man's fury ignited. He had yet to spot. We must retreat. It is better to preserve the green hills than to fear a lack of firewood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, backing away step by step. After a prolonged silence, Hu Feng was taken aback. Had everyone perished? Cautiously peeking from behind the tree, he saw no sign of the adversary, only the lifeless body of the strong man. They fled. Hu Feng suddenly recalled something. hastily pursuing upstream along the river, where Lin Shi and the others were located. If they had retreated there, it would be akin to leading a tiger into a wolf's den. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was also making her way downstream, at a bend in the river. The two encountered one another, both startled by the unexpected meeting. Lin Shi initially mistook the young man for Hu Feng, but upon closer inspection, realized it was the armed youth, quickly nocking an arrow. However, the young man was quicker, aiming his handgun at her. There's still someone else? Since she had come from upstream, what had happened to the others he had left behind? The answer seemed all too evident. Faced with the gun, Lin Shi had no choice but to lower her bow. The urgency in his return indicated that Hu Feng was safe. Move, the young man commanded, forcing Lin Shi to step cautiously upstream. Just then, Hu Feng arrived, witnessing the unfolding scene with a resigned sigh. Chapter 82. A critical moment. Did I rush or lag behind? Hu Feng was slightly perplexed. How had Lin Shi arrived here? The young man forcefully escorted Lin Shi back to the small riverbank they had been at earlier. Upon seeing Lin Shi's return, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, but as their eyes fell upon the young man behind her, they instinctively recoiled a step. The young man surveyed his surroundings and soon realized that his comrades were nowhere to be. Move, he commanded, shoving Lin Shi forward and gathering her with the others. The group, driven by fear, dared not resist. The memories of prior events were still vivid in their minds. This man was a cold-blooded killer, and a single sister. Ouyang Shue's younger brother gazed at her with trepidation. The man who had been beaten earlier clung to his partner, positioned amidst the crowd, while the woman who had been bullied by 4 men wore an expression of indifference. Ouyang Shue, observing the approaching young man, felt a chill run down her spine. He had departed with 3 companions, yet only one had returned. The implications were clear. Moreover, the recent gunshots hinted at an underlying danger, especially considering that the man possessed a firearm. The young man stepped closer to Lin Shi, pressing the gun against her chin. He was acutely aware of what had transpired. His own people had been dealt with, and it was evident that the opposition was not limited to this individual. I'll give you a chance. Summon your comrades, he growled menacingly. Though Lin Shi understood that Hu Feng was armed, she was unwilling to take the risk of exposing him. It's just me, she asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened. Did she think him a fool? Could one person truly eliminate his men and then set a trap? The look in Lin Shi's eyes indicated to him that she was as obstinate as the man he had encountered earlier. Seems you have no intention of cooperating? The young man's demeanor shifted, and he glanced at the others nearby. Without hesitation, he aimed his gun at Ouyang Shue's brother, a sneer on his face as he taunted, "Weren't you eager to save them? I'll simply kill them one by one." Faced with the gun, Ouyang Shue's brother collapsed to the ground in despair. Panic etched across his face. I know. She has another accomplice, a man. He followed you shortly after you left. Please don't kill me. I swear I'll reveal everything. The young man chuckled at the revelation. Is this the person you were trying to rescue? He mocked. Lin Shi, however, remained unfazed. Under the grip of fear, people could resort to any measure. She anticipated that even if she remained silent, others would speak up. With the knowledge that another individual was involved, the young man felt a sense of relief. Earlier, his group had been caught off guard, but with the situation laid bare and a gun in his hand, he felt emboldened. Fortuitously, Ouyang Shue's brother was unaware that Hu Feng also possessed a firearm. Had he known, the young man's perspective might have shifted dramatically. With this thought, the young man yanked Lin Shi away from the group, positioning the gun against her temple, and shouted into the open air, "Whoever is hiding, stop concealing yourself and come forth." Having returned to his vantage point behind a distant tree, Hu Feng watched as Lin Shi was brought forward, and realization dawned upon him. There was no other option. He had to take a gamble. Yet, his gun held only a single bullet, and he silently prayed for divine assistance to ensure his aim was true. The young man, whether intentionally or not, squatted behind Lin Shi, making it nearly impossible for Hu Feng to aim without. Should he close the distance, he could not be certain whether the young man would shoot first. Thus, Hu Feng found himself in a dilemma: remain hidden and risk Lin Shi's life, or reveal himself and potentially face a fatal end. With his eyes closed, he pondered his next move. Meanwhile, the young man continued, I assume you have a close relationship with this woman. If you don't come out, I'll start stripping her of her clothing. The young man was convinced that Hu Feng was nearby, though he had yet to uncover his presence. As no response came from the surroundings, the young man, emboldened, tore off Lin Xi's jacket, exposing her pale lavender undergarment to the cool air. Lin Xi instinctively covered her chest with her hands, feeling powerless to act. She considered fighting back, for she had secretly concealed a poisoned arrowhead. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Feng suddenly shouted, Go ahead and strip her. You might as well kill them all. Ultimately, he chose not to reveal himself. Preserving his own life was paramount to rescuing Lin Xi. Pausing briefly, he continued, But you should also consider this. If you kill her, will you be able to escape unscathed? The jungle is fraught with peril. You must tread carefully. Upon hearing Hu Feng's voice, the young man was reminded of the terror he had previously experienced. Indeed, even if he were to kill these individuals, would he be able to flee? The man's knowledge of the jungle far surpassed his own. If Hu Feng laid a trap, the consequences were all too clear. The more he contemplated, the greater his fear grew. Without a word, the young man shoved Lin Xi away, firmly grasped his handgun, and fired in the direction of Hu Feng's voice. In his mind, he estimated Hu Feng's farthest range to be that of a bow. In this open expanse, he believed he had the upper hand, oblivious to the fact that his brother had also been armed. Nor did he realize that the very weapon his brother had wielded now rested in Hu Feng's hands. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets ricocheted off the trees surrounding Hu Feng, splintering the bark. 1, 2, 3. Hu Feng silently counted. He had observed the young man's gun. It was identical to the one he had acquired, boasting a 7-round capacity. After this volley, the young man would either be out of bullets or forced to reload. Time to gamble. Hu Feng sighed. As the 7th shot rang out, he emerged from behind the tree and sprinted towards the young man. The moment the young man spotted Hu Feng, a glimmer of joy lit up his face as he raised his gun to shoot, only to realize that his weapon had entered a jammed state. Frantically, he ejected the magazine and fumbled through his pockets for bullets to load. Upon seeing that the young man was merely retrieving bullets and not a fresh magazine, Hu Feng exhaled in relief. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. He had to act quickly. The distance was still too great. Just a few meters remained. Hu Feng urged himself inwardly. The young man, realizing Hu Feng was charging, saw that his reloading was markedly sluggish. In a panic, he managed to load 2 bullets and hastily chambered one. Meanwhile, Hu Feng closed the distance to within 20 meters. That is sufficient. Seeing that he had reached the optimal range, Hu Feng swiftly drew his handgun from his back. At that moment, the young man had already aimed at Hu Feng. Looks like I'm still too slow. Hu Feng muttered bitterly to himself in that split second of imminent peril. Chapter 83. Did the vocal cords fall home? The young man felt a sharp pain in his neck as he rose from the ground, instinctively reaching up to touch the area, only to find his hand smeared with blood. He raised his weapon, preparing to fire at Lin Xi, but Hu Feng was already poised to act. Just as the assailant aimed, a bullet erupted from Hu Feng's jiu in an instant. While Hu Feng was not particularly skilled in archery, he certainly possessed a talent for shooting, especially since the boy had never held a gun before. The young man fell, unwilling to accept defeat, blood streaming from his forehead and neck. As Lin Xi caught sight of the gun aimed at her, a wave of regret washed over her. She lamented the fact that she had not confessed her feelings for Hu Feng, despite her affection for him. She regretted that Su Tong and Su Bingyun could frolic carelessly with Hu Feng while she could only stand by, consumed with jealousy. There were so many things she had yet to experience: love, marriage, motherhood. Upon hearing the gunfire, Lin Shi instinctively shut her eyes. However, after what felt like an eternity, she realized she seemed to be unharmed. When she opened her eyes, she saw Hu Feng approaching her step by step. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Wah! Hu Feng comforted her, gently patting her smooth back, and quickly draped his discarded outer coat around her. Feeling the weight of the moment, Lin Shi felt too embarrassed to meet his gaze and hurriedly disengaged from his embrace to put on her clothes. Meanwhile, Hu Feng approached the lifeless body of the young man, retrieving the handgun from his hand, and sure enough, he discovered over a dozen bullets within the young man's trousers. With the 2 bullets already in the gun, there were a total of 18. Hu Feng collected his own empty gun and the young man's, then turned to face the group. The previous scene was nothing short of heart-stopping. From the moment the young man fired, to Lin Shi's desperate dive, and finally Hu Feng's decisive shot, it could have been a classic cinematic moment, sure to be a box office hit. At that moment, Hu Feng found himself before Ouyang Shui and her brother. Instinctively, Ouyang Shui stepped protectively in front of her brother, recalling how Hu Feng had previously attacked him. "Step aside," Hu Feng said coldly. Ouyang Shui hesitated, her expression conflicted as she looked at Hu Feng. "My brother acted without intent. Please, show him mercy." Hu Feng glanced at Ouyang, startled by the sight of the weapon. Ouyang Shui took a cautious step back, understanding that Hu Feng would not kill her brother now if he had not done so already. He would simply be beaten. As her brother saw his sister retreat, Ouyang Su felt a chill run down his spine. He stumbled back, falling to the ground, his pants dampening with fear. Hu Feng had no intention of shooting. Wasting bullets on such a coward was nonsensical. He seized Ouyang Su by the collar, glaring fiercely at him. "I see you are undeterred by punishment. Allow me to impart a lesson. Here, you will live if I allow it, and you will die if I can. Do you understand?" Ouyang Su nodded vigorously, his voice barely a whisper. "I understand." Hearing this, Hu Feng raised his hand and struck him. "What? Did your vocal cords drop? Do you think I am deaf?" Ouyang Su shielded his face with both hands, knowing that Hu Feng was merely venting his frustration on him. Any further protest would only lead to more punishment. Hu Feng contemplated delivering another kick, but Lin Shi intervened, grasping his arm. "Enough!" He acted without malice. Hu Feng surveyed Ouyang Su one last time before refraining from Lin Shi shook her head. "The man's injuries are not severe, but the woman's condition is uncertain. It depends on her resilience." Hu Feng nodded in understanding. He then addressed the crowd. "Though I have rescued you, I must clarify one point. You may choose to leave or join us." After a brief pause, he continued, "If you wish to depart, feel free. On this desolate island, my act of salvation is the extent of my kindness. As for those wishing to stay, know this. Our team does not harbor idlers. Each person must contribute labor in exchange for sustenance." The crowd pondered for a moment before unanimously opting to join Hu Feng's team. The only exception was the woman who had been mistreated by 4 men, standing alone, caught in indecision. Hu Feng noticed her plight and exchanged a glance with Lin Shi, who understood and nodded before approaching the woman and leading her to a secluded corner. Before long, Lin Shi returned with the woman, nodding at Hu Feng. Truth be told, Hu Feng desired these people to join him. Firstly, there was a need to build a dam, and manpower was scarce. Secondly, unknown dangers lurked ahead. Strength in numbers was vital. No one had ever seen a world boss defeated solo. Even if there were a surplus of women, more hands would expedite every task. As for food, Hu Feng had already considered the challenges. Wheat required 8 months to grow, and sweet potatoes would take at least a year to yield a substantial harvest. Even with sago palms, the supply would be insufficient as the group expanded. They would have to rely on other sources, such as the banana grove they had previously encountered. Ultimately, foraging for food would be the strategy. With a larger group, hunting wild boars would become manageable. Seeing the group's consensus, Hu Feng ventured into the nearby woods, wielding a machete to cut several tree trunks and vines. He swiftly fashioned a makeshift stretcher, prompting the injured man to assist Lin. As Lin Shi prepared to help carry the stretcher, Hu Feng cast a glance at Ouyang Su, who was trailing behind Ouyang Shui, giving him a subtle signal. Ouyang Su, feeling as though he had just stepped on a tail, hurried to the stretcher, assisting the man in lifting it. He was genuinely afraid of Hu Feng. While he refrained from killing him, the beatings were another matter entirely, and his sister was powerless to intervene, forced only to watch. With Ouyang Su and the man carrying the Chapter 84. Confusion. Not long after he had walked a few paces, Hu Feng suddenly recalled something of significance. He promptly turned around and approached the deceased young man, proceeding to search him thoroughly. To his astonishment, a large white pig appeared before his eyes. How could this be? Hu Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Was it possible that Shu Yu had been deceiving him? Unable to comprehend the situation, he ultimately decided to abandon his inquiries, dragging both bodies. Naturally, he collected their clothing. After all, such items could prove useful. Upon turning around, he noticed the bewildered gazes of the others, but he chose to act as if nothing had transpired, leading everyone away. The two individuals they had encountered earlier were not spared either. Hu Feng naturally rifled through their belongings, yet he still failed to uncover the list that Shu Yu had mentioned, which was indeed unexpected. Following the small river downstream, it wasn't long before Hu Feng arrived at the spot where he and Lin Shi had previously hunted antelopes. Here, the larger beasts had long since vanished, so the antelope that had been left here for half a day remained undisturbed. Hu Feng stepped forward and hoisted the antelope onto his shoulders, gradually making his way back to their dwelling with the group. The women at the camp were the first to spot Hu Feng upon his return. Given that there were injured individuals, Hu Feng carried the wounded woman back. He refrained from entrusting her to Ouyang Su, fearing that he might lose his grip and let her fall. After arranging the woman in a room, Lin Shi examined her condition once more, feeling reassured when she determined that her state had not worsened. Upon returning, the group took a moment to become acquainted with one another. The reticent man was named Zhang Kai, an exceedingly common name, while his wife was Lu Wei. The mistreated woman was named Li Shi, alongside Ouyang Shui and Ouyang Su. The reason they had chosen to follow Hu Feng was due to their admiration for his capabilities. A man capable of single-handedly confronting 4 others was undoubtedly extraordinary. When they arrived at the dwelling, they were truly impressed. There were houses, enclosures, water wheels, food, and fresh. Could it be that they had fallen upon hard times? Surely not. This was a camping experience. Not long after their return, dinner time arrived. When Ouyang Shui and the others witnessed the fragrant sago porridge mingled with antelope meat being served, they could not help but swallow. They recalled their previous meals, wild vegetables, shellfish, and even rodents. As they accepted the earthen bowls handed to them by Wang Xiaomei, they cast aside any pretense of restraint. The first mouthful, salty and savory, filled them with immense satisfaction. Salty? Is there salt? Ouyang Shui gazed incredulously at Wang Xiaomei. Was this one? But on reflection, that didn't quite add up. They had all been on the beach together, and she had seemed unremarkable at the time. Ouyang Su swiftly finished his bowl of porridge, casting an expectant glance at Wang Xiaomei. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei awkwardly smiled and replied, "Each person is limited to 1 bowl per meal. Once it's gone, it's gone." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui felt no sense of injustice, but why the sudden rationing? Noticing Su Bingyun casting him a knowing look, Hu Feng quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that the women were not particularly pleased about new arrivals. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. 1 bowl was sufficient. After all, it wouldn't starve anyone. After some hesitation, Ouyang Su discreetly glanced at Hu Feng and reluctantly set his bowl down. However, Ouyang Shui, seeing that her brother had not eaten his fill, poured half of her porridge into his bowl and continued to eat on her own. The others chose to turn a blind eye to this act of generosity. Sharing one's food was a personal choice. Having eaten, the night gradually descended. With the addition of new members, it was only natural that the sleeping arrangements would mix genders. Thus, Hu Feng instructed the women to stay in the house while he, Zhang Kai, and Ouyang Su made do in the kitchen, planning to construct more suitable accommodations the following day. After their meal, the women decided to freshen up, inviting the newly arrived Ouyang Shui and Li Shi to accompany them to the waterfall. With the presence of other men, it was no longer appropriate for them to bathe in the pool. Consequently, the pool became the designated bathing area for the 3 men. Zhang Kai, nursing a head injury, could only wash up briefly, while Hu Feng chose to ignore Ouyang Su, who seemed terrified of him, maintaining a distance of 10 meters. Were it not for the pool's limited size, he likely would have fled to the sea. Before long, the women returned, each appearing splendid after their cleaning, and Ouyang Shui, looking every bit the star she was, radiated natural beauty. After a tiring day, the women retired to rest, yet Lin Shi remained busy. The unconscious woman had not awakened, which was concerning. If she had suffered a head injury, it could spell trouble, such as subarachnoid hemorrhage. Under the present conditions, their only option was to wait. Nevertheless, Lin Shi endeavored to fulfill her role as a doctor, refusing to give up on any patient. After a thorough examination, Lin Shi confirmed that the woman's condition was stable and then lay down beside her to rest. This way, she could promptly detect any unusual developments. Meanwhile, the three men in the kitchen were at a disadvantage. In the house, with the door closed and the mosquito coils lit, though their effects would not last long, they at least enjoyed some respite from the insects. In contrast, the kitchen, with its three open sides, was ineffective against the swarming mosquitoes. Even setting off firecrackers would make little difference. Left with no choice, Hu Feng resorted to using the clothing he had previously collected to cover exposed skin, while Ouyang Su was left to fend for himself. After draping his head with clothing, Hu Feng noticed a marked decrease in the number of mosquitoes. After a long day, he dozed off, weary. When Hu Feng awoke, the dawn light was dim, and the fire stretching his limbs, he noticed a figure squatting beneath the bamboo wall, arms wrapped around her legs, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she stared at him. "You didn't sleep?" Hu Feng was taken aback by Ouyang Su's appearance. At that, Ouyang Su nearly broke down in tears. Sleep? What was there to sleep? The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes had kept her awake. Hu Feng, covered in clothing, had found some measure of comfort, but she was not so fortunate. She gestured to her face, dotted with red welts, all the result of mosquito bites. Hu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her distressed expression. Had he been too jubilant and inadvertently bullied her? How could she be on the verge of tears? Due to the darkness, he had failed to see the evidence of her suffering from the mosquito bites on her face. After rising and washing up, Hu Feng called the two of them to get ready. Today held significant tasks ahead, and he was determined to avoid another night of torment from the mosquitoes, so they needed to make the most of their time. Chapter 85. The sweet potato comes to life. Of course, Hu Feng was not a virtuous man either. Zhang Kai's injury was inconsequential. It did not hinder his ability to work. As for Ouyang Su, if he chose not to sleep, that was not Hu Feng's concern. Ouyang Su, who had just dozed off for a brief moment, was roused by Hu Feng's voice, glaring at him with displeasure. However, upon meeting Hu Feng's gaze, he instantly recoiled. As dawn broke, Hu Feng led Zhang Kai and Ouyang Su onto the plain. Due to the trees on the platform being entirely felled during Hu Feng's earlier lime-burning endeavors, the only option for sourcing materials for constructing a house was the upper plain. Ouyang Su and Zhang Kai were tasked with transportation. Until they became familiar with their surroundings, Hu Feng would not allow them to handle any tools, for if any ill intention, Hu Feng had no intention of building a large dwelling for the three of them. A modest structure would suffice. If Zhang Kai later wished to move out with his wife, he could construct another house himself. Similarly, Ouyang Su could build his own should he decide to relocate. Having felled only a few trees, Hu Feng halted his efforts. There was still bamboo nearby, and the bark needed to be prepared in advance, which could not be accomplished in the limited time available. After transporting the roasted timber back to their dwelling, Hu Feng realized a significant issue. The platform had been almost entirely converted into a wheat field, with only a small patch of empty land remaining beside the water wheel, adjacent to the water pool. Though the area was not vast, it was sufficient for a house, but the overhead was the enclosure of the upper plain, with a steep slope on the left. Had it been before, Hu Feng would have never chosen this location. However, circumstances had changed. The threat of wild beasts had nearly vanished, making construction here feasible. Without further ado, after breakfast, Hu Feng took Zhang Kai to dig the foundation and bury the timber, while he assigned Lin Shi to lead Ouyang Su. Previously, they had only gathered the wheat heads from the wild wheat field, leaving the stalks, which served as natural roofing material. The house was constructed using a combination of long, medium, and short poles, with the junctions bound by bamboo strips. The walls remained bamboo, which, although drafty, at least concealed them from the wilderness. Once the women had completed their tasks, they joined in to assist, and with everyone's contributions, the speed of construction surged. By the time dusk descended, Hu Feng laid down the final sheaf of wheat stalks and secured them with bamboo strips. A brand new house was thus completed, and at last, there was no need to cover their heads while sleeping. Ouyang Su, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was overjoyed to the point of tears. After dinner, individuals gradually dispersed. After a long day, had it not been for the desire to escape, the women, drenched in sweat from their labors, finished their meals and hurried off to the waterfall for a wash. However, as Hu Feng lay in the water pool, he spotted Ouyang Su returning from the seaside, a puzzled frown crossing his face. "Where have you been?" Hu Feng inquired, questioning why this fellow, who had supposedly gone to sleep, was now here. "Ah." Ouyang Su was taken aback. I went to the restroom." He lowered his head, unable to meet Hu Feng's gaze. Hu Feng regarded Ouyang Su with suspicion. The restroom was located near the kitchen. Perhaps sensing that Hu Feng might not believe him, Ouyang Su hastily added, the restroom was too foul, so I opted to go outside." "Is that so?" Hu Feng scrutinized him, a look of disdain on his face. Such an excuse might fool a child, but here, even Xiao Bao would likely not accept that explanation. Nevertheless, lacking concrete evidence, Hu Feng merely harbored suspicion. Watching him depart, Hu Feng closed his eyes in contemplation. This fellow, who had laboriously toiled throughout the day, had initially appeared to grasp the situation, but it was evident that old habits die hard. He should not have held any hopes for him. A scoundrel would always remain a scoundrel. Before long, Su Bingyan returned, glancing at Hu Feng soaking in the pool and Zhang Kai beside him. She merely greeted them before taking her leave. Hu Feng, engrossed in thought, hurried over to discuss Ouyang Su's behavior with her. To his surprise, upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Bingyan, she was well aware of Ouyang Su's background and had evidently prepared in advance. After bidding Su Bingyan farewell, Hu Feng inspected the cement floor in the kitchen. 2 days had passed, yet it still felt somewhat soft, leading him to wonder. With no alternative, he could only continue to wait. After all, this was not genuine cement, so a slower drying time was to be expected. Days passed swiftly. The newcomers gradually adapted to their surroundings, but one individual grew increasingly intriguing. At some point, Ouyang Su had become quite close with Xu Yu, often seen laughing and chatting as they worked together in Hu Feng's presence. Ouyang Su remained timid, but he no longer exhibited the same hesitance as before, readily complying with requests, though he often found ways to dawdle. With the cement in the kitchen finally dry, Hu Feng even took an axe to test its hardness. While it did not reach the standard hardness of proper cement, it was sufficient for practical use. Now, all that remained was to locate a substantial supply of limestone. Only then could they produce cement. Relying solely on shells would take an eternity. Hu Feng anxiously observed the sweet potatoes within the shattered ceramic pot. Early in the morning, neglecting his morning routine, he rushed to check if the tender sprouts of the sweet potato had broken through the earth. Sure enough, where there had been signs of soil being disturbed, a vibrant green shoot had now breached the surface, welcoming the first rays of the morning sun. "They're alive." Hu Feng sighed in relief upon seeing the sweet potatoes in the broken pot. Ever since Wang Xiaomei had cooked the sweet potatoes, the two of them had scarcely spoken, all due to the fate of these tubers. Had they perished, Hu Feng would have been at a complete loss. As he bent down to examine the sweet potatoes, a small head peeked out beside him. "Excellent. They have revived and are sprouting." Chapter 86. I want to learn to hunt pheasants. Upon hearing the sound, Hu Feng turned his head uncertainly. Indeed, the composed Wang Xiaomei stood beside him, gazing at the sprouted sweet potatoes within the shattered clay pot. Has this girl come to a realization? Hu Feng pondered, looking at her with curiosity. Meeting Hu Feng's gaze, Wang Xiaomei shot him a disdainful glance, as if to say, "Do you really believe that your sweet potatoes could revive on their own? If it weren't for my diligent care, they would have rotted long ago." With a dismissive huff, Wang Xiaomei turned her back on Hu Feng with an air of nonchalance. Before long, the other women began to stir as well. After being in a stupor for several days, the woman who had been relying on a diet of sago porridge still had not awakened. She felt helpless. The likelihood of her becoming a vegetable was high, and that would mean an unwelcome burden on their side. Consequently, Zhang Kai worked particularly hard these days, preparing himself for the possibility that if his wife truly became a vegetable, he would have to support her. He knew he couldn't rely on others, so he toiled diligently to earn everyone's respect. After breakfast, Lin Shi checked the woman's condition once more. Lacking medical instruments, she could only take her pulse, which revealed. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai held a bamboo spoon he had crafted himself, feeding the woman bits of sago porridge. Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, he felt somewhat reassured. His fear was not that Lu Wei might not awaken, but rather that her condition could worsen. His silence, in this case, was the best news one could hope for. Once he had fed her, Zhang Kai gently wiped his wife's body and cleaned up any excretions, his demeanor remarkably composed. After finishing, the women busied themselves with their tasks, preparing sago, a process that posed no significant challenge. Su Tong, Xiao Wei, and Nan Xiao worked diligently together. However, when it came to cooking salt, Hu Feng was taken aback to discover that the women had been holding back. Since the arrival of the newcomers, Wang Xiaomei had not cooked salt in the kitchen again, instead relocating the necessary tools for boiling salt with Su Bingyun and Lin Shi to another area, a fact unknown even to Hu Feng. Yet, judging by the consistent use of salt over these days without any noticeable depletion, it was evident that the three women had procured a considerable amount elsewhere. Shu Yu was accompanied by Ouyang Su. The two, to an outsider, it might have seemed as if they were romantically involved. However, Hu Feng, who knew Shu Yu well, was fully aware of the reality. Whenever Shu Yu needed something, Ouyang Su would be the first. What could this be called if not a sycophant? In Thailand, there were plenty of such sycophants. They would devote themselves entirely only to end up with nothing in the end. Yen Zi, you must find happiness. Hu Feng wasn't particularly worried about this. Ouyang Su was merely a child untouched by the harsh realities of society, far too inexperienced for seasoned individuals like them. In contrast, Shu Yu presented a considerable dilemma a few days ago, upon discovering that the youth who had pursued Ouyang Shui and others was the same person who had intended to abuse her. Little did she know that Hu Feng had searched the individual thoroughly, along with his accomplices, yet had found nothing. Initially, he suspected Shu Yu was fabricating a story. However, observing her earnest demeanor, he began to doubt whether she had the list on her person or had perhaps given it to someone else. Yet how could Shu Yu believe him? She was aware that Hu Feng also desired that list, and thus, in her eyes, he simply refused to share it with her. For these days, Shu Yu had grown quite close to Ouyang Su, the two whispering secrets to each other. Among the multitude present, Ouyang Su was the only one harboring resentment towards Hu Feng. Hu Feng remained indifferent to all of this. What could a mere Ouyang Su possibly do? Were it not for Ouyang Shui's sweet and innocent demeanor, Hu Feng might have tossed him into the sea to feed the fish long ago. Kid, you have a wonderful sister. Do you not realize how fortunate you are? Don't be ungrateful. As the number of people increased, the supply of antelope meat dwindled. With no other option, Hu Feng decided he would need to hunt another one. Is there anyone willing to accompany me? Before Lin Shi, the skilled archer, could speak, Su Tong eagerly chimed in, I'll go with you. I want to learn archery too. What a flimsy reason. Su Bingyun, a beat behind, glanced at the enthusiastic Su Tong and ultimately chose to forego the idea. She was not as bold as Su Tong. Lin Shi looked at Su Tong and then at Hu Feng, who was focused on his meal, giving him a pointed glare, questioning whether their outing was genuinely for hunting. The women fell silent, and Su Tong felt a bit awkward, wondering if her eagerness was too obvious. Hu Feng, with his head bowed over his food, wished he could dig a hole to bury himself. Why did he even ask? Wasn't that just courting trouble? However, since Su Tong had already expressed her intent, he felt he could not turn her down without hurting her feelings. Cough, it may prove useful one day, he proclaimed earnestly to the group. What a feeble justification, he thought to himself. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Su Tong immediately beamed. Winking at him, Hu Feng hurriedly lowered his head to continue eating. Sister, please, no more signals. Do you see the murderous glances from the others? After their meal, Hu Feng set off with Su Tong, but just as they were leaving, Wang Xiaomei called out sarcastically from below, Take care of yourselves. Oh no, stay safe and come back early. Upon hearing this, Hu Feng hastily departed. The nature of his relationship with Su Tong was already common knowledge, albeit with one final layer. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, Hu Feng led Su Tong onward, arriving at a location frequented by antelopes. Spotting a few in the distance grazing, he prepared to teach Su Tong archery. "Here, you give it a try," he said, ready to hand his bow and arrow to her. However, Su Tong regarded him with a bemused expression, a smile barely concealed. "I don't want to hunt antelopes." Hu Feng was taken aback. How could she not want to pursue such a sizable target? Before he could inquire further, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, resting her head against him and whispering, "I want to learn to hunt pheasants." Once they arrived, they found themselves unable to interact as freely as before. Previously, when Hu Feng was in his room, there had been opportunities, but now that they were here, such chances were non-existent. Thus, the saying, "absence makes the heart grow fonder," rang true. The surrounding chorus of insects filled the air, while the antelopes raised their heads to glance around, momentarily puzzled before returning to their grazing. "Last one. No need. That's not possible. With Lin Shi here, what is there to fear?" However, not far from them, a pair of eyes glared maliciously at the two. Chapter 87. A flicker of light. When Hu Feng and his companion returned, it was already midday. Wang Xiaomei was busy in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Upon noticing the items on their backs, she hurriedly dragged them to the sink to handle the innards, discarding them. Once she had tidied up, she proceeded to cook porridge with shimi. The food over the past few days had become monotonous, lacking any variety, as the bounty from the fishing nets was hardly sufficient. Therefore, whenever they caught fish, Wang Xiaomei would dry it to preserve it, planning to prepare a meal once they had accumulated enough. As they ate, subtle glances were cast towards Su Tong and Hu Feng, the reason for which was well understood among the group. Hu Feng appeared indifferent, focused on his meal while ignoring the stares, but Su Tong, on the other hand, shyly lowered her head. Shu Yu shot Hu Feng a disapproving glare. He had seemed quite honest before, yet here he had transformed. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, prompting everyone to seek refuge in the shade, avoiding outdoor activities. The cement floor that Hu Feng had previously laid became a favored resting spot for the women, who relished its coolness. However, without locating more limestone, the prospect of continuing their cement work seemed but a distant dream. As the sun began to wane, the group resumed their chores. Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun disappeared towards the seaside, and Hu Feng surmised they had gone to boil salt. Meanwhile, he and the others tended to the weeds in the wheat field, as maintaining a comfortable growing environment for the wheat required regular weeding. Otherwise, the wheat stood no chance against the rampant growth of wild grasses. Amidst their labor, Xiao Wei suddenly burst out of the house, her face alight with excitement. "She's awake. That person has awakened." It turned out that while fetching a basket from the house, Xiao Wei had heard a cough and, upon turning, spotted Lu Wei, her eyes wide open. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, Zhang Kai instantly dropped the weeds in his hands and rushed into the small dwelling. As he crossed the threshold, he found his wife staring at him, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Slowly, he approached her, trembling as he reached out to gently caress her cheek. "How are you?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, for he had feared she might never awaken. At that moment, Lin Shi and the others entered, and upon seeing the couple, Lin Shi promptly began to take Lu Wei's pulse without uttering a word. "Husband, who are they?" Lu Wei asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Zhang Kai shook his head, introducing Lin Shi to her. "This is Dr. Lin, your savior." He then pointed to Hu Feng, continuing, "And this is Hu Feng, the very one who rescued us from that monster." Hu Feng offered Lu Wei a reassuring smile, projecting calmness. As Lu Wei began to comprehend her husband's words, it dawned upon her that she was indeed alive. The day she had recklessly charged forward with the resolve to die, she had vowed not to let her adversary triumph even in death. "Thank you." She smiled faintly at Lin Shi, who was still focused on her pulse. Lin Shi, brow furrowed, remained serious as she assessed Lu Wei's condition. The pulse was steady, indicating no immediate issues, yet therein lay the conundrum. Having been in a coma for several days and suddenly awakening, Lin Shi found herself perplexed, grappling with a phenomenon that eluded her medical understanding. The sight of his wife alive before him was a greater blessing than any. "Yes, as long as she's awake, that's what matters," Hu Feng added with a warm smile. "Now that she has awakened, Zhang Kai, you should take care of her for the time being." We must return to our work. With that, he led the way out of the house. Watching Hu Feng and the others depart, Lu Wei softly inquired, "Husband, what has transpired during this time? How were we rescued?" As her husband observed her bewildered expression, he began to explain everything to her. Once outside, Lin Shi quietly approached Hu Feng, her tone uncertain. "I suspect she is experiencing a flicker of light." Hu Feng turned to her, confusion evident in his gaze. A flicker of light? Lu Wei had awakened, had she not? Just moments ago, Lin Shi had checked her pulse, which was steady. Sensing Hu Feng's bewilderment, Lin Shi quickly pulled him aside and continued. "Her pulse does not resemble that of someone just recovering from a serious illness. It resembles that of a healthy individual." "Is that a bad thing?" Hu Feng asked, perplexed. "Good or bad?" Lin Shi replied urgently. "Typically, the pulse of someone recovering from a grave illness is weak. Do you find that normal?" Regarding the nuances of traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis, Hu Feng was entirely at a loss. Terms like weak, thin, and frail were foreign to him. "So, according to your assessment?" Hu Feng hesitated, understanding the gravity. If her hypothesis held true, it would be an insurmountable blow to Zhang Kai, who had just begun to rejoice at his wife's return, only to be thrust into despair once again. "Is there still hope?" Hu Feng pondered aloud, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "What do you think?" Lin Shi shot him a disapproving glance. Realizing he had no grounds to argue, Hu Feng understood that if it were indeed a flicker of light, then salvation was unlikely, unless divine intervention occurred. Resigned, he chose to say no more. Fate had cast them into this situation, and life and death were also part of that fate. The group continued their work, but it was not long before Zhang Kai emerged from the house, his expression vacant and dazed. Approaching Hu Feng, he suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Startled, Hu Feng was taken aback by this unexpected display of gratitude. "What are you doing? Please, not on my wheat sprouts." "Brother Feng." "Thank you," Zhang Kai exclaimed. Hu Feng, initially taken aback, hurried to help him up, concerned for the well-being of his crops. "It's nothing. Saving lives is all in a day's work. Rescuing you or your wife is no different." At that moment, Hu Feng recalled something and exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Xi in an instant. They dashed back to the small house. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai collapsed to the ground, his heartache spilling forth. The sight of a grown man weeping so profoundly was a testament to the depths of his anguish. Chapter 88. Confrontation. When the two individuals hastened to the small hut, they were met with the sight of Lu Wei lying on the bed, her eyes closed. Lin Shi hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Hu Feng could only stand by anxiously, entirely ignorant of how to administer first aid. After a thorough examination, Lin Shi let out a deep sigh. "Is there still hope?" Hu Feng asked weakly, sensing something was amiss in Lin Shi's demeanor. Upon hearing Hu Feng's question, Lin Shi promptly began performing CPR and artificial respiration. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu Feng began to grasp the implications of a fleeting return to life. He was uncertain of what that entailed, but if it was merely a brief flicker of life, could survival still be possible? After a flurry of activity, beads of sweat cascaded down Lin Shi's forehead and cheeks, yet Lu Wei remained unresponsive. "Enough?" Hu Feng interjected, pulling Lin Shi away from her efforts, urging her to be still. Taken aback, Lin Shi suddenly collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "I should have noticed sooner." "Alas." Hu Feng consoled her, gently patting her back. "Do not blame yourself, it is fate." It was a devastating sight, witnessing a brave and fearless woman succumb in their presence. Disappointment was inevitable. Overwhelmed by Hu Feng's words, Lin Shi could no longer contain her sorrow and cried out loudly. Moments later, others entered the small hut, gazing down at Lu Wei, who lay devoid of life on the bed, and they all bowed their heads in silence. They were well aware of Lu Wei's fearless defiance against threats, her willingness to sacrifice everything for her convictions, yet how many would muster the courage to do the same when faced with such a reality? "Let us bury her," Hu Feng declared, though it was perhaps not the most opportune moment for such statements. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to speak. Death must be honored, and the deceased deserved a peaceful resting place. Hearing this, Zhang Kai paused momentarily before kneeling beside Lu Wei, tenderly brushing aside her disheveled hair and softly caressing her face, stifling a sob. "Lu Wei, I am a failure. I could not protect you. You were a courageous woman, and I loved you for eternity. Witnessing this poignant scene, others turned away, unable to bear the pain of separation. Lu Wei was ultimately laid to rest at the elevated plains where Hu Feng and Xiao Wei had sought. Little Bao. It was a location with a sweeping view, facing the sea, perhaps the very place Lu Wei had envisioned. As they returned, the atmosphere was heavy with melancholy. The laughter and mirth of days past had vanished. The farewell was not merely for someone who had been saved. It was a tribute to Lu Wei's remarkable spirit. It was a rare feat for a woman to embody such strength, something she lacked the courage to emulate, choosing instead the path of survival. One cannot judge who is right or wrong. Life's circumstances differ for everyone, and the manner in which one chooses to live is a personal decision, free from external interference. As the saying goes, do not advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. Following Lu Wei's burial, Zhang Kai fainted. Lin Shi observed him, reassured that he was merely exhausted, and Hu Feng laid him down in their men's quarters to rest. Suddenly, Hu Feng noticed Ouyang Su chatting with Shu Yu while pulling weeds. However, the small plants in his grasp looked all too familiar. Enraged by the sight, Hu Feng's pent-up frustration erupted. What are you? Ouyang Shui quickly helped her brother to his feet, casting a strange look at Hu Feng. Out of my mind. Just look at what you're holding. Hu Feng's fury reached a boiling point. Only then did the others notice that Ouyang Su not only clutched wild grass, but also had wheat seedlings in his grasp. Staring at the seedlings, Ouyang Su struggled to find words. I wasn't paying attention, he awkwardly explained. However, Hu Feng was in no mood for leniency, stepping forward to deliver another kick. Then let me teach you a lesson. Always pay attention to what you're doing. After receiving another blow, Ouyang Su turned to his sister for help. Yet, in light of her brother's troublemaking, Ouyang Shui chose silence. Undeterred, Ouyang Su shifted his gaze back to Shu Yu, only to be met with a sudden slap to the back of his head from her. You lot. Ouyang Su began, but before he could articulate his protest, Hu Feng landed yet another blow. Recognizing that Hu Feng had garnered the support of the group, Ouyang Su understood there would be no one to defend him. As Hu Feng prepared to strike again, he threw the weeds in his hands at him and bolted towards the sea. Hu Feng, however, did not pursue. A simple reprimand sufficed for such a childish individual. After all, a few days without discipline would lead to chaos. Carefully, Hu Feng retrieved the wheat seedlings from the weeds Ouyang Su had tossed and replanted them in the soil. Hu Feng waved her off, dismissing her apology as he continued his work, but he couldn't help but remark, Ouyang Su is already 20. He is an adult. Why must every trouble he stirs necessitate your intervention? Pausing momentarily, he felt it necessary to offer a word of caution to the overprotective sister. You must also reflect on your own life. Why do you persist in living for the sake of your irresponsible brother? After casting her a glance, he resumed his labor. Once the weeds in the wheat field had been cleared, the group dispersed to attend to their own tasks. With some time to spare, Hu Feng decided to check on Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun's progress in salt-making. Although he was unaware of their exact location, he knew they were headed towards the waterfall, and the coastline was not far off, making it easy to find them. Sure enough, not long after passing the waterfall, Hu Feng spotted a wisp of smoke rising among the rocky terrain. As he approached, he realized the two had discovered an excellent spot. Beneath a protruding boulder, they had created a natural shelter from the wind and rain, ample enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals comfortably. Upon noticing Hu Feng's approach, Su Bingyun looked up and, upon recognizing him, her expression softened. Are you setting up a guard against thieves? Hu Feng inquired, puzzled. Wang Xiaomei, who was busy filtering, replied earnestly, naturally. This salt-making process is our most closely guarded secret. We cannot allow others to learn from us. Chapter 89. Pitch Black Day? This was evident from the previous meals, where each person received merely a bowl of sago meat porridge. In truth, Hu Feng felt a twinge of reluctance towards Ouyang Shui and her companions. However, there was little he could do, for fate had brought them together. Su Bingyun was assisting Wang Xiaomei, glancing at the salt within the nearby earthen jar, suggesting they had been quite busy today. After bidding farewell to the two, Hu Feng prepared to return, as food was currently sufficient. Should he succeed in cultivating sweet potatoes, he could indeed claim to be free from worries about sustenance. As for clothing, that remained to be contemplated. After all, utilizing hemp threads for garments would require a considerable amount, and he was uncertain if these women would even wear them. If their clothes were all tattered, what was there to deliberate? They would have to wear something, or else the thought of the scene was enough to provoke excitement. Suddenly, Hu Feng stumbled over a stone, nearly falling flat on his face. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his hands. Having just beaten Ouyang Su, his spirits had lifted considerably. However, being thwarted by a mere stone was something he could not tolerate. He promptly kicked it in retaliation, only to immediately hop up, clutching his right foot. Su Bingyun stifled a laugh at the sight. Had she ever witnessed such foolishness? Thankfully, his shoes remained intact. Hu Feng inspected his right foot, somewhat dazed as he gazed at the stone before him. It was black as coal, roughly the size of a bowl, and appeared somewhat heavy. Perplexed, Hu Feng sat down on the ground and attempted to shift the stone with his hands, exerting all his strength, yet it remained immovable. What? Hu Feng was utterly bewildered. It was simply inconceivable that he could not budge it. He then cleared away the sand surrounding the stone, only to discover that it merely protruded from the sand like a bowl, with its body buried beneath. At this moment, Hu Feng's interest shifted from the stone's size to its material. Could it possibly be a meteorite? With this thought in mind, he retrieved his long knife and struck the stone a few times, producing a series of metallic clinks. Iron? Hu Feng was taken aback, followed by a surge of excitement. Could this be meteoric iron? Yet, disappointment quickly followed. If it were indeed meteoric iron, it would pose a significant challenge, as he lacked the capability to smelt such a material. After all, meteoric iron originates from outer space, having endured temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees upon entering the atmosphere, and contains unknown elements. How could one possibly smelt it? By mere breath. Seeing Hu Feng digging a pit in the sand, Su Bingyun approached, puzzled by his intentions. With a moment to spare, she delicately stepped closer to observe his actions. In no time, Hu Feng had unearthed the entire stone, only to realize it was larger than he had initially thought. The stone had a conical shape, with its base embedded in the sand, revealing only a small portion at the top. What is this? Su Bingyun inquired, her expression one of confusion as she regarded the stone Hu Feng had excavated. What? Hu Feng himself was uncertain. Was it a meteorite? An ore? He had no clue. A marvelous find, Hu Feng declared with an air of conviction, albeit somewhat nonsensically. Transporting it all back was clearly impossible. He was not Shun He, capable of lifting the floating life stone single-handedly. Moreover, his long knife was evidently no match for the stone. You keep watch here. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for Su Bingyun's consent, Hu Feng turned and dashed away. Upon returning to the encampment, he sought out Lin Shi for an axe and stealthily appropriated a dustpan before racing back. Upon arriving at the stone's location, Hu Feng gestured for Su Bingyun to step back, cautioning that flying debris could be dangerous. Raising the axe, he began to strike the stone haphazardly. Clang, thud, crack. After a vigorous session, Hu Feng finally managed to chip away some fragments from the stone. Strangely enough, after hammering, his suspicions regarding the stone being a meteorite diminished significantly. After all, if it were a meteorite, it should not have been so easily shattered. Having gathered a pile of stone fragments into the dustpan, Hu Feng decided to cease his efforts for the moment, as he needed to ascertain whether, dragging the dustpan of fragments back to the encampment, he was met with another bout of confusion upon seeing the furnace. While there was ample firewood, courtesy of the previous clearance of trees in the vicinity, the charcoal supply had long since been exhausted, and he seemed to have neglected to prepare any. Hu Feng slapped his forehead. He had miscalculated. First, he needed to produce charcoal. With a renewed sense of purpose, he set to work, hastily piling the firewood together and fetching mud from the pool, just as he had done before. As dusk approached, the women began returning, having taken the afternoon to relax after their labors. However, Zhang Kai had remained silent in the house all afternoon. Had Hu Feng not checked in periodically, he might have thought the individual had perished. Wang Xiaomei and Su Bingyun returned with a small amount of salt, commencing preparations for a meal. As the darkness deepened, Ouyang Su's absence became increasingly concerning to Ouyang Shui, who peered anxiously outside the kitchen. At that moment, Su Tong approached, surveying the surroundings before inquiring, "Where is Xiao Wei? Has anyone seen her?" Hu Feng looked up to find all the women present, including the little treasure. He felt it prudent to confirm her whereabouts this time. No. Su Tong shook her head. I just searched the house thoroughly and did not see that girl. Then? Hu Feng was equally perplexed. In the afternoon, he had been occupied with charcoal production, not paying attention to Xiao Wei. With nightfall approaching and supper soon required, where could she have gone? What about the restroom? Lin, she suggested from the side. Yet, Su Tong shook her head, evidently having searched there as well. None found? Hu Feng furrowed his brow. Ouyang Su had yet to return. Surely nothing untoward had happened? Who saw Xiao Wei last? Hu Feng inquired, looking at the group point one by one. They shook their heads, admitting that with nothing to occupy them that afternoon, they had indeed overlooked Xiao Wei. As for just now, had he not only just returned himself? At that moment, Li Shi, standing behind Hu Feng, hesitantly spoke up, I think I saw that little girl head towards the beach just a moment ago. Really? Su Tong grasped Li Shi's hand tightly, asking anxiously. Li Shi concentrated, recalling the sight, and eventually nodded. Upon hearing this, Hu Feng turned and hurried away, racing towards the edge of the encampment. From there, he could view the entire beach. Though the light was fading, he could still spot anyone present on the sand with ease. However, disappointment washed over him as he scanned the shore and found no sign of Xiao Wei. Chapter 90. The plan. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Hu Feng's mind. Ouyang Su was missing. He dared not contemplate the implications of this. Hurriedly, he turned to Su Tong and Lin Shi beside him and instructed, You take the left, and I'll take the right. As soon as you find anything, alert me immediately. Su Tong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as she seized Lin Shi's hand, and the two hastily moved left while there was still light to see. Half an hour earlier, the sky had begun to darken, and after much hesitation, Ouyang Su ultimately decided to return. However, as he approached his residence, he noticed Xiao Wei rushing out upon catching sight of her graceful figure and youthful allure. A wicked thought suddenly flickered through his mind. If Hu Feng could do it, why couldn't he? Over the past few days, he had come to understand that Hu Feng merely hunted and gathered. There was no real skill involved. If he were to take the reins, he might even surpass them. Once he dealt with Hu Feng and that Zhang Kai, wouldn't all the women here belong to him? He could have them toil while he assumed the role of an emperor. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. Unconsciously, excitement caused saliva to pool at the corners of his mouth. With determination, Ouyang Su seized the moment and stealthily followed Xiao Wei to the seaside. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he swiftly covered her mouth and dragged her aside, brandishing a sharpened bamboo stick against her neck. Don't scream. The suddenly attacked Xiao Wei looked at him in terror, disbelief etched on her face. Lowering her gaze to the sharp tip aimed at her throat, she dared not cry out, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Seeing Xiao Wei so easily subdued filled Ouyang Su with a sense of triumph. He grinned and began to force her backward toward the beach. Overwhelmed by fear, Xiao Wei felt utterly powerless and could only pray that her mother would discover her plight soon. Upon reaching a secluded part of the beach, Ouyang Su bound Xiao Wei to a tree with vines, once again threatening her to remain silent. Gazing at her restrained form, he was momentarily captivated by her alluring figure, but the thought of it, there was no turning back now. Having begun, he must see it through to the end. After securing Xiao Wei, he departed, needing assistance from someone who also harbored grievances against Hu Feng. Not far from the encampment, Ouyang Su cautiously scanned the surroundings, relieved to see that no one had yet noticed Xiao Wei's absence. Before long, an individual emerged from the dwelling and headed toward the waterfall. Ouyang Su quickly followed. Who was there? Shu Yu sensed she was being followed and turned around in haste. At that moment, Ouyang Su stepped out from the nearby thicket. It's you? Shu Yu expressed her disdain. I need your help, Ouyang Su stated bluntly. Help? With what? Shu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did he expect her to provide supplies for an escape? However, the next words he uttered left her utterly stunned. I've kidnapped that girl named Xiao Wei. I plan to kill Hu Feng. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu paused, regarding him with a scornful gaze. You? She scoffed. Ouyang Su understood that he would struggle to eliminate Hu Feng alone, which is why he sought Shu Yu's collaboration. I know you despise Hu Feng as well, so we can work together. Despise? Why would I hate him? Shu Yu feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. Ouyang Su ripped off her facade. What were you doing on the plains yesterday? What did you see? Don't think I'm unaware. At his words, Shu Yu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him as if trying to discern the true nature of this previously timid individual. You were following me? You're one to talk. Weren't you following him? Ouyang Su retorted dismissively. Although I don't know your reason, I can guess what you want from Hu Feng.as for what it is. I don't care. Team up with me to kill him, and you can have it all. Huh? Shu Yu laughed upon hearing his proposition. Indeed, she desired that list, but it didn't necessarily require Hu Feng's death. Threats and coercion could suffice. Looking into his eyes, she perceived a burning desire, typical of men. If you kill Hu Feng, not only will you acquire the list, but everything here will be yours. Ouyang, hearing this, Shu Yu felt a flicker of interest. However, she had no intention of killing Hu Feng. That would be far too dull. If she could control him, that would be much more entertaining. Noticing her contemplation, Ouyang Su felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly laid out his entire plan. As she listened, Shu Yu began to ponder. She wasn't concerned about potential. Rather, she was contemplating how to use this opportunity to eliminate this unknown threat and subsequently coerce Hu Feng. You know they have two guns, one with Hu Feng and the other with Su Bingyun. I am not familiar with Su Bingyun, so I can't get the gun, Shu Yu calmly stated, seemingly agreeing with his strategy. Indeed, acquiring a gun was somewhat difficult. Ouyang Su mused, yet without it, if she had won, would she hand it over? With that, she produced a small knife she had used earlier that day while gathering sago palms, still unused. Upon receiving the knife, Ouyang Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, a bamboo spike was hardly a match for Hu Feng. The key was to use Xiao Wei to threaten him. Wasn't he entangled with Su Tong? Surely, he wouldn't want to lose her daughter. Watching him depart, Shu Yu wore a triumphant smile. Young man, you remain too naive. Those you believe will aid you can just as easily betray you. Aspiring to be like Hu Feng? You should reconsider your own worth. The one you intend to confront, though lacking in combat prowess, has been an undercover operative in this country for years. What do you have to challenge him with? Not long after returning to the encampment, Su Tong discovered Xiao Wei was missing, prompting Hu Feng to organize a search. As dusk approached, he could hardly bear to imagine the fate that would befall Xiao Wei should Ouyang Su have indeed abducted her. His heart could only hope to find her soon. As for why Ouyang Su was acting so recklessly, Hu Feng had his suspicions, but the truth would only reveal itself once he located her. Chapter 91. Unable to keep up with change as they strolled along the beach, a sudden apparition of a white figure emerged from the edge of the nearby woods. Upon closer inspection, Hu Feng's heart sank as he realized. Noticing the neatness of her captoress attire, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon seeing Hu Feng and the others, Xiao Wei's face lit up with astonishment, and she began to whimper towards them. At that moment, a hand brandishing a knife unexpectedly reached out from behind the tree, poised threateningly near Xiao Wei's neck. Moments later, Ouyang Su swaggered into view with a triumphant expression. You arrived quite swiftly, didn't you? He chuckled. Ouyang Shui, witnessing this scene, was rendered incredulous. How could her brother have kidnapped Xiao Wei? What were his intentions? Despite Ouyang Su's emergence, Hu Feng remained unfazed. He knew that the attempt to threaten him through Xiao Wei was a misguided. Is this unexpected? Ouyang Su proclaimed with a self-satisfied grin. He then turned his gaze towards Hu Feng. I know at this moment you are tempted to shoot me, but think, indeed, if Hu Feng were to fire, not only was the chance of hitting his target uncertain, but there was also a significant risk of inadvertently harming Xiao Wei. If he missed, in his panic, Ouyang Su might very well act against her. It was prudent to observe the situation before reacting, especially since Ouyang Su's kidnapping of Xiao Wei was unlikely to be merely for show. Noticing Hu Feng's lack of movement, however, Ouyang Shui was infuriated. Ouyang Su, what do you intend to do? Release Xiao Wei. Upon hearing his sister's words, Ouyang Su visibly flinched, as if instinctively reacting. Spotting his sister near Hu Feng, he hastily protested, Sister! Don't interfere. I know what I'm doing. Since you still call me sister, then you must let Xiao Wei go. Ouyang Shui roared. Yet, he then shouted at Hu Feng, "I know you have a gun. Toss it over." Upon hearing this, Hu Feng felt a laugh bubbling up within him. Did Su truly believe he was so Na'vi? Handing over his firearm only to meet his demise was not an option he entertained. Glancing at Shui, Hu Feng retrieved his handgun from behind his back, aiming it at her head as he shouted at Su, "Shall we see who is faster?" The sudden turn of events startled everyone, leaving them trembling. What was happening? Why did Hu Feng have his gun trained on Shui? In disbelief, Shui turned to Hu Feng, momentarily unable to comprehend that she had become a pawn in his confrontation with her brother. "Hu Feng, are you out of your mind? What does my sister's situation have to do with me?" Su yelled, the knife quivering against Xiao Wei's neck. "You truly are a hypocrite. What does Xiao Wei mean to me? You and your sister share blood relations. I have no ties to Xiao Wei." Hu Feng retorted dismissively, indifferent to the gazes of the women around him. "You." Su fell silent, realizing he had underestimated Hu Feng. The man was not merely a savior. He was capable of taking lives if it served his interests. Su's eyes instinctively darted towards Shu Yu, who was paralyzed with fear, unable to act as Hu Feng aimed his weapon at Shui. For so long, Shu Yu had believed that Hu Feng kept them around merely for their physical attributes, thinking if she could please him, she would survive. However, the current scenario shattered that illusion. In terms of beauty, Shui surpassed them all. As a star, her figure was undeniably flawless. Yet, Hu Feng could easily cast them aside without a second thought. What then did he consider them? Free labor? Objects of desire? Seeing that Shu Yu remained unmoved, Su finally grasped the truth. Relying on others was futile. Determined, he turned to face Shui, who was still under Hu Feng's gunpoint, and resolutely declared, "All right. Here we go, sister. I'm sorry. Hu Feng, let's each take one. Ha ha ha." With that, Su erupted into maniacal laughter, preparing to strike at Xiao Wei. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei realized her fate was sealed alongside Shui, feeling a deep sense of despair yet powerless to change her circumstances. Just as Su was about to act, Hu Feng sighed. "Fine, you win." He raised his gun, aimed at Shui's forehead, and addressed Su. Upon hearing this, Shui, who had closed her eyes in resignation, opened them in disbelief. Having danced with death, she felt her strength drain away. Seeing Hu Feng raise his weapon, Su was momentarily taken aback, but then elation washed over him. He had gambled correctly. "Throw the gun over," he commanded. Hu Feng took a deep breath and tossed the handgun towards Su. The latter was astonished by Hu Feng's unexpected nonchalance. Ignoring Xiao Wei, Su stepped out from behind the tree, intent on retrieving the weapon. At that moment, Hu Feng charged forward. Realizing the commotion, Su quickened his pace, thinking Hu Feng a fool. Did he truly believe he could outrun a bullet? Picking up the gun, "Otherwise, I will shoot." Su, bewildered, questioned Hu Feng's disregard for his own life. Before Su could react, Hu Feng stood right before him. Did the gun have a safety? His gaze dropped to checked eye in that instant. Hu Feng unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Su was sent sprawling to the ground in pain. Gritting his teeth, he hastily murder? It turns out that Hu Feng's handgun had been devoid of bullets all along. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Everyone was aware that Hu Feng possessed a firearm, and naturally, he bore no apprehension towards Lin Shi and Su Bingyun, especially since they had all endured life and death trials together. However, the newcomers were a different story. Carrying a gun on one's person posed a risk. If someone were to stealthily steal it while one slept, it would spell disaster. Thus, not only was Hu Feng's weapon unloaded, but Su Bingyun's firearm was also without ammunition, a fact known only to the two of them. Su, bewildered by the empty chamber of his pistol, was left in utter shock. How could this be? The gun was unloaded, without a weapon. How could he possibly contend with Hu Feng? His mind raced with confusion. Hu Feng, however, was not inclined to grant him any time to recover. If such a situation were to spiral out of control, it would become troublesome. With a decisive motion, Hu Feng seized the gun from Su's grasp and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Stowing away the handgun, Hu Feng regarded Ouyang Su with a calm demeanor. I have not yet lost. I cannot lose. He flailed at Hu Feng with a series of reckless stabs. However, his efforts were utterly futile. He was merely an impotent, furious wretch. After deftly evading a few of Ouyang Su's frenzied thrusts, Hu Feng, with a swift motion, he twisted it, causing the knife to tumble from Ouyang Su's fingers and into his own grasp. Instinctively, Hu Feng yanked Ouyang Su towards him, causing the latter to lean. Did you really believe your allies would come to your aid? Hu Feng whispered softly into Ouyang Su's ear. Feeling a pang of pain in his chest, Ouyang Su stared incredulously at Hu Feng. How could he possibly know? Could it be? As he struggled to maintain his composure, his thoughts drifted to Shu Yu, recalling the betrayal he had suffered at her hands. Desperate to voice his thoughts, blood poured from his mouth, and in a final act of defiance, he collapsed before Hu Feng. Ouyang Su lay lifeless on the ground. Shu Yu's face contorted in terror, nearly causing her to crumble as well. In stark contrast, Hu Feng appeared indifferent, kicking aside the corpse that obstructed his path before approaching Xiao Wei. He tore away the rag that had muffled her cries and severed the vines that bound her. Xiao Wei, overwhelmed with emotion, immediately fell into Hu Feng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Observing the lifeless body of Ouyang Su, Ouyang Shui could hardly fathom the reality before her. The brother she had fought so fiercely to protect. Step by step, she approached Ouyang Su's still form, gazing into his unblinking eyes as if they were pleading for rest. Trembling, she extended her hand to close his eyes. Just then, she noticed Hu Feng approaching with Xiao Wei at his side. Standing beside Ouyang Shui, Hu Feng regarded her with an air of authority, speaking in a tone that conveyed his dominance. Keeping him around is a perpetual nuisance. Should you seek vengeance, I could end your misery right now. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so, but if you choose to remain, you must contemplate your identity and the purpose for which you live. Here, I hold the reins. With that, Hu Feng turned away, leaving the matter of the body to others. He made his way to the gathered women, his gaze shifting towards Shu Yu. Instinctively, she took a step back as Hu Feng's eyes locked onto hers. Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out from behind the women. Hu Feng, have you found Xiao Wei? The crowd parted, revealing Su Tong rushing towards them. Upon seeing Xiao Wei in Hu Feng's care, Su Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She approached and delivered a firm slap on Xiao Wei's shoulder. You reckless girl, where on earth have you been? Her tone was laced with a hint of tears. Though not her biological daughter, Su Tong had raised Xiao Wei for so many years that she regarded her as her own. Next time, I swear you'll stay put. It's exhausting dealing with you too. Su Tong playfully swatted Xiao Wei's rear. As Lin Shi arrived, relieved to see Xiao Wei unharmed, her gaze fell upon Ouyang Shui, confusion washing over her. Just as she was about to approach, Hu Feng restrained her with a firm grip. No need to go over there. Upon hearing Hu Feng's icy words, Lin Shi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Looking at the pool of blood surrounding Ouyang Su, she ultimately heeded Hu Feng's warning, remaining in place. Though Ouyang Su's fate had been sealed, the repercussions of this event loomed large. You all may return now, Hu Feng instructed the women. With Xiao Wei safe, a sense of relief washed over them, and the women did not question Hu Feng's intentions, especially as night had fully descended. As they prepared to depart, Hu Feng suddenly interjected, leave Shu Yu behind. The others were left puzzled, unsure of Hu Feng's motives. It's nothing serious, just a matter of burying the dead, he clarified, attempting to assuage their concerns. The women appeared unfazed, departing without further comment, though Lin Shi cast a thoughtful glance, implying the need for discretion. Once the women had left, Shu Yu stood awkwardly, uncertain of how to begin. Do you truly covet that list so desperately? Hu Feng gazed at her with cold intensity. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu could no longer contain herself, collapsing to the ground. Yet, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Hu Feng wiped the blood from the knife in his hand and fixed his gaze upon Shu Yu. Shall I escort you down to inquire about that list? As he approached her, fear seized Shu Yu. She realized that if Hu Feng dared to suggest it, he would certainly follow through. I never intended to kill you, Shu Yu fervently protested. Then it follows that you and Ouyang Su conspired together? In this moment, no one understood Shu Yu better than Hu Feng, having worked alongside her for many years. He knew her capabilities all too well. While she lacked the courage to commit murder, she had certainly engaged in orchestrating it. As Hu Feng continued to close the distance, panic surged within Shu Yu. She had no desire to die. Otherwise, she would not have conspired with Nan Xiao and Qing Shui to flee, nor would she have sent Qing Shui to divert their pursuers. With a thud, Shu Yu sank to her knees before Hu Feng, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded for forgiveness. Chapter 93. The Death of Shu Yu. Forgiveness? How could that be possible? Such matters belong to the King of Hell, while I am merely the one guiding her to meet him. When you incited Ouyang Su, did you ever consider today? Hu Feng gradually approached Shu Yu, sidestepping slightly beside her, wielding a small knife as he gestured near her face. Do you dare? You have sheltered, condoned, or even profited from this. Hasn't this been a common practice in your nation? Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Shu Yu finally bowed her head. Yet, with a quivering voice, she replied, but I truly never intended to kill you. Who knows? Hu Feng said nonchalantly. However, unbeknownst to them, Ouyang Shui had arrived not far from them. She had listened intently to their conversation, and at this moment, it became clear to her that her brother's actions were entirely the result of this woman's instigation. With a vacant stare, Ouyang Shui stepped forward, confronting the kneeling Shu Yu. It's you? Isn't it? You are the one who caused his death. Ouyang Shui shrieked. Indeed, Ouyang Su had been her accomplice, and it was he who had urged her on. She merely sought the list in Hu Feng's possession. Upon seeing Ouyang Shui, Hu Feng felt that some matters seemed better suited for her to handle than himself. Here, you can take your revenge on your brother's behalf. Hu Feng extended the small knife towards Shu Yu. After all these years of acquaintance, he found it difficult to act against her. However, Ouyang Shui would not share such hesitations, considering Shu Yu was indirectly responsible for her brother's demise. As for Ouyang Shui, Hu Feng harbored little affection. To him, she was merely a pretty face, and her brother had perished at his hands. Shu Yu had to die. Ouyang Shui was indifferent. If she could indeed kill Shu Yu, it would be a cause for celebration. Conversely, should Shu Yu succeed in taking her life, Hu Feng could simply finish off Shu Yu later, for the sake of ridding the world of evil. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Shu Yu trembled, her eyes wide with fear as she exclaimed, You can't do this. You can't do this. She will truly kill me. Yet, Ouyang Shui, seeing Ouyang Shui take the knife, Shu Yu screamed and hastily fled from the ground. However, Ouyang Shui would not relent, pursuing the woman who had indirectly caused her brother's death with fierce determination. Under the moonlight, Hu Feng could still vaguely discern the silhouettes of the two figures chasing each other across the beach. The dread of death enveloped Shu Yu, and in the darkness, she failed to notice her footing, stumbling and falling to the ground. As she watched the menacing Ouyang Shui approach step by step, Shu Yu could only shuffle backward on the sand, her eyes filled with despair. Don't kill me. Please, I can give you so much money. Shu Yu continued to fantasize about resolving the. Did the Ouyang family lack for funds? As she saw Ouyang Shui draw nearer, Shu Yu placed her final hope in Hu Feng, who was observing from a distance. I have information that could save my life. Yet Hu Feng, watching the unfolding drama, was surprised that Shu Yu still had. Ouyang Shui paused, realizing that whether to kill Shu Yu or spare her was entirely contingent upon Hu Feng's decision. Speak, and I shall listen. Hu Feng approached the two and seated himself upon a nearby rock. No. You must guarantee my safety. Upon hearing this demand, Hu Feng chuckled inwardly, though his expression remained impassive. Do you possess the leverage to negotiate? Indeed, did she? Hu Feng's face was inscrutable. She wished to survive, yet her fate was sealed. Very well. Speak, and I promise not to take your life. Upon hearing this, Shu Yu seemed to relax somewhat, and she is the daughter of a Golden Triangle drug lord. I once saw her at his base. Ren Qingxuang. Upon hearing this name, Hu Feng's interest was piqued, and he rose to his feet, uncertain. You know her? Shu Yu, intrigued, realized that Hu Feng had indeed crossed paths with Ren Qingshuang during his years undercover in Thailand. Hu Feng did not respond to her inquiry, his mind wandering to the image of a woman that surfaced unbidden. Could it truly be her? May I leave now? As Hu Feng fell, coming back to his senses, Hu Feng regarded Shu Yu before approaching and patting Ouyang Shui on the shoulder. I assure you that I will not kill her, as long as you are uninvolved. He turned and walked away. Since that woman was on the island, he had some old scores to settle. Scoundrel! Wretch, you are untrustworthy. Upon hearing Hu Feng's words, Shu Yu was the first to react, hurling insults at his retreating figure. At that moment, Ouyang Shui understood that Hu Feng's assurances bore no relevance to her. Realizing this, she raised the knife once more, lunging toward Shu Yu with deadly intent. Ah! A chilling scream echoed. Shu Yu, already on the ground, could not evade this time, as the knife plunged into her thigh. With Ouyang Shui withdrawing the blade, blood spurted forth like a gushing fountain, having blood splattered across Ouyang Shui's face. Yet her eyes had turned crimson with rage, and she plunged the knife down again. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. Gradually, Ouyang Shui became a figure drenched in blood. Hu Feng, standing nearby, was indifferent to the scene unfolding behind him. His thoughts were consumed with how to make that woman repay her debts. Not hearing any commotion, Hu Feng turned to look, only to see Ouyang Shui, her body drenched as if she had bathed in blood. You should wash up, he instructed, pointing toward the sea. Hearing his suggestion, Ouyang Shui paused her actions and, like a marionette, walked toward the shoreline. In that moment, it seemed she comprehended that having killed Shu Yu, she was next in line. Hu Feng retrieved 2 bullets from his pocket and loaded them into the magazine of his pistol. He then raised the firearm, aiming at Ouyang Shui, who was slowly making her way toward the ocean. Chapter 94, Triple Strike. However, Ouyang Shui, who had closed her eyes in quiet anticipation of death, waited for a considerable time without hearing any sound. Hurry up and clean the blood stains. We still need to bury them. The urgent voice of Hu Feng suddenly rang out from behind her. He raised his pistol, aiming for an extended period, but ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger, not out of pity, but rather a sudden realization that it was unnecessary. Ouyang Shui had lost everything now. Her brother was dead, and she had taken a life. If she wished to survive here, it was solely reliant on Hu Feng. As for avenging her brother's death, Hu Feng was indifferent. Revenge required opportunity. Hu Feng stripped the clothes from Ouyang Su's body, for such items were essential supplies. As for Shu Yu, it was best to leave her be, as her clothing was likely already torn to shreds by the stab. Initially intending to return to the base to fetch a shovel, he was interrupted when a figure emerged from the darkness. Lin Shi gazed at Shu Yu, who lay in a pool of blood, and could only sigh helpless. It was said that one reaps what they sow. Why could she not simply remain here, waiting for rescue, and live quietly? Instead, she had to stir up trouble. You've arrived? Hu Feng remarked, somewhat surprised by Lin Shi's presence. Lin Shi glanced at the 2 corpses on the ground and at Ouyang Shui, who was washing the bloodstains by the sea, and cautiously inquired, how do you intend to explain this? She pointed to Shu Yu's lifeless body. What do you think everyone will think? Su Tong and Su Bingyan might not mind, but what about Nan Xiao, Li Shi, or Zhang Kai? Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Hu Feng remained unfazed. Why should he explain? If they wanted to stay, they could. If not, they could leave. He was not like those who treated women as mere livestock. However, he felt uneasy about Zhang Kai, sensing that something was amiss with him. Before long, Ouyang Shui returned, having finished washing up. She held her clothes in hand, wearing only a purple undergarment, which appeared particularly alluring under the moonlight. Due to the dimness of the night, she was uncertain whether the blood had been washed away. Let us get to work. Observing Ouyang Shui's scant attire, Hu Feng turned and began issuing commands. Upon returning to the base, he realized he had lost track of time. It had been nearly 3 months since their arrival, and the phones, after all, they were not cheap knockoffs with extended battery life. Nevertheless, Hu Feng still collected everyone's phones, for such high-tech devices might prove useful one day. The only watch still functioning was on Su Bingyun's wrist, though its accuracy was. Wang Xiaomei had prepared the food and was waiting eagerly. Little Bao rubbed his belly, eyeing the food on the bamboo table, wanting to reach for it several times. only to be thwarted by Su Tong. When Hu Feng and the others returned, everyone felt a sense of relief, yet the absence of Shu Yu piqued their curiosity. Where's Sister Shu Yu? Nan Xiao, being closest to Shu Yu, noticed her absence first. Hearing this, Lin Shi instinctively turned to Hu Feng, her meaning clear. Weren't you the one who said no explanations were necessary? In response to Nan Zhao's inquiry, Hu Feng looked up and nonchalantly replied, She's dead. Dead? Everyone was. How could a person who seemed perfectly fine suddenly be dead? Hu Feng was about to confess that he was the one who killed her when Lin Shi interjected unexpectedly. She died from poisoning. She was bitten by a venomous snake and couldn't endure it. Poisoned? The crowd regarded Hu Feng with puzzled expressions, especially since he had just left Shu Yu behind. Observing Lin Shi's yet, the truth remained the truth, and he seized the opportunity to make a point to everyone. She colluded with Ouyang Su to kidnap Xiao Wei, intending to control us, so I killed her. Wasn't she the one who had slain Shu Yu? The others seemed momentarily stunned, as if their minds had yet to process the implications of Hu Feng's words. Colluding with Ouyang Su, kidnapping Xiao Wei, and intending to exert control, each accusation appeared to be a grave offense. Thus, I would like to offer you all a word of caution. However, I expect you to keep your schemes to yourselves, as we are all striving to survive and await rescue. After this speech, a profound silence enveloped the group of women. Compared to others, Hu Feng had shown them considerable benevolence. Reflecting on the actions of those who had come before, he realized their behaviors were not even in the same league as his own. All right, let us eat. Noticing the women's submissive demeanor, Hu Feng chose not to comment further, as it was ultimately up to them to come to their own realizations. Whereas Zhang Kai? Just as Hu Feng picked up a bowl, he noticed someone was missing from the crowd. Upon hearing Hu Feng's question, everyone looked around, realizing Zhang Kai was indeed absent. Recalling Zhang Kai's recent mental state, Hu Feng felt an unsettling premonition. Setting down his bowl, Hu Feng hurried toward the small cabin. Upon entering, he vaguely discerned a figure lying on the sheepskin on the ground. Zhang Kai, it's time to eat? Hu Feng called out, but received no response. Zhang Kai. Carefully approaching, Hu Feng reached out to nudge him, only to be stunned by the icy chill emanating from his body. He quickly turned him over and checked for a pulse, letting out a deep sigh at that moment. Several others entered the cabin with torches, only to be startled by the sight of Zhang Kai sprawled on the sheepskin. Lin Shi was the first to react, rushing forward with her torch. As the light illuminated the scene, Hu Feng noticed a bamboo arrowhead embedded firmly in Zhang Kai's wrist. Just as Lin Shi was about to offer aid, Hu Feng seized her arm. Don't bother. Look closely at that. Hu Feng pointed to Zhang Kai's wrist. Poisoned arrow? Lin Shi exclaimed in surprise, quickly grasping the situation. Had they encountered the wrath of the heavens today? 3 had perished? Hu Feng found himself somewhat astonished. Was this what it meant to travel together? Realizing there was no hope for Zhang Kai, Lin Shi exited the small cabin, while Hu Feng went to retrieve a shovel, as it was unthinkable to leave a corpse lying overnight. It would be best to give him a proper burial. Hu Feng couldn't help but admire their love. Fleeing together, caring for one another after injury, only to depart this world side by side. Could this be considered a poignant love story written amidst the desolation of an island? Meanwhile, those around him seemed insignificant in comparison. Chapter 95. The icy courtyard by the flickering light of a torch, Hu Feng laid Zhang Kai to rest beside his wife. Since they had chosen to embark on this journey together, they would remain united for eternity. Alas, on this desolate island, there was little to accompany him in death, so the need for such offerings was rendered unnecessary. It was unlikely that the deceased would mind. Upon returning to the encampment, the rice porridge had long since cooled, and Wang Xiaomei had no choice but to reheat it. The group's spirits were notably low, especially concerning Zhang Kai, who had been a commendable individual. None had anticipated that he would make such a choice. Those who do not understand will never comprehend. After their meal, the women retired early for the night. Hu Feng returned to his small dwelling, instantly feeling an emptiness that weighed heavily upon him. Just yesterday there had been 3 companions, and now he was left all alone. How long would this cursed existence on the island persist? 3 months had passed, and not a single sign of the rescue team had appeared. Had they given up? Yet, wasn't it said that the civilian rescue efforts for Malaysia Airlines had endured for 4 years? With the identities of Xu Yu, Su Bingyun, and Ouying Su, it seemed implausible that— But why, then, did the rescue team not arrive? Unable to fathom the reason, he opted to dismiss such thoughts and sought solace in sleep. In a haze of slumber, Hu Feng felt someone push open the door. Instantly alert, he remembered the day's casualties. It was only natural to feel a sense of unease. However, as moonlight poured into the room, he discerned that whoever dared to come at this hour possessed remarkable courage. As Su Tong stepped inside, she found the room shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern Hu Feng's position. She had no choice but to navigate cautiously. Suddenly, a figure lifted her into his arms and rolled onto the sheepskin. "You dare to come tonight?" Hu Feng had hesitated to identify her, but upon embracing her, it was evident. After all, Su Tong's form was unmistakable. "Ah!" Su Tong gasped in surprise at Hu Feng's sudden onslaught, but upon hearing his words, her heart swelled with joy. After their encounter, Su Tong lay languidly in Hu Feng's embrace, unwilling to move. Both remained silent, cherishing the tender moment as if they could hold each other for eternity. Yet, reality was harsh. Just as they were lost in their warmth, another figure appeared at the door. Spotting someone, Su Tong nearly screamed, but Hu Feng swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her deeper into the shadows of the room. The newcomer, like Su Tong, could not see Hu Feng's position and called out softly, "Hu Feng." At that moment, Hu Feng felt as if he were facing social oblivion. Responding would be awkward, and remaining silent was equally so. He feigned awakening, replying to the voice. Hearing Hu Feng's response, Su Bingyun discerned the direction and cautiously approached. To prevent Su Bingyun from discovering Su Tong's presence, Hu Feng gently tugged her closer, wrapping her in the sheepskin and cradling her in his arms. Meanwhile, Su Tong, concealed behind Hu Feng, felt an acute embarrassment. "Ah!" Su Bingyun let out a startled cry, akin to Su Tong's earlier reaction. Hu Feng paid her no mind, for he had Su Tong right behind. There was no need for pretense. Hu Feng embraced Su Bingyun, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively tried to push him away, only to realize something was amiss. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I prefer to sleep nude." Su Bingyun's cheeks turned as red as the ripest apple. "I'm scared, I can't sleep," she murmured, nestled in Hu Feng's arms, lost in her thoughts. Hu Feng nodded, tightening his hold. At that moment, Hu Feng could only hope she would drift off quickly, for there was another presence behind him. "Do not move," Hu Feng whispered with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, Su Bingyun was taken aback. What was happening today? Wasn't he usually so eager? Why had he transformed into a saint today? Could it be that she had misjudged him? Su Bingyun pondered, conflicted. Meanwhile, Hu Feng thought to himself, heavenly sins can be averted, yet self-inflicted ones cannot be escaped. Are you incapable? Su Bingyun asked abruptly to her words. Hu Feng could know. Su Tong, lying behind Hu Feng, held her breath, fearful of being discovered. Should such words escape, Su Bingyun might very well silence her. Hu Feng felt utterly drained. Though one should revel in life's triumphs, heeding the adage not to let the golden goblet sit empty before the moon, the notion of moderation had long been forsaken. Su Bingyun, radiant and full of life, exited the small dwelling, unwilling to remain. After all, pride still mattered. Once she was a distance away, Su Tong cautiously emerged from behind Hu Feng. Observing him sprawled on the sheepskin, seemingly lifeless, she could not help but let out a soft giggle, reaching out to caress his cheek with her delicate hand. Hu Feng quickly. Upon returning to her quarters, Su Tong unexpectedly encountered Su Bingyun. "You!" they exclaimed in unison, though neither knew what to ask. "I got up to use the restroom." "You may go." Su Bingyun hastily responded, stepping aside. Su Tong, seeing this, made her way to the restroom. As Su Bingyun watched Su Tong's retreating figure, she pondered the peculiar position from which Su Tong had emerged. It hardly seemed like she had exited through the door, but rather from the direction of the small dwelling. Realization struck Su Bingyun, and disbelief washed over her. Could it be? Unable to fathom the implications, Su Bingyun dashed into her room, flinging herself onto the bed. What have I done? What will I do? Not long after, Su Tong cautiously opened the door, relieved to find Su Bingyun already asleep. It was worth noting that the awkwardness was not limited to Su Bingyun. Su Tong felt equally embarrassed. The following morning, Hu Feng appeared before everyone, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Unfazed by their curious gazes, he remained indifferent. After all, he had triumphed the previous night. Beside him, Su Bingyun and Su Tong wished fervently for a way to vanish from sight. "Big brother, what is wrong with you?" a child's voice inquired beside Hu Feng. Hu Feng yawned, patting Xiao Bao's head. "Nothing much. There were just too many mosquitoes last night, and I had a tussle with them." Xiao Bao looked perplexed, unable to comprehend Hu Feng's meaning. "How does one fight mosquitoes?" Beside them, Su Tong quickly pulled Xiao Bao away, casting a disapproving glare at Hu Feng.